Chapter 1, Flash Marriage. It was the hottest summer in Fabiancheng, with mosquitoes swarming every evening. Gwendolyn, sleeping in a cluttered room, had just dozed off when her daughter's murmurs jolted her awake. Elida's ears, they hurt. Aminami, Misty pinched my ears. No, Elida isn't an expensive toy. What? Ever since Gwendolyn got promoted, she'd been busy and often paid her sister-in-law to look after her daughter. She never imagined this is how her sister-in-law would take care of Elida. Her poor daughter must have suffered so much that even her dreams were filled with such incidents. Thinking of this, Gwendolyn's heart nearly broke. Clenching her teeth tightly, she heard intense arguments from her brother and sister-in-law next door. I've already arranged everything with old Marvin. Once your sister gets married tomorrow, you can move in. Old Marvin is already over 50 and has grandchildren. Are you really sending her into hell? Your sister is pregnant out of wedlock and comes with a baggage like her daughter. Old Marvin offering 18,000 yuan as dowry for marrying a loose woman. What more do you want? Gwendolyn took a deep breath. She almost wanted to burst in and throw the payment record in front of her sister-in-law. She had been paying all the living expenses and monthly mortgage for the past 3 years but held back. Her brother's legs were not well, it was difficult to find a spouse, and finally, they could live peacefully. But if things were going this way, she couldn't stay at her brother's place anymore. If she remained unmarried, her sister-in-law would always scrutinize her. The only solution left was a flash marriage. Gwendolyn immediately thought of someone. You said I could ask for one favor, right? Any favor? 4 years ago, she saved a man in a club. Getting him to act as her husband shouldn't be hard. But the question was, would he keep his word? Yes, what is it? Within 5 minutes, he actually replied. Gwendolyn quickly responded, get married with me. The next morning, at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Anxious, Gwendolyn checked her phone repeatedly. It was just 8:30. Suddenly, a taxi pulled up, and a young man walked out. He was extremely tall, Gwendolyn estimated over 6 feet 3 inches. His neat black suit accentuated his fair skin. With impeccable features and a stern expression, he exuded authority and elegance. As he approached, people glanced over curiously, then sneered upon noticing the DL Club model badge on his coat. Gwendolyn, however, felt relieved. He hadn't changed jobs, proving he was reliable. Staying as a model for so long meant he was healthy and dependable. Years had passed, yet he still looked youthful and radiant. Gwendolyn confidently stepped forward, extending her hand. Sorry to bother you this early morning. Did you just finish your night shift? Night shift? Jorge raised an eyebrow. Indeed, he did feel exhausted. He had been on business overseas for 2 months and just returned last night. His old friends insisted on celebrating his return, and he spent the entire night at the club. His shirt accidentally got stained with wine, and the club manager hurriedly provided him with a clean coat. Scanning the professionally dressed, warm-looking Gwendolyn, Jorge pondered. The Mohammed family was the top aristocratic household in Fabiancheng. As the only heir of the Mohammed clan's current generation, Jorge held immense power. 4 years ago, Gwendolyn saved his life, and now she had asked for a favor. Marriage? Had she discovered something about him? Jorge gently grasped her slender fingers briefly. Are you sure you want to proceed? His voice was soothing, like a mellow cello playing softly. Despite being gentle, Gwendolyn blushed. Don't worry, this won't take too long. I'll officially move out of my home, and once the child's registration is completed, we can divorce. This is the prenuptial agreement I drafted, signed by me. I won't ask for any money or custody of the child. After we get married, you can go back to your business. It's just. I apologize for putting you in a second marriage situation. Before coming, Jorge had considered a prenuptial agreement due to his unique status, knowing many would try to exploit him. Surprisingly, Gwendolyn brought it up first. However, he wasn't worried about becoming part of a second marriage. Even today, his real name wouldn't appear on the marriage certificate. If she had any ulterior motives, they wouldn't come to fruition. Let's go. They emerged shortly with their certificates. Jorge noticed Gwendolyn looked genuinely happy. Her side profile revealed nothing greedy or sinister. But appearances could be deceiving. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Jorge paused as Gwendolyn extended her hand. Thank you so much for your help today. I'm truly sorry. Well, I'll leave now. I'll contact you when it's time to register the child. Goodbye. Having finalized the marriage, Gwendolyn couldn't wait to fetch her daughter from her brother's place. She wanted to give Elida the best childhood possible. Leaving briskly, Gwendolyn left behind Jorge holding the freshly issued red booklet, utterly bewildered. She really just left? Just as Jorge's assistant arrived to pick him up for an industry seminar, he saw the usually composed CEO step into the car looking unusually angry. The drive was tense. Parking at the seminar building, Jorge adjusted his coat. Just as he stepped out, a soft, sweet little voice called him. Bohan, can you help me with something? Looking down, a little girl stood there, wearing simple white dress and black leather shoes, with 2 adorable pigtails. Her big, round eyes resembled grapes, small nose, and cherry-red lips. She looked like a little angel straight from a cartoon, irresistibly cute. Jorge had never interacted with kids before, nor did he think he liked them. Yet, at the sight of her, warmth and affection welled up inside him. Unable to resist, he walked over and squatted down in front of her. Chapter 2, Father and Daughter Meet. Sure. What do you need? Elida blinked her big, adorable eyes at him and said a little resentfully. Can you tell me where we are? My watch is out of power, so I can't make calls, and it seems like I've gotten lost. Lost? Jorge's brows furrowed unconsciously. Did you come out alone? Where are your parents? Elida shook her head and couldn't help but touch her still sore ear. I don't have a dad. I came out to look for Mom, but I might have gotten off at the wrong subway station. Bohan. After all, she was just a 3-year-old child. Having been wronged at home and unable to find her way outside, she was about to start feeling sad. Jorge saw her beautiful big eyes filling with tears, and his heart softened even more. He opened his arms to her, and Elida didn't hesitate to throw herself into his embrace. Jorge held her small body, his chin resting on her little head as he gently patted her. Don't be afraid, Bohan will help you. Do you remember your mom's phone number? After shedding a few tears, Elida sniffled. Yes. But I don't want to call Mom. She's working. If she knew I ran out by myself and got lost, she'd worry. Jorge was taken aback. She looked no more than 3 years old but could speak so clearly and consider things so thoughtfully. She was too smart. The more he looked at her, the more he liked her. Jorge carried her into the car. Upon hearing that the CEO was going somewhere far away, his assistant couldn't help but remind him. But Mr. Mohammed, the meeting starts soon. Realizing she had delayed his work, Elida sat on Jorge's lap and said apologetically. Bohan, did I disturb your work? Maybe you should leave me here, and I'll take the subway back on my own. How could he let a child so young wander around on her own? Moreover, Jorge genuinely wanted to spend more time with her. Pinching her little face, Jorge said softly, It's nothing important, don't overthink it. Let's go. Elida felt her nose tingle with gratitude. Is this what it feels like to have a dad? He is so gentle and strong, making her feel so happy. She wrapped her tiny arms around Jorge's neck, tightly clinging to his chest. Bohan, can you hold me again? I've never been held by a dad before. Other kids have dads, but I don't. Jorge felt his heart tighten and hugged her while gently stroking her hair. Where is your dad? Elida's voice was soft. I've never seen him. Amina said he passed away from an illness. Jorge was speechless. Even though I don't have a dad, I'm not a bastard. Elida suddenly lifted her head, cupped Jorge's chin, and looked at him resolutely. Isn't bastard a bad word, Bohan? People who use insults aren't nice, and I won't get angry with them. Someday I'll have a dad too. Seeing her innocent yet determined gaze, Jorge felt an irresistible urge to pamper her. If anyone says that to you again, call me, and Bohan will take care of it for you. Elida was delighted, bouncing in Jorge's arms. Really? Then give me your phone number quickly, Bohan. Seeing her happiness, Jorge couldn't help but smile. But I don't have a pen to write down my phone number. Can you memorize it if I say it aloud? Originally intending to tease Elida, he didn't expect her serious response. Sure, go ahead. Jorge was speechless. He quickly recited the numbers, and Elida was confident. Got it. I'll call you once I'm back home. Remember to pick up. They chatted warmly all the way, and soon arrived at her Misty's neighborhood. Jorge carried Elida out of the car, ready to walk her to the door when her Ricardo rushed over sweating profusely. Elida. Where did you run off to? I nearly died of fright thinking you were lost. And this gentleman is? Thank you for bringing Elida back. She slipped out without us noticing, and we apologize for troubling you. The Ricardo, who had a leg disability, worked as a delivery person, wind-blown and rain-soaked every day, thin and sallow, wearing a recognizable uniform. Jorge wasn't fully convinced that this man was related to this angelic child and kept holding on to Elida. Do you know him? Elida glanced guiltily at Jorge, then at her Ricardo. Bohan. Once Elida returned home, the first thing she did was charge her watch and send Jorge a message. I'm Elida. I've saved your number. Here's mine. Please save it too. Heart. Though only 3 years old and not even attending preschool, her Viviana had taught her many things in her free time. Elida could not only spell basic pinyin but also read and write over 500 Chinese characters. Looking at the long string of text on his phone, Jorge couldn't believe it was sent by Elida herself. Memorizing a phone number was already impressive, let alone typing out so many words. Considering her seemingly insignificant Ricardo, Jorge ignored the message. The adult world was too complex, and the Mohammed family wouldn't let just anyone climb up easily. Just after sending the message to Jorge, Gwendolyn hurriedly entered the house. Because of Elida almost getting lost, her brother and sister-in-law were arguing at the kitchen entrance. Upon seeing her return, they stopped. Weren't you supposed to be at work? Why did you come back? Ignoring them, Gwendolyn went into her room first, hugging her daughter to comfort her, then came out holding her hand. I was planning to tell you tonight, but since everyone is here. She placed her marriage certificate on the dining table. I'm married now. Damien, sister-in-law, you won't need to worry about finding me a match anymore. Her brother and sister-in-law were both shocked, especially her sister-in-law. Married? You don't even have a boyfriend, how could you suddenly get married? Mr. Ian agreed to dinner tonight. Her sister-in-law snatched up the marriage certificate, eyes wide in shock at seeing Jorge's handsome face. Such a young and attractive man actually agreed to marry her, who bore a child out of wedlock. Was he blind? What does he do? You didn't even tell us about the wedding. Where is he? Why didn't you bring him for us to meet? Gwendolyn had prepared what to say while on her way. He's in sales. He's busy with work. Since Damien was at work and didn't have time, I'll bring him next time. Damien, Eliana, Elida and I are moving out now. Her brother, worried, prepared to ask more questions about her marriage, but her sister-in-law pulled him back. Gwendolyn didn't have much luggage, 2 suitcases were enough. With her daughter, she got into a taxi. Elida was anxiously worried about her new situation. Is my new dad good? When did Mom meet him? Does he know about Elida? Will he dislike Elida like Caitlin did? What a pity. Today she met such a kind and handsome Ricardo whom she was hoping to introduce to her mom, but now there was no hope. Seeing her daughter on the verge of developing inferiority complexes, Gwendolyn hugged her tightly for comfort. There's no new dad, Elida. Don't worry. I just found a friend to help get married so we could move out, assuring Bohan. We'll have our own home from now on. No one will ever despise you again. I promise you, Elida. Elida's eyes lit up happily. So Mom isn't married, and there's no new dad. Does that mean there's still hope for the Ricardo I met today? Chapter 3, Isn't This My New Bride? Gwendolyn booked a room at a quick-service hotel, unpacked her luggage, and then enrolled Ollie in a summer daycare program. She planned to look for an apartment after returning in the evening. She had a major contract to sign today at 3 in the afternoon, which she had been discussing with the other party for a long time. Finishing this deal would make her the top salesperson of the month, and the team leader position promised by her manager would also be hers. Having worked in sales for 3 years, she had always spent too much time accompanying her daughter and thus had mediocre performance. Now that her daughter was going to kindergarten, they had moved out and needed to focus on building her career. To give Ollie a better life, she was determined to secure this team leader position. Arriving at the client's company at 2 in the afternoon, Gwendolyn went to the reception desk for an appointment. Unexpectedly, the receptionist informed her that the purchasing manager's schedule for the afternoon was already booked. Someone from your company called to book it, a lady named Mary Beth. Didn't you know? Gwendolyn did not know about it. But she knew that Mary Beth had often targeted this contract for both performance reasons and to gain the position of team leader. She usually dodged Mary Beth's inquiries, but taking leave for half a day today let Mary Beth take advantage of the situation. Gwendolyn quickly tried calling the purchasing manager but received no answer. Calling Mary Beth proved even more frustrating as she found herself blocked by the spiteful woman. Enraged, Gwendolyn rushed towards the office only to be stopped by the receptionist who insisted she could not enter without an appointment. Jorge's convoy had just arrived at Ignacio office building when Gwendolyn was pushed out by 2 security guards. The force used by the guards was excessive. With a loud slap, Gwendolyn fell to the ground. Her high heels flew off, and her laptop hit Jorge's car, causing documents and contracts scattered everywhere. The scene was as awkward as it could be. Yet, more than feeling embarrassed, Gwendolyn felt deeply aggrieved. For this deal, she had made countless trips to Ignacio, giving benefits to everyone from security to the receptionist and the purchasing manager, but at this critical moment. But there was no time to feel sad or angry. Determined not to lose the contract, Gwendolyn needed to find a way to salvage the situation immediately. Ignoring the pain in her elbow from scraping against the cold floor, she scrambled up and quickly put on her shoes while picking up the scattered documents, all the while calling her manager. Inside his car, Jorge watched her calm face and slender but efficient movements, unconsciously frowning. Wasn't this his newlywed wife? What was she doing here? So she worked at Ignacio. Why was she getting thrown out in public as if she had committed some heinous crime? Moreover, she seemed unfazed, as if accustomed to such treatment despite her current state. To personally welcome Jorge, President Lau Fabian of Ignacio drove specially to meet him for a visit and signing of contracts. He was shocked upon seeing the scene, turning pale green with worry. He was about to get out of the car when Jorge stopped him. Don't move. Lau Fabian froze in his seat, looking embarrassed and hurriedly explaining. President Mohammed, I'm terribly sorry for what you've seen. These salespeople these days are shameless, slipping into the office anytime they can. The security staff must have had no choice. Seeing Gwendolyn's uniform back, Jorge asked, a sales representative? Is she not one of your employees? Not at all, definitely not. Our company doesn't have uniforms like this, besides. Perhaps because Lau Fabian's explanation sounded absurd or because Gwendolyn had some connection to him, Mohammed Sivan would usually disregard such trivial scenes entirely. However, at this moment. Go find out what exactly happened. If it's only due to running errands that she got thrown out, our collaboration discussion today is unnecessary. Mohammed Corporation also had sales staff, and he didn't want to invest in a company known for such low-quality conduct. Lao Fabian nervously scrambled out of the car, helping Gwendolyn pick up her belongings and politely bringing her inside the company. Upon hearing that Gwendolyn had a pre-arranged meeting with the purchasing manager who suddenly refused to see her, Lao Fabian directly took her to the purchasing manager's office. Upon opening the door, Mary Beth was seen sitting on the purchasing manager's lap, engaged in an intimate embrace. Lao Fabian instantly exploded with rage. Throw this woman out, blacklist her, and never let her back in. Pointing at the purchasing manager, he added, you, start handing over your duties immediately. You won't be needed tomorrow. Gwendolyn successfully secured the contract. Leaving Ignacio, she felt as if the air itself was sweet. At only 23, with the pressure of raising an out-of-wedlock child, she hadn't genuinely smiled in a long time. Unable to suppress her happiness, Gwendolyn felt like dancing while she walked briskly out. Watching her happy strides, Jorge's expression softened slightly from its usual sternness. Returning to the office with the big contract, following Thorntoniger's promise, Gwendolyn became the team leader of Group B starting tomorrow. Everyone congratulated her, urging her to treat them to dinner. Mary Beth stood among the crowd, showing no remorse for being exposed, instead joining in the clamor. Landing such a big deal, shouldn't we celebrate at Yuhai Garden? If I'm not mistaken, Gwendolyn hasn't treated us since joining. I've checked out the menu, we'll go there after work. Everyone excitedly looked at Gwendolyn upon hearing about Yuhai Garden. I've never been to Yuhai Garden, they say it's top-notch. Gwendolyn, okay? With such encouragement, how could Gwendolyn say no? Agreeing reluctantly, she was surprised to find that Mary Beth, driven by jealousy, wouldn't let her off easily. Didn't I hear that you're very close to Nico from Ignacio? Landing this deal owed a lot to his personal help. No wonder you've never had a boyfriend. Gwendolyn, your promotion today is all thanks to Nico. Shouldn't you invite him for dinner too? Introduce him to us. At this remark, everyone's looks towards Gwendolyn grew complicated. Previously, Gwendolyn only thought Mary Beth lacked decency but hadn't imagined it extended this far. Instead of discreetly dealing with her indiscretion, Mary Beth defamed her publicly. Did Mary Beth mistake her usual reserved demeanor for weakness? Handing the contract to Thorntoniger, Gwendolyn smirked at Mary Beth. I don't date recklessly because I am already married and have a child. Unlike Miss Ma, who seats herself on any man's lap. Haven't you already sat on the purchasing manager's lap enough at Ignacio today? Marvin to try Nico's next. Unfortunately, I can't help you. Nico has blacklisted you for corrupting social morals. Have you already forgotten? End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4, Origo. Mary Beth was someone with extremely strong mental resilience. Relying on the fact that Gwendolyn had no evidence, she vehemently denied any wrongdoing. Not only did she deny it, but she also laughed at Gwendolyn. You're already married and have a child? When did this happen? I've been in the company a year longer than you, how come I've never seen your husband or child? Surely you aren't feeling guilty when we mention General Bronson Fabian and are just making up lies to divert everyone's attention, right? Everyone else found it strange as well. They had worked with Gwendolyn for so long, and she had always kept to herself. She never received any gifts during holidays, how could she possibly be married with a child? Really, Gwendolyn, when did this happen? Why didn't we know about it? Who is your husband, and what does he do? Why don't you bring him for us to see? Gwendolyn found their questions amusing. If she wanted anyone to meet her husband, it would be up to her. Why should she bring him here just because they demanded it? But then she thought, maybe taking this chance to shut them up wouldn't be bad. It might deter those male colleagues who often loitered around her. The time I got married isn't important. Since everyone wants to meet my husband so badly, I'll bring him over tonight. But Mary Beth, you won't be coming. General Bronson Fabian said I should stay away from people with questionable motives to protect the company's image. I have to listen to our client. Mary Beth was speechless. Everyone's attention turned back to Mary Beth, starting a buzz of chatter. The manager, knowing full well how Mary Beth usually behaved, sternly called her into the office. It was impossible that Gwendolyn would spread false rumors without any basis. Back at her desk, Gwendolyn temporarily entrusted picking up her daughter from school to her best friend Violet. Then she started regretting her impulsive remark. She had just told that man this morning that she wouldn't bother him except for paperwork and registration purposes, and now she needed his help again. Would he even agree to go? Moreover, Yuehai Garden was very expensive. A meal there might cost several months' rent. She shouldn't have taken Mary Beth seriously. But since she had already spoken, Gwendolyn had no choice but to send a message to Jorge. Can you do me another favor? Jorge didn't reply all day. Gwendolyn realized he was too busy. He became more occupied as evening approached. Her question had been superfluous. The colleagues cheerfully gathered around her, arriving at the destination. They marveled at the luxurious Yuehai Garden while asking Gwendolyn. Where's our private room reserved? When is your husband coming? Floor 5, Suesong Pavilion. My husband is working overtime, but I've urged him, and he promised to come as soon as possible. As the group entered the hall, Gwendolyn confirmed the reservation details with the front desk. However, she was told that the room was given to another guest. I booked it online. It shows as successful, Gwendolyn insisted, showing her phone. Unfortunately, we didn't receive your booking information, and the room has been reserved by another guest. We apologize, ma'am. Well, then give us a different one, Gwendolyn suggested. All rooms are fully booked, sorry, ma'am. Seeing this, Mary Beth couldn't resist mocking Gwendolyn again. Do you think this place is too expensive, so you didn't book it at all? Otherwise, why would it be like this? Gwendolyn, just admit you're being stingy. We can eat elsewhere. No need to make such a fuss and embarrass yourself. No wonder your husband hasn't shown up yet. You two didn't plan to treat us at all. Others came to her defense. If you really couldn't get a reservation, let's find another place. This place is notoriously hard to book. Gwendolyn, tell your husband not to come, and let's go elsewhere. Yes, Gwendolyn, let's go. Gwendolyn felt like ripping Mary Beth's mouth apart. How thick-skinned could she be? To publicly embarrass her at work and still follow her to freeload, hadn't she ever eaten before? However, now wasn't the time to argue. She had brought so many colleagues, including leadership, from far away. Not eating here would be awkward. There were other high-end restaurants in Fabiancheng. They should quickly choose another one. As they prepared to leave, the restaurant door swung open, and a group of tall, handsome men, led by a service staff, walked in. The leader was dressed in black, exuding an aura of elegance and power that commanded respect. Gwendolyn froze in recognition. These were familiar features. Wasn't this Thornton she had just registered marriage with that morning? He must have seen her message and come to find her. Suddenly, Gwendolyn felt relieved and waved instinctively. Arrigo, I'm here. You finally made it. Jorge raised an eyebrow, looking down at her. Meeting her again today was the third time in one day. Hadn't she promised earlier not to bother him? Now she was calling him husband in public. What was going on? Arrigo? Her colleagues and Mary Beth looked astonished at Jorge. Was this movie star handsome, impeccably dressed man actually Gwendolyn's husband? Gwendolyn greeted him warmly, fearing he might inadvertently reveal her marital status, and affectionately linked arms with him. My colleagues insisted on meeting you. I thought you'd be working late, so I didn't expect you so soon. Did it disturb your work? Behind Jorge, several CEOs stared at Gwendolyn, almost dropping their jaws in shock. Married? When did this happen? Nobody knew in the industry. Jorge had known there was more to Gwendolyn's reasons for marrying him. Sure enough, her true nature showed after barely a day. Though he wasn't used to having women get close to him in public, he tolerated it, wanting to clear the debt between them sooner. Allowing Gwendolyn to cling to his arm, he responded impassively. Not at all. Everyone's waiting for me. Let's go inside since I'm here. Mary Beth was furious that Gwendolyn had managed to conjure such a handsome and distinguished husband out of nowhere. She tried to dig in one last blow. Why go in? Gwendolyn didn't manage to book a room. She wasted our time, leading everyone here for nothing. Did this happen? How could a place not have a room when the CEO's wife was visiting? Without waiting for Jorge, the general manager stepped forward apologetically. It's my fault. I didn't know you would be visiting, and failed to arrange properly. I sincerely apologize. I will immediately reserve the largest and most luxurious room for you. Please wait in the lounge briefly, and I deeply apologize for the inconvenience. He radioed his subordinates for instructions. Gwendolyn's colleagues, what? Chapter 5, Such a Doting Arrigo. Less than 2 minutes later, everyone was arranged into the largest and most luxurious private room. Jorge said he had some matters to attend to and would come over later. Gwendolyn accompanied everyone as they sat down, but soon they couldn't help asking her questions. Gwendolyn, what does your husband do? How can he be so familiar with Thorntonagement here? He looks so handsome, his job must be quite extraordinary, right? You are so lucky. To have found such a good husband at a young age and you didn't FL Misty it around. Wow, if it were me, I'd post photos every day to let the whole world know this man belongs to me. Exactly. You already have a child, how enviable. By the way, has your child started kindergarten yet? Where did you buy your house? Gwendolyn hadn't thought about how to respond to these questions and didn't really want to answer. She made an excuse to look at the menu to avoid answering. Let's order food first, and we can chat while eating. Although none of them had been here before, everyone knew that the dishes here were notoriously expensive. Any decent person would hesitate to order, leaving it to Gwendolyn. Mary Beth, however, ticked off items on the tablet without hesitation. People like Gwendolyn's husband are successful. One meal isn't a big deal for them. Why be polite? With that, she ordered more than 10 dishes and even a bottle of 1982 Lafite. When Gwendolyn saw the final menu, she silently memorized all the dishes. Mary Beth, wait until it's your turn to treat, I'll eat double. Jorge finally showed up briefly towards the end of the gathering. He gave Gwendolyn face by drinking toasts offered and spoke a few kind words on her behalf. Before leaving, he handed Gwendolyn a platinum membership card. I'll foot the bill. Everyone, feel free to eat. Order more if needed. The colleagues, including Thorntonager, were all floored by his generosity. He truly spoiled his wife. Young, handsome, generous, and doting, Gwendolyn was indeed blessed. While others could think this way, Gwendolyn knew better. Though the money in his field came quickly, it was hard-earned. It was short-lived glory, relying on youth and physical labor. Moreover, people in his industry often have vanity and enjoy high-end spending to package themselves. Otherwise, he wouldn't be wearing clothes of such quality, dining in such a place, or using a membership card here. It was already a huge favor that he helped with getting married and registering their daughter's household. How could she possibly spend his money? So, when Jorge left the private room, she followed him out. In the quiet corridor, Gwendolyn finally stopped pretending and stuffed the card back into his hand. Sorry for disturbing you tonight. Thank you very much for arranging everything and speaking up for me. I can't spend your money. Jorge looked at her rosy, slightly tipsy face and couldn't understand her true intentions. Marventing to repay his favor was straightforward. Why beat around the bush? What? Not enough money? Gwendolyn had no idea how much was on the card. How could she say it wasn't enough? Thinking she had miscommunicated, she hurriedly waved her hands. No. We're not really married. How can I spend your money, especially complaining about it? That's not what I mean. Anyway, thank you very much tonight. I won't keep you any longer. She turned and ran back into the room without looking back. Jorge watched the slender figure walk away, holding the card in his hand, frowning in annoyance. If she didn't want the money, what did she want? Just as he felt irritated, a pair of snake-like hands clung to his back. It sent shivers down his spine. Reacting swiftly, he twisted the arms tightly. Unexpectedly, it was Mary Beth. She had returned from the bathroom and saw Gwendolyn talking about money with him, understanding everything. No wonder such a tall and handsome man could fall for Gwendolyn. She hired an actor to fulfill her vanity. Everything tonight was staged by Gwendolyn with her own money. Mary Beth also wanted to get closer to Jorge, but his reaction caught her off guard. Her arm almost broke from his grip. Clutching her arm, Mary Beth leaned against the wall, speechless for several seconds. From the moment they entered the restaurant, Jorge had noticed her. Sharp-tongued and scheming, she was the last person he wanted near him. Without sparing her a glance, Jorge walked away, but Mary Beth called out insistently. Wait. You nearly snapped my arm, and you're just walking away? Not breaking her arm was already merciful. Ignoring her, Jorge continued walking as Mary Beth chased after him. Why run? Aren't you just an actor? I can afford you too, stop acting so high and mighty. How much did Gwendolyn pay you to act as her husband tonight? I'll give you double, and from now on, you're mine. What do you say? What? An actor? Offering to pay him? Jorge thought he had heard the funniest joke ever, giving her a cold glance. So rich? How much do you plan to give me? How much did Gwendolyn pay you? Saying a large amount would be pointless, so Jorge named a smaller figure reasonably. 10,000. 10,000? That order must have made Gwendolyn some money. For appearance's sake, she was willing to spend 10,000 on an actor. 20,000 was still a lot for Mary Beth, but to exact revenge today and regain face in front of colleagues, she gritted her teeth. I'll give you 20. A minute later, the door to the private room opened, and Mary Beth entered with a smile. Sorry for keeping you waiting. I not only went to the bathroom but also brought someone for you. Please look. Thinking she had brought someone interesting, everyone was surprised to see Gwendolyn's husband again. What was going on? Why did Gwendolyn's husband return with her? Seeing Mary Beth's smug expression, Gwendolyn's heart sank. She thought Jorge had been bought over. But then Jorge raised his phone to everyone. Miss Ma feels guilty about causing trouble for our Gwendolyn and wishes to make amends by footing tonight's bill. To err is human. My wife is magnanimous and won't hold it against her. But Miss Ma's spirit is commendable. Let's give her applause. Everyone. No wonder Mary Beth was so generous when ordering. She intended to pay the bill. They suddenly found her much more likable and applauded for her. Mary Beth was stunned, staring dumbfounded at Jorge. Jorge continued expressionlessly. As for anything else, Miss Ma should forget it. You're too ugly, even if you offered yourself, I wouldn't take you. Chapter 6, Can You Be My Dad? After finishing the meal, Gwendolyn prepared to return home with her colleague as she had come, but it turned out Jorge had already made arrangements. His assistant was waiting for her in a shiny Bentley parked outside. Mr. Mohammed asked me to drive you home. The luxurious car sparkled under the restaurant's bright lights, and Gwendolyn was once again taken aback by Jorge's extravagance. Was this business really so profitable? Not only could he afford such an excellent car but also hire such a handsome chauffeur? Her colleagues were equally surprised. Gwendolyn had always been so low-key, having such a young, handsome, and wealthy husband yet working diligently like them. She was too calm and composed. Mary Beth thought Gwendolyn was incredibly pretentious. Just for vanity, renting a Bentley to put on a show? Dead woman, their feud was now solidified. The next day, Gwendolyn resumed work as usual, busying herself until near the end of the afternoon. Then her sister-in-law called her, speaking in unusually pleasant tones. To celebrate your marriage, I've cooked some ribs tonight and bought beef and mutton. I've prepared a whole table of good food. Remember to come back after work and bring your husband along to visit us. Even though our parents are no longer around, you still have your family. No one should look down on you, so you must come back. Gwendolyn knew her sister-in-law wasn't genuinely kind-hearted. She had never treated her well before, and today's feast must be hiding some ulterior motives. But as her brother's wife, certain formalities couldn't be skipped, so she agreed. However, she didn't plan on bringing Jorge. She had said she wouldn't bother him, and she had already owed him enough from yesterday. When she got off work, Gwendolyn picked up her daughter and bought a lot of gifts. As soon as they entered, her sister-in-law greeted her enthusiastically. You came home, but you also brought something? Come in, the dishes are ready. Quickly wash your hands and eat. Where is your husband? Gwendolyn placed the gifts down and replied calmly. He's on a business trip out of town these 2 days and can't make it back. He sends his regards through me. Hearing this, her sister-in-law's face fell. Such busy. Anyone who knows him would think he's just running sales, but those who don't would think he's a big shot. Married already, but won't even come to meet the family. Who does he think he is? Her brother tried to comfort her. Didn't Gwendolyn say he's busy with work? Anyway, since they're family now, meeting is inevitable. Don't stand there foolishly. Ollie, sit down and eat. Gwendolyn sat down at the dining table holding Ollie. Since her husband wasn't there, her sister-in-law dispensed with formalities and seated herself beside Gwendolyn with a displeased expression. Getting married without even holding a ceremony, how careless can you get? How much did he give as dowry? Where did he buy the house? What kind of car does he drive? Why didn't you let us check beforehand? You think we enjoy being cheated? Gwendolyn realized her sister-in-law's materialism went deeper than she thought. Now that you're married, you're still fussing over everything. We didn't ask for any dowry. He comes from a regular family and works hard on his own. We agreed. Before she finished, her sister-in-law slapped the table. What? No dowry? Regular family? What do you mean? Does he not even own a house or a car? No wonder he would choose Gwendolyn, who had a child out of wedlock. So he's a pauper. Would you marry such a pauper? Gwendolyn, are you insane? With such poor conditions at home, I hoped you'd find someone wealthy to help your brother. But look at you, debasing yourself. Her brother intervened quickly, seeing his wife go too far. So what if he's from a regular family? If he treats Gwendolyn and Ollie well, that's all that matters. How is that degrading yourself? Stop talking nonsense. In the end, they didn't even finish the meal. Her sister-in-law had a huge argument with her brother and overturned all the dishes on the floor. She warned Gwendolyn that if she didn't bring the dowry, she would never set foot in their home again. I've been feeding you for 3 years. Even a dog would know to repay its owner. You took nothing from here? You're truly a liability. The house needs renovation this year, otherwise, I can't stay. At least give me 180,000 yuan, or I'll divorce your brother. This family is hopeless. Seeing his anger rising, Gwendolyn stopped her brother, fearing they might divorce over her. I just signed a major contract, with tens of thousands in commission. But I'll only receive it next month. Eliana, don't worry. I'll bring the money. Let's stop arguing. With that, she left with Ollie, having not drunk a drop of water. Looking at her exhausted Viviana after a long day, Ollie felt a profound sorrow. She wished her Viviana had a father who could protect her at critical moments. The next day, Ollie went to preschool, her heart heavy with worry. A neighboring boy seized the opportunity to bully her. You draw slower than a pig. Just give me the crayons and play somewhere else. Ollie ignored him, letting him take the crayons, and went to play with blocks instead. Soon, the boy followed her. These blocks are mine. Go away. Ollie moved to the slide in the corner. The boy followed relentlessly. Move, the slide is mine. You can't play here. Feeling furious, Ollie pushed the boy lightly, but he shoved her into a sharp corner of the table, injuring her arm severely. Only when blood soaked through the bandage did the teacher notice. First blaming Ollie for carelessness, the teacher then intended to call her Viviana. Not wanting her mom to worry, Ollie responded. What about your dad? Do you remember his phone number? Let him come pick you up. Ollie didn't have a dad, but she didn't want anyone to know that. After pondering, she thought of Jorge. At Mohammed Corporation, Jorge was in a meeting when his phone vibrated. Seeing an unknown number, he declined the call. A minute later, a message arrived. Bohan, I got injured at school. The teacher wants a parent, but I don't want Amina to worry. Are you free? Can you pretend to be my dad? Recognizing it was Ollie, his heart ached as he imagined her soft and innocent face. He replied. Where are you hurt? Unable to send his assistant, he asked for more details. Ali sent a photo. Though covered in bandages, the blood had soaked through. Her tiny arm looked alarming. So badly hurt. Amid his subordinates' puzzled looks, he left the room, his expression grim. Chapter 7, General Mohammed actually got blocked. The glossy Bentley stopped in front of the daycare's entrance, and Jorge, along with his assistant, stepped out with a stern expression. Amy, who had been eagerly watching through the window, rushed to the door immediately. My dad is here. Dad. The principal and Amy's teacher were taken aback upon seeing him. They weren't some high-end institution. Most children here came from working-class families, where parents had no time and opted for cheaper options. Who would have thought there could be such a wealthy and handsome parent? If they had known, they wouldn't have called him. What if he demanded accountability? The teacher hurriedly picked up Amy. Jorge quickly reached the classroom door. Originally rosy-cheeked, Amy now looked pale, her lips bloodless, and her eyes unfocused as she leaned against the teacher's shoulder. Her tiny arm was red and swollen. Seeing him, tears welled up uncontrollably, streaming down her cheeks. Daddy, hold me. Though Amy wasn't directly related to him, Jorge couldn't suppress his anger at seeing such a young child in this state. Why did it come to this? He took Amy into his arms, examining her arm, feeling an urge to destroy this place. The principal explained cautiously. Children are small, bumps and bruises are inevitable when they run around. Please don't worry too much. The school nurse has checked her, and it's just a minor wound. She needs 2 days of rest. A minor wound? Was she blind? For a child so young, the bandage was soaked through, and she described it so casually. Could this kind of trash operate a school? Without waiting for Jorge to speak, his assistant called the relevant authorities. Inside the car, Amy finally felt more comfortable, resting her head on his warm, strong chest, gazing at his handsome face. Bohan, thank you for coming to see me. Did I disturb your work again? The stained bandage dirted Jorge's white shirt, but he didn't mind, tenderly stroking Amy's cheek. Not at all. Didn't Bohan say you can find me anytime? What happened today? Amy remained silent, looking out the window sadly. Bohan, do you think kids without dads will be looked down upon their whole lives? How old was she to ask such a heart-piercing question? Jorge was shocked for a moment, then asked gently, why do you say that? Has someone looked down on you? Amy didn't want to escalate things and burden her Viviana, so she shook her head. I just feel how hard Amina works. Dad left me, and everything falls on her. She must be so tired. Caitlin often says I'm a burden, a beggar, nobody wants me. I often wondered if I wasn't here, Amina would be happier. Jorge didn't know how to console her. He also couldn't understand her father who only knew how to conceive, not raise. After a silence, he tried, your mom chose to bring you into this world because she loves you. Don't mind what others say, as long as the two of you are okay, that's what matters. Amy stared out the window for a while longer. Bohan, what's a dowry? Kids' thoughts really leap. Changing topics so fast and asking such real-world questions. Jorge didn't know how to respond. Why did you suddenly ask this? Caitlin said women who marry without dowry are fools, brainwashed by donkeys, degrading themselves. So I wondered what a dowry is. Jorge, did your mom get married again? No. Amy shook her head, feeling dizzy from blood loss, closing her mouth. At the hospital, Amy was taken to have her wound stitched. For some reason, Jorge suddenly thought of Gwendolyn, whom he'd just registered with. She was raising her daughter alone. Would she encounter the same difficulties as Amy and her mom? Gwendolyn didn't ask for a dowry either. Would her family also call her self-degrading? Never married, never having paid attention to these petty household matters before, honestly, he didn't understand dowries well. Robert. His assistant approached quickly, Mr. Mohammed. If we were to get married, would a dowry be very important? Robert didn't expect the CEO to care so deeply about a girl he met on the street. Not only did he cancel work twice for her and visit in person, but he also studied her words carefully. As far as I know, it's important, a tradition passed down for centuries. Proper marriages require 3 matchmakers and 6 gifts. Without them, girls like my acquaintances would be mocked. Jorge subtly frowned. So what's the typical dowry amount in Fabiancheng? The assistant was stunned. What did Mr. Mohammed mean by this? Did he plan to give Gwendolyn a dowry? But the registration was arranged by him, it wasn't a real marriage. Daring not to ask, he gave several price ranges based on his knowledge. Jorge took out his phone. Regardless of why Gwendolyn sought him out, he should compensate her for past events. Finish it sooner. Gwendolyn, busy all day, only checked her phone when she paused for a drink. A new friend request on WeChat appeared a few minutes ago, with a note, Cyan. The name on the marriage certificate, wasn't it him? Why add her now? Thinking he might have something to say, she accepted. Hello, is there anything? Jorge initiated a 500,000 yuan transfer. I've transferred 500,000 yuan via Alipay, adding this up, it's your dowry. Please accept it. Gwendolyn was dazed by the zeros flashing on screen, thinking she was dreaming. Agreed to divorce after a month, and he still sends dowry, 1 million in total. What did he mean? Did he actually believe they were getting married? Though he was indeed handsome and generous, Gwendolyn didn't want to marry him. Not discriminating against his industry, but a man like him wouldn't lack companionship, and she just wanted to raise her daughter steadily, leading a simple life. She didn't want games with anyone. Deciding quickly, she returned the money and called Alipay customer service to refund the payment. Mr. Cyan, I think there might be a misunderstanding. I just need your temporary help, nothing else. Sorry. Her phone buzzed, showing a 500,000 yuan refund from Alipay and the returned WeChat transfer. This woman, rejecting his offer again. Was she really not in need? Did she genuinely have no ulterior motive? Jorge disliked frequent dealings with women and disliked unresolved issues even more. He messaged her directly, but got a red exclamation mark in response. Gwendolyn had blocked him on WeChat. Chapter 8, mocked at the street stall. Amy had 3 stitches on her wound and lost a lot of blood, which broke Jorge's heart. He wanted to personally take care of Amy, bring her out for good food as compensation, buy her beautiful clothes. However, there was a pile of official business waiting for him at the company. President Mohammed, the finance department has an urgent document that needs your review. The sales department also has several contracts. Today, for Amy's sake, he had already disrupted his usual principles by leaving a meeting full of senior executives in a hurry. He couldn't neglect his official duties anymore and could only entrust Amy to his assistant. The assistant accompanied Amy to get an anti-inflammatory injection and fed her some rice before preparing to take her shopping. However, they had just stepped out of the ward when they ran into Gwendolyn's best friend, Violet. God, Viviana. Amy? Violet sized up the unfamiliar Robert with surprise. Why are you in the hospital? Who is he? What happened to your arm? Amy briefly explained the situation to her God Viviana, who then hugged her tightly. Amy pleaded, God Viviana, can you not tell Mom the truth? I'm afraid she'll worry. Violet felt extremely distressed over Amy's condition. The little girl was actually bullied like this at school. She had to confront them. Amy stopped her, no need, Bohan has already taken care of it. God Viviana, I don't want to trouble Amina. Please don't let her know. Violet thanked Robert and took Amy home, sending a message to Gwendolyn. After work, Gwendolyn rushed to Violet's place and found out her daughter was injured. Amy took all the blame onto herself. It's all because I was careless and bumped into the corner of a table. Thankfully, God Viviana took me to the hospital in time. Amina, I don't want to go to that school anymore. Can I play with God Viviana instead? At this point, Violet was quite angry. So now you're so capable, Gwendolyn. You move out and send Amy to daycare without even telling me. Am I no longer considered a friend? Gwendolyn could only plead and cajole for forgiveness. From high school to now, Violet had been her only best friend. Gwendolyn never kept secrets from her except for getting married. The decision was too sudden and absurd, fearing Violet would worry. I planned to tell you today, but you found out ahead of time. Sorry, it won't happen again. Violet, humph. Rather than come to me, you chose to stay in a hotel. Looks like you've got too much money now. Violet's family situation was slightly better than Gwendolyn's. Her parents were alive, and her family lived comfortably. After graduation, they supported her fashion career, and she established her own studio. But competition in the fashion industry was fierce, and she hadn't made any significant achievements yet, living and working in her studio. Gwendolyn couldn't bring her child along to squeeze in with her. Not at all. I just had a busy couple of days and didn't have time to find a house yet. Don't be mad since you have more connections, I still need your help finding a house. Please don't be upset, Krista. Violet grumbled but quickly forgave Gwendolyn. The 3 ordered takeaway and ate together. Using her connections, Violet quickly helped Gwendolyn rent a 1-bedroom apartment. After paying 3 months' rent plus a deposit, Gwendolyn didn't have much money left. Thinking about her daughter entering kindergarten in September and having to support her brother with renovation costs, Gwendolyn felt overwhelmed. I can't keep scraping by with just this job. I need to find a way to improve our lives. Krista, can you help me think of a side business? Violet didn't have many ideas, except lending her stock to sell at a street stall. Huikang Road pedestrian street has a lot of foot traffic at night. I've always wanted to set up a stall but didn't have the nerve. If you don't mind, pick some clothes from me to sell. No upfront cost. Sales are yours, unsold items returned to me. That wouldn't be right. Although they were best friends, she needed to repay her support somehow. Setting up a stall wasn't a big deal for Gwendolyn. Let's do it. I'll set up the stall, you help look after Amy. We split the profits 50-50. They got down to business. The next day after work, Gwendolyn drove Violet's small truck loaded with merchandise to the pedestrian street. The weather wasn't great that day. Gwendolyn prepared umbrellas in case of rain. Setting up the stall, she hawked her wares while displaying the clothing, reciting medical knowledge whenever she had free moments. Gwendolyn had attended a medical college but dropped out in her 3rd year due to an unplanned pregnancy and a false accusation. Despite this, she remained passionate about medicine, studying textbooks whenever possible. She wasn't sure how useful memorizing medical knowledge would be, but it gave her peace of mind. As it grew darker, Gwendolyn sold a few sets of clothes and was engrossed in reading her textbook when she heard a familiar yet strange voice. "Aiden, how much for the clothes?" Gwendolyn put down her book to attend to the customer, only to meet someone she never wanted to see again. Her former university classmate and roommate, the person responsible for her expulsion, Kenzie. She looked stunningly beautiful, wearing a well-tailored tight dress that accentuated her curves, elegant makeup, and chestnut-colored curls. She carried an Hermes limited edition bag. Radiant with luxury, her presence commanded attention even while saying just one sentence. Had it not been for Gwendolyn's vivid memory of her, such a drastic change might have made her unrecognizable. Eyes meeting, before Gwendolyn could call out Kenzie's name, she was greeted with sarcastic remarks. "Gwendolyn? Why are you here?" "You. I heard from classmates you dropped out midway through your third year, carrying a rich businessman's child and enjoying his wealth. How? Did the child grow up? Boy or girl? Should be a few years old by now. Why are you running a street stall? Did the child's father abandon you?" Gwendolyn hadn't expected to run into her again, especially in such circumstances, and certainly not her slanderous words. More shockingly, her husband on the marriage certificate, Cyan, appeared alongside Kenzie. One radiant and assertive, the other tall and dignified, they stood together in harmony. Gwendolyn felt a pang in her heart. How did they know each other? What was their relationship? It couldn't be. Was there even a reliable man left in this world? Yesterday, Jorge reminded her of their wedding with $1 million dowry, and today he shopped with another woman. Gwendolyn was deeply shocked and regretted seeking help from Jorge. Had she known he had such good luck with women, even befriending someone as repulsive as Kenzie, she would never have asked him for help. ####Chapter 9, A Blossom of White Lotus. 4 years ago, Gwendolyn was a student at the medical school, voted by the boys' dormitories as the campus beauty. Although she seldom smiled or participated in activities, dressing plainly and only focused on studying, countless seniors and juniors still pursued her, making Kenzie extremely envious. What made her even more jealous was that to earn a living, the 4 girls in their dormitory went to work part-time at the newly established high-end club DL. There, Gwendolyn not only met Jorge but also saved his life. Of course, Gwendolyn didn't recognize Jorge. She was a straightforward girl, just focused on working hard without asking about anything else, unlike Kenzie, who had already figured out the top 4 scions of Fabianching's richest families after only a few days of part-time work. In the days following being saved by Gwendolyn, while still recuperating from his injuries, Jorge stayed alone in a platinum suite at DL to keep things under wraps. He needed someone to deliver medicine and food daily. To get close to Jorge, Kenzie used all her tricks with Thorntonager and finally got the job of delivering food. On the first day of delivery, she couldn't wait to slip drugs into his food. Hoping to tangle herself with Jorge and climb the social ladder, unfortunately, she got diarrhea that day and was delayed for 2 minutes. The manager sent Gwendolyn instead. Kenzie anxiously waited outside the door, and fortunately, Gwendolyn came out over 2 hours later, disheveled and dazed. Kenzie was furious, thinking Gwendolyn must have been with Jorge. To salvage her future, Kenzie set fire to the power room, disrupting the entire club's electricity system, then sneaked into Jorge's room amidst the chaos. Fortunately for her, when Jorge regained consciousness, he saw her and left her contact details without saying a word. Afterward, Gwendolyn remained tight-lipped about that night. Kenzie observed quietly, but Gwendolyn never mentioned it to anyone. Just when Kenzie thought she would solidify her position as Jorge's girlfriend, she discovered Gwendolyn was pregnant. This deadbeat woman, to save money, bought cheap birth control pills from a small clinic which turned out to be ineffective. Pretending to be kind, Kenzie befriended Gwendolyn and accompanied her to the hospital for an abortion. However, the doctor informed them that due to her thin uterine wall, Gwendolyn wasn't suitable for surgery, or she'd never be able to have children again. Gwendolyn's Viviana had passed away from illness less than half a year earlier. Heartbroken, Gwendolyn decided to keep the baby. Kenzie panicked, fearing this child would threaten her future, so she pushed Gwendolyn to the brink. Back at school, she spread rumors that Gwendolyn was kept by a wealthy businessman and was bearing his son. Meanwhile, she planted her most expensive necklace in Gwendolyn's locked suitcase, framing her for theft. Gwendolyn was expelled from school and returned home quietly with her luggage. Only then did Kenzie breathe easily. From that day on, her life changed dramatically. A little crying and whining to Jorge resulted in her parents moving into a high-end house and her brother securing a good job. She planned to offer herself to Jorge, but unaffected by any drugs, he showed no interest. Instead, he generously sent her abroad to study at the best medical school. 4 years later, having completed her studies, she recently returned to China. Today, finding Jorge free, she nagged him into accompanying her shopping. Marventing to simply cultivate a relationship, they unexpectedly ran into Gwendolyn just a few steps outside. Afraid Jorge might remember something about Gwendolyn, she quickly launched accusations. "Hi, Gwendolyn, don't you remember me? Why aren't you answering my questions? Why are you here selling goods? Did the child's father leave you or go bankrupt? Where is he? What happened to your child? Are you now making a living by hawking on the street? You chose to drop out of school to bear someone's child. In the end, Slap. Unable to bear it anymore, Gwendolyn slammed the book onto the plastic chair. Kenzie, years haven't changed you inside. You're still vile and filthy. This outfit doesn't suit your rotten character. My past and present, don't you know better? Just because you've latched onto a man, you think I'm clueless? Isn't it exhausting acting all the time? Kenzie. Gwendolyn shot a displeased glance at Jorge, then at her. Do you want to buy clothes or mock me? If you're buying, please pay quickly. If not, don't hog the place. Step aside. Kenzie. After years, Gwendolyn's temper had become quite explosive. Daring to curse her in front of Jorge? Seeking death. Smiling disdainfully, she touched the hanging dress, speaking softly to Jorge. Cyan, you heard her, she's an old classmate. Since we're here and it's not easy for her, I won't blame her and will support her business. Please wait for me. Kenzie's manicured nails sparkled with bling-bling diamonds as she inspected a lace dress. Gwendolyn, where do you source these goods? I understand you want to make money, but this quality is too poor. I intended to buy a few pieces to give to my nanny, but I doubt she'd appreciate such low quality. Who does she think she is? Did having a male model boyfriend mean she could afford a few higher-priced outfits and start looking down on everyone? Gwendolyn almost laughed at her pretentiousness, glancing back at Jorge. Sir, your girlfriend is quite demanding. Forgive my ignorance, but are you the richest man in Fabiancheng? Jorge hadn't expected to meet Gwendolyn here, learning unexpectedly about her daughter's origins. No wonder the child has no father. Wasn't she employed? Why was she now selling goods on the street? Did she need money? How much could she earn in one night selling those few pieces of clothing? If she needed money, why did she repeatedly refuse it when offered? Jorge didn't like the way she looked at him tonight and was about to say something when Kenzie suddenly shouted. Oh dear, what trashy clothes. Threads everywhere. How can you sell such items? No conscience at all? Cyan, help me, my nail is caught, it hurts. As she spoke, she pulled hard, unraveling the lace, ruining the dress. Ignoring the ruined clothes, she showed her nails to Jorge pitifully. Ah, my freshly done nails. The diamond came off. Look, Cyan. Painful, blow on it for me, quick. #### Chapter 10, Pay Up, Miss Two-Faced. Jorge couldn't be bothered to humor her. He disliked Gwendolyn's gaze tonight, but he disliked Ariel Chinghan's attitude even more. Whether Gwendolyn had dropped out of school midway or given birth to someone else's child had nothing to do with him. Was it really necessary for her to mock Gwendolyn sarcastically all the time? This was one of the main reasons Jorge didn't like dealing with women. They were too complicated. He couldn't understand what he had been thinking that night 4 years ago when he impulsively got involved with Ariel Chinghan. Now, he couldn't care less about her. He cast a cursory glance at her hand, unmoved. He only reminded her. You scratched someone else's clothes. Ariel Chinghan, Big Damien Cyan. Jorge pulled out his phone and scanned the payment code attached to Gwendolyn's clothing rack. How much? I'll pay you. Indeed, they had an unusual relationship. Ariel Chinghan called him Big Damien Cyan sweetly, and he was even willing to pay on her behalf. Bad luck. If she had known they were connected, she would have never messaged Jorge that night, no matter what. She now regretted it so much that she wanted to get divorced from Jorge the next day. Gwendolyn didn't want to deal with them anymore and sat back down to pick up her textbook. $300, just transfer it. 300 yuan wasn't much, especially for Jorge, who could afford much more. However, Ariel Chinghan felt irritated by this price. 300? For this shabby, tattered piece of cloth? Gwendolyn, are you crazy? Gwendolyn initially intended to let them go after the transfer, but she couldn't help retorting after hearing this. You were boasting so much earlier. Can't you even afford 300 yuan? I'm sorry, I won't accept your money. Let's call the police instead. Ariel Chinghan, you slandered me and deliberately damaged my clothes. Let the police handle this. Ariel Chinghan didn't expect Gwendolyn to make such a fuss over 300 yuan. If she had any common sense, she would know who Jorge was and wouldn't say such foolish things. She glanced disdainfully at Gwendolyn and waved her hand graciously. Forget it. It's useless to argue with a poor madwoman. I'll take this as a lesson bought with money. Big Damien Cyan, just give her the money. Slam. Gwendolyn threw her textbook onto the stool again. Insulting me again? A mere $300 can't compensate for my mental anguish. Either give me 3,000, or we call the police. Your choice. Ariel Chinghan, you. The more she called Gwendolyn insane, the crazier Gwendolyn seemed to act. Jorge felt he shouldn't have come out tonight. Every encounter with Ariel Chinghan left him uncomfortable. If this continued, their past encounter would become the biggest stain on his life. Quickly transferring 30,000 to Gwendolyn without another word to Ariel Chinghan, he turned and walked away. Big Damien Cyan? Seeing Jorge upset and walking towards the parking area, Ariel Chinghan quickly chased after him, no longer in the mood to argue with Gwendolyn. This pleasant evening walk had been completely ruined by that annoying woman. Big Damien Cyan, don't be upset. I didn't expect to meet this crazy woman today. As you saw, I tried to help her. Jorge didn't want to hear more from Ariel Chinghan. Suddenly stopping, he startled her. Big Damien Cyan? Start working at the hospital tomorrow. Stop following me around every day. I have something to do. Robert will drive you home first. Had it not been for that night, he would have left her stranded on the street. Robert drove Ariel Chinhan away first, while Jorge prepared to call his driver for another car. Unexpectedly, as he pulled out his phone, heavy raindrops began falling. People started running for cover, and the sound of raindrops filled the air, creating chaos. Jorge, who had a severe aversion to being wet, stood under a shop awning after hesitating briefly. Standing diagonally opposite, Gwendolyn was struggling to protect her clothes from the rain. Her stall was made of foldable aluminum tubing. Although not large, one umbrella couldn't shield everything. Afraid her new clothes would get wet, she stood outside the umbrella, trying hard to gather them together. It was difficult to bring the clothes hanging on racks together. Watching her struggle, Jorge suddenly thought of Ollie. If her Viviana were here selling things and met such a situation, Ollie would be heartbroken. Biting his teeth, Jorge rushed over. Just as Gwendolyn was gathering the clothes, someone suddenly rushed under her umbrella. Before she could see who it was, whoosh, the entire stall was folded up, and all the clothes along with the aluminum frame were moved 2 steps away under the shop awning. She realized Jorge had returned. How did you? Jorge had no patience to explain. He hated getting wet and being stared at by idlers. How did you get here? No car? Go get it. Gwendolyn understood. Jorge had come to help her. Although his relationship with Ariel Chinhan made her uneasy, now wasn't the time to discuss it. The small truck arrived quickly. Jorge helped move the stall into the back seat, then climbed into the passenger seat. Drive. The rain was blocked outside the window, leaving the cabin relatively quiet. Gwendolyn couldn't help but look at Jorge. His hair was soaked, droplets streaming down, sticking to his forehead before he brushed them aside haphazardly, revealing a rugged, masculine charm. Water trickled down his face and seeped into his expensive black shirt along his sharp features. With the lights from the shops casting reflections, his prominent nose and slightly pursed lips. No wonder he could make money and remain in the male modeling industry for so long. His look certainly had some merit. Adjusting himself, Jorge noticed the car hadn't moved yet and looked at Gwendolyn with icy eyes. Not moving? What are you staring at? Gwendolyn also had wet hair. Feeling water dripping, she casually pushed her hair back and quickly turned her gaze to drive. Jorge watched her youthful, smooth side profile, the white neck still dripping water, and the white shirt clinging tightly to her body. His eyes involuntarily tightened. Why was this woman wearing such transparent clothes? Both silent, the atmosphere in the cabin became strange. After driving 2 streets, Gwendolyn cleared her throat. Why did you come back? Where's Ariel Chinhan? Better not ask. Jorge gave her another cold look. What do you want to say? Nothing. Why was he angrier than she was? Had he argued with Ariel Chinhan? Gwendolyn changed the topic. Where should I drop you off? Not working at DL tonight? ##### end of chapter 10. #### chapter 11. Let's get divorced as soon as possible. Going to work at DL? Jorge didn't understand why he should go to work at DL. Seeing the confusion in his furrowed brows, Gwendolyn explained. Aren't you a male model at DL? Your stage name is Ewing. Could this be a secret he didn't want to talk about? Yet that morning when they got married, he boldly ran out in his work uniform. Jorge was slightly stunned but quickly understood. The clothes he threw on randomly that morning were now perceived by Gwendolyn as a symbol of his identity. What kind of perception did she have? He, the president of the prestigious warrior group and the heir of one of Fabianching's top aristocratic families, looked like a pretty boy who made a living selling his looks at a club? Just as Jorge was about to say something, there was a sudden thump, and the car jolted violently as if it had run over something. Fortunately, Gwendolyn wasn't a novice driver. She remained calm and steered the car toward the roadside, eventually bringing it to a stop. The tire seems to have burst. I'll check. Gwendolyn quickly assessed the situation and, regardless of the heavy rain, jumped out of the car. Circling around the vehicle, she confirmed that due to the truck's old age, the front left wheel had indeed burst. Thankfully, the car was equipped with all the necessary tools and a spare tire. After determining the situation, she went to the passenger side and opened the door, tapping Jorge's leg. The tire has burst, and I need to change it. There's a toolbox under your seat, can you pass it to me? The rain was heavy and relentless, striking against the car windows loudly. Gwendolyn was drenched within moments of getting out of the car. In this situation, she intended to change the tire herself? Jorge frowned. Do you know how to change a tire? I haven't done it before, but I think I can try. Can you get it for me quickly? Carrying the toolbox, Gwendolyn went to the trunk to retrieve the spare tire. Rolling up her sleeves, she opened the driver's door and instructed Jorge. You forgot to turn on the hazard lights. Could you do that for me? My skills aren't great, so I don't know how long it will take. If you're in a hurry, you can leave first. Take the umbrella with you. Jorge glanced at her. Her white shirt clung tightly to her body, exposing her underwear and even more clearly revealing her contours. His throat felt inexplicably dry, and he quickly looked away, holding the umbrella as he got out of the car. The rain is too heavy, and there are many cars passing by. It's not safe. Call someone to fix it. Gwendolyn certainly knew the rain was heavy, and changing the tire on the road was unsafe. But it was late at night, where would she find help? Moreover, calling someone during this weather would cost extra money. She didn't want to waste the little money she had earned recently. It's okay. Getting wet doesn't matter. If you're in a rush, go ahead. With that, she positioned the jack under the tire and started prying it up. After work, she had rushed to set up her stall without changing from her work attire. Her white shirt was tucked into tight-fitting trousers, soaked and clinging to her body, accentuating her excellent figure. Focused on the task, she didn't realize that her rounded curves and long legs were fully exposed to Jorge. Watching her move back and forth in front of him, Jorge felt his blood start to boil unconsciously, in certain areas. It had been years since that night with Ophelia, and he hadn't shown interest in any woman, including Ophelia. Why today, in such a situation, facing a drenched woman? This place wasn't suitable for staying. But leaving wasn't easy either. In this heavy rain, if an inattentive driver hit her. Darkening his gaze, he neatly rolled up his shirt sleeves, placed the umbrella over Gwendolyn's head, and pulled her arm. Hold the umbrella and watch the car. I'll do it. Gwendolyn wanted to refuse, but looking into his unyielding eyes, she instinctively switched places with him. Even though Gwendolyn tried to shield him with the umbrella, the rain soon soaked Jorge's clothes thoroughly. Frowning slightly, he skillfully removed the old tire and replaced it with the new one, tightening each bolt. By the time he finished, his clothes were drenched. Ignoring the discomfort, he climbed back into the car, checked the engine, and ensured everything was fine before gesturing for Gwendolyn to get in. Gwendolyn sat in the passenger seat, feeling somewhat awkward seeing him dripping wet. Although meeting Ophelia earlier left a bad impression, Jorge had done nothing wrong and had helped her several times in the past few days. Not knowing her connection with Ophelia, he was free to make friends with whomever he wished. Gwendolyn suddenly felt guilty for treating him that way earlier. Especially since she had taken 30,000 yuan from him, making her feel even more uncomfortable. I'm sorry for delaying you and soaking your clothes. Jorge focused on driving, keeping a stern face. Where do you live? Gwendolyn hurriedly replied, no need to send me. Your job is important. Just drive to DL. I don't have a clean towel for you. What should I do? Jorge ignored her and kept driving. Feeling awkward, Gwendolyn picked up her phone from the dashboard. Silently removing him from her blacklist, she transferred the 30,000 yuan back to him, then asked with a guilty expression. Can I ask what your daily wage is? What? Jorge asked. No other reason, Gwendolyn explained. It's already quite late, and I've surely delayed you. I don't want to waste your time. I can't pay much, but at least give you your basic wage. While Jorge didn't know how much a male model earned per day, his own daily wage was far beyond Gwendolyn's ability to pay. Moreover, he wasn't interested in that small amount of money. No need. How could that be? Gwendolyn didn't like taking advantage of others. I should still pay you. We don't have much of a relationship, so it's better to settle things clearly. Can I ask one more thing? Is Ophelia really your girlfriend? How long have you been together? You saw earlier, we're not on good terms. If she finds out you got married to help me, it might. Let's get divorced as soon as possible. When you're free, please come with me to register my daughter's birth, and then immediately go to the civil affairs office. Rest assured, I won't let Ophelia find out. Didn't they agree to wait a month? Why was she asking for a divorce after just a few days? And for Ophelia? Jorge felt suddenly defeated. His buddies always bragged about women chasing after them, yet here he was. Or maybe she was playing hard to get. All right. Besides registering your daughter's birth, is there anything else you need? No, Gwendolyn shook her head without hesitation. Jorge was surprised. What about the money? Aren't you short on cash? Do you not need any compensation? Chapter 12. Her contracts were earned through unethical means. Compensation? Although Gwendolyn had saved his life many years ago, it was just a minor favor to her. She never expected him to repay her. Moreover, so many years have passed. So you were giving me 1 million yesterday as compensation. Mr. C, you're too kind. Although I'm short on money at the moment, I am still young. As long as I work hard and honestly, my life will definitely get better. I don't need your money. Besides, earning money isn't easy for you either. Gwendolyn had some other thoughts she wanted to express but didn't. I've heard that people in your industry rely on their youth to make money. Since it's so hard to earn, don't be so extravagant. Take the chance while you're young to save some capital, quickly find a wife, have children, and live a good life. Otherwise, when you're older, it'll be too late to regret. Of course, she wouldn't say these things. They weren't close enough for such remarks, and her views might not even be correct. Jorge glanced at Gwendolyn again. She had tied her hair back entirely. Her face, rinsed by the rain, was as fair and smooth as an eggshell, her features elegant and beautiful. More importantly, her eyes were so clear and transparent, childlike. Her words seemed radiant, brimming with youthful energy. The blood that had cooled started heating up again, so he quickly looked away. Since they had made everything clear, Jorge didn't want to argue further when she refused the money. Well then, I'll call you when I have time. At the DL entrance, Jorge got out of the car. His phone had been ringing non-stop, and his assistant was there to pick him up. After hanging up, he saw Gwendolyn had transferred 31,000 yuan back to him. Not only did she refuse his money, but she also returned the money for the damaged clothes and even added an extra 1,000 yuan as compensation. This woman. Stunned for a couple of seconds, Jorge deleted the chat. The next morning, his assistant reported that a project in Shangqing encountered issues and required his presence. Jorge set off for Shangqing. Back at Gwendolyn's company, Marybeth hated Gwendolyn deeply due to the previous incidents. Now that Gwendolyn was her supervisor, all the difficult projects were assigned to her. Supervisor, take a look at this order from Marvin He. I've been following it for several years without any issues, but recently they suddenly stopped signing contracts with us. No matter what I do, it doesn't work. I'm helpless, can you handle it for me? As the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility. As the group leader, Gwendolyn couldn't ignore Marybeth's request. Reviewing the case, she found out that the recent increase in copper prices led the supplier to request higher rates. It was a common occurrence, something Marybeth should understand after years in sales. Handing the case over was suspicious, either there was a hidden agenda or sheer laziness. Still, Gwendolyn accepted the task but kept a cautious eye. She recalculated a reasonable price, discussed it, and managed to successfully renew the contract. Back at the office, she placed her bag on the desk and handed the signed contract to Marybeth. Copper prices fluctuate significantly. We need to adjust our pricing based on daily market rates. You should know this basic knowledge. Why couldn't you seal this deal? Marybeth, you need to reflect on yourself. Though I'm your supervisor, I can't do everything for you. This is the last time, don't come to me with such low-level issues next time. With that, she turned back to her desk. Marybeth followed her with exaggerated sharpness. Gwendolyn, why do you seem like you've cheated in life lately? Everything goes so smoothly. Not only are you on great terms with Thorntoniger, but no matter what conditions male clients put forward, you always succeed. Why are you so powerful? Can you teach me? What does being on good terms with Thorntoniger mean? Just because the clients are male? The insinuations in her tone were obvious. Gwendolyn shot her a warning glance and sat down coldly. I've said what needs to be said. Go think about it. I have work to do, stop talking. Marybeth, with her thick skin, leaned against Gwendolyn's desk instead of leaving. You have a rich husband, right? Driving expensive cars and dining lavishly, why use such cheap items? Hasn't that bag been used for 3 years? Look how worn it is, isn't it embarrassing? And those shoes on your feet, polished as shiny as they are, but still years old. Why don't you buy new ones? Does your husband not give you money, or was Thornton that night not really your husband? Are you pretending for our sake, spending money to hire an actor? Wherever Marybeth went, drama followed. Everyone had grown accustomed to it. With business slow lately, everyone was idle. This statement drew everyone's attention. Hearing this, Gwendolyn felt a pang of insecurity but quickly regained her composure. Her marriage with C. Ainsworth was legally certified. What was there to fear? You have a vivid imagination. Instead of spreading rumors about me, why don't you focus on understanding your clients better? I have work to do, go back to your seat. As she tried to put her bag away, Marybeth tugged at it, causing something to fall out. Oh. Condoms. Gwendolyn, you actually carry condoms around, and used ones too. My goodness. Marybeth raised a used condom dramatically before everyone. Dual pleasure? Gwendolyn, you. Gwendolyn knew Marybeth had ill intentions approaching her but didn't expect such deceit, planting something in her bag. She slammed her mouse on the table and stood up. Marybeth, are you serious? Very serious indeed. Marybeth poked inside the condom, pulling out a used one with white liquid inside, shouting louder. There's even. Whose is it? No wonder your negotiations go so well. Did you sleep with Bronson Ma? He's so old and fat, with barely any hair left. How could you do it? Gwendolyn, are you facing difficulties? Not afraid your husband finds out? You're really going all in. Everyone gathered, shocked. What? Seeing the disgusting item, Gwendolyn could no longer contain herself, pointing at Marybeth. I warn you, if you continue defaming me without limits, I'll report you to the police. Oh. Marybeth threw the item into the trash, feigning disgust. My apologies, Gwendolyn, I didn't mean to expose your secret publicly. Pretend you never saw this, okay? Everyone, disperse. Note, some explicit details were toned down for appropriateness. ####Chapter 13, really Marvin to tear this filthy mouth apart. So after framing me, you think it's over just like that? It's not going to be that easy. As Marybeth was about to leave smugly, Gwendolyn grabbed her wrist firmly. You say this belonged to Rodney and me? Fine, I'll call Rodney right now for a forensic test. You come too, along with everyone else. Marybeth, if the tests show no connection to me but rather to some other man, how do you plan to deal with the consequences? Mary Beth hadn't expected the once meek Gwendolyn to become so assertive in the past 2 years, even planning to go to the hospital for tests. Her face turned awkward, and she replied. Who cares who used it? It doesn't concern us. As long as we get the contract back, you're an outstanding employee of the company. Why be so meticulous? Your husband doesn't bother, so why should we? Let go. Gwendolyn refused to release her. Being slandered by you is trivial, but Rodney is a major client we've worked with for years. Suffering such accusations out of the blue will tarnish the entire company's reputation. I can't just be irresponsible toward our clients, can I? Today, I am absolutely determined. Just wait. I'll call Rodney right now. With those words, she reached for her phone to make the call, scaring Mary Beth enough to kick over the trash bin. Oh my, look at your trash bin. It hasn't been emptied for days, everything is mixed up. How are we supposed to check anything? Fine, even if there was something between you and Rodney today, I was out of line, okay? Let me go. Gwendolyn really wanted to slap her across the face. I'm fine, yet you humiliate me out of nowhere, and saying I was out of line is enough? Mary Beth forcibly pulled her hand back, rubbing her sore wrist while looking guiltily at Gwendolyn. So what do you want? Gwendolyn really wanted to kick her out of the sales department and sew this filthy mouth shut. But it was work hours, and getting into a conflict with a subordinate so soon after taking over would reflect poorly on her. Gwendolyn sat back down coldly. Watch your filthy mouth from now on. If anything similar happens again, I won't hesitate to call the police. Mary Beth stormed off to the tea room with her teacup, soon joined by a man named Hubert. He asked seriously, what you said earlier, is it true? Hubert was 28 years old, from a small county, working in Fabiancheng without much power or influence, average in looks and salary, but possessing a common trait among men, the belief in their own excellence. Feeling inexplicably superior, he had been pursuing Gwendolyn for years. Pursuing was a polite term for what amounted to harassment. Sending messages now and then with good mornings and good nights, reserving seats for her at the cafeteria, Hubert felt these actions showed immense dedication to Gwendolyn. When Gwendolyn suddenly announced she had a husband and child, Hubert felt enraged, yet dared not confront her due to her husband's power. Until just now when Mary Beth claimed her husband was a hired actor, and Gwendolyn had a messy private life. Mary Beth, perceptive as ever, understood Hubert's thoughts perfectly. She raised an eyebrow and whispered in his ear. In the afternoon, Hubert approached Gwendolyn with a contract. Ari, whom we met at the trade fair, has shown great interest in our products and inquired several times afterward but hasn't placed an order yet. He seems to be a very promising client. Tomorrow, I have to go to Chongqing to renew another client's contract. I'd like to secure this one too but need authorization for the discount policy. Group leader, could you accompany me? Gwendolyn reviewed Ari's information and found his company sizable and promising indeed. As a team leader, she needed to lead by example. Though she disliked traveling and especially traveling with male colleagues, career advancement required taking such steps. Alright, let me apply to Thorntoniger. The manager agreed and encouraged Gwendolyn greatly. The next day, Gwendolyn and Hubert arrived in Chongqing. Upon landing, Gwendolyn wanted to book a hotel and drop off their luggage, but Hubert directly gave the taxi driver the company address. We don't have much luggage, so it's fine to carry it. I've already arranged the meeting, time is tight, let's go straight there. Believing him, Gwendolyn prioritized work and didn't argue. Until the taxi dropped them off in a desolate area. Wasn't the plan to meet someone for a business discussion? What kind of place was this? All around were abandoned factories, devoid of both clients and even passing birds. Gwendolyn grew irritated. Could she have been tricked? Hubert, is Ari's factory here? Today, Gwendolyn wore a black sleeveless broad-shouldered dress with nude flat sandals, modestly exposing her shoulders, a mature yet youthful look suitable for leisure. Hubert couldn't stop staring at her, almost insatiably hungry. For this moment, he brought her here across hundreds of kilometers, determined to succeed completely. Ari's factory moved recently, leaving some equipment behind in the old location. He'll be here soon, let's wait here for now. Don't worry, come inside first. Gwendolyn thought their trip had been approved by Thorntoniger, known to the whole department, and returning empty-handed would be embarrassing. Surely he wouldn't be so twisted as to deceive her hundreds of kilometers away for ulterior motives? Though uneasy, she followed him inside. Unexpectedly, Hubert was indeed twisted. No leftover machinery anywhere, just empty spaces littered with scattered parts, screws, and thick layers of dust. Remembering his previous inappropriate behavior, Gwendolyn's heart pounded in alarm as she tried to run out. But Hubert blocked her way. Where are you running? Didn't I say Ari will be here soon? Where are you going? Gwendolyn wasn't stupid. At this point, he was clearly lying. Hubert, are you insane? Hubert sneered darkly, you're the one who's sick. Just a common worker like you, how dare you find an actor as your husband to fool me? Never thought you were so vain. Not only vain but also hypocritical. Willing to be with any man outside, but not with me. What do you think, Gwendolyn? Do you look down on me? Gwendolyn knew immediately that he had been misled by Mary Beth. Don't listen to Mary Beth's nonsense. She's the one like that. Wait till I deal with her. Why don't I check to see who's like that? Suddenly, Hubert smirked maliciously and handed her the suitcase. I've prepared everything. Inside is a large blanket for you. I'll make sure you're comfortable. Come on, lie down obediently and let me thoroughly examine you. Chapter 14, Feeling Nauseous. How did he even have a blanket in his suitcase? Was he planning to? Gwendolyn felt like she was about to throw up. Who told you my husband is an actor? We are really married. And he has a high status in Fabiansheng. I'm warning you, Hubert, don't mess with me or he won't forgive you. Hubert had brought her to Shangcheng and chose this remote place precisely to prevent any trouble. Even if she were really married, so what? If something happened between them in this deserted place where no one could see, she wouldn't dare to speak out, right? And there would be no evidence. Why waste a good opportunity? Fine, you're really married, and your husband is very capable. Since you're already married and have been intimate so many times, once with me wouldn't matter. I don't mind if you're dirty, come on, just lie down. As he spoke, he was about to open the suitcase and take out the blanket, but Gwendolyn quickly dodged and ran away. But before she could run far, he grabbed her again. This place is very secluded, there's no one around. You can't escape from my hands, stop pretending to be proper. Gwendolyn, do you know how long I've wanted to sleep with you? Every night, I dream of being with you. Today, if you satisfy me once, just once, I promise not to tell anyone. Gwendolyn really felt like she was going to vomit. The spot on her wrist that he grabbed gave her goosebumps. She struggled hard. Hubert, if you dare touch me today, I'll report you to the police. Don't you want to ruin your bright future over this? Let me go, I promise not to tell anyone. Impossible. Now that it had come to this, letting her go would mean he wasn't a man. Seeing that she was weak, Hubert directly rushed at her, causing Gwendolyn to back up several steps in fear. Unaware, her foot stepped on a nail. Her low-heeled shoes had thin soles, so the pain shot through her foot instantly. You refuse kindness for punishment, so don't blame me for being impolite. Come on, let me kiss you. You dressed up beautifully today just for me, didn't you? Gwendolyn gritted her teeth and struggled through the pain. Get lost. Stay away from me. Scumbag, disgusting. Let me go. Hubert chuckled, I didn't realize you were a little firecracker. Do you play this way with other men too? You sure know what men love most. Gwendolyn, I suddenly like you more. Nauseating. Pervert. Stay away. My husband will kill you when he finds out. Snap out of it. Arrigo? You have slept with many men, but who truly wants to marry you? Still calling others husband? Stop dreaming. Only I am genuinely in love with you. Baby, come on, call me husband. The assistant parked the car and led Jorge into the factory premises. Mr. Mohammed, this area of factories was collectively shut down due to environmental issues, so the prices have dropped since they were relocated. I investigated a lot. Jorge suddenly paused and furrowed his brows. What's that sound? Robert also stopped and listened carefully. There seems to be someone inside. Although Hubert wasn't tall, as a man, he was much stronger than Gwendolyn. With the determination to succeed, he managed to pin her against the wall. Gwendolyn struggled fiercely, shouting loudly. He ignored her struggles and leaned closer with puckered lips. Just as his lips were about to touch Gwendolyn's cheek, suddenly, someone grabbed his hair and pulled him away. What the hell? Who attacked me? Stepping back, Hubert clutched his hair and roared. After shouting, he looked up and saw a familiar face. This guy seemed familiar. Jorge didn't expect to meet Gwendolyn here, especially in such a situation. Seeing her leaning against the wall, eyes closed, still shouting, and clearly traumatized, he stepped forward and caught her wrist. Stop shouting. I'm here. Are you okay? This voice. Gwendolyn hurriedly opened her eyes. Cyan? Her husband actually came. Gwendolyn couldn't believe it and thought she might be hallucinating from fear, pushing Jorge's hand away. Pervert. Stay away from me. Seeing her pale face, Jorge frowned slightly, not bothering to argue with her. It's me, your husband is here, don't be afraid. He pulled Gwendolyn into his arms, holding her shoulder protectively, and together they looked at Hubert. Who is he? Her husband? So Gwendolyn wasn't lying, this man was indeed her husband. Oh no, he looked dangerous. Hubert started panicking. Mei Weiwei, you've ruined me. Realizing his predicament, Hubert tried to run away, but Robert blocked his path. Where are you going? Misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. Hubert quickly put on a servile smile and made submissive gestures towards Robert and Jorge. Gwendolyn told me she wasn't married and deceived me. Misunderstanding, please calm down. Misunderstanding? Robert grabbed him by the collar and lifted him off the ground. At least try to fabricate a better lie. Mrs. introduced Mr. to us during the colleague dinner last week. Were you blind or deaf then? Look at yourself, daring to accuse Mrs. of luring you. Hubert shook in fear. I must have been blind and deaf. I really didn't know she was married. Sorry, never again. Please show mercy. Jorge didn't bother listening to this scumbag anymore and waved impatiently at Robert. Robert dragged Thornton outside. Giving you one chance? Come on, beg me properly. Once they left, Jorge let go of Gwendolyn. She was already slender, and today she wore a pure black dress that made her look even more delicate. After such a scare, her face was deathly pale, making her seem vulnerable and in need of protection. Feeling uneasy, Jorge turned his gaze away. How did you end up here? He's my colleague, said a client was here, and asked me to come talk business with him. Gwendolyn explained softly but suddenly asked him. Why are you here? He was so neatly dressed, completely out of place in this environment, and a male model to boot. Gwendolyn couldn't understand why he was here. Jorge didn't intend to explain, frowning. What kind of company do you work for? What kind of colleagues do you have? After this time, he had interacted with her twice, and each time, she left a worse impression on him. However, he didn't say anything about Gwendolyn leaving the company. She knew the company and its employees were not great. But without a university degree, finding a job was tough. Thank you anyway, you really helped me today. Remembering how she looked soaked in the rain last night, Jorge felt uncomfortable being alone with her. If you're okay, we should leave now. Gwendolyn also wanted to leave, but her foot. Bearing the pain, she leaned against the wall and lifted her left shoe to check. The sole was stained red. Chapter 15. How could I always have feelings for her? Jorge followed her gaze down to her feet, noticing the blood-soaked shoe. His expression turned grim. What happened? It seems a nail has pierced through. As she spoke, Gwendolyn attempted to remove her shoe to pull out the nail but was stopped by the pain. Additionally, she could barely stand on one foot. Jorge stepped forward, supporting her arm. Don't move. It's too dirty here, pulling out the nail will cause an infection. But if it stayed in, Gwendolyn couldn't walk due to the pain. She forced a smile. It's okay, just a minor injury, nothing serious. She insisted on removing her shoe, but Jorge suddenly picked her up horizontally. Don't struggle. I'm taking you to the hospital. Gwendolyn, off balance, instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. In the summer heat, with their thin clothing, they felt the warmth of each other's skin. Gwendolyn could feel Jorge's firm muscles and broad chest, smell the faint, crisp scent of pine wood from him. Her heart pounded. This was the first time she had been held by a man, aside from her father and brother. The sensation was unfamiliar and awkward, leaving her at a loss. Similarly, Jorge felt the same way. Gwendolyn was lighter and softer than he had imagined, like a cotton ball. Her skin was exceptionally fair and flawless, just inches from his eyes. His throat unconsciously tightened. The two exchanged a glance before quickly averting their gazes. Feeling that she was causing trouble, Gwendolyn was embarrassed. You don't need to take me to the hospital. It's really nothing much. Just help me find a clean place to remove the nail, and a clinic will do. Ignoring her words, Jorge strode out of the factory building. In the courtyard, Robert was beating Hubert, who was screaming and pleading while hiding. Seeing Gwendolyn being carried by her husband, Hubert shamelessly asked for help. Gwendolyn, save me. Make him stop. I know I was wrong, really wrong. Spare my life. Gwendolyn, not as kind-hearted as Hubert thought or realizing kindness wouldn't work on such people, ignored him and buried her face in Jorge's neck, tightening her grip. Let's go. Outside the courtyard, a gleaming black Mercedes-Benz MPV was parked. Though Gwendolyn didn't know its value, she was once again impressed. He had so many cars, all luxury brands, he must be incredibly wealthy. Jorge opened the car door with one hand, placing her inside and starting the engine without another word. Embarrassed, Gwendolyn tried to persuade him again. Really, no need for the hospital. Just drop me somewhere I can get a cab. Your friend hasn't come up yet, don't let this delay your business. Jorge gave her a brief glance but remained silent as the car sped off. At the bustling hospital, Jorge carried Gwendolyn into the outpatient building, drawing numerous stairs. Gwendolyn, aware that the attention was on Jorge, felt even more awkward, burying her face deeper. Following the nurse's guidance, Jorge finally entered the emergency doctor's office. The doctor inspected Gwendolyn's foot, then glanced at Jorge. What's your relationship with him? Jorge and Gwendolyn were taken aback. Just treating an injury, why does this matter? Family member, Jorge replied after a pause. Do you have a patient card? If not, get one and add 500 yuan, then come back. Knowing this would require running around and money, Gwendolyn tried to stand up, but Jorge pressed her back down. I'll be right back. The doctor removed the nail, disinfected the wound, prescribed medicine, and gave instructions for rest. Afterward, Gwendolyn stood up, now with bandages on her foot, unable to wear her shoe again. Attempting to force it on, Jorge suddenly scooped up her shoe and threw it into the trash bin beside the doctor. It's too dirty, we're not using it. I'll carry you out. Noticing Jorge's expensive attire, the doctor remarked to Gwendolyn. That's better. A good man should care for his wife, not just himself. Rest these 2 days, buy her some new clothes and shoes. You've got a beautiful wife, cherish her. Blushing, Gwendolyn was carried back to the car. I'm sorry, always causing trouble for you. Did I delay your plans today? Let me transfer you the money. Checking her phone, she noticed the 30,000 yuan she had transferred to him was returned. Mr. C. Mr. Mohammed. Jorge drove emotionlessly. You should know I don't lack money. Keep it for yourself. Gwendolyn couldn't help wondering if he was a high-ranking official or maybe the headliner at DL Club. With his looks, physique, and demeanor, he would be irresistible to rich women of all ages. At a place like DL, even tips from clients could be astronomical compared to her monthly salary. Was he visiting Shangqing for business? Uncomfortable thinking about how much he could earn, Gwendolyn felt apologetic for keeping him. Let me cover the medical expenses. It should have been 500 yuan, so she sent 1,000 yuan. Finished, she put her phone away, sitting quietly. Suddenly, she spotted a budget hotel. Mr. Mohammed, please stop by the roadside. Thinking she needed something, Jorge pulled over. What is it? I'll stay at this hotel. You can go attend to your business. Glancing out the window, seeing the hotel, Jorge frowned. You call this a hotel? Wasn't it? It clearly said Jixiang Budget Hotel. He restarted the car. This place is terrible, surrounded by the hospital, mostly patients and their families. Afraid of catching diseases? Reasonable as he was, Gwendolyn hadn't considered it, focused on not inconveniencing him. Continuing their drive, at the next intersection, Gwendolyn saw another hotel. How about here? Jorge kept driving, ignoring her until the car arrived at a grand, castle-like estate. Only then did he stop. We're here. Get out. Translation completed while maintaining the original tone, structure, and style. Chapter 16, Stay in my room. Where is this? This place is absolutely magnificent. Is it some rich person's villa? Her dress was already dirty, her feet bare and wrapped in bandages. Even before getting out of the car, Gwendolyn felt a wave of unease. She didn't want to go down, this place wasn't suitable for her, but before she could speak, a young and handsome man in neat uniform approached the car. Sir, may I park your car for you? Jorge handed him the keys, opened the passenger door, and carried Gwendolyn out. Gwendolyn clung to his neck. Where are we? Is this where you work? What am I doing here? Let's just stay at any hotel for a few days and then go back. Can you take me back outside? Her tone was soft, her breath warming Jorge's ear, causing his expression to momentarily freeze. This is a hotel. What? A hotel? Does such a luxurious place even exist as a hotel? Forgive Gwendolyn for being unsophisticated. Raised in poverty, she hadn't traveled much, let alone gone abroad. The extravagance of the place was far from her world. As they walked, another uniformed staff member, with an air of respect, approached them. Sir, do you need a wheelchair? The parking lot was quite a distance from the hotel lobby, not that Jorge couldn't carry Gwendolyn, he just wanted to maintain a sense of decorum. He nodded, and soon a wheelchair was brought over. Jorge led the way, while Gwendolyn was wheeled into the lobby behind him. The lobby was extravagantly elegant, almost overwhelming. Gwendolyn silently observed, eyes wide open, thinking that today her temporary husband had really broadened her horizons. Jorge was a regular guest here. As they approached the front desk, four staff members stood up politely to greet him, but he raised a hand to stop them. Get me another room. One of the staff members swiftly grabbed the mouse. Yes, sir. However, the presidential suite is unavailable today. Should we? Presidential suite? Gwendolyn had only heard about these suites in TV shows. They were outrageously expensive. She couldn't afford it. No, just a regular room will do. I can live on my own, I don't need much space. It was intended for her. The front desk girl quickly sized her up and smiled. Then I'll get you a deluxe king room, priced at 6,888 per night. Is that acceptable? How much? Gwendolyn thought she misheard. A night? 6,888? If it weren't for the fear of embarrassing Jorge, she would have gasped aloud. Just a regular room, please. Looking at her plain clothes and modest appearance, the staff clearly wondered why someone like her was standing next to Mr. Mohammed, who even personally took her here. Could she be an employee who got hurt, receiving special care from the Akil? The front desk attendant, experienced in dealing with all kinds of guests, laughed again. All right, madam. Then I'll get you a standard king room for 3,888 per night. Is that okay? Probably 3,888 was the minimum here. But to Gwendolyn, it was absurdly high. Her rent in Fabiansheng for a month wasn't even that much. In other hotels, a night would cost only around 100. Trying to find an excuse not to stay, her gaze shifted slightly, but Jorge saw through her. Not necessary. Just get the previous one. The front desk girl's eyes flashed with shock and envy towards Gwendolyn but quickly plastered on a smile. Yes. It's peak season right now, and we only have one room left. Please provide your ID, and I'll process it. Jorge looked down at Gwendolyn expectantly, palm outstretched. But Gwendolyn didn't want to give him her ID. Thousands of yuan per night, tens of thousands for 2 nights, this was extravagant living. Before she could make another excuse, Jorge simply picked up her bag. Inside were only a set of spare clothes, no extra shoes. Nothing else. Stop stalling. Where's your ID? It's in the bag. Seeing him search the bag without success, Gwendolyn took over and found nothing either. What in the world? She remembered putting her ID in her wallet after leaving the airport. Did Hubert? They exchanged glances, both thinking of that creep. Jorge didn't want to mention that person in public and preemptively said, "In that case, you can rest in my room first. I'll have someone return your ID later." So, there was no other choice but to go to his room for now. In the elevator, Gwendolyn looked at the tall man beside her. Although he had helped her several times, his aloof demeanor made her feel awkward. Especially knowing he was Kenzie's boyfriend, staying in his room made her feel uncomfortable. "I'll just rest a bit. Once my ID is back, I'll look for another hotel." The luxurious hotel had mirrored elevator walls reflecting their images. Jorge watched her slightly embarrassed, blushing face in the mirror, then slowly turned away. Entering the room, Gwendolyn was stunned again. No wonder it was called a suite, it was huge. Possibly twice the size of her brother's 3-bedroom apartment in Fabiancheng. Aloysius Model's wealth was astounding. For the first time, Gwendolyn entered such a large, luxurious room, and she couldn't help but explore every corner in her wheelchair. Such a big room. "Do you live here alone?" Why did she seem so childish? Jorge unbuttoned 2 buttons on his shirt, changed into slippers, and responded as he loosened his cufflinks. "I'm not used to sharing my room with others." Not used to or unable to share. Gwendolyn felt the waste of beautiful, cozy rooms left unused. "Can I ask how much this place costs per night?" An ordinary room costs 6,000 to 7,000, so the presidential suite must be unimaginably expensive. Jorge poured himself a glass of water and one for her, placing it on the coffee table before sitting down confidently. "Why ask about that?" "Just curious, since I haven't been exposed to this kind of luxury before." Seeing her reaction, Jorge decided to enlighten her with the truth. "A few 10,000 yuan per night." Gwendolyn felt dizzy. 10,000? Sleep here one night for 10,000? Are the bed and blankets made of gold? She tried holding back but finally gave in. "Mr. Cyan, I know we've just met, but I can't help it. Your money isn't magically acquired. Doesn't this seem wasteful?" Chapter 17, A Boar Cannot Eat Fine Grains. She had seen male and female models working at DL on New Year's Eve. To boost sales, they tirelessly promoted alcohol every day, often drinking several rounds of drinks and smoking several packs of cigarettes in one night. She heard that many people would end up with health issues after doing this for a year or two. She didn't know how long Jorge could keep this up but genuinely felt he should cherish every hard-earned dollar. Jorge hadn't expected her to ask so many questions only to advise him to save money. Seeing her serious expression, he couldn't help but smile. "Alright, you must be thirsty from talking so much. Come and have some water. Never wearing shoes is not a solution. I'll buy you a pair. What size do you wear?" Drinking water was fine, but there was no need to buy shoes. Gwendolyn slid over, picked up the teacup, and said, "I'll buy them myself." How would she buy them? Roll out in a wheelchair? Surprisingly, it was feasible. Right below the hotel was an upscale luxury mall known in Changchun. It only took 2 minutes by elevator. However, knowing Gwendolyn's frugality, she probably wouldn't buy anything even if she went there. He always wanted to give her some compensation financially, but since she refused, this could be considered an opportunity now. Jorge simply said, "Drink first." After finishing the water, she didn't know what to say next. They were a single man and woman, technically married, staying at the same hotel. The awkwardness crept back up. Fortunately, Jorge broke the silence promptly. "Come with me for a while." "Where are we going?" "You'll see when we get there." They entered the elevator. Gwendolyn noticed he pressed the button for B2, assuming they were heading to the underground parking lot. The elevator dinged open, revealing dazzling light that almost blinded her. It turned out to be a stunning, high-end mall. The mall had multiple floors, and they were on the top floor. The elevators had transparent glass handrails, and several meter-long chandeliers hung from the ceilings at each turn, reflecting light dreamily and enchantingly. The items displayed in the shops looked incredibly luxurious and clean. Gwendolyn was puzzled. "Why did you bring me here?" Jorge didn't answer and pushed her out of the elevator. They soon appeared in a women's clothing store. Although Gwendolyn never wore branded clothes, she recognized this brand instantly due to its prominence. "You're not thinking of buying clothes for me, are you?" "I don't want any." Jorge still ignored her, instructing the shop assistant, pick out 2 outfits suitable for her and help her try them on. The assistant enthusiastically examined Gwendolyn and brought several outfits for her to choose from. Gwendolyn pretended to look at the styles and materials but secretly checked the price tags. "So many zeros. I don't like any of them. How about this one? It's the same outfit that celebrity Rhonda wore at Paris Fashion Week. This is the only piece in Changchun. That would be even more expensive." Gwendolyn couldn't accept it. "I'll take a look. You can go about your business." Reluctantly, the assistant stepped aside. Gwendolyn gave Jorge a few exaggerated facial expressions before sliding her wheelchair away. "Why did you bring me to such a place to buy clothes?" "It's too expensive. A piece of clothing costs more than my annual salary. I can't afford it and have no occasion to wear it." "Let's go." Jorge looked into her eyes. I'll pay for it. Gwendolyn. I have hands, feet, and a job. Why should you pay? Just consider it as repaying the kindness you showed me 4 years ago. Don't mention that again. It's been so long, and you've helped me a lot too. We're even. Let's head back. As she tried to roll back towards the elevator, Jorge held her back. If you don't want to buy clothes, we can buy a pair of shoes. Shoes weren't much cheaper than clothes. Gwendolyn insisted on not accepting. If you truly care about me, let's find a budget-friendly place. But it will trouble you to drive me out. Seeing her stubbornness, Jorge complied. Soon, they were in the car. Gwendolyn searched on her phone and found a budget fashion mall about 10 kilometers away. Let's go there. Stopping at the mall entrance, Jorge unbuckled his seatbelt to push the door open, but Gwendolyn stopped him. I've transferred you 1,000 yuan on WeChat. Take it, you'll pay later. She seemed quite aware of the social norm where men pay during shopping outings to maintain their pride. Impressed, Jorge couldn't help looking at her again. Inside the mall, the familiar and comfortable atmosphere made Gwendolyn feel at ease. She naturally headed to a shoe store. The store was about 40 square meters, with new shoes lined up on both sides of the shelves. In the middle was a promotional stand piled with clearance items of various old sizes. A sign in the center read, "Clearance sale, all items 80 yuan." Gwendolyn ignored the main display and headed straight for the promotion stand. Aiden, do you have mis-sized shoes? The owner, a stout middle-aged woman with a shrewd appearance, seemed unfazed by the question and grabbed a pair effortlessly. Yes, although the style is old and the sizing off, but the quality is great. Take a look. Gwendolyn inspected them. What size are they? Size 37 on the right foot and 39 on the left. Isn't this perfect for her? How much? Owner, these shoes used to sell for over 200 yuan. If you really want them, 50 yuan. Jorge raised an eyebrow. 50? Could you buy a pair of shoes for 50? He thought the price was shockingly low, but Gwendolyn didn't. Mis-sized and outdated. Who would you sell them to if not me? Aiden, cut to the chase and name your lowest price. The owner pondered. Since you're so compatible with these shoes, I'll lower it by another 10. 40 yuan, no lower. Jorge. Unsatisfied, Gwendolyn bargained further, 5 yuan. Honestly, you won't find another buyer in Shangqing except me. 5 yuan for your effort, and I'll take them. The Akil huffed. Oh dear, you're so young yet so calculative. Not selling? Then I'm leaving. Gwendolyn quickly turned her wheelchair, calling Jorge, let's go, check other stores. Jorge thought, good choice. No wonder you got a nail stuck in cheap shoes. But just as they reached the door, the Akil called them back. Fine, come back, take them. Jorge. Delighted, Gwendolyn bought a dress to match her 5 yuan shoes, spending a total of 180 yuan. Jorge didn't commend her frugal approach but saw her joy and stayed silent. Afterward, Gwendolyn turned to a children's clothing store. Everything is so pretty. My daughter would look great in these. Despite financial difficulties after giving birth to Ollie, Gwendolyn never skimped on her child. She carefully picked 2 sets of clothes and 2 pairs of shoes for Ollie without hesitation. My daughter is so cute. She would look good in everything here. Looking at her radiant Vivianely eyes, Jorge couldn't help thinking of Ollie. She was adorable and would look beautiful in any outfit. Then buy a few more pieces. Chapter 18, CEO Mohammed served as a bodyguard for a day. No, it's not necessary. He's just a child, spoiling him too much isn't good either. As long as he has something to wear, that's enough. Gwendolyn picked out 2 sets of clothes and 2 pairs of shoes for her brother's son. Estimating that the 1,000 yuan was almost spent, she headed back. On the way back, Jorge drove while she took out her phone. She noticed she had transferred him 1,000 yuan twice, but he hadn't accepted any of it. Why didn't you accept the money? It's not much, but you should have taken it. Otherwise, I'd feel very awkward. She wanted to say more to convince him, but at that moment, her manager called. Gwendolyn. What's wrong with you? You got into another conflict with a colleague and even took him to the police station. Really? Before, I thought you were young but steady and reliable. That's why I gave you the responsibility of team leader. But after only a few days, you've been causing so many problems, which really disappoints me. The police station just called to confirm Hubert's identity. Thanks to you, he won't be out for some time. However, we can't miss the scheduled meeting with the client. Where are you now? Hurry up and sign the contract. Despite feeling wronged and hurt, Gwendolyn received no comfort from her manager, only blame. Jorge couldn't help but frown upon hearing this. But Gwendolyn paid no attention to this and hurriedly answered the phone. I understand, Bronson. I will pay attention. Rest assured, this won't happen again. I'm on my way to meet the client and will arrive shortly. Hurry up and don't mess up again. If you can't get the contract, you shouldn't be a team leader anymore. After hanging up, Gwendolyn looked at Jorge. Before she could say anything, he coldly asked. Can you see the client like this? What else can I do? The appointment is set. I can't let the client wait for me. That day, you argued with Kenzie and talked so much, but in front of your Akil, you turned cowardly, not daring to speak the truth. Gwendolyn, it's not a big problem. My leg isn't crippled. I can make it. If you have something to do, just drop me off here, and I'll take a taxi. Jorge glanced at her large and small shoes, then coldly withdrew his gaze. When's the appointment? 20 minutes from now. Sit tight. He stepped on the gas pedal, and the car sped away. They arrived exactly at the building of the client company. Gwendolyn prepared to ask Jorge to leave first, but he also pushed open the door. With a blank expression, he offered her his arm. If I start something, I finish it. Let's go. Gwendolyn leaned heavily on him. Walking side by side, it was hard to tell that she had an injured leg. Since they were clients who had cooperated twice before, there weren't major issues, making the renewal process smoother. Gwendolyn professionally communicated with the client's responsible party and successfully renewed the contract. By the time they came out, it was already 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Since he had accompanied her for half a day, she felt she should treat Jorge to lunch. Are you hungry? Let me treat you to lunch. What would you like to eat? A person who was willing to spend only 5 yuan on shoes for himself, what could she possibly treat him to? Not that Jorge underestimated her, but there was no need. The hotel provides meals, so we might as well eat there. The hotel provides meals? Upon hearing these 4 words, Gwendolyn gave up on insisting and returned to the hotel with him. Robert brought back Gwendolyn's wallet from the police station. She expressed her gratitude to him. After lunch, it was time to leave. Mr. C, thank you very much for your help. Since I've gotten my ID back, I won't disturb you anymore and we'll leave now. Jorge couldn't help but glance at her feet again. Where are you going? Having signed the contract, he assumed she would return to Fabiansheng and planned to ask Robert to send her to the airport. However, Gwendolyn replied, I'll stay at a hotel closer to the client for another meeting. Another meeting? This woman was really working herself to death. Walking around the city with a lame leg, wasn't she afraid of losing her life? Can you manage alone? Won't this harm the company's image if you go out like this? Don't keep running back and forth. Stay here and I'll have Robert accompany you tomorrow. Gwendolyn finally learned this handsome man's name, Robert. She smiled at him, no need. I've already caused you enough trouble today. I won't bother you anymore tomorrow. Robert wanted to help Gwendolyn. Through their interactions, he found her gentle and easygoing, and her appearance was beautiful, fresh, and vibrant. Seeing her always cheered him up. But, Mohammed. I'm afraid I can't help her temporarily. I still have things to handle and have no time this afternoon or tomorrow. Due to the rush this time, he had brought only one assistant, Robert, who handled everything. Finding free time was normal. Jorge remained silent for 2 seconds, then I'll accompany you tomorrow. How considerate and righteous of him. She was moved beyond words. Mr. C. You switch rooms with Robert. Robert, take her to your room and get another one for yourself. That's such a waste. With so many empty rooms available. No. That's wasteful. Can I just stay here? Any empty room will do. I promise I won't disturb you. Gwendolyn stayed in Jorge's guest bedroom. Closing the door, she studied Horst's information and attempted to call him for a meeting. Initially, he didn't pick up, but later, when the call went through, Horst hung up before she could finish speaking. Apparently, calling wouldn't work. Many people disliked discussing business over the phone. A face-to-face meeting was necessary. But without an appointment, what if she couldn't see him tomorrow? Thinking about it, Gwendolyn came up with a great idea. The next morning, after breakfast, Gwendolyn, dressed neatly with a professional look, said to Jorge. Can you take me to a flower shop first? Jorge glanced at her, wondering if her client was female and if she intended to send flowers. What kind of flowers? Any kind, as long as they're flowers. Jorge looked at Robert, who exited the buffet restaurant and soon came back carrying a large bouquet of red roses. Is this okay? Beautiful indeed. It worked perfectly. Gwendolyn admired the beautifully packaged, vibrant red roses and couldn't help but reflect. Indeed, high prices have their reasons. Although staying here was expensive, the food, drinks, service attitude, and various amenities were truly outstanding. Yes, thank you. Mr. C, let's go. Even though the swelling in her foot had reduced after resting overnight, it still hurt, making it difficult to walk normally. Seeing her hobbling while holding the flowers, Jorge couldn't help but take them from her. Let me carry them. Robert watched their figures from behind. One tall and slender in a suit, the other slender, fair, and simple. Strangely, they did look like a couple. Much more pleasant than Miss Ariel besides CEO Mohammed. Translation notes. Names like Gwendolyn, Jorge, Robert, Kenzie, and Horst are kept as pinyin. Maintained original tone and style, ensuring natural and fluent English. Retained paragraph structure and line breaks from the original text. ##### Chapter 19, She is no innocent bunny. Upon entering the lobby of Tang Corporation, they were indeed stopped by the receptionist. What do you want? If it's a delivery, just leave it here and write the recipient's name on this form. Gwendolyn smiled and explained to the receptionist. These are flowers ordered by Bo. They were just air freighted from overseas. Improper handling might affect their color and freshness. Bo specifically instructed that he must personally inspect them before signing off. Sorry for the trouble, but could he come down if we can't go up? Air freighted flowers from overseas? Personal inspection required by Bo? The receptionist noticed that the flowers indeed looked different from ordinary roses and feared delaying any important matters for Bo, so she let them pass. But why did they need more than one person? Is it now a trend for couples to deliver meals together? Gwendolyn handed the receptionist 2 handfuls of chocolates she had taken from the self-service restaurant that morning. I have special circumstances. I accidentally injured my foot yesterday, and my husband is helping me deliver these. He's not professional though, so he needs to go up with me. Please be kind and understanding. The receptionist was successfully convinced, not only letting them through but also directing them to Bo's office. Inside the elevator, Jorge gazed at Gwendolyn's clear and fair profile, suddenly realizing he had underestimated her. Don't think that because she looks gentle and weak, she's a simple and innocent bunny. Since she's managed to work in sales for a few years, she must have some shrewdness. Knock, knock. The office door was knocked on, and Bo's voice came through. Come in. Seeing a young and attractive couple walk in, with Thornton carrying a large bouquet of flowers, Bo was puzzled. What's this? Who allowed you in here? Did you come to the wrong place? Gwendolyn hurriedly introduced herself. I called you yesterday, but you were busy. Bo, could you spare a moment for a meal? Ah, it was her, Annabelle, who had called him incessantly yesterday. Bo waved his hand irritably. Out, out, out. I don't have time for nonsense. Is your company even serious? You're like those pesky plasters. Just asking a few questions about products, and you latch on to me? Now you come all the way here? Have you no shame? Of course we have shame. We're nothing like those pesky plasters. Bo, our company is very professional. We're here solely to answer your queries responsibly. If you don't want to buy the product, that's fine. I'm not here to push a contract on you. I brought detailed explanations for the issues you raised previously. She moved to sit in front of Bo, but he waved her away impatiently. How long ago was that? I've forgotten what I asked. Casual comments don't need such seriousness. I have my own technical staff, thanks, but no thanks. Please leave quickly. Gwendolyn remained polite. Understood, Bo. I'm genuinely happy you have no technical concerns. Our company has recently developed some new products that you didn't see at the exhibition. Would you like to try them free of charge? With that, she beckoned Jorge over, who carried Hubert's sample bag inside. Mentioning free samples made Bo soften slightly as he looked at Jorge's hand. Upon noticing the watch on Jorge's wrist, he realized it wasn't ordinary. Looking further up, from the attire to the overall aura and especially the face, why did it feel so familiar? He didn't rush to accept the samples and sized up Jorge again. Is he also a salesperson at your company? Seeing Bo's interest in Jorge, Gwendolyn felt alarmed inwardly. Could this guy charm both women and men? Look how captivated Bo is. Gwendolyn quickly capitalized on the opportunity to elevate Jorge. Yes, he's our top salesperson and my mentor. He has negotiated many collaborations with Huakong Electrical under the Mohammed Group. We're here to renew the contract with Huakong. We signed the contract yesterday and came to you today. We highly value new clients like you, so my mentor joined us personally. This flattery boosted Bo's mood. No wonder this person exuded an extraordinary presence. He was the top salesperson. If their company could collaborate with Huakong Electrical, they must have solid strength. Bo became more willing to learn more, but... I appreciate your sincerity, but it's unfortunate. In 2 minutes, I have an important meeting, followed by a parent-child activity at the kindergarten. I won't be available today. Come back tomorrow. Gwendolyn knew from Bo's profile that he married his ex-wife years ago without children. After divorcing, he remarried and had a son, becoming a father at 40. For unknown reasons, he divorced last year and is now a middle-aged single father who adores his son. Attending a parent-child activity? Gwendolyn's eyes rolled. Bo, if you don't mind, we can accompany you to the kindergarten activity. We can cheer on you and the young master. My mentor and I love kids, and children enjoy lively events. I guarantee he'll be delighted. Bo hadn't expected her to offer such assistance, especially for a parent-child event. Truthfully, he never planned to go. His son had complained multiple times about other parents being younger and prettier, wondering why he didn't have a mom and why his dad was so old and portly. Kindergarten activities were usually handled by his assistant, but hearing Gwendolyn's suggestion. You both love kids. Fine, give you a chance. If you can make my son happy today, we can discuss collaboration. When they arrived at the kindergarten, Bo's son was sobbing loudly at the gate. Gwendolyn immediately recognized him. Taj, don't cry. Your dad couldn't come today, but we're here with you. I brought you a gift, look. She pulled out 2 buns she had taken from the restaurant that morning. One was golden yellow and shaped like a bee. The other was chubby and white, resembling a cute little pig. Do you like them? Eat them, and then Bohan and Kira will help you win first place, okay? At Tang Corporation, Jorge had already been surprised when she conjured chocolates for the receptionist. Now, she produced buns once again. Watching her playfully engage the child, Jorge found this woman increasingly intriguing. Chapter 20, Use and Throw Away. At the end of the day, he was still just a 4-year-old child, and his attention quickly shifted. Taj took the steamed bun, wiped away his tears with his hand, and said, "I've never won first place before. You must keep your promise, don't bluff." "We won't bluff." "Don't worry," Savannah assured him. Elida hadn't yet started kindergarten, and Savannah hadn't participated in any parent-child activities. She had no idea how they worked. But seeing Jorge's tall and young figure beside her, she thought maybe he could handle it. "Today will be another busy day for you. Let's do our best." Jorge was speechless. He hadn't expected her to work so hard on business that she'd participate in a parent-child event for a client. If he'd known it would be this boring, he wouldn't have come. But now, as soon as Savannah and Jorge accompanied Taj into the venue, they drew everyone's attention, especially from the children, who flocked over to ask Taj questions. "Who are they? Are they also employees under your dad? They look so good. Are they pretending to be your parents today?" Taj felt proud. "Yes, Dad sent them to pretend to be my parents today. I think they look great too. You'll all definitely lose to me today." No one contradicted him, all looking enviously at Jorge and Savannah, even competing to hold their hands. Seeing these adorable children, Jorge and Savannah both thought of Elida. Wondering what she was doing right now, they missed her. The event hadn't started yet, and the principal was giving a speech on stage while everyone listened below. Just as they were thinking about Elida, she sent a message. "Bohan, what are you doing?" followed by a cute emoji. Just reading those words and seeing the emoji, they could imagine her cute little face. Jorge couldn't help but smile. "What are you doing? Is your wound better? Have you been resting well?" Elida replied, "It's much better. I've been resting well." "Elida is very obedient." That was good to hear. "Yes, Elida is very obedient," Jorge responded. But the obedient Elida then asked for his bank account number in the next second. "Bohan, can you give me your bank account number? I want to pay back the medical expenses." Jorge was taken aback. A 3-year-old girl actually wanted to repay him? Probably taught by her Viviana. "Can you transfer money via your watch?" "No, but I have a card where all my pocket money is saved. I can transfer the money via an ATM." Jorge was surprised by her maturity for 2 seconds. "Did your mom tell you to transfer the money?" Elida replied, "I didn't dare tell Amina the truth because I was afraid she'd worry. She doesn't know you paid for my medical expenses. But don't worry, Bohan, I have more than 1,000 yuan in my card, which is enough. Please give me your account number." More than 1,000 yuan? Jorge wasn't sure what level that was for a child her age, but the tone sounded familiar, just like Annabelle beside him who always offered to transfer money to him. "There's no need, Elida. Bohan is willing to help you. No need to pay back. Save it for buying things later." But Elida insisted. "No, ever since I was little, Amina told me not to take advantage of others. Borrowed money should be returned, or borrowing again would be difficult. Do you think 1,000 yuan isn't enough? Are you looking down on me?" For a little kid to say such things left Jorge speechless again. "I don't think it's not enough, nor am I looking down on you. Bohan has money and really doesn't need you to pay back." Elida paused for a moment. "I've never heard anyone say that. My Misty and Ricardo always say they have no money and fight over it every day. Amina has to help them with mortgage payments and buy necessities, always short on money. My god Viviana's studio isn't doing well either, and I heard her say she had no money today. Why do you have money, Bohan?" Jorge was speechless. What kind of environment was she in? Because Bohan works hard. As long as your Misty, Ricardo, Mom, and God Viviana work hard, they will have money one day. Elida said, "That's exactly what Amina says. When I grow up and work hard, I'll have money too." Jorge replied, "Right. So, 1,000 yuan isn't a big deal for me. Bohan, please give me the account number." Unexpectedly, this little girl had strong reasoning skills. After all the roundabout talk, she brought it back to this point. Children establishing correct values was a good thing. Since she insisted on paying back, he might as well accept it. After Elida transferred the money, the event began. In the first activity, fathers carried their kids. Jorge easily won first place. In the following activities, despite Savannah's foot problem, Jorge had plenty of strength. He lifted her and Taj to run, winning first place every time until the event ended. Taj had a blast. "If you two were really my parents, I'd love you so much." "Bohan, Kira, how old are you? Are you married? Do you have a baby? Did you attend activities at the baby's kindergarten? Did you win first place every time? I'm so envious." Jorge and Savannah were speechless. "I had so much fun today. For the next event, I want you two to come again. I'll call Dad right now." Saying that, he used his phone watch to call Ari. Hearing his son excitedly praising them over the phone, Ari kept his promise and invited Savannah to discuss cooperation. Savannah was well prepared, explaining in detail the product design philosophy, quality, application range, and price to Ari, who placed a trial order. If it's suitable, we can renew the contract. Their company's product quality was solid, there had never been any returns after trials. This client was thoroughly secured, making Savannah very happy. On the way back, she told Jorge, I should thank you properly, at least invite you for dinner. But I just checked, and there's a flight back to Fabianching tonight. I miss my daughter so much, I want to go back. Seeing her loving gaze during the game, Jorge knew she missed her daughter. He didn't need her thanks and drove her straight to the airport. Be careful on your journey. Looking at the handsome, tall, and generous man beside her, Savannah was immensely grateful. Thank you. When are you going back? Can you accompany me to the household registration office as soon as you return? In this short time, I've caused you so much trouble, which I really appreciate. Let's finish the paperwork as soon as possible, and I promise I won't disturb you anymore. During the games, they held hands, hugged, and took photos together. The warmth of Savannah's palm, the scent in her hair, and the softness of her body still lingered in Jorge's senses. He had never given so much effort and care to a woman before. And now she treated him merely as a tool, discarding him without a shred of regret, using him and throwing him away. ##### End of chapter 20. Translation note, names are converted phonetically using pinyin, e.g., Savannah, Jorge, for consistency. Chapter 21, A Pair of Despicable Women. Gwendolyn spent a night with her daughter before returning to work as usual the next day. She placed 2 contracts on Thorntonager's desk, who immediately pulled out a chair for her with an apologetic look. You've worked so hard. Sit down and rest, I'll get you some water. Hey, Gwendolyn, I understand everything. As a woman far away in Shangcheng, after such an incident, I should have, but Mary Beth was right there with me yesterday. Gwendolyn, at this point, I won't hide anything from you. I don't like Mary Beth either, but our CEO is her Ricardo. He entrusted her to me personally. You see. You're smart, your final goal in coming to work is to earn money, not quarrel with her. Avoid her if you can, or walk around her if you must. It's not worth getting into conflicts with such people. Even I have to tread carefully every day, right? Gwendolyn suddenly understood. No wonder Mary Beth, despite poor performance, had been tolerated all these years, her family connections. The manager was right, she came to work to earn money, not to compete with Mary Beth. She decided to avoid such petty people in the future. However, some people just couldn't help but provoke you even when you didn't initiate it. An hour later, Gwendolyn met a client in a coffee shop downstairs to discuss a cooperation project. As soon as she entered, she encountered Mary Beth. Not only was she there, but Ophelia was too. Both women were impeccably dressed, sipping coffee and chatting like best friends. It really was a small world that she and Ophelia knew each other. Though Gwendolyn found it strange, she ignored them and focused on her work. But Mary Beth spotted her first. Hey, Gwendolyn, you're back. I heard you and Hubert couldn't agree over a sleep issue in Shangcheng, and ended up at the police station. Huh, hilarious. I'd love to hear more about it. Come, tell me. Mary Beth had a way of turning ordinary events into scandalous gossip, making all women seem like her. Gwendolyn ignored her, pretending not to hear, and sat down at an empty table. Mary Beth smiled sarcastically and leaned towards Ophelia. This is my colleague from work. Doesn't she look plain? Always wears 2 sets of work clothes and never bothers with makeup, just another passerby. Yet, guess what? Behind closed doors, she's quite active. Any male client falls for her charms, she carries condoms in her bag. I even saw one used recently. TSK. Ophelia listened with great interest. Ah, she hasn't changed. What do you mean, cousin? You know her? Not only do I know her, we even shared a dormitory in college. For money, she got herself involved with older men, even gave birth for one, then got expelled from school. Really? That's shocking. Mary Beth, having finally found a weak point, eagerly asked for more details. Ophelia exaggeratedly retold Gwendolyn's college life. Mary Beth remarked, no wonder she has never appeared pregnant in the company but claims to have a child. This woman is much more complicated than I thought. Laurel, did you know she brags that the child is from her young, handsome, successful husband? Isn't that laughable? Ophelia scoffed, a husband? Married? Impossible. Which young, handsome, successful man would pick someone like her? Exactly. She probably hired actors to boost her image. How vain can one be? Making money isn't easy. They continued talking about Gwendolyn, who was just a few steps away. Thinking of their argument in front of Jorge, Ophelia felt enraged. If Gwendolyn loved putting on a show, they'd give her the stage she wanted. Tomorrow was her birthday, and many old classmates wanted to organize a party for her, including several male students who once admired Gwendolyn in college. If they knew the real her. That sounded satisfying. Ophelia dragged Mary Beth to face Gwendolyn, who was busy organizing product information. Sensing their approach, Gwendolyn looked up to see her 2 least favorite women sitting opposite her. Knowing their intentions weren't good, she tried to ignore them, lowering her eyes back to her computer. But Ophelia slammed the laptop shut. Blind? Didn't see me? Why are you so arrogant? What happened to being all chatty when there are men around? Now no one's here, and you can't even act? Feeling her temper rising, Gwendolyn recalled Thorntonager's advice and stayed calm. Do you need something? Ophelia spoke condescendingly. Considering we studied together for years, despite your bad reputation, I still speak to you without contempt. You should be grateful. Gwendolyn remained expressionless, awaiting more nonsense. Tomorrow is my birthday. Many old classmates want to celebrate with me. Haven't seen them for years, right? Marvin to join? Not interested. Gwendolyn had no interest in such gatherings. Thanks, but I'm busy. Rejecting her? Ophelia exclaimed, when you were expelled, you thought it was unjust. Now, here's a chance to explain. Aren't you willing? Nothing to explain. And explaining wouldn't change anything. I appreciate the offer, but I'm not interested in any invitations outside of business. My client will arrive soon, please move aside. And by the way, Mary Beth, it's working hours. Shouldn't you feel ashamed drinking coffee and chatting instead of working? How dare she talk back? Mary Beth sneered, how do you know I'm not meeting clients? Stop pretending to be so proper when you're always scheming. Gwendolyn knew Ophelia was a medical student. How could electrical equipment sales involve a doctor? Seeing her knowing glance, Mary Beth pushed her computer in anger. I just secured a $5 million deal with Dottie. If you attend her birthday party tomorrow night, I'll let you take the deal. How about that? Chapter 22 Divorce. She and Kenzie had a business deal worth 5 million yuan that she wanted to give her. Even a fool could see the trap in this. Gwendolyn was speechless. Since she couldn't drive them away, she decided to leave herself. As she picked up her notebook and got up, Mary Beth reached out to grab her arm. Do you not believe me? Is it that you don't believe I would hand over the business to you or that you doubt Dottien's ability? You probably don't know yet, but she is very close friends with the president of Mohammed Group. For my performance, never mind the paltry 5 million, even 50 billion would be settled with just one word from her. The Huakong Electric subsidiary under the Mohammed Group had always been Gwendolyn's dream client. Sadly, in her few years in the industry, she hadn't even gotten past the front gate at Huakong, let alone Mohammed Group, of which she didn't even know where its headquarters were. Yet, Kenzie actually knew the CEO of Mohammed Group. Although she couldn't fathom what kind of dog's hit luck Kenzie had in the past few years, Gwendolyn was neither envious nor believed Mary Beth would willingly hand over the business to her. Finished talking? If so, please let go. Mary Beth hadn't expected such a large bait wouldn't tempt her. Gwendolyn, you really are giving us an attitude. It seems you don't look up to Tien and refuse to give her face. Tien, can you tolerate this? Kenzie was quite stunned by Mary Beth's sudden mention of a 5 million order. Though she had an unusual relationship with Jorge, she barely knew anything about Mohammed Group and had never even entered its premises. How could she possibly help boost anyone's sales performance? After Mary Beth saw that Kenzie wasn't responding, she leaned over to whisper into her ear. Are you foolish? Without using money as bait, how can she follow your commands obediently? Now it's not about the contract, it's about making her agree to be a scapegoat for you. If you choose not to sign afterward, what can she do? At these words, Kenzie suddenly understood. Brant living too long in the ivory tower had made her naive. When it came to devious tricks, only her cunning cousin Mary Beth could match up. Right, she stood up confidently. I have a very special relationship with the president of Mohammed Group. Just make me happy, and we can secure any orders. Too bad some people lack discernment. Gwendolyn almost laughed out loud at their attempts. Whispering in front of her while trying to deceive her, what did they take her for? I really misjudged Miss Ariel's capabilities. Since you're so willing to help, fine, I'll attend your school reunion. Print out the contract now, and you sign it. Mary Beth clenched her teeth when she heard this. This stubborn woman agreed immediately upon hearing there was money involved. Now wanting her to sign the contract right away. Nice try. You haven't done anything yet, and you want clients to sign contracts for you? Where in the world does such a good thing exist? Go first, once tomorrow's birthday party is over, Tien won't forget you. Gwendolyn anticipated exactly what Kenzie planned to say and do at the reunion, humiliate her. Playing games with her and then not signing the contract, what a cheap trick. No way around it, I'm a snob who only serves clients. Unless you become my client, nothing you say will sway me. Since Miss Ariel refuses to sign, forget it. This stubborn woman. Still as obstinate as in school. In a few days, she'd be starting work at the hospital, so chances for such public humiliation would decrease. Sudden urgency struck Kenzie. I heard you married a tall and handsome husband who's quite capable. Bring him to show off to our classmates, perhaps it could turn around your reputation from school. Gwendolyn, all this is for your own good, aren't you smart enough to understand? The more earnest her persuasion, the more suspicious it became. Gwendolyn sneered. If I've lacked brains for years, isn't that common knowledge, Kenzie? Kenzie, somewhat flustered, said, considering our 3 years together, I'm rather curious about your husband. Here's the deal, bring him tomorrow, and after the birthday party, I'll give you a 10 million contract. Now Gwendolyn's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. What sort of trap did she have in store, offering a 10 million deal as bait? Gwendolyn wasn't afraid of humiliation. Nothing was worse than being expelled from school back then. Her primary goal was making money to provide a stable home for her daughter. Even if the chance was slim, as long as there was a chance, she'd take it. Kenzie, everyone can boast. Why don't you record a video as proof? A video recording? Speechless, Kenzie looked at Mary Beth. Mary Beth whispered to her ear, what's there to fear? It cannot serve as evidence. In a rule of law society, how can she force a sale? Even if she sues you afterward, what difference will it make? Relax. Fine. I, Kenzie, dare say and dare do. Go ahead and record. Having the video in hand, Gwendolyn felt no particular joy. She shouldn't have casually mentioned her marriage that day. Why did everyone want to see her husband? Troubling Jorge so many times already, she was embarrassed to bother him again. Yet, thinking of the substantial commission from a $5 million deal. After much hesitation, Gwendolyn decided to prioritize wealth. What's a little pride compared to feeding one's stomach? Have you returned? She sent a message on WeChat to Jorge. Jorge had returned. Seeing her message while working, he was quite displeased. Demanding divorce so urgently, never seen such an ungrateful woman. Robert. Mr. Mohammed. Retrieve Gwendolyn and her daughter's information, register Brenna's household registration immediately, and fetch the marriage certificate. Gwendolyn didn't receive a reply from Jorge, assuming he hadn't returned. Suddenly, her phone rang. Miss Chu, Mr. C has asked me to come. Your daughter's household registration is completed. I'm at your company's entrance, come down to pick it up. Back then, Caitlin refused to send Gwendolyn to the hospital due to Amy's birth, leading to the lack of a birth certificate, complicating the household registration process. Unexpectedly, Jorge quietly resolved this problem. Gwendolyn hurried downstairs. Robert explained. My Akil has many connections, a friend in the household registration bureau handled it for you. No need to worry anymore. Do you have your marriage certificate? Yes, she had it with her. Knowing Jorge might call anytime demanding a divorce, Gwendolyn carried the certificate everywhere. Is Mr. C here? Should we head to the Civil Affairs Bureau now? Not necessary. Hand over the marriage certificate, and my Akil can directly handle it through his connections. Gwendolyn was amazed by Jorge's wealth and networking abilities. Indeed, his business acumen earned him influence everywhere. So from now on, we have no relation? Yes, you can interpret it that way. Take care of yourself, Miss Chu. Translation notes. Maintained pinyin names accurately. Ensured tone and style consistency. Kept original paragraph structure and line breaks intact. Provided natural, fluent English translation free from grammatical errors. Preserved coherence with the previous content. Chapter 23, Everyone marvels to see her embarrassed. The next morning, Mary Beth sent the location of the birthday party to Gwendolyn's WeChat. Afraid that Gwendolyn might not attend, she also reminded her by going over to her desk. We already agreed yesterday. .tn has added your name to the guest list, so don't back out. Gwendolyn wouldn't renege, not for anyone but for a 10 million contract. She forwarded the address to Jorge. I know we have no relationship now, and I shouldn't bother you. And I've promised many times that I won't disturb you again. But, this is the last time, I swear it really is. Mr. C, can you spare a moment to come here tonight? I'll reimburse your travel expenses. Jorge was just entering the meeting room when his phone dinged with messages. Grabbing it, he saw they were from Gwendolyn again. She actually invited him to show up at this place? What for? She acted aloof and pretentious when given an opportunity, but now, after completely breaking ties, she's playing games again? Jorge had no mood to speculate on Gwendolyn's intentions, locking his phone screen coldly. Just as the meeting started, several more messages pinging through. This time it was from Kenzie, at the same address. Damien Sion, today is my birthday. Friends are organizing a small birthday gathering for me. Would you like to join? I know you're busy, but birthdays only happen once a year. Could you find some time to come and sit for a bit? We haven't seen each other in a long time. She ended with a cute emoji. Jorge furrowed his brows. These two women must be crazy. They're both going to the same place tonight? Obviously not getting along but forcing themselves together. Gwendolyn didn't receive a reply from Jorge until she left work. After pondering, she suddenly remembered. Of course he wouldn't go. Even if he did, it wouldn't be for her. He's Kenzie's boyfriend. Such an important thing, how could she forget just because of their recent interaction? Suddenly feeling very embarrassed, she thought Jorge might think she doesn't understand boundaries, imagining herself competing with his girlfriend. Meeting them would be awkward indeed. But now that it was set, she couldn't back out. For such a big commission, losing it would be unbearable. So after work, without changing clothes or dressing up, Gwendolyn took a taxi straight to the birthday venue. It was a huge, luxurious villa. As soon as she entered, she noticed a crowd inside, many faces familiar, her former university classmates. Everyone clearly dressed up specifically for tonight. Female classmates wore exquisite makeup and elegant evening gowns, male classmates were in formal suits. Gwendolyn immediately drew everyone's attention upon entering. Oh, isn't that Gwendolyn? It's been a long time, she actually showed up. Wasn't she expelled because she was supposedly pregnant with a wealthy man's child? She should be living well now. Why is she dressed like this? Kenzie, surrounded by people, scoffed. What billionaire child, merely putting on airs? Who knows where she picked up some bastard child? Otherwise, why would she be poor enough to steal my necklace? Giving up education for a wild man, even having his child, only to get dumped later. Now she works sales at my Ricardo's company. Saw her selling stuff on the street recently. Humph. What? From being a top medical student and a beautiful college flower to working sales and selling goods on the street? This gossip about Gwendolyn was juicier than her sudden expulsion. Everyone instantly crowded around. Gwendolyn, you came? Long time no see. What are you doing now? Heard you were pregnant in college. Is the kid born? Boy or girl? Why not bring him? Gwendolyn knew these embarrassing questions were inevitable but didn't plan on answering, nor did she care what strangers thought. Ignoring others, she looked directly at Kenzie. Tn, happy birthday. Kenzie didn't need her gift, and Gwendolyn hadn't planned on giving anything special. Handing over a box of chocolates from the company, she gave it to Kenzie. Sure enough, Kenzie glanced at it with disdain. What garbage? You look like you're barely scraping by. Must be scraps from feeding your kid. I don't eat trash. Take it back for him. No matter then. Gwendolyn put the chocolates back in her bag. Kenzie looked behind Gwendolyn. Isn't your husband coming? Why isn't he here? Mentioning a husband, Gwendolyn scanned the room but didn't see Jorge. Isn't he Kenzie's boyfriend? Why isn't he here? Good, fitting her wish. Originally said to come, but he had work. Plus, he doesn't know you, so it doesn't matter much if he comes. Everyone was surprised again. Gwendolyn married? To whom? The father of her child? Why didn't she bring him? How interesting. Who knows, Kenzie chuckled. Gwendolyn is secretive and never tells us the truth. Who knows if anyone really married her or she made it up. Well said. Whether she's married and to whom doesn't concern us. Let's all take a seat. People sat down, encircling Gwendolyn, eyeing her from head to toe. Her uniform was issued by the company, her shoes plain black leather, dull and ordinary, and her bag cheap-looking with cracks. Every inch exuding disappointment except for her face, untouched by time and still strikingly beautiful despite no makeup. Remember Marvin Ueza? He liked you a lot in school. Now he's interning at Fabianching First People's Hospital. Getting into that hospital wasn't easy. Mentioning him was meant to elicit regret from Gwendolyn. Sadly, Gwendolyn barely remembered him. Marvin Ueza? Yes, Marvin Ueza. Since we mentioned him, let's invite him over. Marvin Ueza, your goddess from the past is here. Aren't you going to greet her? A group of male classmates pushed a tall, thin young man forward. They teased, Dr. Marvin never attends our reunions, citing busyness, but he's keen today, probably for Gwendolyn. Has he harbored feelings for her all these years? Marvin Ueza, with his height and good looks, appeared very handsome in a white shirt and dress pants. He considered himself someone of status now. Seeing Gwendolyn, besides her beauty, she seemed worthless, unable to withstand their mockery. When did I say I liked her? And did I ever chase after her? Just an expelled thief from school. Don't joke around. Chapter 24, putting the green tea in a corner. Noticing he didn't want to be associated with Gwendolyn, an observant individual hurriedly tried to curry favor. Yeah, what are you all talking about? Dr. Marvin has a girlfriend, and she's the daughter of the deputy director. His future prospects are endless. How could he possibly like someone like her? Tisk. What? He's going to be the son-in-law of the city's deputy director? Everyone quickly surrounded him, offering praises. Gwendolyn listened to everyone's ridicule and flattery toward successful people. It was indeed embarrassing, but she felt more composed than anything. It was her own doing that led to this situation. She couldn't blame others. All she could do now was endure the mockery and strive to climb higher. The main character today is Adelina. Let's talk about Adelina instead. She shamelessly steered the conversation back to Adelina. Do you know? Adelina is now very impressive. Not only did she study abroad and earn an excellent degree, but she also knows the president of Mohammed Group. That's what we call limitless potential. What? Adelina actually knows the president of Mohammed Group? How did they meet? Gwendolyn, forget how they met. Suffice it to say, she has significant influence over the president and can easily get contracts worth hundreds of millions for her friends. Isn't that impressive? Contracts worth billions handed out so casually. Everyone instantly thought Marvin Ueza wasn't as attractive anymore, and began serving Ariel Adelina attentively, massaging her legs and rubbing her shoulders. Adelina, no wonder you went to the Garden Hospital, funded by Mohammed Group, as a doctor. Given our long-term friendship, can you help us along? Ariel Adelina didn't expect Gwendolyn to be so shameless. Despite being ridiculed so thoroughly, she could still boast on her behalf. Clearly, years of hardship had matured her, teaching her to recognize and adapt to circumstances. With a smile, she boasted, I've always been generous, don't worry, anything is possible. Since everyone is here, let's start. Gwendolyn, everyone has prepared performances for my birthday. You can't be left out. Aren't you best known for exotic dancing? Get up and perform one for us, kick off the show. Someone blurted out, exotic dance? Do you mean the type I'm thinking of? Gwendolyn can do this? Mary Beth chimed in, don't underestimate Gwendolyn. Though she pretends to be innocent, she knows how to play when it matters. Especially with male clients, she gets them really excited. Anyone who has dealt with her men never forgets it, which is why she secures contracts. Everyone gasped in shock. Gwendolyn wasn't afraid of performing on stage but was afraid of not being allowed to. Now that it came to this, might as well go through with it. Everyone wants me on stage. Here goes nothing. Adelina, you really don't understand me. I have a performance for you. Please help me connect the projector. She brought her laptop and soon, amidst everyone's surprise, walked onto the small round stage in the middle of the villa. I said earlier that Adelina is a big shot with the president of Mohammed Group. As long as she speaks up, there's nothing she can't achieve. We should feel honored to have such a classmate. Let's give her a round of applause. The once innocent beauty now reduced to this plight, yet still able to help boost others' reputations, it truly made one heartbroken while satisfying their voyeuristic desires. Amidst mocking laughter, everyone applauded. Gwendolyn continued, the reason I managed to contact Adelina and come to her birthday party is because I negotiated a contract with her yesterday. A large projection screen suddenly displayed a contract. Gwendolyn showed it to everyone. She said if I attend her birthday party and act as a pitiful failure for everyone to mock, she would sign the deal with me. Now I'm here, and you've all had your laughs. Adelina, shall we sign the contract? Everyone was taken aback again. So, Adelina contacted her company for a business discussion, bringing her here. No wonder she hadn't heard from Gwendolyn in years, yet suddenly appeared here. Why did Adelina spend 5 million yuan just to bring her here? Everyone looked at Adelina curiously. Adelina hadn't expected Gwendolyn to reveal this in public. She hadn't planned to sign the contract at all. Wasn't this putting her on the spot? In front of everyone, she couldn't admit she didn't want to sign the contract, making her furious. I asked you to perform, not spout nonsense. Are you crazy, Gwendolyn? Gwendolyn calmly replied, yes, I am. Money is more important to me now than life itself. Without a signed contract to reassure me, I might not dance well. As she spoke, she played a short video from the previous day. Adelina's determined words rang in everyone's ears. Just sign your name and stamp your fingerprint, and then I'll perform. Come on, Adelina. Adelina, seeing herself on the screen, lost for words, cried, you. She turned to Mary Beth for help. Mary Beth hadn't anticipated this move by Gwendolyn. How dare she corner them in front of everyone? If she signed, it would seem too easy on Gwendolyn. Adelina couldn't handle a 5 million yuan contract anyway. If she refused, the atmosphere had been set. Unable to back down gracefully, Mary Beth stood up and yelled, Gwendolyn, you're disgusting. Adelina felt sorry for you and wanted to help by giving you a contract. But look at how you acted. Truly ugly. Who would want to be friends with you after this? Get off the stage. Gwendolyn hadn't expected to make friends with them either. Having been humiliated today, she must secure this contract. I did exactly as she asked, yet fulfilling her promise turns into my poor behavior? Mary Beth, this isn't your affair, don't get involved. Adelina, will you sign the contract or not? Stop boasting. Don't end up looking like a fraud in front of everyone. Everyone's gaze focused on Adelina, whose face contorted with difficulty. 5 million. Damn Gwendolyn, trying to ruin her. Having finally built her reputation, Adelina wouldn't let Gwendolyn destroy it today. Taking a deep breath, she decided to sign it. After all, Gwendolyn worked for a company run by her Ricardo. Would he really hold this against her? Bitch, this is a one-time thing. Don't ever think of using me again. Standing up from the crowd, she prepared to step on stage but noticed 2 towering figures at the door. It was Mohammed C. Ainsworth and his assistant. Big Damien C. Ainsworth had arrived. She didn't know when he came but, dressed in simple black shirt and pants, he exuded the usual commanding presence. Knowing he had a soft spot despite his tough exterior, Adelina gleefully rushed over. Damien C. Ainsworth, you're here? I knew you'd care and not abandon me. Why didn't you tell me beforehand? I would have welcomed you at the door. Some sycophants noticed he didn't want to be associated with Gwendolyn and quickly tried to curry favor. Right, what are you all talking nonsense about? Dr. Marvin has a girlfriend who is the vice president's daughter. His future is boundless. How could he like someone like her? Tut. He was going to be the son-in-law of the city's deputy mayor? Everyone immediately began showering him with compliments. As Gwendolyn heard everyone's ridicule and flattery toward successful people, she had to admit that it was embarrassing, but mostly, she felt at ease. It was her own doing that led her life to this point, and she couldn't blame others. The only thing she could do was endure the laughter and strive to climb up the social ladder. The main event today is Adelina. Let's talk more about Adelina. She shamelessly brought the conversation back to the topic. Did you know that Adelina has done remarkably well? Not only did she study abroad and earn an impressive degree, but she also knows the CEO of Mohammed Corporation, which means her future is truly limitless. What? Adelina actually knows the CEO of Mohammed Corporation? How did they meet? Gwendolyn replied, who cares how they met? Anyway, she has considerable influence over Big Aiden Mohammed. Just a few words from her can result in billion-dollar contracts for her friends. Impressive, right? A few billion-dollar project handed out easily? Everyone suddenly found Marvin USA less appealing and started massaging Ariel Adelina's legs and shoulders instead. Adelina, no wonder you chose to work at JUN Hospital funded by Mohammed Corporation. With this connection, can you help us out since we're old classmates? Ariel Adelina hadn't expected Gwendolyn to act so shamelessly. Despite having been belittled so much, she still helped boast about herself without a shred of embarrassment. It seemed years of hardship had matured her, teaching her to be pragmatic. Smiling, she boasted, I've always been loyal. You can rest assured, everything will be fine. Since everyone is here, let's start. Gwendolyn, everyone prepared performances for my birthday, you shouldn't be left out. Aren't you good at exotic dances? Go on, perform one for us to kick off the show. Someone remarked incredulously, exotic dance? The one I'm thinking of? Gwendolyn can dance that? Mary Beth seized the opportunity, don't underestimate Gwendolyn. Though she pretends to be an innocent girl, privately she's quite the partygoer, especially with male clients. She's thrilling when she's around them, no man who's interacted with her leaves without missing her. That's how she gets contracts signed. Everyone gasped in shock. Gwendolyn wasn't afraid of being asked to perform on stage but was more concerned if she wouldn't be allowed to. With the discussion leading here, why not go? Everyone wants me to perform. Alright then. Adelina, you really misunderstand me. I've prepared a performance for you. Can someone connect the projector for me? She brought her laptop and, amidst everyone's surprise, walked onto the small round stage in the middle of the villa. I said before, Adelina is favored by the big Akil of Mohammed Corporation. As long as she speaks, nothing is unachievable. We should feel privileged to have such a classmate. Let's give her a round of applause. Seeing the once pure and simple beauty in such a sorry state, yet still helping others boast, truly made hearts ache. It also fed everyone's entertainment desires. They applauded while ridiculing Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn continued, the reason I managed to reach Adelina and attend her birthday is that we negotiated a contract yesterday. Suddenly, a contract appeared on the giant projection screen. Gwendolyn flipped through it for everyone. She said, if I attended her birthday party and performed as a punch bag for everyone, she would sign this deal with me. Now I'm here, and you've laughed enough. Adelina, let's sign the contract now. Everyone was surprised again. So Ariel Adelina had invited her because of company cooperation. No wonder Gwendolyn reappeared after being unreachable for years. Ariel Adelina lured her with a $5 million order. Why? Everyone looked curiously at Ariel Adelina. Ariel Adelina hadn't anticipated Gwendolyn revealing this publicly. She had never intended to sign the contract. Didn't this make her look bad? With so many witnesses, she couldn't deny her intention to sign, infuriating her further. I asked you to perform, not ramble. Are you crazy, Gwendolyn? Gwendolyn calmly replied, that's true. I now value money more than my life. If you don't seal the deal, making me worry, I might not dance well. Saying this, she played a short video recorded yesterday. The determined words of Ariel Adelina echoed through everyone's ears. Just sign your name and fingerprint, it's all set up. I can begin performing after that. Come on, Adelina. Ariel Adelina watched herself on the screen, speechless. You. She turned to Mary Beth for help. Mary Beth hadn't expected this move. Gwendolyn actually cornered them in front of everyone. Sign it, and it's too easy for her. Ariel Adelina wouldn't be able to handle a $5 million order. Not signing it, after all this build-up. Ariel Adelina couldn't take the stage anymore. Mary Beth stood up shouting, Gwendolyn, you're disgusting. Originally, Adelina wanted to help you because she felt sorry for you, but you're too unsightly. Who would dare be friends with you like this? Get down. Gwendolyn hadn't hoped to become friends with them either. After losing face so badly today, she had to secure this order. I did as she asked. Why am I the greedy one now? Mary Beth, this isn't your business. Adelina, just tell me one word, will you sign the contract or not? Everyone praises you for being capable, don't end up exposed as a fraud. All eyes focused on her face, causing Ariel Adelina distress. $5 million. Damn Gwendolyn, she wanted to ruin her. After barely accumulating her reputation, Ariel Adelina refused to let it be destroyed by Gwendolyn today. Steel-willed, she decided to sign it. Besides, Gwendolyn worked for her Ricardo's company. He couldn't take her seriously. Bitch, this time only. Never expect me to help you again. She stood up from the crowd, preparing to go on stage, then caught sight of two tall figures standing at the door, Mohammed C. Ainsworth and his assistant. Big Damien C. Ainsworth had arrived. Unsure when he got there, dressed simply in black shirt and pants, standing solemnly with an imposing presence. Knowing him to be stubborn yet kind-hearted, he definitely came to celebrate her birthday. Ariel Adelina ran over joyfully. Damien C. Ainsworth, you came? I knew you'd come, wouldn't leave me behind. Why didn't you let me know earlier? I would have welcomed you at the gate. Chapter 25, Becoming Brantline Dayu at the sight of a man. Kenzie dashed to the door, about to hug Jorge's arm when his cold glance made her draw back. Damien Sion? So, this is your birthday party? He glanced over the crowd with an emotionless expression, his gaze finally settling on Gwendolyn in the middle of the stage. Quite distinctive. You're even signing contracts now. I didn't know you worked in the purchasing department of Mohammed Corporation. Everyone turned toward the entrance as Kenzie moved, and they all saw Jorge, who looked terrifyingly handsome. Before anyone could ask who he was, they were silenced by his imposing presence. For Kenzie to know such a formidable man and even be with him was indeed admirable. Not only others but also Mary Beth was surprised. Her cousin actually knew such an outstanding man? So jealous. Moreover, why did this man look so familiar? He seemed like Thornton Gwendolyn hired to play her husband before. Signing contracts under the banner of Mohammed Corporation without permission was clearly wrong, yet she hadn't expected to be caught red-handed by Jorge. Her eyes darted nervously for a moment before she tried to salvage the situation. How could I work for Mohammed Corporation? It's just a joke, a performance. You've met that woman on stage before too. She's my old classmate who likes joking around without any bounds. If you don't like it, I'll have her step down right away. She loudly called out to Gwendolyn. That's enough. Since you've already come here and conveyed your intentions, there's no need to stay. Here, I'll give you money for a taxi, hurry home. Gwendolyn hadn't expected Jorge to show up unexpectedly. She thought not inviting him today would make encountering him near Kenzie awkward. But seeing him in person felt nothing special. Tonight, she had discarded her pride, so one more person laughing at her didn't matter. Thus, she walked calmly towards them. You can tell me to leave if you sign the contract. Kenzie was nearly fuming. Can't you see Jorge isn't pleased? Yet you keep talking about the contract. This woman must be crazy about money. Gwendolyn, it's all just for fun. Continuing this charade won't do. It's my birthday today, I don't want to argue with you. Leave now. I know it's inconvenient for you to take a taxi today. Later, I'll double the fare and transfer it to you. Hurry up. She went to push Gwendolyn out, but Gwendolyn quickly shook off her hand. Just a joke. Kenzie, are you the one joking? When I said I wouldn't come, you begged relentlessly and even insisted I bring the contract, recording videos to make sure I came. Now you tell me it's a joke. Aren't you good friends with the CEO of Mohammed Corporation? Were you lying all along? Not knowing someone and still using their name for fraud? Impersonating the CEO of Mohammed Corporation for fraud? Scared, Kenzie glanced at Jorge. Fortunately, he remained unperturbed. What nonsense are you talking? Did I beg and record videos to make you come? Are you delusional? As someone who got expelled from school, like a rat everyone avoids, what benefit do I get from inviting you? Forget how many hours you spent editing the video. Delete it now. Defame me further, and I'll report you. Facing so many former classmates and her boyfriend, she was acting shamelessly. She knew Kenzie was like this. Fortunately, she had kept the video. Gwendolyn wasn't afraid of her reporting. She knew better than anyone whether it was edited or not. Kenzie, you haven't changed since those days, lying with not even an eyelid flicker. Do you think the whole world will follow your whims, playing with others as you please? Go ahead and report me. Even if it's edited, the surveillance from the cafe is still available. Lock me up. You. Caught off guard, Kenzie didn't know what to say, angrily shouting at Mary Beth. Why are you still sitting there? Quickly pull her away. How poor is your company? Coming to ruin someone's birthday party for business? Don't let trash like her show up again. Mary Beth rushed over. Unlike Kenzie, she wasn't gentle. Are you sick? Why are you working with trash like her? You disgust me. Who has ever signed contracts during a birthday party? Get lost. Though the swelling on her foot was slowly going down and barely visible unless walking fast, the hard push still hurt. Catching herself off guard, Gwendolyn staggered a few steps, falling into Jorge's arms. Ah. Jorge, remembering her injury, instinctively supported her and looked at her foot. Are you okay? The wound tugged painfully, and it took Gwendolyn a couple of seconds to regain her balance, shaking her head palely. I'm fine. Noticing Jorge's hands holding her arms, she hurriedly pushed him away and stepped back. No sooner had she stood steady when Mary Beth, enraged, shoved her again. Stop pretending. Since when did you become so delicate? Turning into Brantline Dayu at the sight of a man? Just disgusting. Everyone, see her true face. What pure flower or class beauty, you're all blind. She's just a sly vixen who gets cheap thrills from men. Gwendolyn was pushed towards Jorge again, who once more held her up. Seeing the previously spirited and aggressive Gwendolyn now weakly leaning on Jorge's arm pitted even Mary Beth, while Kenzie was fuming. Since returning, she had only seen Jorge twice. Last time, although he accompanied her shopping, he remained indifferent and sent her home midway because of Gwendolyn. Finally, he showed up today, but instead of seeing his gift or holding his hand, Gwendolyn ended up close to him twice. Yes, Damien Sion. She's obviously trying to rub against you, attempting to seduce you. Why are you falling for her trick? Let go of her. Haven't you forgotten how strong she was selling goods on the street? Gwendolyn, how shameless are you? Stealing every man you see? Think I won't hit you just because there are many people? Release my brother Cyan. Trying to pull Gwendolyn away, she was stopped by Jorge. His darkened face sternly reprimanded her. Are you never going to stop? Enjoying making a fool of yourself? ##### Chapter 26, His Favoritism. Who's the one making a fool of themselves now? Isn't he her boyfriend? Instead of protecting her, he was actually siding with Gwendolyn. Kenzie was so angry that tears welled up in her eyes. Damien C. Ainsworth. Jorge frowned deeply. Stop talking nonsense. Clear out everyone who isn't involved. What? Is what I said hard to understand? Kenzie didn't dare argue with Jorge, so she pouted and stomped her foot on the ground before turning around to address the crowd. Let's call it a day. We can meet up another time when we're all free. The guests were just getting into the drama, but with the host giving orders to leave, they had no choice but to depart despite their reluctance. After everyone left and the door closed, Mary Beth thought this was her chance to teach Gwendolyn a lesson since only a few people remained. Opening her mouth, she cursed, Gwendolyn. Slut. Now that everyone is gone, you still won't get off him? What the hell are you doing? Jorge remembered Mary Beth from the last incident where she mistook him for an actor and tried to buy his services. Why does she always show up everywhere? A cold glare from him cut off her insults. Are you not leaving? Waiting for me to throw you out personally? What? She's considered irrelevant too. She has to be kicked out as well. Mary Beth wanted to impress Jorge, and her face turned green with embarrassment. Cousin. If she left, Kenzie feared she wouldn't be able to handle Gwendolyn alone and was about to speak up for Mary Beth. However, Jorge's glare stopped her mid-sentence. Nothing more. I can handle it. Go back home, Wei. Mary Beth gave Gwendolyn a furious look and stormed out, seething with anger. Getting held twice by him in front of his girlfriend made Gwendolyn feel quite embarrassed herself. She tried to wriggle free multiple times, but Jorge's grip was too strong. Now that the pain had subsided, Gwendolyn looked up at him with reddened ears. It doesn't hurt anymore. Thank you. Can you let me go now? Jorge released her, and Gwendolyn took 2 steps back. He stared at both women like a judge, asking, what happened? What were you two doing? Kenzie quickly explained, it really was just a joke, Damien C. Ainsworth. I would never. Still calling it a joke? Gwendolyn shot her a disapproving glance. So you don't know the CEO of Mohammed Corporation at all? You lied deliberately to make me embarrass myself here? Kenzie glanced at the CEO of Mohammed Corporation standing right in front of them. Gwendolyn felt disappointed. She came tonight to earn money, but ended up losing face and gaining nothing. Don't talk about shamelessness. Who do you think is being shameless, Kenzie? Letting the CEO of Mohammed Corporation know about your false claims will have you arrested for damaging his reputation. Since she acted, there was no hope for signing the contract, and there was no need to stay any longer. Gwendolyn put the contract back in her bag. This is the last time. Don't bother me again, Kenzie. I'm not the same Gwendolyn from before. If you keep harassing me, I won't let it go. As she was about to leave, passing by Jorge, he suddenly pulled her back. Hold on. Show me the contract. Gwendolyn was baffled, ? Although he didn't openly protect Kenzie, was he still going to pay for her mistake? 5 million yuan. Was he going to pay the money for her so she wouldn't lose face in front of his girlfriend? Why do you want the contract? Jorge loosened his grip, showing slight impatience. Just give it to me. Kenzie wasn't a good person at all, except for her luck. She somehow found such a caring boyfriend. Gwendolyn handed over the contract. Jorge flipped through it, recalling how Gwendolyn lied to Mr. Tang, claiming her company collaborated with Huakang Electrical, a subsidiary of Mohammed Corporation. At the time, Jorge knew Gwendolyn had done her research on Huakang Electrical and yearned for a partnership, but lacked the qualifications without a recommendation. Mr. Tang decided to work with her because he heard about her supposed collaboration with Huakang Electrical. He placed a small order as a trial. If they later checked Huakang's supplier list and found no mention of Gwendolyn. Jorge hated owing favors, especially to a single Viviana who valued earning money above all else. Since giving her money directly wouldn't work, offering her a commission might. One last favor. The contract is fine. He lifted his hand, and Robert wisely came forward to take the contract. The relevant personnel from Huakang Electrical will contact you tomorrow. Wait for news at home. What? Gwendolyn thought she was hallucinating. Did he say the contract was fine, and Huakang Electrical would contact her tomorrow? How wide were his connections? Did he even know Huakang Electrical's leadership? Why you? Jorge didn't want to waste words, raising an eyebrow. Do you not want to sign? How could she refuse? That was Huakang Electrical. A top player in the industry. Gwendolyn never dreamed she'd ever partner with a brand under Mohammed Corporation. No. If not, go home and wait. Why are you hesitating? Gwendolyn happily left. Despite Jorge's cold attitude throughout, he had helped her resolve such a big issue and saved her face. Kenzie was deeply touched. She approached him apologetically, trying to cuddle him, but Jorge shook her off. Damien C. Ainsworth. This is the last time, Kenzie. I've told you before, I despise people using my name to act recklessly. I understand. Damien C. Ainsworth, did you eat dinner yet? I ordered a cake and some treats. Stay and eat with us. No need. Jorge hadn't intended to come. But thinking of the last time the two argued at a street stall, he worried for some reason and rushed over. He hated dealing with such trivial matters and listening to Kenzie drone on about pointless topics that only drained his patience. With that, he turned and left the villa. Robert followed behind, glancing meaningfully at Kenzie. Misunderstanding his glance, Kenzie eagerly approached. Special Assistant Sheen, does President Mohammed have something for you to convey to me? Since the 4 years ago when President Mohammed first met her, Robert had done countless favors for her family, cleaning up their messes countless times. The Jin family truly deserved no respect for their pig-like stupidity. Though rarely impatient with others, Robert couldn't control his temper whenever faced with Kenzie. What does Miss Ariel want to say? Kenzie, today is my birthday. Did President Mohammed say anything? Did she still want gifts after he signed a 5 million yuan contract for her? Greediness personified. Robert, irritated, snapped, don't overstep, Miss Ariel. Think about what you can do for President Mohammed. Hashtag end of chapter 26. Hashtag chapter 27, it was all just a Hannah dream. Gwendolyn returned home to find Ollie still awake, working overtime with her adoptive Viviana Violet while waiting for her. As soon as she entered the door, both women sensed that Gwendolyn was exceptionally happy today. Did you sign another big deal? Look at your radiant face. Gwendolyn hugged Ollie and Violet, giving each of them a kiss on the cheek. Yes, I did. Another big deal. I'm going to be rich. If we keep this up, we'll be able to buy a house soon. Maybe we can even invest in your studio. Violet, I feel like life is getting better every day. I'm so excited, I might not be able to sleep tonight. Hearing this, Violet felt genuinely happy for her. That's wonderful. How about I close my studio and join you instead? How long can I keep struggling like this? Violet studied fashion design in college, and Gwendolyn knew how much she loved this field. She didn't want her to give up so easily. Just hold on a little longer. I'll work harder and try to support you sooner. With your talent, you'll make it someday. The three women chatted excitedly in their small studio, envisioning a bright future together until night fell. The next day, Gwendolyn went to work with high spirits, ready to share this great news with her manager. But just as she was about to do so, the Akil arrived. The Akil was a man in his 50s who rarely visited the sales department. Today was an exception. Everyone, come here for a quick meeting. Everyone, including Thorntoniger, gathered around. The Akil ran his fingers through his slick back hair. I have some good news to share. Our company has secured a collaboration with Huakang Electrical, one of the industry leaders. An hour ago, their representative called me to confirm a 5 million renminbi order. What? The colleague's eyes lit up with excitement. Huakang Electrical collaborating with them? And right off the bat, a 5 million renminbi order? This was incredible news. Who had brought in this business? Seeing the Akil so happy, Gwendolyn thought she would receive praise, but he quickly changed the tone. As you all know, this deal is crucial for the company. To ensure its success, I will personally handle this order. Gwendolyn? The company is doing well this year, with record-breaking sales. I believe the future looks bright for us. Hearing such good news first thing in the morning, everyone clapped enthusiastically, except Gwendolyn. If the Akil was handling this order personally, then this 5 million renminbi had nothing to do with her anymore. After the applause, the Akil's demeanor suddenly changed. Though our performance has been impressive, profits haven't increased. We've had no new products for nearly 2 months and have been relying on older models. In order to develop new products and improve quality, I've decided to inject more funds into research and development. But without profitable sales, where will the money come from? So, colleagues, besides increasing revenue, we need to cut costs. Yesterday, I discussed this with the board, and to ensure adequate funding for R&D, we will slightly adjust the commission structure on orders. Bronson Marving will explain the specifics later. Don't be discouraged. These adjustments are minimal and won't significantly impact your lives. They're for the company's betterment. As long as we work together, we will overcome these difficulties and thrive. He waved Mary Beth over. Wei, I'm heading to Huakang Electrical now. You're coming with me. Everyone else, back to work. As the Akil left with the smug Mary Beth, Gwendolyn stared in disbelief. Then, she turned angrily towards Thorntoniger. Obviously, Thorntoniger already knew about this and understood that Gwendolyn had landed the deal. He sighed apologetically. Gwendolyn, don't feel upset. The Akil explained everything, it's for the company's betterment. Sacrificing the small self for the greater good will pay off in the end. Gwendolyn was so angry she wanted to throw her bag at Thorntoniger. After all her efforts to secure this order, not only did the Akil snatch it away, but they were also cutting her commission. Claiming it was sacrificing the small self for the greater good, Wasn't this just kicking her when she was down? How much is the commission being cut? From 3% to 1%. The manager hadn't told anyone else for fear of causing unrest. Instead, he pulled Gwendolyn into his office. I know this isn't fair to you. You've contributed significantly to our department's recent achievements. Don't worry, I'll find other ways to compensate you, but it must remain confidential. 15% of 5 million renminbi, 150,000 renminbi in commission. And now it was all gone. This toxic company and spineless leadership made Gwendolyn want to quit on the spot. But Thorntonager was right, with the current job market so tough, and having no formal education or experience outside electrical sales, she couldn't afford to quit. She had a child to raise and rent to pay. While Thorntonager still felt guilty, it was time to leverage that. What exactly will you use to compensate me for the 150,000 renminbi? The manager replied, it's a significant amount, and I can't cover it all at once. But if you keep working hard, I'll assign you tasks with potential benefits. That should eventually make up for it. He showed her some projects on his computer. Remember the 6 million renminbi order you secured with Inatio? We've become one of their key suppliers. Recently, they were acquired by the Mohammed family and plan to overhaul operations, starting with logistics. They have a warehouse in South China covering over 40,000 square meters. Key suppliers are responsible for building their own delivery bases. There's a lot of potential here. James is leading this project, and I've applied for your participation since you two get along well. Sending her, a salesperson, to oversee warehouse construction? Though it wasn't her specialty and would delay her sales efforts, Gwendolyn actually liked James. He was a down-to-earth technician, far more comfortable to work with than people like Mary Beth. Regardless of any potential benefits, as long as she didn't have to see Mary Beth, she'd go along with it for now. More than an hour after Thorntonager spoke to her, James took Gwendolyn and a few others to the construction site. The barren 40,000 square meter plot was exposed under the scorching sun. Her skin felt like it was burning. Gwendolyn now saw the true nature of Thorntonager's kindness. There was no talk of benefits or compensation, no one else wanted this task, and they picked her because she was easy to push around. Each person more deceitful than the last, this rotten company had no future. She needed to start looking for a new job as soon as possible. Chapter 28, Beware of Beautiful Women. Ignacio allocated space according to each company's business scale, with everyone marking out their territory on site and completing the relevant procedures. James started purchasing construction materials and arranging for workers to enter the site. Amy, being a girl, found it exhausting to run around all day, so James left her at the site to supervise the work. Amy wore a wide-brimmed sun hat that covered her face, revealing only her eyes, along with heat-resistant ice silk arm sleeves as she bustled about the site. In the early afternoon, Robert held a black umbrella while Jorge toured the renovation progress under the guidance of Ignacio's former Akil, Eustace. The first thing they saw was Amy, dressed in an odd assortment of protective clothing. Oddly enough, despite meeting her only a few days ago and having limited interactions, he still recognized her instantly even with all her layers. Her slender, delicate figure stood out conspicuously among the sweaty, muscular men. Seeing her running back and forth, Jorge frowned. Hadn't he just assigned the Huakang electrical project to her yesterday? Why wasn't she focusing on that but was here instead? A salesperson from a medical background overseeing construction seemed far too unconventional. Robert noticed Jorge slowing down and looking towards Amy, then followed his gaze. He too recognized her immediately. This woman looked oddly familiar. Isn't she Miss Chu? What is she doing here? Judging by Jorge's puzzled expression, Robert quickly sent a message to Huakang Electrical to inquire. After getting the situation sorted out, Robert had to interrupt Eustace tactfully. Eustace, it's such harsh conditions here. How come you didn't prepare any tea for General Bronson Mohammed who has come here in person? Eustace smacked his forehead and halted his footsteps. My mind must be slipping. Thank you for reminding me, Chin assistant. Everything is prepared, I simply forgot to bring it over. Please wait a moment, General Bronson Mohammed, I'll have someone bring some refreshments right away. Once Eustace left, Robert reported the findings to Jorge. General Bronson Mohammed, the owner of Miss Chu's company isn't very fair, actually taking credit for employee work. According to Huakang Electrical, this morning Thornton who conducted the negotiation was him, accompanied by Mary Beth. Miss Chu wasn't there. So, the efforts he had made for Amy ended up benefiting someone else? Is she incompetent? Since meeting her, it seemed she was either being bullied or on her way to be bullied again, even losing business that was within reach. Jorge felt deeply annoyed for some reason. Has the contract been signed? Robert replied, not yet. The process isn't complete. But barring any unforeseen issues, it should be signed tomorrow. There will be an unforeseen issue, Jorge said coldly. Such an inferior company with an unworthy leader doesn't deserve to collaborate with Mohammed Enterprises. Robert promptly sent a message to Huakang Electrical, finishing the task and observing Amy helping a truck driver unload steel bars. Her frail frame working like a beast of burden filled him with complex emotions. Miss Chu is so accommodating, always willing to do whatever is asked. Honestly, a place like this isn't worth staying in. In Shangcheng, Jorge had warned Amy that mixing with mediocre colleagues wouldn't yield anything good. But she stayed, allowing others to mistreat her, seemingly self-destructive in a way no one could help. Putting down the steel bar caused pain in her foot. She wiped her sweat with her arm, limped to find a clear spot, and sat down to take off her shoe. Seeing her treat her body so carelessly irritated Jorge even more. He scoffed. If she had common sense, would she have done so many foolish things to get expelled from school? Robert understood what he meant. Last night, when they arrived, they overheard classmates saying Amy was expelled for theft and that her child's father was unknown. Honestly, Robert couldn't reconcile the morally corrupt and promiscuous Amy described by others with the one he knew. Despite only knowing her for a short time, every encounter showed her striving and living strongly without complaints, despair, or self-pity. She hadn't sought anything from General Bronson Mohammed. Clearly, she's a hard-working, beautiful, and adorable girl. I don't think Miss Chu looks like someone who would steal. Maybe people aren't telling the whole truth. Jorge retorted, if she did nothing wrong, why did she remain silent when Kenzie mentioned it, reacting so intensely to other topics? He shifted his gaze away from her, expressionless, and continued walking. One cannot judge a book by its cover. The prettier a woman, the more deceptive she can be. You know that, Chin assistant? Huakong Electrical said their product quality didn't meet standards, wasting efforts and causing embarrassment, infuriating Mary Beth. Returning to the office to vent, Mary Beth discovered Amy wasn't there. Seeing her frustration, Thorntonager quietly messaged Amy. Stay where you are and don't come back to the office. Since the cooperation fell through, Mary Beth and the Akil are both furious. The cooperation failed? Amy realized she might have celebrated prematurely. Just because a model brokered the connection, she assumed it was guaranteed. How naive. She stopped sulking over it. At least this indirectly got back at Mary Beth. She happily stayed at the construction site. Other suppliers gradually sent their representatives and materials, making it lively despite the scorching heat. On the 6th day, their warehouse began to take shape. That day, while resting by the wall of the warehouse, Amy saw someone anxiously pacing and talking on the phone nearby. I've already visited Tyler 3 times. Even Brantley Abay's 3 visits to Zhuge Brantliang were no different. Yet he won't see me, leaving me helpless. People who disdain money value reputation above all. I'd offer him money if I could, but there's no chance. I know other companies are trying to reach him too, but, alright, I understand, General Bronson Mohammed. I'll keep trying. 2 more days, please, General Bronson Mohammed. General Bronson Mohammed? Amy watched as he was abruptly hung up on mid-sentence, looking pitiful. Hey, wasn't this the big Akil of Ignacio, Eustace, who signed the deal with her personally not long ago? Even a powerful Akil has his own troubles. Note, maintaining paragraph structure and line breaks. Chapter 29, What a Smart Blakely. Eustace, Gwendolyn waved the bottle of mineral water in her hand and greeted him proactively. Hi, do you remember me? I'm the salesperson from Taikong Electrical. You signed a contract with me some time ago. Taikong Electrical? Eustace looked down at the young and beautiful girl, quickly recalling her. If not for President Mohammed, he probably wouldn't have spoken to a mere salesperson like her in his entire life. Why did you come here? Is this your company's site? Why aren't you selling products but working on building a warehouse? Gwendolyn didn't know how to answer, so she smiled. It's all by chance. It's really hot, and you're sweating. Are you thirsty? Happily, I still have a bottle of water. It was truly hot, and it added to his frustration as his clothes clung to his body. Eustace glanced at her. Although her face was flushed from sun exposure, she looked very carefree. He sighed and sat down beside her. Young people like you are fortunate, carefree no matter what the circumstances. Gwendolyn twisted open the bottle of water and handed it to him. Is that so? My dream is to one day become someone like you. But even then, would there still be worries? Eustace laughed at her words. Of course, little girl. As long as we live, there will be countless worries every day. The more power and position one has, the more troubles they encounter. Gwendolyn couldn't quite imagine. Can you tell me what's troubling you now? Gwendolyn wasn't usually chatty, but Eustace had no airs about him and was very approachable, somehow stirring up her desire to chat. Not many subordinates would actively talk to their Akil without feeling constrained. Seeing her clear eyes and honest expression, Eustace also felt an urge to chat with her. If I tell you, can you give me any ideas? Maybe. Gwendolyn playfully blinked. Since you don't have a better solution right now, it won't hurt to tell me. So, Eustace told her everything. Due to poor management, the company suffered annual losses, prompting him to sell equity to Mohammed Corporation, where he became a worker under Mohammed Group. Despite its youth, the group president had grand ambitions, aiming to transform the company into a first-class enterprise, issuing many rectification measures. One such measure involved overhauling warehousing and logistics, while another aimed to boost technical development. To achieve the latter, a senior-level engineer named Tyler was needed, who was due to retire in 2 years and whose current company faced dire financial issues. However, President Mohammed couldn't wait and asked him to expedite hiring the stubborn old engineer who refused to leave until retirement. Upon hearing this, Gwendolyn thought of some famous scenes from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, which she had already grasped over the phone. Eustace, have you read Romance of the Three Kingdoms? Romance of the Three Kingdoms? How is it related to this? It's relevant. Brandt, listening to you, I think it's quite similar. Remember how Zhuge Brantliang convinced Ma Chao and Fabian Wei to join his side using reverse tactics? Sowing discord? Exactly. Just like Ma Chao and Fabian Wei are now like Tyler, and you are Zhuge Brantliang. To make him leave his current Akil, you must undermine the relationship between them first. Once he loses support from his backer, extending an olive branch becomes easier. Eustace fell silent for 2 seconds, then slapped his head in sudden realization. Brandt, little girl, you really have a point. That's a good idea. But how should I implement this strategy of sowing discord? Gwendolyn said, simple. In today's digital age, you don't even need to meet face to face. Just post news about discussions with Tyler online. His Akil will see it, and trust between them will crumble. Sounds convincing enough. But I'm not much of an internet user. How do I post it online? Gwendolyn got excited and asked, do you have Tyler's Akil WeChat? Yes. We've worked together before. Even simpler. A post on WeChat imminence will reach him. Do you have Tyler's photo? No. But it's on their official website. Opening the website, he showed it to Gwendolyn. She downloaded Tyler's photo and found a picture of Eustace, editing them together. Here's your collaborative shot. Taking Eustace's phone, she posted a WeChat imminent for him. Haven't seen you in a long time, old Brantley. Had a pleasant talk, looking forward to smooth cooperation. Followed by several encouragement emojis. Wait and see. If his Akil cares, he'll contact you soon. Doubting such a simple trick could work, Eustace just continued chatting idly with Gwendolyn before going back to work. But an hour later, he returned enthusiastically holding his phone. Blakely, you were right. His Akil called me, asking when we talked and accusing me of being sneaky, trying to poach his staff behind his back, ha ha ha. How did you respond? Eustace, unable to stop laughing, replied, what else? I replied to upset him. But he might keep Tyler closer, making things counterproductive. Just as Gwendolyn wanted to suggest more aggressive measures, Eustace's phone rang. Tyler was calling. Looking at Tyler's number on the screen, Eustace's eyes sparkled. Looks like old Brantley heard the news and is anxious, calling me, ha ha ha. Wait, let me take this call. Upon answering, Tyler indeed lashed out, blaming Eustace for betraying him and disrupting his relationship with his superior, damaging his reputation. Eustace seized the opportunity to persuade him. You spent your whole life developing technology, but in a stagnant company with nowhere to apply your skills. What's the point? It's just wasting time. My company is now under Mohammed Corporation. If you join us, not only will you be chief engineer, but you'll lead a dedicated R&D department. You'll be in charge, with full authority. Wouldn't you be more comfortable there than where you are now? With your abilities, you can achieve great things before retirement. Isn't a glorious retirement better than a lackluster end after a lifetime of technical research? Think about it. People always say that excellent birds choose the best trees, and people should strive for higher goals. Your idea of staying in a dead-end place is outdated, old Brantley. Brandt, listening to this, Tyler seemed somewhat tempted but remained silent for a few seconds, hesitant to commit easily. This translation aims to stay true to the original content while ensuring readability and coherence in English. Chapter 30. Who made our Brandt little Blakely angry? I've worked with Barnaby for half my life. There's no way I can abandon him at this critical juncture. Don't talk nonsense to me. I won't throw away my conscience for money. Stop harassing me from now on. As he was about to hang up, General Bronson Fabian hastily called out to him. Don't be hasty. I didn't say you should abandon Barnaby. Look what you're saying. If not abandoning Barnaby, then what do you mean? General Bronson Fabian replied, I know you're a principled person, and the lifelong friendship with Barnaby is hard to sever. I didn't think of making you cut ties. My company is struggling to operate, so I came to seek help from Mohammed Corporation. Barnaby can too. The ultimate goal of running a company all his life isn't to make money? If he joins Mohammed Corporation, we'll definitely rise again. Why don't we do this? I'll set up a gathering tonight. Let's sit down and have a good chat with Barnaby. Both of you bring your technology and equipment and work with me. We'll grow together and become stronger. What do you say? These words struck right into Tyler's heart. He paused for a moment before speaking. I'm just a technical person, and I don't care about anything else. As long as you don't separate me from Barnaby or ask me to betray my principles, anything is fine. Go discuss it with Barnaby. Having you say that puts me at ease. General Bronson Fabian beamed, I'll call Barnaby right away. Make sure to clear your schedule for tonight. After hanging up, General Bronson Fabian was elated. Oh dear, little girl, thanks to you today, a major breakthrough has come in my problems. I need to keep arranging things. Thank you. You continue working, and when things are settled, I'll give you a big red envelope. Seeing General Bronson Fabian's happy expression, Gwendolyn felt delighted too. If she could join General Bronson Fabian's company, it would be great. Working under such an enlightened and kind leader would be much more interesting than being at Taikong. The next day, Gwendolyn went to work as usual. Just less than half an hour after starting her shift, General Bronson Fabian came to see her with a smile. Brantley, little girl, things got sorted out yesterday. Had a big drink with Barnaby and old Brantley. The two old buddies are preparing to join me. Getting ready today, signing contracts this afternoon. You deserve a lot of credit for this. Here, I promised you a big red envelope yesterday. Take it. With that, he pushed a red envelope into Gwendolyn's hand. Gwendolyn felt it. It was thick. It had to be at least 10,000. No, General Bronson Fabian. It's my honor to help you. How can I take your money? You're spoiling me. General Bronson Fabian said, you're not part of our company, and you don't owe me any ideas. Credit is credit, don't be shy. Take it. I like clever and bold young people like you. I might need your help again, so don't be formal. Gwendolyn wasn't being formal. She genuinely believed that one shouldn't ruin others' opinions of them over petty gains, so she refused. Saying that makes me even more uncomfortable. This isn't a big deal for me. Besides, I'd love to be your subordinate and give you ideas daily. Consider it repaying you for signing the contract last time. I can't take this money. Seeing her persistence, General Bronson Fabian admired her even more. How about this, little girl? I'll note your contributions. If you ever want to leave Taikong and join us, feel free to find me. Gwendolyn was inwardly thrilled but kept it hidden. Thank you, General Bronson Fabian. In the afternoon, the contract signing went smoothly, and General Bronson Fabian went to report back to Jorge. Jorge hadn't expected that while initially aiming to gain only Tyler, he ended up also getting the experienced Barnaby. This greatly boosted his efforts in entering the precision parts industry. Didn't you say yesterday you had no ideas? How did things progress so quickly all of a sudden? Facing his teasing, General Bronson Fabian didn't hold back and recounted how Gwendolyn had given him the idea. Jorge raised an eyebrow. It was actually Gwendolyn who gave him the idea? This person is so muddled when dealing with personal matters, yet still manages to handle other situations with some wit. Gwendolyn continued working on the construction site. In the afternoon, her manager suddenly called her. Gwendolyn, stop lingering there. Come back quickly. Ever since losing the Huakong contract, the Akil has been upset, frequently coming to the sales department to check on you because you're always absent. I got scolded multiple times because of you. If you don't come back soon, I'll lose my job. Hurry up. What a neurotic guy. Never seen such a petty Akil. During profitable times, he takes credit for employees' work, but when the contract is lost, he vents his frustration on employees. How can someone be so disgusting? What can going back change? Should she go chase back the Huakong contract herself? Gwendolyn felt furious hearing this but couldn't disobey her superior's order and had to return. Upon returning to the company, Mary Beth immediately threw a pile of documents onto her desk. How do you work? Taking leave for so long without telling anyone, causing us to pile up so much work, exhausting us. Tomorrow I'm off, you take care of these. So annoying. Gwendolyn didn't rush to look at the documents but looked bewildered at Mary Beth. On leave? Who told you I was on leave? Not on leave, what were you doing then? Running business? Signed several big deals in these few days? Whose contracts? Share with us. Gwendolyn sensed something fishy and ignored Mary Beth, heading straight to Thorntonager's office. Bronson, did you tell Mary Beth and the Akil I was on leave these few days? The manager gave a false smile and stood up from behind the desk. Weren't you supposed to know? Lost Huakong's contract, Akil upset. To move me, a salesperson, to that tough position during this time and tell him the truth isn't courting death? They will suspect favoritism towards me, maybe even think we. Since we're employees, it's just a few days' salary, not much. Endure it. Come, stop talking. Fill in a leave form. Gwendolyn was fed up with this spineless and cunning manager. Putting her in that dirty and tiring job for 8 days, almost peeling her skin, and now asking her to fill a leave form? She kicked the chair in anger, making a loud bang. Before Thorntonager could react, Mary Beth, who had been eavesdropping, rushed in. Gwendolyn. Defying leadership openly. Using force against a leader? You're fired. Now, pack up and get out immediately. Salary deducted for this month. Tyler and engineer Ian, along with General Bronson Fabian, were visiting the construction site, walking past Gwendolyn's usual workspace when they encountered her storming by. General Bronson Fabian saw her angry for the first time, startled by her overly serious look. Whoa, who made our little girl so angry? Please note, the provided translation aims to adhere closely to the original text, including its tone and structure. Some names and terms have been adjusted to fit English conventions. Chapter 31, Standing by Her. Gwendolyn was originally only angry, not sad. Mary Beth was using her connections to have her fired, which suited Gwendolyn just fine since she didn't want to work there anymore. Leave? Fine by her. But they couldn't deduct her salary so easily. She had come back to retrieve her belongings left at the scene and planned to file a complaint with the relevant departments tomorrow, demanding not only her unpaid salary but also unemployment compensation. But the moment Nico called her little girl, all her composure crumbled. It was as if she saw her father before he passed away. When she was little and came home upset, her father would always talk to her this way. Gwendolyn wasn't one to cry easily, yet now tears flowed uncontrollably down her face like an open faucet. Nico, sniff. Nico, seething with anger, brought Gwendolyn back to Taikong Company. Marvin Guoming. Marvin Guoming? Get out here. It was almost quitting time, and everyone was idling at their desks, bored and doing nothing. Suddenly, someone barged in, shouting the Achilles name. All eyes turned toward them. Of course, this included the sales department staff. Seeing Gwendolyn accompanied by a tall, distinguished-looking middle-aged man who returned so quickly and was loudly addressing the Achille, everyone looked over at Mary Beth. What's going on? She's back already? And she brought a man? Who is he? He looks old enough to be her dad. Is he her lover? Wei, so you were right all along? Gwendolyn's private life really is that chaotic? What about her husband? Such a handsome husband can't hold her heart? Mary Beth hadn't expected Gwendolyn to bring in Nico from Ignacio. She had always suspected something between them and now felt certain about it. With a sneer, she said, I told you people can't be judged by their appearance, but no one believed me. Now you know what kind of person she is, right? That man that night wasn't her husband, he was an actor she paid. She's so vain, you've all been deceived. What? Paid an actor to pretend to be her husband? Just to keep up appearances. She thought having a husband as cover would prevent you from thinking otherwise. Got it? So, Gwendolyn had such deep schemes. Everyone finally understood her true nature. Just then, the Achille arrived, hearing the commotion. Who's making such a fuss outside? Seeing her Ricardo, Mary Beth rushed over. Bohan, Gwendolyn has been absent without leave for days. Today, she finally came back. The manager scolded her a bit, and she kicked over Thorntoniger's chair in the office. Seeing her arrogance, I told her not to come back tomorrow. Look what happened next. Mary Beth finished, and Rodnir Guoming turned to Nico. At first glance, he seemed unsure, then his expression faltered. Nico? Why are you here? Oh my, you didn't tell me you'd visit. I should have come to meet you. Please, follow me to my office. Seeing him fawning, Nico raised an eyebrow. Do you know me? Marvin Guoming flattered, Nico's name is renowned in the industry. Who doesn't know? I've admired you for a long time. How did you find the time to visit our company? What an honor. Though he buttered up well, Nico was unmoved and snorted. Came to your company? You think I'm here for you? What are you worth? Do you recognize her? He moved Gwendolyn forward to stand beside him. Marvin Guoming recognized her instantly. Of course, she's our employee Gwendolyn. Our contract with Nico was signed by her. Hearing that I underpaid her, do you look down on us? How could we? Marvin Guoming nearly panicked. Having Nico sign with us is an honor. Any amount is a privilege, don't listen to those with ulterior motives. Nico, since it's such an honor, shouldn't the one who got the order be treated as a hero? Is this how you treat your heroes? Nico, you mean? These past few days, she's been working at my warehouse site. Out of 20 companies, she's the only female employee. A thin, weak female salesperson worked tirelessly without a single complaint. I thought Taikong was lucky, but you fired such a hard-working, excellent employee? What? Fired her? Misunderstanding, pure misunderstanding. I didn't know anything and never meant to fire her. Seeming to remember something, Marvin Guoming turned to Mary Beth. Did you do this? What trouble did you cause me? Mary Beth. This shameless Gwendolyn must have whispered plenty into Nico's ear to make him come to her defense. This vixen has some skill. I didn't fire her. I'm not management, how could I? Rodnirving, you should ask Thorntoniger. Bronson froze. Good move, Mary Beth, shifting blame. Trying to bury him alive. Quickly deflecting, Gwendolyn is an outstanding employee under me. How could I fire her? I wanted to discuss raising her commission today. Gwendolyn, did you misunderstand? You're still young and impulsive. I didn't finish talking when you ran off, causing a misunderstanding. A group of cowardly rats, shirking responsibility. Even if Nico wasn't present, their expressions revealed their evasion. Such colleagues and such a company weren't worth Gwendolyn staying. Oh. Calling her back to raise her commission. How much more? Raise. The manager nervously glanced at the Achille. Facing Nico, he surely wanted to save face. Sure enough, Marvin Guoming added, to 4%. Gwendolyn, do well, and I'll raise your commission to 4%, plus bonuses at year-end. We won't neglect you. Increase and decrease, no principles at all. Employees' lives and careers were jokes to him. Gwendolyn wasn't tempted by that 1%. Just as she was about to speak, Nico beat her to it. Raise her to 10%, fire these two, and let Gwendolyn be the sales manager. He nodded toward Mary Beth and Thorntoniger, Marvin Guoming hesitating. Nico, you. Nico coldly laughed, you won't ask why I want you to fire this woman? You're Mary Beth, right? Last time at Ignacio, sitting on the procurement manager's lap, kissing till your lips were swollen, that was you? The room buzzed with shock. Nico continued, I told Gwendolyn to report it and kick such shameless, unethical industry failures out. So, how are you still here? Gwendolyn, you're too soft-hearted, always giving others a chance. See the result? Have you learned your lesson? Note, maintained paragraph structure and line breaks as per request. Chapter 32, President Mohammed dislikes taking medicine. Nico never intended for Gwendolyn to stay at Tai Kong any longer, so after ridiculing Mary Beth and lecturing Marvin Guiming a few times, he pulled Gwendolyn away amidst the varied expressions of those present. Gwendolyn was very grateful for his support. However, before she could express her gratitude, Nico cut her off. No need for pleasantries, just repay me by working hard at the company from now on. Tyler is short of an assistant, and it would be good for your career development to learn some technical skills while you're young. Follow him and work hard. Thus, Gwendolyn officially became part of Hisheng. 3 days later, the new technical team was established, and Tyler officially became the chief technical officer of Hisheng. At the first meeting after the establishment of the new department and leadership, Nico invited President Jorge to preside over it to help set their sights on the future and boost morale. Jorge agreed. That morning, Gwendolyn arrived at the office at 7. She tidied up every corner of the office, adjusted the projector in the conference room, prepared teacups and spare stationery for all attendees, fearing that anything might be imperfect. She had heard from Nico that President Mohammed would be visiting today. Becoming part of Mohammed Corporation unexpectedly, she was about to meet her new Akil for the first time. Gwendolyn was extremely nervous. She had heard that he was very strict with work, incredibly serious, and an ice-cold president who tolerated no mistakes. Moreover, as a friend of Kenzie, she was eager to see what kind of person he was. How could someone like Kenzie be friends with someone rumored to be as cold as hell's judge? Just as she finished preparing everything, Nico entered the conference room. Seeing how neatly Gwendolyn had arranged everything, he took a photo with his phone and messaged Jorge. President Mohammed, we are all ready, we are just waiting for you. In the business car, Jorge's work phone rang. Robert opened it to find a message from Nico. It was only 20 minutes before 8, yet they were already urging Jorge. With less than 5 minutes to reach Hisheng, replying to this message was unnecessary. Robert glanced at the screen, ready to exit the chat window, but caught sight of a familiar figure in the corner of the photo. Why did it seem so familiar? He reopened the image, enlarged it, and examined it closely. It was indeed Miss Chu. Though captured accidentally, showing only a side profile, her distinctive features made her easily identifiable. What was Miss Chu doing at Hisheng? President Mohammed, look at this photo. He handed the phone to Jorge, who was leaning back in the seat with his eyes closed, resting. Opening his eyes lazily, Jorge glanced at the photo, furrowing his brows unconsciously. Where is this? At Hisheng's large conference room. Why is she there? Jorge also recognized her. It must be Miss Chu. Robert quickly replied to Nico asking for the list of attendees for the day. The list was sent promptly. Assistant to the chief engineer, Gwendolyn, it caught his eye immediately. Robert sounded oddly excited. Miss Chu is now Tyler's assistant. She must have left Tai Kong. Finally, that place was not suitable for her. Leaving Tai Kong and entering Hisheng to become Tyler's assistant, why did it feel like she was getting closer to them? Not that Jorge was imagining things or feeling overly confident. There were too many women trying various tricks to get close to him, often with ulterior motives. Turn around, let's not go to Hisheng today. When Tyler was younger, he had been classmates and good friends with Jorge's father. However, their backgrounds differed. After graduating from university, one returned home to inherit the family business while the other became an employee. Mr. Mohammed lacked the expertise of Tyler, frequently seeking advice from him on technical issues, and Jorge had accompanied his father for meals with Tyler several times. He admired Tyler's professional capabilities greatly, which was why, upon learning that Tyler's current company was struggling, he insisted Nico bring him aboard. Yet, after going through such efforts to hire him, Jorge didn't even show up, leaving Tyler quite displeased. A week passed. This day, Nico called Jorge, urging him to make time tonight to have dinner with Tyler. Tyler said he came because of the Mohammed family name, hoping to meet you. I thought you cared. I know you're busy, President Mohammed, but can't you find the time for a meal? Tyler is soon heading out on a business trip despite his age. Because of Gwendolyn, Jorge had sidelined Tyler for quite some time, which really wasn't fair. So tonight then. I'll apologize personally to Bohan Brantley. Tell him it's just between old acquaintances, no outsiders should join us. We can enjoy a drink as Ricardo and nephew. After hanging up, Robert approached with concern. President Mohammed, you've had a cold for days. You won't go to the hospital and refuse to take any medicine. How can you still drink? Ever since his father's incident, Jorge despised taking medicine. Robert nagged him all day to visit the hospital, almost driving him crazy. Arrange the restaurant. Don't bother me unless necessary. Gwendolyn didn't finish organizing her documents until 5:30. Just as she picked up her bag and phone, preparing to leave, Nico called her. Gwendolyn, have you left? Not yet, Nico. What's the matter? Just right, check if Tyler left his phone in the office. Hearing that President Mohammed was hosting dinner, Tyler had rushed out like an excited child, forgetting his phone in the process. Gwendolyn chuckled and found the phone lying on his desk. Here it is, Nico. Where are you? I'll bring it over. Sure, thank you. Take a cab here, and I'll cover your fare. After hanging up, Nico sent her an address and transferred a red envelope. Gwendolyn hailed a taxi and headed for the restaurant. At the entrance of the restaurant, Jorge got out of his car and walked a few steps when Robert chased after him with a few packs of medicine. President Mohammed, please take some medicine. Your hand felt hot this morning, probably a fever. Seeing the colorful pills gave Jorge a headache, he refused to take them. Concerned about his health, yet unable to follow him, Robert desperately tried to make him take the medicine. Just this once. Even if you take it later, you must carry it. The doctor said one pack would do the trick. Just then, Gwendolyn appeared in front of them, her face a mix of surprise and delight. What a coincidence. Mr. Cyan, Robert, what are you doing here? Chapter 33, He Struggles to Earn Money. Miss Chu. The moment she got out of the car, Gwendolyn saw two distinguished figures. She immediately recognized them. She wondered if Fabiansheng was too small or if their scope of work was too wide. It was surprising how often she had been running into them lately. Why aren't you going in? What's up? As Gwendolyn spoke, she noticed the medicine box in Robert's hand. Today, she wasn't wearing her usual uniform but instead sported a white t-shirt and blue jeans with a pair of white sneakers. Her hair was casually tied into a bun on top of her head. Dressed simply and refreshingly, she looked much like a college student. Robert couldn't help but appreciate her looks. Nothing much, just caught a cold, bought some medicine. Is Miss Chu here for dinner too? He knew Gwendolyn was currently York's main assistant and guessed that York had brought her along for dinner. Gwendolyn waved her phone. No, I'm just delivering something to my Akil. She glanced at the medication names, fever reducers and anti-inflammatories. She hadn't expected that working in this field would be so challenging. Even when sick, one had to work through it. Given her medical background, she couldn't help but give a friendly warning. Are you both running a fever? How high? You can't drink alcohol after taking these medications. Are you planning to drink later? She seemed to have much more to say. It was dinner time, and another group of guests walked over. Jorge couldn't tolerate such fussiness and public interaction. Seeing the two engrossed in conversation, he entered the hall. Mohammed. Robert wanted to call out to Jorge as he hadn't given him the medicine, but thinking about Gwendolyn, he swallowed the words back. Watching the CEO stride away, he sighed worriedly. I know you shouldn't drink when running a fever, but... Miss Chu, could you please take this medicine inside? He knew that whatever Gwendolyn was delivering was likely intended for York or Eustace. Those two were sharp-witted. Once they learned that CEO Mohammed was ill, none of them would dare force him to drink. Gwendolyn thought Robert was merely asking her to pass the medicine to Jorge, considering how important human life is, and quickly followed inside. Fortunately, Jorge hadn't gone far. Gwendolyn jogged a few steps to catch up. Robert asked me to bring the medicine in for you. Take care. Later, when you're eating, show the medicine to the clients. They won't push you to drink anymore. An occasional favor should be understandable, don't push yourself too hard. Didn't they agree to draw the line after divorce and stop bothering each other? What was she doing now? Jorge glanced at Gwendolyn, whom he kept running into by coincidence. Without responding, he walked into the private room. Gwendolyn stopped at the door. Why was he being like this? They were divorced, but she hadn't said anything else and hadn't even gotten close to him. Was this necessary coldness? Wasn't the medicine meant to save his life? If he didn't want it, fine. Since he was willing to risk his life, let it be. She took out her phone and began searching for people based on the location Eustace sent her. To her surprise, it was also this private room. So Jorge was accompanying York and Eustace tonight. Although she'd seen him with male clients before at Yuehai Xian, she hadn't thought much of it then. But now, realizing that the ones who hired him were her own superiors, she felt chills run down her spine. How miserable. Not only did he have to serve women but men as well. The life of a male model was tough. Had all men changed? Were pretty young ladies no longer enough? Why did they all prefer double doors? She couldn't imagine the usually gentle and professional York looking at Jorge with desire. Feeling awkward, she hesitated to enter but remembered York's phone. After a mental struggle, Gwendolyn steeled herself and knocked on the door. Inside, it was just as she imagined. York already held Jorge's hand and was inspecting him closely. The normally healthy old man now clutched the young man's hand, patting it repeatedly with an unreadable smile. How long has it been? Last time you weren't quite ready. I never imagined you'd be so impressive now. Time flies. Who doesn't know you in Fabiansheng now? Everyone in the industry talks about your rise. It's rare to meet you. Jorge gave a courteous, distant smile, withdrawing his hand. Not at all. In front of you, I'm always the junior. If you wish to see me, it's only a matter of a word. Ha ha ha, don't say things like that. Come on, we haven't added WeChat yet. If you have any matters, contact me directly on WeChat. Don't ignore this old man. Gwendolyn, give me your phone. Gwendolyn hadn't expected York to express affection so openly, already planning their next meeting. Oh, poor Cyan. She clearly saw his reluctance and unwillingness. He had a girlfriend, he liked women. Suddenly, she felt she was being too emotional. Compared to Jorge's sacrifices, her bit of discomfort was nothing. Everyone struggled to earn money. Gwendolyn handed over her phone, thinking she should leave. But seeing Jorge forcing a smile, she couldn't move. They scanned codes to add each other on WeChat, sat down, and Eustace leered at Jorge. Old Brantley was so excited to meet you tonight, he couldn't sit still at work and arrived here half an hour early. According to our rules, you're late and must drink as a penalty. Since York was an older technician and Jorge was the one who recruited him, he had to show respect. Men's social interactions were sometimes simple, a few drinks could bridge distances. If not taken, it might widen those gaps. Jorge smiled politely. It's my fault for being late. I understand the rules. Tyler, please forgive me. I'll accept triple the penalty. Eustace had already ordered dishes, and the waitstaff had already prepared the wine. Before Jorge could pour the wine, Gwendolyn, realizing he hadn't eaten and was about to self-penalize, blurted out. No. You can't drink. Everyone noticed she was still there and looked at her. Eustace, Gwendolyn, you're still here? What happened, do you know Mohammed? Jorge's brows furrowed, eyeing Gwendolyn warily. Gwendolyn knew she couldn't reveal they were married now. But he had helped solve her daughter's household registration problem, and she couldn't stand idly by when he was in trouble. We just met on the way here. I was hit by a car, and he helped me, which caused the delay. This isn't his fault. If anyone's to blame, it's me. Let me drink the 3 cups. Chapter 34, Snuggling into his embrace. As soon as she spoke, the 3 of them clearly froze in place. But Gwendolyn didn't give them time to react. After her words, she rushed over and grabbed Jorge's wine glass, pouring herself a full glass before gulping it down with a glug. Only after drinking 3 glasses did she wipe her fiery hot lips. Is that okay? Do you need him to drink anything else? I can drink for him. York and Bronson Fabian exchanged glances, stunned for 2 seconds before they suddenly burst into laughter. How could we forget about you? As a salesperson, you must have a good tolerance for alcohol. You can't miss out on drinking events. Come, let's all sit down. Sorry, Gwendolyn. In my excitement this morning, I forgot to invite you. Are you craving alcohol too? That's why you started drinking by yourself? You, little one, look so gentle and polite, but who would have thought your behavior completely changes in critical moments? Not only do you excel at work, but also at drinking. Where was Gwendolyn's good alcohol tolerance? In recent years, she had been taking care of Pandora, not particularly ambitious in her career. She had never dined or drank with clients individually, hence her career was quite stable without much progress. This year, although she had secured several large deals, everything went smoothly, so effortlessly that she never needed to drink alcohol for business. She didn't have any alcohol tolerance. Setting down the wine glass, Gwendolyn glanced closely at Jorge. The symptoms of a fever were already obvious. Not just his forehead, even his ears and cheeks were flushed, with a slight mist in his eyes. He must be feeling very uncomfortable, and she had to help him. Yes. I've worked here for so long, and you 2 leaders have always been so kind to me, yet I've never had the chance to dine with you all. I feel quite regretful about that. Since everyone here is acquainted today, I won't hold back. She pulled a chair and wedged it between York and Jorge. Brant, like a naive newcomer, oblivious to social rules, she asked them both to move aside. I'll sit right in the middle of you 2. It will be more convenient when drinking. Please scoot over a bit. The little girl, though usually orderly and curious during work, often kept a respectful distance while being diligent in asking questions. Today, as soon as the topic of drinking came up, her true emotions revealed themselves. So generous and outgoing, she struck York and Bronson Fabian as an unpretentious and delightful young lady, making them smile warmly and cooperate willingly. Look how excited you get when it comes to drinking. Fine, you can sit in the middle. You'll have a couple of glasses later. Oh, Gwendolyn, you really surprised me today. Next to them, Jorge, seeing Gwendolyn's vastly different behavior from recent weeks, wore a less optimistic expression. Was this woman pretending to be gentle and serene all along? Acting crazy in front of superiors like this, did everything Ariel Chingwan say about her past have some basis? Gwendolyn sat down, and the server brought out all the dishes one after another. Bronson Fabian made a formal toast and proposed a group toast. Gwendolyn astutely stood up to pour 4 glasses of wine but placed Jorge's glass in front of herself. Bronson Fabian put it beautifully, let me applaud. However, he just needs to keep company without drinking, I'll take care of it. He sustained a minor injury while saving me earlier. Drinking might cause inflammation. I feel guilty towards him, please give me a chance to make up for it. What? Chairman Mohammed got injured while saving her? York and Bronson Fabian quickly sent concerned looks towards Jorge. Jorge, puzzled by Gwendolyn's behavior, frowned and was about to speak when Gwendolyn stuffed a piece of vegetable into his mouth. My 2 superiors are reasonable people and won't force you. Just eat, hurry up. Everyone was speechless again. Gwendolyn drank 2 more glasses, her stomach burning and throat sore, her head starting to spin. But she wasn't drunk yet, looking completely fine, successfully igniting Bronson Fabian's competitive spirit. Hey. You're a real god of alcohol. Gwendolyn, I've spent half my life unbeaten until now. You took my position. Everyone in the industry calls me alcohol addict. Back then, I once single-handedly challenged all the elite young men of Fabiancheng. I can't let this go today. Let's see how much you can handle. Glass after glass, within half an hour, Gwendolyn hooked onto Jorge's neck. Aren't you supposed to be drinking with me? Hiccup, why are you sitting there still, not pouring me wine? Don't you like me? The amount of alcohol far exceeded what her body could tolerate. Now thoroughly disoriented, Gwendolyn was barely aware of her surroundings. Fortunately, someone was beside her. Clinging to him steadied her spinning head. Jorge's handsome features were right in front of her. Gwendolyn leaned her forehead against his, tracing his face slowly from top to bottom, recognizing him. Fabiancheng's famous male model, rich men and women vying for drinks with him. Now in her hands, yet he seemed indifferent, not even smiling. Why? Look down on me? Afraid I won't pay you? The warm, alcoholic breath hit Jorge's nose as Gwendolyn's smooth cheek pressed against his. Her delicate fingers clawed softly at his neck. For the first time in his life, a woman acted like this towards Jorge in public. Jorge's face tightened, but he didn't push her away. Strangely, each physical contact didn't repulse him, instead, it felt. It's just money, I have plenty. Immersed in her imagined scenario, Gwendolyn fumbled through her pocket, pulling out a business card with her index and middle finger, waving it in front of Jorge before stuffing it into his shirt collar. Through the shirt, she patted his chest. See? Unlimited bank card, you can use it freely. Sister is rich too. Smile, don't sulk. Laughing foolishly, she touched his face again, stunning both Bronson, Fabian and York. This was Chairman Mohammed from the esteemed Mohammed Group, their direct akil. If Gwendolyn was trying to curry favor by drinking on his behalf earlier, what was she doing now? Straddling his lap, one hand around his neck, the other roaming over his chest and face. Gwendolyn. Unwilling to look at Jorge's reaction, Bronson Fabian hurriedly tried to pull Gwendolyn off. If you can't drink, just say so. No one is forcing you. Look how muddled you are now. Get down, I'll take you home. Just touching Gwendolyn's hand, she recoiled as if stung. Ah. Someone's touching me. Pervert. Suddenly remembering Hubert from the dilapidated factory in Shangcheng, Gwendolyn tightly hugged Jorge's neck, burying her face in his chest. I don't want to go with him. He's a bad man. Help. Hide me. Quickly. Chapter 35, I Marvin to kiss you. Nico was utterly mortified by Gwendolyn's reaction. This little girl. If only he'd known she had such a poor tolerance for alcohol and would act so recklessly after drinking, he wouldn't have let her stay tonight. Now this. President Mohammed. Jorge raised his hand to cut him off. Gwendolyn nestled into his embrace without restraint, her fragrant hair brushing against his face and chin. Her soft and tender body pressed tightly against him, almost driving him crazy. Though he was trying hard to control his expression, if Nico and Tyler didn't leave soon, he couldn't guarantee what he might do next. Leave now, I'll take her home later. Don't tell anyone about what happened tonight. The two young people clung together in a way that, despite Gwendolyn's vastly different status from President Mohammed, their matching ages and features added an undeniable air of intimacy. With President Mohammed not losing his temper and asking them to keep it secret, any seasoned observer knew the underlying implication. This bold little girl, Gwendolyn, seemed ready to climb up the social ladder tonight. All right. We'll go first. Thank you for your hard work, President Mohammed. Soon, they were alone in the room. Jorge struggled to push Gwendolyn away by holding her shoulders. Okay, everyone is gone, stop acting. What do you really want? Dizzy and disoriented, Gwendolyn found comfort only in his warm embrace. She clung to him greedily, unwilling to leave. No. I feel terrible, hold me, don't ignore me. She whimpered and burrowed deeper into his chest. Jorge felt his blood boiling, barely holding back. Gwendolyn, how dare you? Who gave you permission to act like this? Who's behind you? Speak. You're so mean. Wah. Gwendolyn truly felt awful, her stomach churning violently as nausea surged. The harsh tone in his voice made her want to cry. I gave you money, why can't you be nice to me? Don't be mean. Feeling her tears on his shoulder, Jorge lifted her chin. What nonsense are you talking about? What do you really want? Gwendolyn looked up at him with tearful eyes. After staring for a moment, she suddenly wanted to kiss him. His lips looked soft and sweet, with perfectly aligned white teeth beneath, invitingly delicious. Can I kiss you? I want to kiss you. Before Jorge could push her away, Gwendolyn leaned in and kissed him. Just as she had imagined, his lips were soft and comforting. She gripped Jorge's lips, sucking and nibbling them, making his hair stand on end. This crazy woman, did she know what she was doing? Tasting the sweetness, Gwendolyn only grew more brazen. So sweet. Did you eat candy? Let me see how many pieces are in your mouth. As she tried to pry open his mouth again, Jorge finally reached his limit. Can you stop being insane? I'm taking you home. Where do you live? Home. Pressed down, Gwendolyn slumped onto his shoulder. I don't have a home. Houses are too expensive, I can't afford one. Why does everyone else have a home but not me? I really want a home. Trying to reason with a drunk person was pointless. Jorge carried her out of the chair, deciding not to waste more time. He wanted her to walk herself out, but Gwendolyn's legs wouldn't obey him. As soon as he loosened his grip, she started sliding down. He had no choice but to carry her. With your drinking capacity, you still drink for others? Foolhardy. Robert waited outside. Seeing President Mohammed finally come out with Miss Chu in his arms, he hurried forward. President Mohammed, this. She's had too much. Take her home first. Jorge threw Gwendolyn into the back seat and sat beside her. No sooner had he closed the door than Gwendolyn clung to him again like an octopus. So uncomfortable, hold me, hurry up and hold me. Robert watched the two through the rearview mirror, his eyes nearly popping out. In all the years he'd followed President Mohammed, he'd never seen a woman be so intimate and bold with him. Jorge, while prying Gwendolyn off him, yelled at Robert. Why aren't you moving? What are you waiting for? Starting the car, Robert began checking Gwendolyn's information to find her address. Before he could locate it, his phone rang. It was his girlfriend. Why aren't you back yet? My stomach hurts so much, I can't bear it anymore. Come save me. What's wrong, darling? I don't know. It has been hurting on and off all day, and now it's unbearable. I've lost a lot of blood. Robert, am I dying? Robert, startled, replied, don't say nonsense. I'll call an ambulance right away. Hang on, I'll go to the hospital as soon as I'm done. Hastily hanging up, he tried dialing emergency services but almost crashed into a guardrail due to his distraction. Noticing Robert's distraction, Jorge frowned coldly. What happened? Sorry, President Mohammed, there's an urgent situation at home. Stop the car. Go back. Relieved, Robert turned to look at him, but you. Just go, no arguments. Robert rushed out of the car and ran off. Jorge pushed Gwendolyn off him. Sit properly, I'll drive. Where do you live? As soon as he let her go, she became dizzy and refused to release him. No. Don't leave me, I feel so uncomfortable. If you're uncomfortable, we won't go home then? Tell me where you live. My home, vomit. With Jorge shoving her around, Gwendolyn felt her stomach lurch uncontrollably. She couldn't hold back and vomited. The strong smell of alcohol mixed with food filled the car. Unable to avoid it, Jorge got some vomit on his pants. Gwendolyn. Vomit. Gwendolyn lay on his lap, vomiting again. You. Almost gagging himself, Jorge, speechless, opened the car door and stormed out. In the end, he drove to a rarely used villa in Nanswan. Parking in front of the house, he found Gwendolyn already dozing off in the back seat. Wake up. Get out of those dirty clothes. Wake up. Half conscious, Gwendolyn clung to his neck again. So smelly, I feel so uncomfortable. She had lost all consciousness and couldn't stand on her own. Jorge, having no choice, hesitated for a few seconds before carrying her into the bathroom. He placed her in the bathtub, adjusted the water temperature, rinsed off the mess on himself first, then helped her rinse off. Wake up, take a bath before sleeping. Gwendolyn remained unresponsive, her head resting on the edge of the bathtub as if she had fallen asleep again. Jorge was truly baffled by this unpredictable woman. Enduring the disgusting mess, he rinsed her off thoroughly, then lifted her out, drenched. I can't change your clothes for you, can I? Wake up, change yourself. Gripping Gwendolyn's chin and shaking her head vigorously, Gwendolyn finally opened her sleepy eyes. Chapter 36, Leaving after a nap. Realizing her clothes were wet and sticking uncomfortably to her body, she weakly reached out to tug at Jorge. So sticky, so uncomfortable. Both of their clothes were soaked through, plastering their bodies together. The outlines of their forms were unmistakably clear even in this state, and yet she was still tugging at him. Jorge felt like he was being driven mad by her today. What are you doing now? Wow, so white. Gwendolyn pulled his shirt to one shoulder, revealing a bit of Jorge's strong, taut chest, and suddenly laughed. She stared at that patch of pale skin, repeatedly marveling. It looks like tofu, really good. She even wanted to take a bite. Looking at her meaningful expression, Jorge truly feared that if he stayed any longer, his self-control would break. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and with a rip, he tore off her wet clothes. Grabbing a towel, he wrapped it around her and threw his own wet clothes to the ground. Go to sleep. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation when you wake up tomorrow, I won't let you off. He carried Gwendolyn into the room, laid her on the bed, covered her with a blanket, and turned to leave, but Gwendolyn held on to his arm. Where are you going? Don't go, I'm scared. There's a ghost outside. The curtains weren't drawn, and the huge sycamore tree outside the villa swayed gently in the wind, its branches casting shadows like those of a monster. Gwendolyn desperately pulled Jorge down, clinging to his neck. I'm scared. Stay with me for a while. Her snow-white, delicate arms wrapped around Jorge's shoulders, her fair and pretty face nestled in his neck, the bath towel falling loose, exposing a large expanse of her white back to Jorge. The blood that had just receded surged up to his head once more. Jorge was also human, a healthy man in his prime. His eyes darkened, and he couldn't resist anymore. He lowered his head and pressed down. In the early hours of the morning, Gwendolyn's head pounded fiercely as she pushed herself against the pillows several times, gradually waking up. But even before she opened her eyes, she sensed something strange. Why is the pillow so hard? Why does the texture feel so odd? Opening her eyes, she saw to her shock that what she was snuggling wasn't a pillow but a man's chest, pale and well-built. At that moment, she was resting her head on someone's arm, one hand hugging his waist, her cheek pressed against his chest. Gwendolyn was startled and quickly looked up. That handsome, refined face, though sleeping, still exuded an aura of nobility. It belonged to her recently divorced ex-husband, Fabian Ariel's famous male model, Mr. C. How did this happen? Gwendolyn quickly recalled last night, seemingly remembering everything. She had voluntarily taken drinks for him, vomited all over the car, and then been brought here. So embarrassing. She just wanted to help out and return a favor. The result was. Not only was he Betsy's partner, but even if he wasn't, Gwendolyn hadn't intended anything with him. Well, since things have come to this point, there's no point in talking more about it. Before he wakes up, no one knows what happened last night. Pretend nothing happened and slip away quickly. Gwendolyn quietly got out of bed, circled the room, and found a pile of wet clothes on the bathroom floor. Seeing men's and women's wet clothes strewn together on the bathroom floor, she could easily imagine the chaos of last night. Her face turned red like a tomato. Gwendolyn, alcohol is indeed a devilish thing. You must be more careful in the future. With nothing to wear, Gwendolyn took a shirt and pants from Jorge's wardrobe and hastily left before it got too bright. Back home, she quickly changed clothes and rushed to the company, where it was already working hours. Fabian, General Bronson and Tyler were both in the office. Seeing her, their expressions were slightly nuanced. Gwendolyn is here. Uncertain whether she had shown any improper behavior last night in front of them, Gwendolyn smiled. Good morning. General Bronson, Fabian, Tyler, last night. Last night we dispersed quite early after dinner. Fabian, General Bronson said hurriedly, putting an arm around Tyler. Old Brantley, let's talk about that project. Since President Mohammed instructed them not to mention last night, they pretended to know nothing. Seeing their natural attitudes and no signs of suspicion, Gwendolyn secretly sighed in relief. It seems no one knew, so let this incident fade away quietly. When Jorge woke up, it was already past 9 in the morning. He had sweated a lot last night, and the fever had subsided somewhat. His body felt much lighter now. However, upon opening his eyes, he found Gwendolyn had already left, leaving him alone. This surprised him. After going to such lengths to finally get what she wanted, she should have waited for him to wake up and boast. Why did she just leave? Could it be? Forget it, no need to overthink. She will surely reach out eventually. Jorge dressed and went to the office. By noon, Gwendolyn hadn't messaged him. Impressive restraint, he thought, waiting until the end of the day, but still no word from her. Even overnight, there was no movement. Could she have been too drunk and forgotten what happened? Impossible. A set of clothes was missing from the wardrobe, indicating she had taken them. If she saw their positions when she woke up, she should have guessed what happened. Why no reaction? It meant she was a seasoned player, mentally mature beyond the average woman. Such composure. Let her keep it, let's see how long she can hold out. Jorge tossed his phone aside and started preparing work when Robert came in. President Mohammed. His expression hesitated, uncertain. Jorge glanced at him. Why can't you say it directly? Kira went to the South Bay villa to clean. She just called asking whether the 2 sets of clothes in the bathroom are still needed. There was an awkward silence for a couple of seconds before Jorge spoke emotionlessly. Throw them away. Yes, President Mohammed. As Robert turned to leave, Jorge suddenly felt annoyed, turning a few rounds in his chair, and called him back. How's the proposal submitted by Ignacio the other day coming along? Usually, once approved, Jorge didn't need Robert to follow up on projects. Why was he asking now? Thinking he placed special emphasis on this project, Robert responded hastily. I'll call General Bronson Fabian to ask. No need. Since Brantley engineer joined, I haven't visited Ignacio yet. I'll go today. Saying that, he stood up. Robert was surprised. Go now? How long do we need to be there? We have a meeting at 10. I don't want to meet today. Postpone it. Robert, then, should we notify Ignacio in advance? No need. What about Miss Chu? Jorge thought irritably. Today I'll reveal my true identity to her. Let's see how she reacts now. Let's see how composed she stays. Chapter 36, Run After Sleeping. Realizing her clothes were wet and sticking uncomfortably to her body, she weakly reached out to Jorge. It feels so sticky, so uncomfortable. Both of their clothes were soaked through, clinging to each other's bodies. The outlines of their forms were clearly felt against one another. In this state, she was still tugging at him. Jorge felt like he was being tortured by her today. What do you want now? Wow, so white. Gwendolyn had pushed aside his shirt, revealing part of Jorge's firm and tight chest, and suddenly laughed. She stared at the patch of snowy skin, repeatedly sighing in admiration. It's like tofu. So nice. She even wanted to take a bite. Seeing her meaningful expression, Jorge was truly afraid that if he stayed any longer, his reason would crumble. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and with a rips sound, pulled off her wet clothes. He grabbed a towel, wrapped it around her, then threw his own wet clothes on the floor. Go to sleep. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation when you wake up tomorrow, I won't forgive you. He carried Gwendolyn into the room, laid her on the bed, covered her with blankets, and turned to leave. But Gwendolyn grabbed his arm. Where are you going? Don't go, I'm scared. There are ghosts outside. The curtains weren't drawn, and outside the villa, a huge tree swayed gently in the wind, casting shadowy shapes like a monster. Gwendolyn forcefully pulled Jorge down, wrapping her arms around his neck. I'm scared. Stay with me for a while. Her pale and delicate arms clung to Jorge's shoulders, her fair face nestled against his neck. Her bath towel slipped, exposing her back to him. The heat that had just subsided instantly rushed back to his head. Jorge was human, a healthy man in his prime. His gaze darkened, and he couldn't hold back any longer. He lowered himself and pressed down. In the early hours, Gwendolyn woke up with a pounding headache. She stirred on the pillow, slowly regaining consciousness. Before she opened her eyes, she sensed something unusual. Why did the pillow feel so hard and strange? Opening her eyes, she realized she wasn't resting on a pillow at all but on a man's chest, white and muscular. At this moment, she was resting on his arm, one hand around his waist, her head against his chest. Gwendolyn was startled and quickly looked up. That handsome, noble face, even though asleep, radiated an imposing elegance. It was her recently divorced ex-husband, Fabianching's famous male model, Mr. Cyan. How did she end up with him? Gwendolyn forced herself to remember what happened last night. It came back to her. She had offered to drink on his behalf, thrown up in the car, and finally been brought here. Embarrassingly drunk. She only meant to return a favor, but it ended up like this. Even if he were Kenzie's boyfriend, Gwendolyn never intended anything between them. Now what? Well, no point crying over spilt milk. She should leave before anyone knew about last night, pretending nothing happened. Gwendolyn tiptoed out of bed, circled around, and found a pile of wet clothes on the bathroom floor. The mixed wet clothes lying there vividly recalled the chaotic scene from last night, making her cheeks turn tomato red. Gwendolyn, alcohol is indeed a dangerous thing. You need to be more careful in the future. With no other clothes, Gwendolyn grabbed Jorge's shirt and pants from the wardrobe and hurriedly left before dawn. Back home, she changed hurriedly and rushed to the office. It was already time for work. General Fabian and Tyler were in the office. Upon seeing her, they exchanged glances, their expressions subtle. Good morning, Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn wasn't sure if she had shown any signs of intoxication or inappropriate behavior in front of them last night, so she smiled nervously. Good morning. General Fabian, Tyler, last night. Last night we finished early. We left after dinner, General Fabian quickly interjected, putting an arm around Tyler. Old Brantley, let's discuss the project. Since President Mohammed had instructed not to mention last night's events, they acted as if nothing had happened. Seeing their natural attitude and normal conversation, Gwendolyn secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed no one knew. Let this matter quietly pass. When Jorge woke up, it was already past 9 in the morning. He had sweated profusely last night, which helped reduce his fever. Feeling much lighter now, he opened his eyes only to find Gwendolyn gone from beside him. This surprised him greatly. After all the effort, she should have waited for him to wake up to claim credit. Why did she just leave? Could it be? Forget it, no need to speculate. She would surely come to him on her own. Dressed, Jorge went to the office. However, the entire morning passed without any message from Gwendolyn. Quite composed, thought Jorge, waiting until afternoon. By quitting time, Gwendolyn still hadn't messaged him. Another night passed with no movement. Was she so drunk she forgot everything? No way. A set of clothes missing from the wardrobe clearly indicated she had taken them. Since she saw both of them together upon waking, she must know what happened. Why no reaction? This showed she was playing it cool, far more mature than the average woman. So composed. Let's see how long she can hold out. Jorge tossed his phone aside and got ready to work. Robert suddenly came in. President Mohammed. His hesitant look caught Jorge's attention. Speak up. Kira went to clean the Nanhua villa and asked if we need the 2 sets of clothes in the bathroom. An awkward silence lingered for 2 seconds. Jorge spoke calmly, throw them away. Yes, President Mohammed. Robert turned to leave when Jorge suddenly felt annoyed, spun in his chair twice, and called out. How's the proposal Ignacio submitted the other day progressing? Normally, Robert didn't need to follow up once proposals were approved. Why ask now? Assuming Jorge valued this project highly, Robert replied quickly. I'll call General Fabian to check. No need. Since Brantley joined Ignacio, I haven't visited yet. I'll go today. With that, he stood up. Robert was surprised. Going now? How long will we stay? There's a meeting at 10. I don't feel like having meetings today. Postpone it. Robert. Should we inform Ignacio beforehand? No. Then, Miss Chu. Jorge thought irritably, today, I'll reveal my true identity to her. See how she acts then. Let's see how composed she remains. Chapter 37, even CEO Mohammed has his imminence of being rejected. Jorge's sudden visit to Ignacio surprised and delighted Nico. Leading him on a tour around the company, they finally arrived at the technology department, but neither Tyler nor Gwendolyn were there. Gwendolyn went to the factory. Tyler wants to test the newly developed product in high-altitude regions as soon as possible, so he went to the factory today to inspect the samples. What a coincidence. Rarely did he take the initiative to find Gwendolyn, only to miss her perfectly. Jorge couldn't help but suspect that perhaps it was because her work schedule was too busy, leaving no time to contact him, rather than her not caring. Since he was already here, he might as well make things easier for her to see how she would handle it. Really? Then let's go to the factory and have a look. If Tyler's new product passes the test successfully, it will spark a new technological revolution in the industry. The group should definitely pay attention. Given his eloquent justification, how could Nico refuse? He immediately accompanied Jorge to the factory. Tyler was conducting experiments in the lab when they arrived. Coincidentally, Gwendolyn wasn't by his side again. Tyler explained the design concept and advantages of the product to Jorge. He then added that the experiment was successful, and he planned to set off the day after tomorrow. The destination for this experiment was Shuecheng, which has an altitude of over 4,000 meters. If the product can withstand the extreme cold and high-pressure weather there, it will be smooth sailing in other regions, allowing for mass production. Being nearly 60 years old, Tyler's health worried Jorge about going to such harsh conditions. After giving some warnings, he finally brought up Gwendolyn. Who are you planning to bring along? The team members must be carefully selected. If anyone gets injured in that place. Tyler replied, that's what I'm concerned about too. I plan to bring a few young technicians from the tech department and my assistant. They are all young and strong, so there shouldn't be any problems. Your assistant? Mentioning Gwendolyn, Tyler looked at Jorge with a meaningful expression. Yes. As a girl, she really shouldn't go there, but she is quite interested in this product. She keeps pestering me to discuss it. I think it's a good opportunity for her to get trained, so I agreed. Is that so? Jorge couldn't help but reply sarcastically, since she's so interested, why isn't she here today? She was here, Tyler quickly said. There was a small component that needed replacement, so I sent her with the workshop manager to the supplier, which took her away temporarily. No wonder he didn't see her. Jorge felt somewhat irritated, seeing her once seemed so difficult. This woman really had nerves of steel. After wandering inside and outside for over an hour without seeing Gwendolyn, most of the morning had passed. With the afternoon looming, Jorge decided to return to the group headquarters. Robert accompanied him out of the factory. Unexpectedly, they ran into Gwendolyn returning just as they reached the entrance. She wore a simple black t-shirt, dark blue jeans, and white sneakers, with a sun hat on her head. She held a large cardboard box and sat in the bed of a tricycle, chatting happily with the middle-aged man driving it. Spotting Jorge unexpectedly, she thought she saw a ghost and quickly wiped the smile off her face. How could she encounter him here? This was Ignacio's processing plant. Why would a male model like him be here? Gwendolyn blinked hard, and sure enough, he was still there. This. Jorge couldn't help but feel intrigued by how their encounters always seemed so extraordinary. A tricycle? Was that something meant for people? And she looked so content sitting in it. It seemed she had never smiled that brightly in front of him before. Seeing her relaxed and carefree like a college student, laughing so heartily, Jorge's temper flared up. He stopped at the entrance with a cold expression. Noticing his intense gaze and stern face, Gwendolyn immediately guessed why. He must have come especially to find her, likely due to the events that night. Jumping off the tricycle, she handed the items to the workshop manager and told him to take them to Tyler. Then she hurried over to Jorge. Without another word, she grabbed his arm and dragged him to a corner. Looking around to ensure no one was paying attention, she asked softly, "How did you find me here?" "I'm working now. Can't we talk over the phone?" Watching her act suspiciously, as if she didn't want to see him, Jorge became thoroughly confused. What was she thinking? Do you have nothing to say to me? Gwendolyn was momentarily speechless. What could she say? Though inappropriate things happened that night, he was a man and didn't suffer any loss. Did he really need to seek accountability? Just because his bank balance was higher than hers and he had Betsy, did he feel he was at a disadvantage? Speechless for a moment, Gwendolyn responded, "There's nothing much to say. We're adults, we should be responsible for our actions. I won't tell anyone about that night, and especially not Betsy. If you came here just to confirm that, you can rest assured." Jorge? Never telling anyone? Adults being responsible? So she planned to laugh it off. Jorge couldn't believe how unappealing he was. I don't understand your meaning. Gwendolyn stared at his icy face and piercing eyes, feeling lost for words again. You're smart, why make me spell it out? Fine, since you're so unsure, I'll repeat it. That night I was drunk and don't remember anything. We have no ties anymore, best if we never meet again. If we do by chance, we'll pretend not to know each other. Okay? Perfect. Absolutely perfect. For the first time, Jorge had been brushed off by a woman in this manner. Best if we never meet again, and even pretend not to recognize each other if we do? Wonderful indeed. You'd better not remember anything. While Gwendolyn's approach was fair, she didn't intend to cling to him. Unlike Betsy, who sought many favors from him because of their relationship, he still felt inexplicable anger coursing through him. Finishing his sentence, Jorge turned and walked away angrily. But Gwendolyn suddenly called out to him. Wait. Send me your home address on WeChat, and I'll wash and return your clothes, then delete you. Delete him? First blocking him, now deleting him. Did she realize how many people struggled and exhausted every social connection to add him on WeChat privately? Jorge almost laughed out loud in frustration. Unnecessary, just throw the clothes in the trash. Seeing the quality and value of his clothes, Gwendolyn hesitated, thinking it a waste to discard them. But looking at his sullen face, dark like the underworld king Yama, she gave up. All right then. If he stayed any longer, Jorge felt he would explode from her actions. To Gwendolyn, his precious clothes were trash. This baffling woman. Chapter 38, Her Influence on His Emotions. An afternoon of restlessness enveloped Jorge. Whether standing, sitting, attending meetings, or reviewing documents, he couldn't settle his mind. Even Robert, who had served him for many years and believed he understood Jorge well, avoided entering his office in the afternoon. Yet, just before quitting time, Robert was still called in. Mr. Mohammed. When is Tyler leaving? If nothing unexpected happens, the morning after tomorrow. This project is special and carries a certain level of danger. Any problems could significantly impact the company, so I will personally oversee it. Set up a dedicated project group and add me to it later. Jorge had handled projects worth hundreds of millions, even billions of dollars in the past, but none had ever received this much attention from him. Why was he so concerned about this small project? Robert sneakily glanced at Jorge's dark face. Sure. I'll handle it right away. Just as he was about to leave, Jorge threw the mouse in his hand, leaned back half a step in his chair, closed his eyes, and turned slightly in his seat. Setting up a chat group doesn't take any technical skills. 2 minutes would be enough. Is there really a need to go out? Robert had no choice but to call Nico in front of him, instructing him to set up a chat group with the tech department personnel from Inacio Corporation. Then, he asked, Mr. Mohammed, should you join using your work number? Typically, Robert managed replies for that work number, expecting more work ahead. However, Jorge said, work number. Give me the phone, and I'll manage this number from now on. Robert. Today, Mr. Mohammed was unusually different. After joining the group, Jorge scanned through the members, successfully spotting Gwendolyn's WeChat. He backed out to the chat interface and sent a message. This project has some risks. To ensure everyone's safety and the company's reputation, I will oversee the entire process. If any issues arise, report them to me immediately. Tyler was deeply moved by Jorge's concern over his last project before retirement and quickly replied, thanking him and giving several thumbs up. The other technicians felt honored to be in the same group as Mr. Mohammed and also thanked him, giving their likes. Seeing the CEO himself commenting and everyone being so polite, Gwendolyn hurriedly followed suit, copying what others said and giving several likes. Though clearly copied without genuine emotion, seeing her address him as Mr. Mohammed and give a thumbs up made Jorge feel much better. The usually frugal man typed another message. I'm not familiar with everyone, so please change your notes for easier identification. Everyone promptly changed their names to their real ones. Okay, Mr. Mohammed. Seeing Gwendolyn's name appear before him, all the gloom surrounding Jorge finally dissipated. It was soon time to leave, and unsure if Jorge intended to leave, Robert, eager to attend to his girlfriend at the hospital, found an excuse to enter the office with a file. Unexpectedly, he saw Mr. Mohammed drinking tea with a gentle expression. Mr. Mohammed, why didn't you ask me to pour tea for you? Leaning comfortably in his chair with one leg crossed over the other, Jorge sipped his tea. Aren't we at quitting time? Why haven't you left yet? Seeing Mr. Mohammed so cheerful, a stark contrast to his mood earlier in the afternoon, Robert was baffled. How did his mood swing so drastically? Are you not leaving? I'll wait a bit longer. You can go. Feeling as if he'd been granted a pardon, Robert nodded and was about to flee with the file when Jorge stopped him. Wait. How is your girlfriend? Thank you for asking, Mr. Mohammed. She had appendicitis and underwent minor surgery. She's still in the hospital. You're working while your girlfriend undergoes surgery? Who is taking care of her? Of course, a nurse aide. They were migrants from other regions, and neither of their parents were nearby. Robert wanted to stay with his girlfriend but didn't dare ask for leave. It's okay, Mr. Mohammed. I hired a nurse aide for her. With this attitude, you'll never get married. Jorge put down his teacup and said, I'll give you 2 paid days off. Go and take good care of her. No need to come in tomorrow. Oh my God. Who was so kind to cheer Mr. Mohammed up? Robert wished he could kneel and thank that person. When Mr. Mohammed was in a good mood, he was incredibly generous. Taikong had settled all wages owed to Gwendolyn, including the commission from orders, totaling over 190,000 renminbi. Gwendolyn always remembered how her sister-in-law had treated her brother poorly and how he had endured hardships to provide for her and Ali. So, before her business trip, she went to her brother's house with the card. Eliana, this card has 180,000 renminbi. It's my dowry. I didn't owe anyone anything. I've returned it to you. Please hurry and renovate the house. Upon hearing there was money on the card, the sister-in-law's face improved. That's more like it. You look so beautiful, yet you don't demand money from men, secretly give birth to a child, and then marry someone casually. How foolish. Eliana isn't interested in your money, but it's for your own good, understand? Gwendolyn nodded, pretending to understand. The sister-in-law added, rest assured, your brother and I won't waste your money. We'll pay it back once we have the means. For now, things are tough since I can't work to take care of the children, and your brother's monthly wage is low. See, we've lived in this unfinished house for years. Don't worry, sister-in-law. Take the money and use it first. There's no rush to repay it. Your husband won't make it difficult for you, will he? Gwendolyn fabricated, no, he told me to bring it back. That's great. This time, you've chosen the right person. With a pleased smile, the sister-in-law put the card in her pocket. On another note, you've been married for quite a while. When will you bring him home for a meal? Eliana will cook something nice for you. Let's see. He's very busy with work. Back at Aisha's office, Gwendolyn handed 10,000 renminbi to Aisha. I'll be gone for at least half a month, possibly up to a month. Thanks for taking care of Ali. Here's some money for you two to buy some nice food. Aisha was furious. Who do you think I am? I'm her god Viviana, and it's my duty to take care of her. Why would I need compensation? Are you embarrassing me, Gwendolyn? Gwendolyn knew Aisha meant well, but the better she treated her, the more she felt indebted. Not that. Ali is growing, and she needs proper nutrition. With more money, you can buy her more nutritious food. If she doesn't finish, you can eat with her. I'm not paying you for your help. Since Gwendolyn insisted, Aisha took the money. Rest assured, I'll take good care of her and make sure she grows up healthy. Safe travels, and return soon. We're waiting for you at home. Suddenly, only 30,000 renminbi remained. This was the compensation Cyan gave her for the damaged clothes by Kenzie. In less than a month, Ali would start kindergarten, which would incur more expenses. Looking at the insufficient balance on her bank card, Gwendolyn longed for a sign from the heavens. When would life get better? Please let me know if you need any further adjustments or details added. Chapter 39, exerted herself to exhaustion. Shuecheng was situated in a mountain range in the northwest, named for its annual average temperature never exceeding 10 degrees, covered with snow all year round. Gwendolyn and Tyler's team had departed from Fabiansheng, transiting several times via plane, train, and rental cars, finally arriving at their destination after 24 grueling hours by the early hours of the next day. Before arrival, Tyler had coordinated with the local power bureau, who arranged accommodation for them in a village nestled at the foot of the mountains. The village consisted of only 5 scattered households, without electricity, completely dark and bone-chillingly cold at minus 20 degrees Celsius. The team bundled up in all their winter clothes but still found it difficult to stay warm. The elderly couple and several young men responsible for receiving them waited under flashlights, warmly greeting them as soon as they met. Having safely arrived, Tyler immediately messaged Jorge to report on their status. Jorge was extremely concerned about this small team, to a degree that was touching. He had checked on them twice during their 20-hour journey. Aiden Mohammed, we've arrived safely. It's colder than expected, but everything else went smoothly. You don't need to worry. Tyler thought it was past 2 in the morning and Jorge would surely be asleep, intending for him to see the message in the morning. To his surprise, Jorge responded within a minute. Good. Is the accommodation arranged? Tyler was deeply touched, amazed that Aiden Mohammed was waiting up for his response. It's arranged. Just then, chaos erupted beside him as Gwendolyn's voice was drowned out by shouting men. What's going on? What happened? Without another word, Tyler rushed over. A few steps away, Gwendolyn was being pulled in 2 directions. On one side, her colleagues from the technology department held her arm, while on the other, a group of young men dressed in local ethnic attire had a firm grip on her. They were speaking an incomprehensible dialect, but it seemed like someone fancied Gwendolyn and intended to abduct her. This couldn't be allowed. Not after what seemed to have happened between Gwendolyn and Aiden Mohammed. Even if not, she could not just be taken. What are you doing? What do you want? Tyler confronted the young men, trying to stop them. Under the flashlight's beam, these local young men weren't bad-looking, tall with high cheekbones and large eyes, almost resembling mixed-race individuals, but too aggressive. The young men ignored Tyler and Gwendolyn's reluctance, insistently shouting and showing no signs of backing down. Seeing they couldn't restrain them, Tyler panicked. Call the power bureau. Call them now. What's happening? They're abducting people as soon as we land. Are they bandits? Did we come here to help or did we make a mistake? A technician let go of Gwendolyn to fetch his phone. But due to the extreme cold, the battery had already died. My phone is dead. Does anyone have power left? Everyone quickly checked their phones. No power left. Tyler, our phones are all dead. You should try. With Gwendolyn's arms almost torn apart, everyone scrambled to hold onto her legs and waist to stabilize the situation. Trembling, Tyler took out his phone. A moment ago, it had 20% battery, now it barely had 5% left. The low temperature and intense worry made Tyler nervous. In a fit of frustration, he dialed Jorge's number. After washing up, Jorge was inexplicably wide awake, constantly checking his phone. The tech support group had been quiet since departure. Unable to sleep, he flipped through a finance magazine. Finally, his phone beeped with a new message. For the first time in his life, he felt such anticipation for a message. Resisting the urge to check immediately, he pretended to read for half a minute before opening his phone. It was indeed a message from Tyler reporting they had arrived. Jorge unconsciously relaxed. Replying back for more details, Tyler didn't respond further, leaving the chat group silent again. Flipping his phone dozens of times without any reply, Jorge threw it in annoyance. How dare someone ignore his messages? Ever since meeting Gwendolyn, things had gone crazy. Feeling restless, unable to sleep or focus on the magazine, Jorge poured himself a glass of red wine. Halfway through the glass, his phone rang. It was Tyler. Intentionally letting it ring for a while, Jorge answered in a deep voice. What is it? What's going on? Did you lead us into a bandit nest? We agreed to stay temporarily with locals. Why are they trying to kidnap us? This is a rule of law society. Don't you respect the law? Hearing Gwendolyn's screams in the background, Jorge froze. Old Brantley, what exactly is happening? Immediately, Jorge called someone. What happened? Why did my team run into trouble as soon as they got there? How do you manage your public safety? Tell them to release my people immediately. No harm shall come to my team. On the other end came a worried response. Your team arrived in the Wuchang clan? That place is remote and lacks electricity. Kidnapping brides is a tradition and tacitly allowed. This. Jorge couldn't believe Tyler had chosen such a dangerous place. Bride abduction allowed? What would happen to Gwendolyn? I don't care how you do it, but handle this quickly. If anything happens to my team, you'll lose your job. 15 minutes later, 2 police cars with flashing lights arrived. Upon getting out, the officers tried to reason with the young men. The boys, initially defiant, finally released Gwendolyn reluctantly when the officers flashed their identification bracelets. Exhausted, the team questioned the officers. Is this it? Why aren't they arrested? The officer explained, bride abduction is a tradition here. Once a girl is taken, she must become the bride. It has been this way for years. Didn't you research this before coming? Why bring a beautiful woman here? All were stunned. Bride abduction as a tradition? Could this be real? So, if we're here, isn't she in danger? Indeed. Therefore, your CEO ordered her immediate return to Fabiancheng. Please come with us. In summary, Gwendolyn faced an unexpected ordeal in Shuecheng, where local traditions threatened her safety. Despite the chaotic circumstances, swift intervention ensured her immediate evacuation. #### Chapter 40, Subtle Concern. Gwendolyn never expected herself to be so unlucky. She had traveled a long distance, full of hope, but before she could even begin to prove herself in her work, she messed things up. Not only did she exhaust her colleagues, but she also alarmed the CEO, who sent Ricardos to personally escort her back. This product was probably the last new item York developed before his retirement. Initially, she planned to follow it through from the trial phase to its market release, learning a lot that would help her with future promotions and raises. But now, although York treated her well, without the opportunity to learn on-site, she would just end up running errands and doing odd jobs. Thinking about the distant prospect of buying a house, her dwindling bank balance, and her infant daughter waiting at home, Gwendolyn suddenly felt very sad. Brantleaf was hard, and there seemed to be countless pits waiting for her. When would things get better? She didn't want to go back like this, unwilling to let York down in front of the CEO. So when the Ricardo spoke, she shook her head firmly. I won't go back. We were just unfamiliar with the local rules, which caused some misunderstanding. Now that you're here, if you explain it to them, everything will be fine. I've just arrived and haven't started any work yet. How can I leave? The Ricardo said, the customs of these two ethnic groups are different. They're quite barbaric, and even if we explain, it might not work. For your safety, it's best to leave quickly. Her colleagues were filled with disappointment and regret. The technical department usually consisted of a bunch of middle-aged men who rarely got to interact with women, especially pretty ones. Having arranged for a beautiful assistant to accompany them, they thought their monotonous lives would finally have a bit of fun, only to have her return so soon after arrival. What kind of place is this? If we had known, we wouldn't have come. Who treats people like this? Gwendolyn, we'll miss you so much. Yeah, after all this trouble, we finally arrive, and this happens? York tried to calm everyone down. Is anything more important than Gwendolyn's safety? Let's go back. I apologize, I should have investigated this thoroughly beforehand. Next time. Who knew when the next opportunity would come? Gwendolyn couldn't wait. What if the CEO had an unfavorable impression because of this incident? Would there be a next time? No. York, if anything happens, I'll take responsibility. We've already come here, and I really don't want to go back. Please, ask Mr. Mohammed to give me another chance. I love this job and don't want to lose it. Everyone worried that Gwendolyn would lose her job and began pleading with York. The misunderstanding has been cleared up, and with so many of us around, nothing bad should happen to Gwendolyn. We'll finish the work as quickly as possible and return within 10 days to half a month. Is it really necessary to send her back alone? After working together for some time, York noticed that Gwendolyn was very frugal and diligent, likely coming from a less fortunate background. Seeing her shivering in the cold air yet stubbornly wanting to keep her job made him feel a pang of sympathy. It's not that I don't want to help you, but Mr. Mohammed insists you return. Then please call Mr. Mohammed for me, let me talk to him. Can you do that? Jorge soon received another call from York. Sensing the urgency, his voice was colder than usual. How's it going? Gwendolyn was startled by his voice but quickly regained her composure. Hello, Mr. Mohammed. This is Gwendolyn. I'm fine, thank you for sending someone to rescue me. It was just a misunderstanding, which has now been resolved. I'll work hard and won't be a burden anymore. Sorry to have caused you trouble and kept you up late. What did she mean? Did she specifically call to say she didn't want to return to Fabiancheng? After such a major incident, she still didn't want to come back? What did you say? Though they had never met in person, Gwendolyn knew his reputation as the cold-faced Yama wasn't unfounded. Through the phone, she could sense his aloofness. The wind stung her face and hands like a blade, and his coldness made her fear losing her job. How useless she was, constantly losing jobs and struggling to provide for her child. I'm really fine. It was just a misunderstanding. I don't want to go back. I'll work hard and won't be a burden. Please give me one more chance, Mr. Mohammed. Both sides were silent. Jorge seemed to hear the wind howling and the trembling in her voice through the phone. Was she cold, afraid, or nervous? It was the first time he heard her speak in such a pitiful and humble tone. For some reason, he felt he could almost see her determined yet pitiful expression through her words. Jorge hung up the phone. Shortly after, a message appeared in the group chat. Gwendolyn will sleep in the police car tonight. I'll arrange accommodation for you all tomorrow morning. Don't say anything more, just rest. He then messaged Gwendolyn privately, don't worry. This isn't your fault. Protect yourself. I don't want Mohammed Group's reputation to be damaged by anyone. York read the message aloud, and everyone's faces lit up. The CEO still cared. Relieved and touched, Gwendolyn couldn't fall asleep. With eyes wide open, she waited until dawn. Suddenly, the Ricardo sitting in the front seat called out. What's that? Several RVs arrived. Hey, wake up and check if they're from your company. Wow, they brought them over overnight. Your Akil really cares about you guys. Gwendolyn hurriedly looked out the window. Sure enough, 7 RVs were parked side by side on the large grass field, each with a banner labeled Mohammed Group Exclusive. Wow. The CEO went through so much trouble for her, a mere assistant. York and other colleagues also noticed and rushed out to greet the drivers. After some discussion, York led the group in thanking Jorge. Jorge didn't respond, except to message Gwendolyn privately again. Starting today, don't leave our site. Report everything you do in advance and post photos in the group every hour. Got it? Gwendolyn didn't understand. Photos? Selfies? Was she supposed to send selfies to the CEO every hour to prove she was still alive? Blushing, she hesitated for a while before typing. Are you asking for selfies, Mr. Mohammed? On the other end, Jorge imagined her comical expression and couldn't help but laugh. Selfies are fine. Photos taken by others or of others are also okay. Whatever you prefer. Note, the translation preserves the original structure and style of the text while ensuring it reads naturally in English. Chapter 41, If CEO Mohammed Only Brandt Liked Men. The next day, the equipment arrived one after another, and everyone plunged into their work with great zeal. Gwendolyn busied herself recording data, fetching various items, and taking care of logistics. Despite being tired and cold, she found satisfaction in her busy schedule. She posted pictures of the team working on the group chat, showing how they gradually erected products branded with the Mohammed Corporation logo atop the mountains. Watching this process from 1,000 miles away, Jorge felt immense pride. At the same time, he noticed the harsh conditions his colleagues were enduring. The faces in every picture were flushed red, fingers turning purple. Assuming Gwendolyn wasn't faring any better, he immediately had a set of light yet warm-down jackets and gloves sent to them. Before the team could fully appreciate this gesture, Jorge noticed in the next batch of photos that Tyler's face was dry and peeling. He then arranged for a set of skincare products, each costing thousands, to be delivered. Holding these expensive skincare products in their hands, the technicians were almost moved to tears. Heard CEO Mohammed isn't married. Wonder if he likes men. With how good he is at pampering people, his wife would die of happiness. Maybe I should sacrifice myself to be his wife, said one. Do you even think it's a sacrifice? If CEO Mohammed picked me, it would be like my ancestors blessing me with good fortune. No one better try to snatch him away, I'll go to him. Why shouldn't others compete? You act as if he'd pick you. We'll all rely on our own capabilities. I want to marry him too. Speaking of which, has anyone met CEO Mohammed? Heard he's tall, handsome, and very young. Too bad I've never seen him, not even a photo online. As they indulged in such fantasies, Tyler glanced over at Gwendolyn, who was diligently writing reports beside him. He thought to himself. If not for this girl here, would CEO Mohammed have been so attentive to these tough guys? Not in a million years would he believe it. This young lady seems to have some real talent. Seeing how considerate Mohammed has been recently, something might be brewing between them. Apart from work, Gwendolyn also made a friend, a middle school student named Liv, aged 13, who was home for summer break. Apart from her, no one else in the area spoke Mandarin. Liv lost both parents early and now lived only with her brother, Magnus, aged 21, who was the one who tried to kidnap Gwendolyn that night. My brother isn't a bad person, he just thinks you're pretty and assumed you'd accept a marriage by abduction. Sorry, sis. He hasn't left the village since birth and doesn't know about the outside world, Liv explained. To tell you the truth, my brother is really a good person. He never went to school but insisted I study because he believes education matters. He handles most household chores and takes care of the dozens of cows alone. He works very hard, Liv continued. She was exceptionally beautiful and worked diligently on her studies. Perhaps due to a shared sense of empathy between girls, Gwendolyn grew to deeply care for her. Liv would ask Gwendolyn for help with difficult homework questions, and during particularly cold nights, Gwendolyn would invite her to sleep in the RV together and even let her bathe in her room. In just 10 days, they formed a bond akin to sisters. Tyler was quite skilled, ensuring that work progressed smoothly. After 12 days, Snow City entered its winter, facing intense temperature drops and heavy snowstorms. Concerned about the team's physical well-being and potential travel difficulties, and seeing that the experiment was nearly concluded with satisfactory product performance tests, Tyler decided to stop the experiment and return home. That evening, Gwendolyn visited Liv's house intending to bid her farewell properly but found it empty. She wanted to leave behind clothes and daily necessities but felt disappointed at missing Liv. The next morning, she returned, finally finding Liv, albeit crying. Seeing Liv kneeling and wiping tears while packing provisions on the floor, Gwendolyn rushed to ask what was wrong. Why are you leaving so early? Where were you last night? I came looking for you several times. Is everything okay? Liv looked up and threw herself into Gwendolyn's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Sis, winter is coming. A heavy snowstorm is expected tonight. Usually, my brother would return with the cattle by this time, but this year. I've searched for him all night and still can't find him anywhere. I'm really worried. My parents died from the cold one winter when they didn't return on time. What if, my brother? Gwendolyn's heart sank. But considering his experience in the past tragedy, he should have prepared in advance. Don't worry, he may already be on his way back. Just wait a little longer. Liv shook her head vigorously, unable to stop crying. No, I have to find him. My heart feels uneasy, I think something's wrong with him. There are too many unpredictable things that can happen on the grazing route. If he meets an accident alone, no one will know. If he dies, I'll surely be kidnapped and forced into marriage soon. I'd rather die with him than wait here to be taken. Gwendolyn was startled. What? You're only 13. If your brother doesn't come back, you'll be abducted too? Liv nodded. Yes. There are cases of girls as young as 11 being taken. But what if he's already on his way back and you run out to search and get abducted instead? I can't risk staying here and waiting. Whatever happens, I must do something. Checking the time, it was only 6 in the morning, and they were set to leave at 9. Gwendolyn saw that although the sky was cloudy and winds were strong, it hadn't started snowing yet. Let's do this. I'll drive you to search, but you must promise to be back by 9. Trust that fate will protect your brother. Knowing your situation, he'll do everything to return to you. Really? You're so kind, sister. Under such weather, Liv wouldn't get far on foot in a day and night, but by car, it was different. Overcome with gratitude, Liv knelt and thanked Gwendolyn profusely. You're truly a good person. If my brother returns safely, we will thank you, and my parents in heaven too. Don't say more, let's go. Quietly, the other RVs slept on. Gwendolyn didn't want to make a fuss since she planned to be back by 9, so she quietly took Liv and drove out. Translation note. Character names like Jorge and Gwendolyn follow Pinyin rules. The tone and style remain natural and fluent. Paragraph structure and line breaks align closely with the original text. Chapter 42 Trapped. Although there were no other vehicles on the grassland and traffic rules didn't apply, the RV's large size and the uneven terrain made it impossible to travel fast. After over an hour, they had only visited 3 locations without any sign of Luther. The time for their return was approaching, and Tabitha was in tears. What if he's at the next place? I feel like he's waiting for me somewhere. Sister, can you spare a little more time? If it's too late, you can go back first, and I'll find him on foot. My heart is pounding, I feel like I'm about to see my brother. The sky grew darker, and the wind outside picked up. Tabitha was about to jump out of the car when Savannah couldn't bear it. A child walking in such weather might as well be abandoned. I'll take you there. But Tabitha, promise me this is the last place. Tabitha knelt and bowed several times from her seat. Thank you, sister. I promise I'll listen. They drove on and soon arrived at a low-lying area. Due to its low elevation and frequent water accumulation, a narrow lake had formed here, covered in ice. Unsure of the ice's thickness, Savannah parked the car. How far is the place you mentioned? Across this lake, a few hundred meters further. Do you confirm your brother set up his tent here before? Yes. He told me the exact spot where he set up camp just a few days ago. Alright, let's go and see. Holding hands, they cautiously stepped onto the icy lake. After a few steps, Tabitha exclaimed joyfully. Dung. I see dung. Sister, look, my brother must be here. Savannah followed her gaze and indeed saw some frozen black lumps not far off on the ice. We should hurry. Once you meet your brother, I'll have peace of mind. Time is running out for me. They sped up but struggled against the increasing wind. After what felt like forever, they finally saw the outline of a tent. Tabitha, overwhelmed with excitement, rushed towards it. There, tied under a grass shelter, were their family's cattle. He must be here. But entering the tent revealed an empty scene, cold stove, and nothing else, no sign of Luther. Tabitha quickly counted the cows. 3 were missing. Something must have happened. The herd got scattered, and 3 are missing. My brother must be searching for them. He'll come back soon. Don't wander off. Start a fire and wait for him. Okay. Tabitha went to gather wood but paused suddenly. Ah. Blood. Following her gaze, Savannah saw a pair of bloody gloves frozen into red blocks near the woodpile. Is this your brother's glove? Yes. Tabitha turned pale. I bought these for him in town. It's definitely his. His hand must be injured while searching for the cows. He could be in danger. I need to find him. Savannah knew she should stop her but thought, in extreme cold, wounds don't heal easily. With that much blood loss, his injuries must be severe. Without prompt treatment and warmth. It was already 9 o'clock, and her phone had no signal. She hadn't informed anyone about this detour. Delaying would affect their return trip, yet 2 lives were in front of her, she couldn't ignore them. Better to face a reprimand than live with regret. They ran out again. In the raging wind, they shouted Luther's name, moving through increasingly dark and cold skies. Frozen stiff, after what felt like ages, they heard a cow's moo. I hear it, sister, do you? The old cow is calling us. They're over there. Running towards the faint sound, they eventually found Luther lying unconscious on the grass, with the old cow and calves faithfully by his side. Damien. Damien. Tabitha slapped his face, trying to wake him. Has he already died, sister? Why isn't he moving? Savannah checked his pulse and under his clothes. He's lost too much blood and exhausted himself. We need to get him back now, or he might really die. But Luther was tall and muscular, and the 2 women, their hands frozen stiff, couldn't move him. Take off your clothes, tie him to the cow, and drag him back, suggested Savannah. Tabitha started to undress, but Savannah stopped her. The young girl was too frail. A few layers wouldn't make much difference. After great effort, they managed to drag Luther back to the tent. Struggling, they started a fire and boiled water. Savannah massaged Luther's body to improve circulation until midday when he finally regained consciousness. Wake up. Wake up, sister. Damien is awake. Checking him over, Savannah assured Tabitha everything was fine, giving instructions before rushing to leave. But when she opened the tent flap, she froze. Outside, a heavy snowfall blotted out visibility within a few steps. Trapped. Her phone had no signal, and battery was low. Panic set in. She didn't know if York and the others had left. If not, they'd be waiting for her. By leaving without telling anyone, she'd caused everyone delay. She foresaw losing her job at Mohammed Corporation due to this mistake. Still, she had to return immediately. I don't want to trouble anyone further. Tabitha, stay with your brother. Stay safe. Farewell. She moved to leave, but Luther sprang up from his bed. You'll die if you go out like this. Chapter 43, CEO Mohammed comes to the rescue. The snow won't stop for a while, and you'll lose your way on the prairie. You can't get out by yourself. Fergus rushed forward to hold Gwendolyn's arm, translating his brother's words for her. Let's go together, sister. My brother can take you back. In a short time, the snow had already covered their shoes. Gwendolyn knew that she wouldn't be able to leave this place on her own. But Benicio's condition. I have a compass on my phone, it should be fine. She insisted on trying on her own. Benicio had already finished getting dressed and was heading outside. Let's not argue. I'll bring the cattle, and we'll go together. Fergus said, you helped us, so we can't leave you behind. Let's go, sister. Thus, the 3 of them drove the herd of cattle into the boundless prairie, facing the blowing snow. It was very cold, and she was very tired. After walking for a long time, Gwendolyn felt like her legs were losing sensation. The sky was getting darker, and the destination seemed far away. She began to feel dizzy, each step feeling like she was treading on cotton, her body stiffening. Are you running a fever, sister? You're wearing too little. Let me give you my coat. Seeing her growing weaker, Fergus tried to take off his woolen coat to give it to her, but Gwendolyn refused. I'm fine. I can still make it. Go ahead without me. But you. I won't die. My daughter is waiting for me at home. Even if I have to crawl, I will crawl back to Fabiancheng. I won't die here. Fergus held her hand, and the two of them kept falling in the deepening snow, which was now above their calves. Walking became increasingly difficult. As Fergus regretted leading her here, Gwendolyn suddenly heard someone calling her name. Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn. Looking up, she saw several figures emerging from the snowstorm not far away. One particularly tall figure dressed in black led the group, rushing towards her when he recognized her face. It looked like C. Ainsworth. It seemed like her ex-husband model always appeared out of nowhere whenever she faced difficulties. Gwendolyn knew she was running a fever and probably hallucinating. This was more than 1,000 miles away from Fabiancheng in Shuecheng. How could he possibly be here? Ultimately, it was her rash actions that led to this. Sorry, Tyler, sorry colleagues, sorry CEO Mohammed. Unable to hold on any longer, just before the tall figure reached her, Gwendolyn collapsed. When she woke up, she was in the hospital. The room was dry and warm, a stark white around her. She didn't know how long she had been lying there, feeling uncomfortable all over. She tried to sit up but stopped when she heard Tyler's voice. You're awake? Finally. You almost scared me to death, Gwendolyn. Not only us, but also CEO Mohammed. What would happen to Mohammed Group's reputation if anything happened to you in such a desolate place? CEO Mohammed called the entire county's police force to search for you. He even flew in on a private jet to look for you himself. Gwendolyn, how could you mess up so badly at such a critical moment? I'm close to retirement, and you nearly ruined my career. Gwendolyn saw that Tyler's eyes were red from lack of sleep, having stayed beside her bed for who knows how long. His face, nose, and everywhere else were flushed red from the cold, still not recovered. She felt extremely guilty, never before feeling so ashamed. Are we back in Fabiancheng now? Sorry, Tyler, Tyler looked at her speechlessly. Yes, we're back in Fabiancheng. Due to your disappearance, the flight was delayed, and the whole group couldn't wait indefinitely. CEO Mohammed personally used a private jet to bring us back. He also sent you straight to the hospital and stayed to accompany you for some time before leaving. Tell me. What? CEO Mohammed had specially flown to Shuecheng, not only searching for her on the prairie but also bringing her back to the hospital and accompanying her for a while? Gwendolyn's ears burned with embarrassment, making it even harder to lie there. Sorry. Everything today is my fault. I will explain to CEO Mohammed and accept any punishment. I'll try not to drag you down. Really sorry, Tyler. Do you think you can avoid dragging me down after what you've done? I'm your direct supervisor. Forget it. At least you went to help others, and nothing terrible happened. Don't say anything more. I didn't supervise you well enough, and I deserve any company punishment. Tyler stretched his limbs. The colleagues have all gone home. I was worried about you, so I followed you to the hospital and stayed here for a long time. Even old bones can't take this. Since you're awake and seem fine, I'll head back first. CEO Mohammed was furious today and asked me to submit an apology letter tomorrow. I need to think about how to write it. That's all right. I'm not blaming you. I was just worried about you. Rest well. Your hospital stay counts as leave, and you can sign for it once you're discharged. After that, Tyler left the ward. Alone in the soft bed, Gwendolyn recalled every word Tyler had said, imagining everyone's anxious faces after her sudden disappearance. Overwhelmed with shame, she wrote a formal apology and resignation letter on her phone. An hour later, she left the hospital, sent the documents to the group chat in Tyler's WeChat, then exited the company's technical group. She caused so much trouble for her Akil and colleagues, and no longer felt she could continue working. She also caused trouble for CEO Mohammed, wasting his time, money, and medical expenses. She no longer felt she deserved her salary. Hopefully, her resignation would lessen the scolding Tyler received. Jorge had been busy all day. For Gwendolyn, he flew from Fabiancheng to Shuecheng early in the morning, enduring a 70-degree temperature difference, and trekked through the snow for over an hour to find her. Finally finding her nearly frozen to death, he urgently took her back to Fabiancheng via private jet for treatment, staying until the doctors confirmed she was out of danger before returning to the company to handle accumulated work. Without eating breakfast, lunch, or dinner, he rushed back to the hospital after finishing work, hoping to check if she had woken up and whether she was injured. Upon arrival, he learned that she had already been discharged hours ago. Taking out his phone, he checked to see if she had thanked him upon waking. Instead, he saw a resignation letter and an apology filled with guilt. She resigned without permission and declared she did not want her salary. Jorge found it hard to describe his feelings upon reading the letter. He had never intended to punish her. From the moment he learned of her disappearance, his mind was filled with worry and eagerness to find her quickly. Even when he found out she had left the group to save someone, he admired her bravery. Until a minute ago, his mind was solely focused on her health. Yet, what did his concern earn him? Heartless and ungrateful. Leaving without a word. If she valued her job at Mohammed Group so little, willing to quit so easily. If she disliked earning a salary and enjoyed being high-minded so much. Let her be high-minded then. Note, there are grammatical and stylistic corrections made to ensure fluency and readability in English. Chapter 44, I Miss You, Bohan. Jorge quickly tapped a few times on his phone screen to exit the group chat of Ignacio Technology and then tossed the phone back to Robert with a gloomy face. Take it. This account will still be managed by you from now on. Robert? After Gwendolyn exited the group chat, Aiden Mohammed did too. Though he didn't utter any blame, this cold attitude was enough to convey everything. Gwendolyn had indeed caused too much trouble this time, with so many colleagues watching. Not punishing her would not have been fair. Though Tyler really didn't want to let her go, since she offered her resignation herself and Aiden Mohammed didn't provide an excuse to keep her, he could only approve it. The next day, the resignation was approved, and Gwendolyn received a salary transfer of 4,000 renminbi. Tyler sent her a WeChat message, I can only help you up to this point, Gwendolyn. Be more careful in the future. Looking at the 4,000 renminbi transferred by Ignacio, Gwendolyn felt a momentary daze. She got up, dressed Ollie, and took her out for breakfast. In 2 days, kindergarten will start. We haven't chosen a school yet. Since Mom isn't working today, how about we choose a school together? Okay. Ollie spent most of her days with either her mom or her god Viviana, so she really longed to play with other children her age. After breakfast, Gwendolyn rode an electric scooter and started searching one by one. Their rented place was near several kindergartens. Unbeknownst to Gwendolyn, kindergartens were also divided into public and private ones. Public kindergartens had strong faculty support, low tuition fees, but they required a district house and local hukou, household registration. As they didn't belong to this jurisdiction and Gwendolyn didn't own a house, that option was off the table. Private kindergartens had fewer requirements, but tuition fees per semester were around 40,000 renminbi, not including miscellaneous expenses. With the money in her hands, Gwendolyn could barely manage to pay for one semester of her daughter's tuition. But what choice did she have? Biting the bullet, she paid the fee. Back at Violet's place, Gwendolyn felt quite defeated. Just the other day, I boasted about supporting you, but I'm jobless again today. Sorry, Violet, I have to depend on you again. Violet waved her hand generously, Brantleaf is just like this. 80 or 90% dissatisfaction. So what? You're young, beautiful, and hardworking. We'll make it someday. Don't worry, I believe in you. Gwendolyn was truly grateful to have such a good friend. She quickly made some resumes and applied for jobs. After lunch, she took some clothes from Violet and went back to street vending. With her mom busy and her god Viviana engrossed in drawing, Ollie felt bored and decided to send a message to Jorge using her watch. Bohan, are you busy? I haven't contacted you in a while. Do you remember me? I've been thinking about you all the time. School is starting soon, so I won't have much time to find you. Since I'm free today, would you like me to buy you a milk tea? Jorge was having a bad day. Half a month ago, he had been calm and cheerful, giving Robert a rare break. But since last night, he had reverted to his usual cold and strict self. When his phone pinged, Robert was nervously waiting for him to review a document. Swish. Without reviewing it, Jorge threw the file away. If such garbage appears before my eyes again, you might as well quit. Robert withdrew silently, and Jorge, feeling irritable, grabbed his phone to see who had messaged him. It was Ollie. Going to kindergarten soon? Inviting him for milk tea? The innocent words slightly eased his irritation. He was concerned about Ollie's head injury, so he tried to calm down and asked. Long time no see. How is your wound? On the other side, Ollie typed super sweetly, it's been so long, it's already healed. I didn't expect you to reply. Did you miss me, Bohan? Jorge wasn't one to express emotions openly, so he refused to answer such questions. How do you plan to invite me? Do you have money? Can you come out? Does your mom agree for you to meet me? Ollie, Amina went to work, and I've been staying with God Viviana recently. There's a milk tea shop right beside her studio. I have 50 yuan. If you don't mind, I can send you the location, and you can come find me. Jorge. He never ate sweets, especially not those cheap, sugar-loaded beverages found everywhere. Moreover, he had work to do, so he declined politely. I'm busy. Thank you for your invitation. Keep the money and spend it on yourself. I won't go. Ollie had mustered up the courage to invite him but expectedly got rejected. She hadn't spoken to anyone outside her mom and god Viviana in a long time, so she felt very disappointed. Is it because you think my 50 yuan is too little and I can't buy something nice that you aren't coming? This is all the money I have. My mom spent all our savings on my tuition. I'm not being stingy or intentionally offering you bad things. Reading her explanations, Jorge felt an inexplicable pang in his heart. Did she want to meet him so badly that she was willing to use her limited pocket money? Hurting a child's self-esteem was not good. Send me the location. I want a milk tea with lots of ice. Soon, Jorge met Ollie in a cool spot under some greenery. 2 milk teas, still wrapped in packaging, were carefully placed beside her. Bohan. Seeing him, Ollie happily ran towards him. Jorge lifted her into his arms and examined her face. Good, no scar. Still cute little Ollie. Did you wait long? His shirt was so clean, his scent fresh, his hair neat, and his face handsome. Ollie gazed at him in awe, a little. Bohan, you're so handsome. Last time, I forgot to ask, have you gotten married? Do you have a girlfriend? This sudden topic shift made Jorge pause for 2 seconds. Why? Are you going to introduce me to a girlfriend? Yes. Ollie almost blurted it out but thought better of it. Her mom just lost her job and wasn't in a great mood lately, so she wouldn't want to start dating. Better to wait and see. I can keep an eye out for you. Tell me what kind of person you like, and when I find someone suitable, I'll introduce them to you. Jorge chuckled. Such a clever little matchmaker. The ice in the milk tea is melting. Do you want me to keep holding you? They sat down on the steps in the shade. Jorge asked her when school started and which school she would attend. Ollie pointed ahead. It's just over there. School starts the day after tomorrow. By Jorge's standards, this school was subpar, comparable to the daycare where she previously had an incident. After one accident, her mom actually still sent her to a place like this? Chapter 45, Arranging the Best School for Her Daughter. Looking at the adorable and sensible Ollie, Jorge really didn't want her to suffer anymore, but he also felt it wasn't appropriate to directly intervene on her behalf. After some thought, he took out his phone. I have a set of real preschool entrance exam questions here. If you can score a perfect 100, you'll be admitted to the best kindergarten in Fabianching for free. Would Ollie like to try? Ollie had never heard of such a good deal where a perfect score could secure free enrollment. Marventing to save money for her Viviana, she raised her hand without hesitation. Really? I want to try. Amina taught me many things about clothes and read a lot of books to me. I think I can do it. Jorge handed her the phone, and Ollie started working on the questions on the screen. Soon enough, the results were in, and she scored a perfect 100. Jorge was once again amazed by her intelligence. Leave your mom's phone number with me, Ollie. You've earned your place at the school through your own abilities. After a bit of casual chat, Ollie went home to avoid worrying her foster Viviana, while Jorge returned to the company. He personally called a leader at the Education Bureau and gave them Gwendolyn's phone number to coordinate. Soon, Gwendolyn, who was running a stall, received the call. Your daughter has passed our school's entrance exam with excellent scores. Please bring her household registration to enroll tomorrow morning, and all tuition fees for 3 years will be waived. Gwendolyn was dumbfounded. She knew her daughter was smart and diligent, but she hadn't expected that Ollie had secretly taken an online entrance exam. Not only did she come first, but all tuition was waived. What kind of little angel had she given birth to? Emotional, Gwendolyn hurriedly packed up her stall and rushed home to confirm with Ollie about her participation in the test. She then went to the community kindergarten to get a refund and enrolled Ollie in Fabianching's top public kindergarten, Jiang University-affiliated kindergarten. Violet remarked that Ollie had found a path to transcend social classes through her own efforts. Children entering Jiang University-affiliated kindergarten were usually from powerful or wealthy families. Being able to study alongside these young masters and misses would surely provide her with a strong network in the future. However, Gwendolyn hadn't thought that way. In her eyes, as long as her daughter could attend school, in a safe and clean environment, healthy and happy, that was enough. As Ollie went to school, Gwendolyn continued to job hunt and run her stall. Time flew, and a week passed. One day, while Gwendolyn was busy, she suddenly received a call from a teacher. Ollie's mom, I'm sorry, Ollie had a small accident at school and is now at the hospital. Could you please come over? What? Ollie had an accident and was hospitalized? Gwendolyn rushed to the hospital. In the ward, Ollie sat next to a boy with a bandaged forehead, her arm wrapped in gauze, being comforted by the teacher. Gwendolyn quickly rushed to Ollie, checking her arm anxiously, her heart breaking with worry. How are you, baby? Are you okay? Did you hurt anywhere else? I'm sorry, Mommy. I came late and let you down. Sorry. Ollie hugged her Viviana, softly comforting her. I'm fine, Aminami. There's no need to apologize, it's not your fault. See, I'm better already. But Gwendolyn still felt terrible. Her daughter had only been in school for a few days and ended up like this. Lately, she had been too focused on making money through her stall and neglected her child. It's all Aminami's fault. I shouldn't have sent you to such a far school just to save money. Was someone bullying you? We can stop going there if you don't like it. I just want you to be well. Pfft. Just as the Viviana and daughter shared a tender moment, the boy beside them suddenly laughed mockingly, which seemed inappropriate for his age. Gwendolyn turned to look at him more carefully. The boy wore a clean white shirt, black pants, and white sneakers, sporting a trendy chestnut hairstyle. His skin was fair, with very distinct and beautiful features, looking like a little model. Yet, his demeanor did not match his appearance. He had a cold expression, and his mature aura made him seem disrespectful. Though he clearly had the temper of a spoiled young master, Gwendolyn didn't hold it against him. He was still a child, and an injured one at that. She crouched in front of him, holding Ollie. How are you? Does your head hurt? How did you injure yourself? Have you called your parents? No pain. I'm not a little girl, why would I cry over such a small injury? He glanced at Gwendolyn and Ollie, disdainful of their affectionate behavior, then looked away arrogantly. Gwendolyn was speechless. The teacher explained what happened. Today, they were asked to introduce their parents one by one. When Ollie couldn't describe her father, she was mocked by a boy, leading to a conflict. The boy scratched Ollie's arm with building blocks. This little boy had gotten hurt helping Ollie. They had already contacted the parents of the other 2 children involved. The other parents were on their way and would give a reasonable explanation. Gwendolyn was reassured not to worry. So, he got hurt helping Ollie? Gwendolyn immediately felt apologetic towards the boy. You're truly a little hero with upright principles, protecting girls. That's wonderful. Kira gives you a thumbs up. To thank you, shall Kira take you out for a treat? What would you like? The boy scrutinized her closely. Do you have money? Gwendolyn paused. I lack nothing and didn't stand up to protect her. Don't misunderstand, I don't need you to buy me anything. Oh, quite proud despite his young age. Gwendolyn wondered what kind of parents raised him this way, chuckling lightly. My money isn't much, but I can buy a small gift to thank you. Tell me what you'd like, Kira sincerely wants to thank you. Boring. He turned away again, standing up from his chair. Don't talk to me. I don't need your gift. Move aside. Just as he tried to leave, a doctor and 2 nurses entered. Are the parents of Gwendolyn Tion here? Here, doctor, I am. The doctor scanned her briefly. Her platelet count is a bit low, and her blood clotting isn't good. Be careful and avoid injuries in the future. Gwendolyn was alarmed. Low platelets? Why is this happening? The causes are numerous. If you're really worried, take her for a full checkup when you have time. Pay attention to her nutrition, anemia could also cause this. Gwendolyn picked up Ollie, looking at the blood-stained bandage, her heart aching even more. Thank you, doctor. I understand. Just as the doctor left, another group rushed into the ward. A middle-aged woman approached the boy, filled with anxiety and concern. My lord, I'm so sorry I came late. How are you, my lord? #### Chapter 46, The Haughty Gary. Your father is in a meeting and can't leave, so we've come to take you home. I'm truly sorry for the trouble, young master. I'll make something delicious for you when we get back. Look at this poor head, oh dear. After the middle-aged woman fussed over the boy, she turned a stern gaze towards the teacher. How do you watch the children? He came to school just fine, and look at him now. What if he gets a scar on his face? Can you afford that? The boy clearly didn't want to stay in the hospital any longer and interrupted her. It's not the teacher's fault, it's all Brant Liang Ariel Guang, that fatso. My dad will deal with him later. Let's go, this place stinks. Stop wasting time. Only then did Annabelle stop fussing. Okay, let's go home. Let Bohan Butler carry you. Shao Marving, start the car. With 3 servants accompanying him, the young master left the ward. Gwendolyn exchanged a few polite words with the teacher and also left the hospital. Back home, she prepared a lavish dinner for Pearl, ensuring she was well fed before putting her to bed. She then spoke to Violet. Running a stall isn't a long-term solution. While the earnings have been good these past few days, it's too time-consuming and exhausting, leaving me no time to spend with Pearl. I feel really bad about it. Maybe I should find a regular 9-to-5 job instead. Within a short month, Pearl had been injured twice, which pained Violet as well. Sure, find a regular job and do some part-time work occasionally. That way, you can still support Pearl without putting too much pressure on yourself. I actually have a part-time job lined up for you. If you don't want to run the stall tomorrow, you can try this out. What kind of part-time job? Tutoring. Teaching in the rich families of Nanshan Villa area. It's only 2 weekends a month, 1 lesson per day, 1 hour per lesson, and you get paid 500 per hour. My cousin used to do this, but due to a job transfer, she can't anymore. She recommended me, but I thought you might be better suited since my temperament isn't right for serving young masters or misses. Tutoring? It sounded like a good job. Gwendolyn loved interacting with kids. But that family will surely require high academic qualifications, and I haven't graduated yet. Violet waved it off. What's wrong with not having graduated? With a recommendation from an acquaintance, they won't check your credentials. As long as you don't mention it, who would know? Besides, you've always been top of your class. You can certainly teach a child. Just give it a try. There's no harm in it, and nothing will be lost if you don't succeed. At 7 o'clock the next morning, Gwendolyn arrived promptly at the house introduced by Violet. It was a grand standalone villa, impressive both in scale and appearance. The black carved doors flanked by towering walls were covered with beautiful flowers and greenery. Even without entering, the scenery beyond the gate exuded wealth and luxury. Gwendolyn was struck not by the grandeur but by a realization. It was here she had spent a night and things happened. Due to drinking too much and arriving in the dark, she hadn't noticed its magnificence until now. Recalling everything, she suddenly understood how wealthy C. Ainsworth must be. For a male model in a club, he not only had several luxury cars but also owned such a luxurious property. Incredible. Lost in thought, she heard someone inside notice her. The display screen lit up, and a woman asked, "Who are you, and what do you want?" Gwendolyn quickly straightened up. "I'm here for the tutoring interview scheduled yesterday, recommended by Teacher Sunday." "Oh, you're the tutor. Come in." The door slowly opened, and Gwendolyn entered. While the exterior of the villa was imposing, the interior was even more elegant and refined. A maid greeted her. "You can go up without changing shoes, just wear shoe covers. The young master is still asleep upstairs. If you can wake him up by 7:30, you pass the interview." Gwendolyn felt the voice was familiar. Looking up, she realized it was the nanny of the boy she'd met in the hospital yesterday. What a coincidence. Her first tutoring job was at the house of Pearl's classmate. She instantly regretted accepting the interview. Given that Pearl lacked a father, her classmates already looked down on her. Coming here to work. But it was too late to back out without disappointing the recommender. She had to push through. The maid led her to the young master's room and left. Gwendolyn composed herself and knocked on the door. Knock knock. No response. "Classmate, are you awake? Have you gotten dressed? I'm here for the tutoring position. May I come in?" No response after waiting. "Well, sorry for disturbing you. Keep sleeping. I'll go now." Perfect, she thought. She had tried her best, her introducer wouldn't lose face. And she avoided being recognized as Pearl's Viviana. Just as Gwendolyn turned to leave, the door opened. A small, fierce voice commanded, "Stop. Are you interviewing? How can you leave without even seeing me? Are you playing tricks on me?" Gwendolyn was speechless. "Come in. I have a few questions to test you." For his age, the little boy exuded quite an authoritative presence. If you didn't know he was a child, you might think he was some CEO. Gwendolyn returned to the room. Once inside, they faced each other. The little boy, still in pajamas and half asleep, looked surprised. "Why is it you?" "You." "I didn't expect it either," Gwendolyn admitted honestly. "I'm Pearl's Viviana. If you're uncomfortable, I can leave now." "Why would I be uncomfortable?" The boy scrutinized her again before sitting back on the bed, looking smug. "The one who should be uncomfortable is you. Gwendolyn Tion is our class top student, and the teacher praises her daily. This is a great chance to see how her Viviana teaches. Come here." He pointed to a desk near the bed. Though impolite and domineering, Gwendolyn found his pretentious manner amusing and obediently walked over. "Is the interview starting? What do you want me to do?" "If you can teach me to write Gwendolyn Tion within a minute, you pass the first round." True to form for a 3-year-old, it was incredibly simple. Gwendolyn nodded, "All right. But what if you cheat and say you didn't learn it?" The boy scoffed, "Impossible. I'm a man and never lie." "Ha. A kid barely tall enough to sit on the bed called himself a man? Fine, I believe you. Let's begin." Gwendolyn had a vivid method of teaching characters, transforming them into little animals with eyes, mouths, and tails, making them easy to remember. After demonstrating once, the boy was amazed. "You can teach like this? Can you draw my name too?" "Sure. That will be the second round." Translation ends here. Chapter 47, Caitlin, I brant like you. Can you also draw my name? Of course I can. What's your name? Kiefer. Gwendolyn drew his name and then went on to draw the names of all the Gu family servants. From initial wariness and even some resistance, Darian now had stars in his eyes as he sincerely praised her. "You're so talented. No wonder Gwendolyn knows so many characters. It turns out there's a technique to it." "Who taught you?" Gwendolyn replied, "I learned by myself. I've always loved drawing." "You're very smart. If you study hard, you'll definitely learn faster than Elida." Darian blinked his eyes. "Okay, let's say you barely passed the first 2 levels. Next, I'm going to ask you questions." Gwendolyn looked at him as he switched back to his solemn little adult demeanor, and she smiled gently. "Feel free to ask. What do you and Gwendolyn do together every day? Do you give her a good morning kiss when she wakes up? Do you make breakfast for her? Don't lie." Gwendolyn truthfully said, "Not only good morning kisses, we kiss a lot throughout the day. Of course, I make breakfast for her too." "Kiss a lot?" Darian couldn't help but stare with wide eyes. "Do you tell her stories before bedtime? Do you punish her when she misbehaves?" "I tell her stories every night. But recently I've been too busy, so God Viviana has been doing that for her. I haven't punished her. For children your age, rewards are more important than punishments. Besides, Elida is a very obedient child who rarely misbehaves." Darian's eyes suddenly dimmed. Gwendolyn is so happy. Not only does she get to kiss her Viviana every day and listen to her stories, but she doesn't even get scolded. Is every Viviana in the world this gentle? Unlike fathers. Unfortunately, he can't even remember what his Viviana looked like. If you were my teacher, would you tell me stories every day? Gwendolyn looked into his expectant yet somewhat evasive eyes, and after a moment of silence, she said truthfully, no. Darian was stunned. Gwendolyn explained, the tutor you're looking for only comes over on weekends, and each session lasts only an hour. Even if I became your teacher, I could only tell you stories on weekends. But I don't want a cold teacher who just watches me practice writing and says nothing. Suddenly feeling frustrated, Darian pouted, if you become my teacher, can you come to our house every day? That was probably not possible. He attends school during the day, and Gwendolyn has to spend time with her daughter in the evening. It wouldn't be feasible to visit his house every day. Being outright rejected like this, Darian looked quite dejected. Don't you like me? Is it because our family pays too little? This is the first time I've met a teacher who doesn't want to come to our house every day. Previous teachers were eager to come to his house daily, but he had to fuss around before they settled on weekends. I don't dislike you. Seeing his sulking face finally show a bit of childishness, Gwendolyn couldn't resist touching his little face. On the contrary, you're very cute and intelligent, and I really like you. But I have my own child to take care of, so I doubt I can take this job. There will be many smart and kind teachers who will teach you and tell you stories. But I don't want them, I only want you. Darian couldn't hold back anymore and confessed to her. In fact, since seeing Gwendolyn hugging and cuddling with her yesterday in the hospital, he had been envious. He even dreamt about being hugged by his Viviana last night. He had never seen his Viviana since birth. His father was always busy with work, leaving only the old Misty, Thorntonager, and the driver to keep him company, which was incredibly boring. Alright, I'll be honest. I really like you and hope you stay as my teacher. You passed the interview. Ultimately, he's still just a child, and although she passed his interview so easily, Gwendolyn wasn't overly delighted. We've only known each other for such a short time. You might not know me well enough yet, and there might be things about me that you won't like. Let's get to know each other a bit more. It's getting late, and you need to wake up and eat. I don't want to eat. Tia only makes those few monotonous breakfasts, I'm tired of them. Saying this, Darian lay down on the bed listlessly and covered his face with the blanket. Gwendolyn, seeing a petulant Elida-like behavior, gently pulled him out and held him in her arms. You can tell Tia what you want to eat, and she'll make it for you. But I don't know what I want to eat or what tastes good. Gwendolyn's hands were so soft, and holding him felt incredibly comforting. She smelled nice, and her voice was gentle, just like the Viviana he imagined. Darian felt increasingly reluctant to let her go. Kira, can you make breakfast for me? Sure, Gwendolyn said softly, but I only know how to make a few kinds of breakfast, and you might not like them. I'm not that picky. Get me some clothes. Gwendolyn found his clothes, and after washing up, they went downstairs hand in hand. The nanny was surprised by how quickly the young master came downstairs and how spirited he seemed. Gary, you're up. Breakfast is ready, hurry and eat, you still have school soon. Darian ignored her and pulled Gwendolyn toward the kitchen. Is Gwendolyn going to school today? Who's going to take her since you're coming to our house? She's not going today. Didn't she get injured yesterday? Her wound hasn't healed properly yet. I plan to take her to the hospital again later. Darian was unhappy. But I got injured too. Why do I have to go to school? Gwendolyn glanced at the bandage on his forehead. If you're still uncomfortable, tell your father you need rest. He'll understand. But staying home is so boring. Tia only tells me what I can't do or touch. She even forbids me from going to the amusement park because it's dangerous, which is annoying. Kira, have you taken Gwendolyn to the amusement park? Gwendolyn answered honestly, yes, but not very often. Are you afraid of danger too? Not exactly. At your age, it's the perfect time to explore the world. Many things you have to try yourself to know whether they're dangerous. If everything checks out in her physical exam, I plan to take her again today. Would you like to join us? Yes, yes. Darian really liked talking to her more and more. I want to see you cook. Can I come with you? Usually, Tia considered the kitchen unsafe and didn't even let him enter. Actually, he was quite curious about how to use the stove and cook dishes. Sure. Seeing the spark of curiosity in his eyes, Gwendolyn brought a chair inside for him to stand on. Now you can see me better. If you want to try, help me wash the vegetables afterward. They began preparing breakfast together with enthusiasm. When the nanny saw Gwendolyn bring a chair inside and the young master stayed in the kitchen for a long time, she followed them in. She was dumbfounded when she saw what was happening. Heavens, Gary, what are you doing? Standing so high is dangerous. Come down immediately. This woman has no common sense. He's only 3, and you put him so close to sharp knives. Haven't you caused enough injuries? I'll call Shaw right away. What kind of teacher did we hire? Chapter 48, Even Garys Have Unhappy Eminence. She attempted to lift Darian down from the chair, but he angrily stamped his feet. No. I'm in the middle of setting questions for the new teacher's interview. It's fine. I'm not a fool, I know it's dangerous to fall off a chair. I can stand well on my own, okay? The nanny stood there speechless. Gwendolyn noticed the nanny's concern and hurriedly explained. The child is curious about cooking. I only wanted him to observe closely while I make noodles. It won't harm him. If you're worried, please stay by his side. The nanny stood beside the chair, her face grim, ensuring Darian was safe. Gwendolyn cut a tomato, washed some vegetables, and asked Darian to crack 2 eggs for her as she cooked the noodles. Darian was thrilled. It was his first time cracking eggs and he found it fascinating, watching Gwendolyn every step of the way. When the noodles were ready and drizzled with sesame oil, he took a bite and felt it was the most delicious meal in the world. Satisfied, he quickly finished a large bowl of noodles, then grabbed Gwendolyn's hand. Aren't we going to the amusement park? Let's go. Before Gwendolyn could respond, the nanny rushed over again. Where are you going? You want to go out with her? That's absurd. Gary, you don't even know her. What if she's a bad person? The nanny was almost exasperated. Darian had lost his Viviana 9 months before he was born due to a car accident, and she had raised him all these years. Because of her efforts, the master respected her greatly. The master was often busy with work and rarely at home, so this child's temperament was quite peculiar. Very few people could calm him down besides her. She couldn't believe today's events. It felt like someone was trying to steal her credit. Annoyed, the nanny went to her room and retrieved her phone. Sir, the tutor recommended by Charlene came this morning. How did it go? Does Dolores like her? She sighed deeply. These young female teachers nowadays, it's hard to say what they're capable of. I don't know how she managed to charm Dolores, but he likes her so much that he secretly calls her Amina. Now he's insisting on going to the amusement park with her. The voice on the other end, belonging to Dustin, paused for a moment before replying, leave it to your judgment. The nanny returned to the dining room and announced grandly, I apologize, but Sir just called and said he has already found a tutor for Brant Little Master. Thank you for coming. Please return. What? Darian became upset immediately. Gwendolyn, however, seemed content with the outcome. She squatted in front of Darian and gently pulled his small hand. It's all right. Losing a job opportunity is normal. There are plenty of people more qualified than me to teach you. Don't worry, Dolores. We'll meet again soon. I pick up Gwendolyn Tion every day, and next time we meet, I'll give you a surprise. A surprise? Are you giving me a gift? Saying it wouldn't be a surprise, Gwendolyn teased, tickling his nose. Let's keep it a mystery. You'll find out tomorrow. Well, I should be going now. Goodbye. After such a short interaction, Darian was already fond of talking to her. He held tightly onto Gwendolyn's hand. But I don't want to be separated from you. I want to talk to you all the time. Kira, please agree to be my teacher. We can talk every day, okay? If you're worried about having no time to take care of Gwendolyn Tion, bring her along. Our house is huge with plenty of rooms. There's enough space for both of you. The nanny interjected and separated their hands. Enough, Brant Little Master. It's late, and we need to head to school. Darian clung to Gwendolyn again, wrapping his arms around her neck. Kira, give me your address and phone number. I'll discuss it with my dad tonight and call you. Seeing the hopeful yet sad look in his eyes, Gwendolyn felt torn but finally entered her number into his smartwatch. Whether or not I become your teacher, feel free to call me whenever you want to talk. After leaving the villa, Gwendolyn took Gwendolyn Tion to the hospital for a full-body checkup. Many results would take a few days, so she spent the rest of the day at a children's amusement park with Xi and Tion. At the Gu residence. Finally, school was over, and Darian eagerly returned home to see his father, whom he hadn't seen in days. Usually, his father rarely spent time with him, so their relationship was quite distant. But today, the moment he entered the house, he rushed to his father. I really like today's tutor. I want her to come here every day to play with me. But she has a daughter to take care of too, so I was thinking, can we invite them both to live with us? Dustin's handsome features darkened. The nanny was right, modern women would do anything to climb the social ladder. Just a brief interview and she managed to win over his son. A divorced woman with a child? Bold indeed. Dolores, Dad isn't a philanthropist. We aren't obligated to provide for others. And we can't let anyone live here on a whim. There are too many deceptive people in this world. Don't say things like that anymore. But Kira isn't a bad person. Darian was saddened that his father refused without even meeting her. Didn't you always say boys should learn to think independently and make judgments? I don't think Kira is a bad person. The weather forecast predicted a typhoon tonight, and Dustin's leg injury was acting up, causing him discomfort. Stop. I didn't punish you for fighting with classmates yesterday, showing trust in you. Dolores, Dad is tired and has a lot of work to do. Can you leave me alone for a bit? Seeing his cold, distant father, disappointment and hurt welled up in Darian's eyes. Only his father was always so busy he couldn't spare a moment to chat with him. How frustrating. If he disliked him so much, why was he even born? Back in his room, surrounded by cold toys, he couldn't help but think of the gentle Gwendolyn. Meanwhile, back home, Gwendolyn was preparing dinner when her phone rang. Xin Tion answered. Hello? Is this Gwendolyn Tion? This is Darian. Is your mom there? She's cooking. How did you get her number? Do you need something? Nothing. Did you go to the amusement park today? Yes, it was so much fun. Amina is making a big meal tonight. Why do you sound unhappy? Have you eaten? No, Darian sat on the floor, picking at the bedsheet, tears falling one after another. What did you eat? Spicy crab, crawfish. Are you crying, Darian? Do you want to come over for dinner? Can I? Xian replied enthusiastically, of course. I'll send you the location. This translation captures the nuances of the original text, maintaining the character dynamics and plot progression. The dialogue and narrative tone remain intact while ensuring the English version is natural and fluent. Chapter 49, Running Away from Home. Dinner had just been laid on the table when there was a knock at the door. Ollie rushed to the entrance immediately. Gwendolyn thought it was Violet who had arrived, but to her surprise, upon opening the door, she saw a small boy about Ollie's height standing there. Dom. Why did you come here? She was both surprised and delighted, welcoming him eagerly. Who brought you here? Tia. You should have called me first so I could prepare some good food for you. Where is Tia? Why didn't she come in with you? Gwendolyn assumed that the nanny and driver had dropped him off and were waiting outside, ready to be invited in for dinner. However, Kiefer stopped her. I came by myself. I ran away from home. Kira, can I stay at your place tonight? What? Ran away from home? The distance between his house and here isn't close at all, and he's such a little kid. Gwendolyn quickly squatted down, taking his small hand. What happened? Why did you run away from home? Who made you upset? Kiefer pouted angrily. I don't want to be my dad's son anymore. He doesn't understand me at all and doesn't even like me. I want to be your child. In cartoons, they always say that kids with moms are cherished treasures. Even though Gwendolyn Tion doesn't have a father, she's much happier following you around, better than me. Kira, let me be your son. I promise to be obedient and not cause trouble. Seeing his innocent and heartbroken expression, Gwendolyn felt both heartache and amusement. She hugged him gently. All right, I'd be very happy if you wanted to be my son, but we need your father's permission. Otherwise, he would think you've gone missing and get worried. Should we call him now? No way. He won't worry about me at all, he'll just find me annoying. I don't want to call him. Just then, his stomach rumbled loudly. Dom sniffed the air and looked longingly towards the dining table. It smells so good. My stomach is starving. Kira, can I eat something? Gwendolyn heard his stomach growling as well. Thinking it best to let him eat first before calming him down and calling home, she led him to the table. With two children seated beside her, one on each side, Gwendolyn busily served them and wiped their mouths. They chatted happily about school while enjoying a lively meal together. At the Gu residence. The nanny had prepared dinner and went to find Kiefer in his room but couldn't locate him. Panic-stricken, she knocked on Mr. Dustin's door. Sir, is the young master in your room? The sky outside was growing darker, with signs of an impending typhoon. The lingering effects of a car accident 4 years ago made his leg extremely uncomfortable during such weather. Dustin's voice was cold and low. No. What's the matter? Then. Gary, he. Dustin opened the door, his forehead covered in beads of sweat, revealing his obviously weakened appearance. What happened? He seems to be missing. Kiefer enjoyed the authentic spicy crab for the first time in his life. It was aromatic, spicy, and extremely satisfying. It spiced up his mouth until it turned red and left oil stains on his clothes. Gwendolyn took him to the bathroom to wash his face. I'll find one of Ollie's t-shirts for you to change into and clean this shirt for you. If the oil stain stays too long, it might not come out. Gwendolyn was warm and kind, her cooking delicious. Kiefer liked her immensely and was willing to listen to her. Okay. After changing clothes, he and Ollie sat on the sofa reading fairy tales while Gwendolyn put aside the meal she had saved for Violet. As she approached the bathroom, there were sudden banging sounds at the door. Open up. Who's inside? Open up. What was going on? Who was so rude? Gwendolyn shielded the children to protect them from any possible shock. Who is it? Police. Open the door. Police? She hadn't caused any trouble, so why did they come to her house? Gwendolyn opened the door, and a group of uniformed officers poured in, searching behind her without another word. Is this Mr. Chu? Look, is he Kiefer? Dom was pulled aside by an officer. In the narrow hallway, a tall and slender figure dressed in a neat suit walked in slowly. Whether it was rain or sweat from outside, his face was pale, with tiny droplets on his forehead. Despite his stern expression and authoritative presence, the sharp features closely resembled Kiefer, clearly indicating that he was his father. Gwendolyn understood. It must be because Kiefer's father thought he was lost and reported it to the police. Shaw, right? Before she finished her sentence, Dustin's icy gaze swept over his son and then landed on her face. You already changed his clothes? Were you planning to leave Fabianching with him if I had come later? Trying to pull tricks on me, aren't you? Not bad, huh? What does he mean if he came later? They would have left Fabianching. And what tricks? Was he accusing her of being a human trafficker? Just as Gwendolyn was about to explain, Dustin barked at his son in a cold voice. Kiefer, come here. Who allowed you to wander off? Do you know how dangerous that is? Have I taught you nothing? Seeing his harsh and unreasonable father, Kiefer became more distressed, struggling out of the officer's grasp and hugging Gwendolyn's legs tightly. You can't speak to Kira like that. She's a good person. She treats me well, and I like her. Don't shout at her. I don't want to be your son anymore. You treat me so poorly. I even thought of reporting you to the police. You're a bad dad, always scolding me. I don't want to go back with you. Officer sir, I want to change my mommy and not have this daddy. Can you help me? The misunderstanding cleared up momentarily as the staff left Gwendolyn's home. Rumble, lightning flashed outside, and fierce winds howled, starting a heavy downpour. Inside the house, a standoff occurred between the big and little men. Kiefer held onto Gwendolyn's legs tightly. The water droplets on Dustin's forehead grew denser as he stared coldly at his son for several seconds, then said icily. My patience is running thin. While I still have a bit left, come back with me. Today, I wasn't in a good mood, and half the blame for you running away is mine. So, I won't hold it against you. Don't be afraid. Let's go. Kiefer refused to move. I said, I don't like you being my dad. I also don't like being controlled by Tia all day, not allowed to do this or that. I don't want to return to that home ever again. You can leave. Kiefer. I brought all my red envelopes. Although Kira doesn't have as much money as you, eating less can sustain us for a while. No need for you to take care of me, leave. Hearing the young master speaking so disrespectfully, the nanny hurried to intervene. Gary, sir is your real father. For your sake. Dustin's expression grew graver, and the pain in his body worsened due to his disobedient son, making his mood terrible. There's no need to say more to him. If he wants to stay, let him. He stormed off angrily but faltered as his legs stiffened uncontrollably. Chapter 50, desiring her to be a Velma. Staggering, the nanny hurriedly came to his aid. Sir. Is your leg hurting again? Don't walk anymore, I'll call Xiao Marvin to carry you up. Gwendolyn lived on the 4th floor of a staircase in an old building with a narrow and dimly lit corridor. The nanny knew he couldn't go down the stairs given his condition. She was about to call the driver when Dustin pushed her hand away, steadied himself slowly, and coldly refused. No need. Just bring me my medicine. However, in his haste to leave, the nanny didn't expect him to have an attack and forgot the medicine. Seeing her expression, Dustin realized she had forgotten it. Without saying anything more, he pushed past her and leaned against the wall, trying to descend. Gwendolyn suddenly chased after him. Shaw, did your leg suffer an injury before that causes pain in cold weather? It's raining heavily outside, and the staircase isn't easy to navigate. Stay here for a while before going down. After saying this, she pulled Kiefer's hand towards his father. He's just a child who doesn't understand much. How can you bear a grudge against him? If you really won't take him, then I might as well be considered a kidnapper. Whether because of the unbearable leg pain or Gwendolyn's words, Dustin paused, leaning against the wall for a few seconds before turning into her home. To save money, Gwendolyn rented a one-bedroom apartment, small but meticulously organized. Dustin sat on the sofa, leaned back, and closed his eyes. Only then did Gwendolyn realize the droplets on his head were from pain. Elida, Rachel, help Bohan Dad take off his shoes and put his feet on this stool. I'll get some hot water. She rushed to the bathroom. The children, seeing their father's discomfort, quickly squatted down and took off his shoes. Gwendolyn brought out a basin of hot water and submerged Dustin's feet. The injured foot felt numb, but the healthy one instantly felt the warmth of her soft touch. Dustin almost jerked his foot away, but Gwendolyn held it down. Don't move, you'll adapt in a few seconds. Soaking in hot water helps circulation. She knelt before Dustin, rolled up his suit pants above his knees, grabbed his calf, and began massaging it skillfully. Thunder rumbled outside, and Dustin's pain grew intense. Sweat poured from his forehead. Seeing his father in such distress, Kiefer was both scared and guilty. Dad, what's wrong? Do you have a serious illness? Are you dying? Don't scare me. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said those harsh things today. Please don't be mad at me, please don't die. Don't leave me alone. Elida, seeing his distress, quickly used tissues to wipe his sweat, holding his neck with her small hands. That's right, Bohan, don't die. Kiefer already lost his mom. If you die, he will become an orphan, how pitiful. Besides, you're so handsome, it would be a waste. Darian, stop crying. Let's massage your dad together, maybe he will feel better. The two children each grabbed one of his arms and started massaging. Gwendolyn massaged his legs tirelessly, changing the water twice. By the third time, Dustin's pain finally eased somewhat. He took a deep breath, slowly opened his eyes, and looked down. The frail woman before him had tied her hair in a messy ponytail, with strands of hair falling around her temples. She gently but intently held his feet on her knees, massaging them forcefully. Her technique seemed highly specialized, targeting pressure points, sending warm currents from his feet straight to his heart, his mind. His feet turned red from the massage, feeling hot. Gwendolyn looked up and noticed that Dustin's sweating had reduced. She asked softly, do you feel any sensation? Is the pain less? Dustin truly saw her face now, big, bright eyes, high nose bridge, rosy lips, pearly teeth. Despite no makeup, she looked incredibly clear and comfortable. Yes. Thank you. No problem. I'll get a hot towel to keep you warm for a bit longer. Gwendolyn placed his feet down, fetched a steaming hot towel from the bathroom, wrapped it around his injured leg, and placed it back on her knees. While keeping his feet warm through the towel, she explained. This is a typical post-surgical complication, due to improper care or recovery after surgery. While you're still young, these issues can be rectified. Timely correction is crucial to avoid worse suffering in the future. The state of your wound suggests it's been 2 years since the injury. Why haven't you taken it seriously? What do you usually do during attacks? Take painkillers? Surprised by her knowledge, not only helping him through the worst pain but also explaining it clearly. Ariel paused. Are you a doctor? Gwendolyn replied, I learned a little. My brother had a similar leg injury, so I picked up some knowledge. My brother got proper care and improved significantly. Although his leg still has some inconvenience, he doesn't suffer from weather-related pain. Mr. Chu, if needed, I can share the methods used to care for my brother. Painkillers only address symptoms and can be addictive. The nanny, having seen Dustin's terrifying attack, sighed with relief now. Hearing Gwendolyn offer advice, she immediately responded on behalf of Dustin. That's great. Can you tell me, and I'll note it down? In case Shaw has another episode, I can assist him. Gwendolyn nodded, sure, but it's a bit complicated, and I'm afraid you might forget. Let me write it down for you to review later. Looking at Gwendolyn's gentle patience and her willingness to share without seeking favor, Dustin wondered if he had misjudged her intentions. She was married with children, perhaps she was simply looking for work. Thank you. Exchange contact details with the nanny. I appreciate your efforts. She will transfer the payment later. As she continued massaging his legs, Gwendolyn suddenly felt like a paid masseuse. In the rich world, every action seems motivated by ulterior motives. Silent for a moment, she put his foot down. I didn't ask for payment. I did this only because of Rachel's sake. Your leg is fine now, Mr. Chu. We won't keep you. Rachel, let's go home. ####Chapter 51, Heartbreaking Amy. After speaking, fearing her emotions would affect Dolores, Gwendolyn added gently. Of course, we're still friends. You can come to Kira's house anytime in the future if you want. Kira will give you your promised gift tomorrow. Dolores, be a good girl and see you tomorrow, okay? Kiefer reluctantly went downstairs with his father. On the way back, he looked out of the window with his bright big eyes full of sadness, not saying a single word. Dustin, seeing his son who longed for his Viviana so much, also fell into deep thought. The next day, the rain was less severe but still drizzling. Dustin personally drove his son to school, eager to meet Gwendolyn on the way. Finally, they arrived at the school gate, where he saw a Viviana-daughter pair riding an electric scooter in raincoats. Amy. Kira. Gwendolyn held a small gift box. Seeing him run over, she hurriedly sheltered him under her raincoat. Be careful not to get wet and catch a cold. Was Dolores well-behaved last night? Did she sleep well? Not well. But he didn't want Gwendolyn to worry, so he nodded with his big eyes blinking. Unable to resist, Gwendolyn kissed his cheek. Very good. This is your gift, open it and see if you like it. As long as Dolores continues to be good, Kira will give you more. Watching them talk in the rain while wrapped in the raincoat was inconvenient. Dustin held up a black umbrella and approached them. Dolores couldn't wait to open the gift box. A mini kitchen? How cute. There were tiny pots, bowls, shovels, and oil bottles, all incredibly detailed, and he loved them very much. I love it so much, thank you, Kira. Seeing how genuinely happy he was, Gwendolyn felt delighted too. If you like it, that's great. After school, let Tia play with you. Put it away first and go inside now. Both children entered the kindergarten with excitement. Under the large black umbrella, only 2 people remained. Gwendolyn gave Dustin a somewhat awkward glance and took a step back. Since the child has been dropped off, I should go now. Goodbye, Shaw. Just as she was about to leave, Dustin stopped her suddenly. Wait. I apologize for my rudeness yesterday. Miss Chu, let's talk. Gwendolyn didn't know what there was to discuss with him and stopped hesitantly. Dustin stood elegantly in the rain, his thin lips parting. I don't know what Miss Chu is currently doing, but would it be convenient to accept Dolores' suggestion to move into the Chu family as her teacher, of course, also part-time as my caregiver? I know this is a lot to ask, bringing a child along is troublesome, but I have no intention of offending you. The Gu family truly needs a teacher like you. If you agree, Miss Chu, the remuneration is negotiable. Gwendolyn. She thought it was just Dolores' innocent idea to invite her into the Gu family, but she hadn't expected. Indeed, it was quite invasive. If it weren't for yesterday's incident, she might have considered it, but thank you for your kindness, Shaw. I think it might not be appropriate for me. Dustin had anticipated her refusal, knowing from yesterday that she had strong self-respect, and her husband may not approve either. But being rejected still left him a little disappointed. Not moving in isn't a problem. We can choose suitable times for visits, entirely according to Miss Chu's schedule. Don't refuse so quickly. Talk it over with your family and then decide. Here's my business card. Call me when you've made a decision. He extended a simple gold immaculate business card towards Gwendolyn with his well-defined hand. Though his behavior yesterday was quite rude, his attitude today was decent, and since she indeed lacked a job, Gwendolyn accepted the card. On the way back, Gwendolyn received a call from the hospital. Is this the parent of Gwendolyn Chen? The results are ready. Please come to the hospital immediately. Arriving at the hospital hastily, Gwendolyn heard the shocking news. Abnormal hematopoietic system. Extremely low white blood cell count in the child. Suspected leukemia. We suggest further bone marrow morphology and immunotyping tests. If all results are abnormal. Of course, our test isn't 100% accurate. We recommend you check at a specialized hospital. Gwendolyn's legs turned weak, unsure how she left the hospital. Her child was only 3 years old. How could she have leukemia? Leukemia, such a terrifying word. Could fate be this unfair to them? To avoid scaring her child, Gwendolyn didn't rush to pick her up from school but went home and spent the day researching. That night, she booked a ticket to Changchun. She needed to take her child to a professional hospital for further examination. In the evening, when she saw her mom packing luggage to take her to Changchun, Ollie was thrilled. She had never left Fabiancheng before. Looking at her daughter's innocent face, Gwendolyn felt heartbroken. That night, unable to sleep, she arrived in Changchun the next day and got an appointment with a specialist. Ollie was confused by her mom's actions. Am I sick, Mommy? Why did you bring me to the hospital? Because I want Amy to stay healthy and accompany Aminami longer. It's just a routine health check. Don't worry, Amy is very healthy. After hustling around without having a bite to eat, Gwendolyn took Ollie to a famous roast duck restaurant in Changchun. Ollie obediently waited at her seat for the food, while Gwendolyn went to the restroom. As she waited, she suddenly saw a familiar figure. Bohan. Unexpectedly, Jorge was also in Changchun dining there. Seeing him, Ollie ran happily over as Jorge squatted down and held her in his arms. Amy? Why aren't you at school, running here? Aminami brought me to play and for a hospital checkup. Is Bohan here on business? To the hospital for a checkup? What happened? Jorge noticed the bandage on her arm, frowning. Are you hurt again? Ollie hugged his neck tightly. It's fine, just a minor injury, not painful anymore. Looking at her innocent face, Jorge felt inexplicably heartbroken. Is school not good? Is someone bullying you? After all, the school was arranged by him. If someone was bullying Ollie, he wouldn't feel right. Ollie shook her head understandingly. No. My classmates are all nice. I even made some good friends. How long will Bohan stay in Changchun? Are you going sightseeing? Can we go together? Jorge was there on business and wasn't interested in sightseeing, pinching Ollie's cheek. I'll be back tonight, sorry I can't accompany you. Where's your mommy? In the restroom. Since Bohan is busy, I won't disturb you. Let me down. Jorge glanced at their table and saw only one order of roast duck. Go back then. Be good, don't wander off, and wait for mommy. Ollie sat back obediently. Jorge instructed his aide, give them one portion of every signature dish of this restaurant. Ollie obediently returned to her seat. Note, translated faithfully with adjustments to ensure readability and coherence. Chapter 52, My First Time Sleeping with a Blakely. Gwendolyn returned and had dinner with Ollie. While they were eating, the waitstaff brought over a pile of dishes. We didn't order this many. Did you get it wrong? The waiter replied, today is our store's 100th anniversary. The 100th customer to enter receives a complimentary offer. These are free gifts for you. Your daughter is adorable. Wishing both of you a pleasant meal. Please accept them. Ollie's face lit up with surprise. We're so lucky. Amina, I'm so happy that we came out together. Gwendolyn felt a twinge of heartache intensify. Velma and daughter ate their meal diligently. Unexpectedly, half an hour later, the waiter approached again. Hannah, as our lucky customers, you can have one free lottery draw. The prizes are generous and can be exchanged for cash. Would you like to try your luck? Looking at the enormous lottery box in her hand, Gwendolyn believed it was genuine. Since Ollie earned today's luck, Ollie, why don't you draw? Ollie extended her small hand into the box, stirred around, and solemnly pulled out a piece of paper. The waiter opened it and said, Congratulations, little sister. You've won the grand prize. 5 nights of free accommodation at Uptown 7-star Hotel, 2 free tickets to various scenic spots, and a 10,000 yuan voucher. You two are incredibly lucky. Ollie and Gwendolyn looked at each other. Could today really be their lucky day? They stayed at the most luxurious hotel in Uptown, where Gwendolyn took Ollie on several fun trips to different attractions. However, after a few days, their luck did not continue. Ollie's medical report came back confirming leukemia. The medical technology today is different from before. Don't worry too much. Be cautious to avoid injuries, and if suitable bone marrow is found, a transplant could significantly increase the chances of a cure. How much does a bone marrow transplant cost? All costs included, you'll need to prepare at least 1,000,000 yuan. More or less, be mentally prepared. 1,000,000, more or less. Gwendolyn left the doctor's office with a pale face. Ollie ran to her from the nurse's arms. Amina, are you done? Why do you look unwell? Did the doctor give bad news? Gwendolyn hugged her daughter tightly, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. No, the air conditioning is set too low, and I feel cold. Ollie, let's go home. On the way back, Gwendolyn thought about everything and finally decided to call Dustin using the business card he gave her. Shaw, I'm willing to live in your home 24/7 with my daughter, caring for Dom, while also providing rehabilitation therapy for your leg until you fully recover. As for the monthly salary. The voice on the other end of the line remained calm. Just say what you want. Gwendolyn hesitated. Would 10,000 per month be acceptable? Even earning this amount would take 10 months to reach 1,000,000, and she couldn't bear to think of any accidents happening to Ollie during that time. She dialed this number hoping for one last shot. She knew it was an extravagant request and expected Dustin to refuse. To her surprise, he agreed without hesitation. I haven't seen you for a few days, and Dom has been very down. If possible, move in tonight. I'll pay you a month's salary up front. Perfect. Gwendolyn felt like she'd grabbed onto a lifeline, grateful to Dustin. Thank you, Shaw. That night, Gwendolyn packed some clothes and moved into the Gu residence with Ollie. Apart from the nanny being unhappy, everyone else seemed pleased. The Gu villa spanned over 1,000 square meters, looking palatial but extremely cold and quiet. With Ollie laughing and playing with Dom, running around and bringing laughter into the home, it started to feel like a real family. When Dustin returned from work, he found Gwendolyn on the floor helping the two children build with blocks. The children chattered happily. Dom looked confident and content. Watching for a moment, Dustin felt his mood lighten. Sir is back. The nanny hurried over upon seeing him, and only then did Dom notice. He jumped up from the floor. Dad, you're back. Thank you, Dad, for letting Kira and Ollie come to keep me company. I'm so happy. I'm the happiest kid in the world. I love you, Dad. You're so good to me. Puck. Dom hugged his head, kissing his father's cheek twice. Growing up, this was the first time Dom had expressed such affection and warmth toward him. Dustin realized how much he had neglected his son. He kissed Dom on the cheek and gently pinched his nose. Dad loves you too. Just be happy and continue playing. Dom whispered into his ear, Dad, can you hug Ollie and kiss her too? She's just like me, never having met her father. She longs for someone to hug her too. Oh. This child doesn't have a father? Seeing tiny Ollie standing there, holding blocks and looking at him nervously yet hopefully, Dustin extended another arm. Welcome to our home. You're beautiful. Bohan really likes you. Can I hug you? This Ricardo was as handsome as the one she'd met outside. Though not as gentle, he was still very charming. Ollie gleefully pounced into his embrace. Holding both children, soft little faces pressed against his cheeks, Dustin felt a surge of happiness. All the fatigue from a day's work vanished. Is this what people mean by familial bliss? After hugging and kissing them, Ollie refused to let go. Gwendolyn stepped forward. Bohan has had a tiring day. Let him rest now. Dom, let Dad rest too. Okay. Both children obediently slid off Dustin's arms and returned to their blocks. Gwendolyn glanced at Dustin and nodded. She rejoined the children. Watching the gentle and clear-eyed Gwendolyn playing with the kids, Dustin was mesmerized. Hungry, sir? I'll reheat dinner. They're all dishes you love. The nanny's words snapped him out of his trance. During dinner, the children continued chatting excitedly. Gwendolyn occasionally imparted knowledge or advice, making the atmosphere incredibly warm. For the first time, Dustin didn't rush to his study. Listening quietly for a long time, Gwendolyn finally said it was time for bed. Let's go upstairs. Dom snuggled up to Gwendolyn. Can I sleep with you tonight? Kira, I want to hear you tell me a bedtime story. Gwendolyn ruffled his hair. Sure, you and Ollie can each sleep next to me, but you must promise to be good and not kick off the blankets. Yay. Great. Suddenly, Dom ran to Dustin. Dad, it's my first time sleeping with a girl, and I'm a bit shy. Can you come with me? Chapter 53. Would it be okay if my dad married your mom? The moment those words were spoken, both the nanny and Gwendolyn were taken aback. Having a young child sleep with them was fine, but Mr. Chu, a grown man, he definitely wouldn't agree to that. Unexpectedly, Dustin pinched Dom's nose and actually agreed. Okay. Dad will take you to bathe first. It's more polite to go over clean and fresh. Yay. I can sleep with you, Ollie. Are you happy? The two innocent children were delighted, while Gwendolyn felt so embarrassed she didn't know where to put her eyes. Dustin got up, glanced at her, picked up Dom and Ollie, and went upstairs ahead of time. This was the first time in his life Dom had a bath with his dad. After getting cleaned up and dressed in pajamas, as his father dried his hair, he felt so happy he was almost dizzy. Dad, I think you look really handsome and gentle tonight. I like this side of you. Can you be like this to me every day? With no more than 10 centimeters between their eyes, his son looked at him with his big, innocent eyes. Dustin's guilt reached unprecedented heights. Of course. From now on, Dad will be with you every day. After tidying up, changing clothes, and not rushing to enter, since it was a girl's room and they hadn't finished bathing yet, they only moved after Ollie came to call them. In the guest room, Gwendolyn had already laid out the bed. Dustin placed the two children on the bed, exchanged a glance with Gwendolyn, and both sat down on the carpet next to the bed. Brant, lie down and cover yourselves up. Let's start the bedtime story. Dom raised his head. Dad, Miss, aren't you coming too? Aren't we all sleeping together? Knowing this awkward situation would come, Gwendolyn instantly blushed, unsure how to respond, pretending to be busy flipping through the picture book in her hands. Dustin did not dodge the question. Only married adults are allowed to sleep together, otherwise, it's being inappropriate. And since I'm neither married to Caitlin Chu nor dating her, we can't sleep together. Dom, you're a big kid now. Remember this rule and don't randomly ask girls or Caitlin Chu such questions again, alright? Oh. Dom nodded in understanding but with some regret. But I really want to sleep with both of you. If you two could get married, that would be great. Ollie, if my dad marries your mom, would you be okay with that? Ollie blinked her big eyes at her Viviana without answering. It wasn't that she disliked her Viviana marrying Gu Huayan's dad, it was just that she had someone more suitable in mind. The handsome Ricardo had known her for longer and had already rooted himself deeply in her heart. Seeing Ollie didn't reply, Gu Huayan nudged her. Why aren't you talking? Don't you like my dad? Ollie could only say, your dad hasn't even pursued my mom. How can she marry someone who hasn't tried to date her? You should know boys and need to court girls before dating. As the conversation veered further off topic, Gwendolyn interrupted, feeling extremely awkward. Alright, let's start the bedtime story. What do you want to hear? Gwendolyn spoke standard Mandarin with a soft tone, making her storytelling very enjoyable to listen to. Due to poor weather affecting his legs recently and a new project development, Dustin hadn't slept well for a long time. Brant listening to her, he eventually lost consciousness lying by the bed. After putting the kids to sleep, Gwendolyn noticed Dustin still lying motionless beside the bed. After hesitating for some time, she gently pushed him. Shaw. Deborah, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Deborah, don't leave me. Dustin, still in his dream, thought his wife was calling him and subconsciously grabbed Gwendolyn's hands. Gwendolyn shivered in shock and hurriedly pulled her hands away. Shaw, I'm not Deborah. You're mistaken. Dustin opened his eyes and stared at her face unblinkingly for several seconds before regaining his senses. How did I fall asleep? Sorry, your story was really captivating. Gwendolyn. It's late, and you've worked hard today. Get some rest, goodbye. Gwendolyn walked him to the door and said goodbye. Just as she closed the door, Dustin couldn't help but peek through the door gap. Her gentle, elegant demeanor reminded him so much of Deborah. The golden era of real estate had passed. With increasing saturation over the past couple of years, Mohammed Corporation shifted its strategic goals from residential property development to other projects. This year, they aimed to tackle a major project, a new international airport. This would be the first international airport in Fabiansheng, drawing significant attention from various departments and destined to become one of the city's landmarks. Winning this project meant huge benefits for the company's interests and future development. Not only had they realized this, but many competitors and investors also saw its potential. The competition was fierce, with some FL financial power and others leveraging backgrounds. Merely relying on employees wouldn't secure the deal, which was why Jorge had been personally handling things. During his last trip to Chongqing, he visited an influential Ricardo. The Ricardo, who had spent most of his life working in a crucial department, held significant power. He received countless requests and couldn't cater to everyone individually. So, he replied superficially to Jorge. In a few days, I have to return to Fabiansheng. Clear your schedule, and we'll have dinner then. These are old friends from my Fabiansheng days. With so many people visiting, I can't refuse anyone. We can chat, but it won't involve the project. This matter is too significant, I can't risk offending anyone. Ultimately, it's up to fate. Today, Bohan returned to Fabiansheng and opted for a scenic county about 100 kilometers from the city instead of staying downtown. Jorge had to meet him. Not only him, but Dustin, specializing in real estate, had to attend as well. At breakfast, Gu Huayan asked excitedly, Dad, can we go to the amusement park this Sunday? You've never taken me anywhere fun before. Ollie says it's super cool. Can we go see it together? Indeed, growing up, he hadn't taken his son to an amusement park or even gone out to play once. Dustin felt guilty for a second. No need to wait till Sunday, we'll go today. Finish eating and pack up. Dad will take you guys out later. Dom exclaimed in surprise. What? Today? Where are we going? To a fun place. Teacher Chu, thanks for coming along. Chapter 54, Brant like a family of four. Gwendolyn hadn't expected that she would have to travel on business with him just the second day after arriving at their place. But since she was receiving his salary, she had to follow his instructions. After dinner, she packed a suitcase full of clothes. Dustin took the suitcase from her hands, and the four of them, very much resembling a family of four, got into the car together. They sped along the highway for over an hour before reaching their destination, an idyllic resort amidst beautiful scenery where they stayed overnight. The men went off for tea and discussions, while Gwendolyn took the children to play in the resort's designated children's play area. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, Dustin returned to the room looking exhausted. "We talked all day, it's finally over. Let's get some sleep. Dad will take you somewhere different tomorrow." On Jorge's side, returning to the room equally weary, he rested with closed eyes on the sofa when his Ricardo called. "Scion, are you in a hurry to leave tomorrow?" Jorge wasn't stupid, he knew his Ricardo wouldn't call this late out of boredom. "I'm afraid Bohan might be tired or might have something to do back home, so I thought about staying another day but didn't dare say anything. If Bohan doesn't mind, can I stay another day with you?" "Haha, my boy. I heard there is a minority group under the jurisdiction of this county, a horseback riding ethnic group that has survived to this day. Their young men must complete their coming-of-age ceremony on horseback, which happens to be happening tomorrow. Since you're so thoughtful, how about accompanying me to see it?" The next morning, Jorge and his Ricardo left quietly in 2 cars. Gwendolyn and company, having finished breakfast around 8, also headed towards the location of the minority group. Although the minority's residence was somewhat remote, the road conditions were quite good, allowing them to arrive in about 40 minutes. The coming-of-age ceremony was about to begin. In the central part of the village, a vast piece of yellow earth was filled with people, bustling and lively as if preparing for a grand festival. Dom, walking on the yellow dirt road for the first time, surrounded by mountains and trees, couldn't help but feel disappointed. "Dad, what's fun here? Why did we come here?" "To watch a performance, you'll know soon. Hold Caitlin Chu's hand tightly, don't wander off." Gwendolyn and Dustin stood on either side, with the children in the middle, holding hands as they squeezed through the crowd. In the center of the crowd stood 10 horses side by side, each with a red flower tied around its neck. 10 middle-aged men held the reins beside the horses, while 10 boys around 10 years old stood behind the horses. Dustin explained to Dom, "Today is the coming-of-age ceremony for these 10 boys. Their fathers need to teach them to tame these wild horses and successfully ride them 10 laps here. This is a true man's game. Watch closely. If you're interested, your dad can bring you here when you're 10. Gwendolyn." Boys were boys, competition and combativeness were deeply ingrained in their bones. Hearing this, Gu Huayan immediately showed an excited and eager expression. "Really? Will you keep your word, Dad?" Boom boom boom. A thunderous drumroll signaled that the time had come, officially starting the coming-of-age ceremony. As the drums fell silent, the 10 boys sprang forward like they were energized, rushing towards their fathers. Fathers lifted them up with one hand, pressing down the horses' heads and guiding the boys onto the horses' backs. Some managed to mount on their first try, wrapping their arms around the horses' necks to steady themselves. The fathers then let go of the reins, allowing them to ride alone. Others struggled several times before mounting, but none gave up, continuing to try again and again. They seemed not like 10-year-old boys, but rather mature, rugged adult males, displaying fierce determination and bravery, incredibly charismatic. Dust flew as the audience cheered wildly. Gwendolyn found herself equally exhilarated, realizing why they were called a horseback-riding ethnic group. These boys were truly tough and cool. As everyone mounted successfully, the horses began galloping in circles, and everyone raised their phones to capture the moment. Dom stomped his small feet eagerly. "So cool. The big brothers riding horses are so cool. I want to ride too. Dad, can I try?" Although Dustin encouraged strength and bravery in his son, he wasn't reckless. "You're too young. You must be at least 5 before you can ride a horse. But I can't wait. It's so cool, I really want to try. Dad, please let me try." Thinking little Ollie might be scared by such scenes, Dustin glanced at her. To his surprise, she stared wide-eyed at the galloping horses, cheering for the older boys as if she also wanted to give it a try. "Ollie, do you want to try?" Ollie nearly jumped for joy. Can I really try?" Gwendolyn was almost frightened, speechless. "Of course not. You're too young. Falling off could be fatal." Watching the 2 excited children, Dustin pondered for a moment and discreetly slipped away from the crowd. After completing the 10 laps, the boys successfully tamed the horses and completed their coming-of-age ceremony, greeted with applause as they exited. Someone holding a microphone spoke up, inviting tourists who wanted to try. "Any visitors from outside who would like to try? Our horses have professional training and aren't dangerous." From the edge of the crowd, Jorge's Ricardo, elegantly dressed and sitting on a SUV's hood, patted Jorge's hand. "Youth sure does have its perks. Even I got excited watching them. If I were 10 years younger, I'd surely give it a try." "Scion, you're so young, aren't you tempted to give it a shot?" Jorge was skilled at horseback riding, no worse than the performers. Honestly, watching such a scene made him itch to join, but he wasn't one for show. "Let's skip it. Why steal the limelight from kids?" Just then, someone who aimed to steal the limelight appeared. From a distance, a tall man in black, wearing sunglasses, rode low on a horse, whipping it and shouting for the crowd to make way as he barged in. Dad! That's my dad. Ollie, look, Dad is riding a horse. Dad, I'm right here. Recognizing his father instantly, Dom waved excitedly. Within seconds, the horse galloped past them. Before Gwendolyn could react, Dom was lifted onto the horse by Dustin. How's it, son? Scared? Thrilled, Dom hugged his father. Not at all. It's fun. The crowd cheered again. The Ricardo frowned slightly, eyeing the rider. Cyan, my eyesight isn't great. Can you tell me if that rider is Dustin? Who else could it be? Jorge hadn't expected to witness such a spontaneous and daring side of Dustin, normally so dignified and reserved. It's him. The Ricardo marveled. Never thought this kid. Before he could finish, Dustin set Dom back down. Another cheer rose as a beautifully adorned little girl was hoisted up onto the horse. Chapter 55 Jealousy. Elida? As the little girl appeared, the crowd erupted into unprecedented cheers. Jorge's eyebrows unconsciously tightened. Why did this child he was holding look so familiar, so much like Elida? But it couldn't be her. How could she possibly be here, in Dustin's arms? Damien Gu has quite the good fortune. So young and already blessed with a son and a daughter. Bohan Brantley stared at the small bundle in his arms and shook his head meaningfully. That isn't his daughter. Yuechen only has a son. The Viviana passed away in a car accident on the day of delivery. All these years, he hasn't found anyone else. I've been advising him to consider settling down, but he always deflected, saying he wasn't in the mood. It seems we're getting old, the young generation doesn't tell us the truth anymore. Is that so? He had such a backstory. Jorge shifted his gaze back to Dustin. The horse circled the field 3 times quickly. Dustin, amidst the crowd's cheers, placed Elida back down. Without giving Gwendolyn any time to prepare, he lifted her onto the horse once more. A dizzying whirlwind followed, and then she was seated on the racing horseback, encircled by his strong arms. Her ears filled with the roaring wind and his warm, powerful breath. Don't be afraid. I'm here to protect you, there's nothing to fear. Close your eyes and just enjoy it. Dustin's voice was pleasing to hear. Despite raising his tone slightly due to the noise and speed, every word resonated powerfully in her ear. Gwendolyn's fear soon dissipated. Their bodies pressed together, she felt the strength in his arms and the firmness of his chest. Her cheeks flushed red, feeling somewhat awkward, yet experiencing an unprecedented sense of relaxation and joy. First a son and a daughter, now a wife. The two were so young, beautiful, and well-matched, drawing frenzied applause from the crowd. As Jorge watched, his expression grew increasingly complex. How did people keep changing? Was his vision bad today? First, the child looked like Elida, now this woman looks uncannily like Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn, that heartless woman. After all he had done for her, what was the result? She teased and seduced him until she finally obtained what she wanted, and then left Sheng without a backward glance. She truly had no lingering feelings or attachments to him. In recent days, Jorge had been forcing himself not to think about Gwendolyn. Busy work had filled his life, distracting him temporarily, but seeing someone resembling her immediately brought her back to mind. The horse galloped swiftly, and after several laps, the speed gradually slowed. Dustin leaned in close to ask, how did it feel? Were you scared? Do you want to continue? Gwendolyn opened her eyes and glanced around. Everyone was recording them on their phones, smiling as if they were a couple. Even the children had squeezed together, covering their mouths while giggling. She knew she and Dustin were crossing boundaries. No need. Just experiencing was enough. I'm still a bit afraid. Thank you, Shaw, can you let me down? Dustin, like a hero in a period drama, leaped off the horse. Gwendolyn prepared to follow suit, but before she moved, Dustin reached up, grabbing her underarms and gently lowering her from the horse. Unlike earlier skin-to-skin contact, this was face-to-face, more direct. She hung from Dustin like a child, and due to the large movements, his lips brushed against her face almost imperceptibly. Her heart raced wildly, as if it would leap out of her throat. How embarrassing. Dustin showed no sign of finding her heavy, seemingly ready to carry her back to the children. Gwendolyn kicked her feet in protest. Thank you, Shaw, I can walk by myself. As they stood, the children ran over excitedly. Dom, eyes full of admiration, exclaimed, Dad, you're so cool. Rant like a great general. I had so much fun and totally admire you. Elida is also very happy. Kira, are you happy too? Seeing the adorable children, how could Gwendolyn say she wasn't happy? Stars twinkled in Dom's eyes as he grabbed Elida. I knew Aminami would love Dad. Can Dad start chasing after your mom today? They really look comfortable together, and I really want them to get married. Then you can be my sister too. Elida, let me be your big brother and protect you. Gwendolyn. Unable to resist, she glanced up at Dustin, only to find him watching her with a faint smile. Their eyes met unexpectedly, and both awkwardly looked away. Any other activities? If not, let's leave. Gwendolyn pretended to busy herself with fixing her hair. Another passenger began riding a horse in the arena. With children around, it was best to avoid any accidents. Dustin replied, none left. I just wanted to bring you here to experience the local culture. Their houses have unique architecture, I'll show you. The four walked out of the crowd as they had come, hand in hand. Just then, Dustin spotted Bohan Brantley and Jorge getting out of the car ahead. He hadn't expected them to be here. Bohan Brantley wouldn't go anywhere without reason. Did he bring Jorge along to hint at something in this sensitive moment? Dustin's thoughts were quick, he wouldn't let this opportunity slip away. He took out his phone, called Bohan Brantley, and led Gwendolyn and the others toward them. Bohan, please wait. I see you. Let me greet you. Bohan Brantley paused, turning to look in their direction along with Jorge. Dustin, dressed in black, walked towards them with a young woman in a white dress, leading a boy and a girl, a family-like quartet exuding warmth and harmony. At first, Jorge thought Annabelle resembled Gwendolyn. As they approached, his face darkened. This was definitely Gwendolyn. No wonder she showed no interest in him, and gave up a promising job at Hishing so easily. She didn't lack support. She had actually been with Dustin. If that was the case, how dare she come to his bed? What about Elida? Wasn't her Viviana supposed to be struggling alone? How could she? Could her Viviana be Gwendolyn? Before Jorge could fully process everything, the sharp-eyed Elida recognized him. Suddenly, she let go of Gwendolyn's hand and ran over. Bohan. Why are you here too, Ricardo? I never thought we'd meet again. Ah, I miss you so much. Bohan, give me a hug. Chapter 56, he is actually the president of Mohammed Corporation. Before they knew it, Pearl pounced forward to hug Jorge's thigh, and Gwendolyn as well as Dustin were momentarily stunned. This child actually knew Jorge? Seeing her enthusiastic response, her face beaming with joy, Jorge couldn't help but feel soft-hearted. He picked up Pearl into his arms. Yes, what a coincidence to meet you here in such a remote place. Why aren't you at school? What are you doing here? Pearl circled her little arms around his neck and said, Bohan Gu took us out to play today, Mommy gave me a day off. But don't worry, I'm not a bad kid, I've already learned everything for kindergarten. Do you come to see horseback riding too, Bohan? Did you see me earlier? Bohan Gu is so awesome, he even put me on the horse. You must be great at riding horses too, right? You would look very cool on a horse. Gwendolyn looked at her daughter in Jorge's arms in surprise as they chattered non-stop. She had no idea what was going on. How did this child know him? And they seemed quite familiar with each other. Why does she keep running into Cyan everywhere? Does he have such a charm that draws in all these high-ranking gentlemen? While Pearl and Jorge were talking, Dustin walked over to greet Bohan Brantley. As the two shook hands and started chatting, Sienna tugged on Pearl's foot. Pearl, who is he? Have you guys talked enough yet? Why aren't you coming down? Pearl glanced down at Sienna and introduced her. He's Bohan Gu's son, we're classmates. Right now, Mommy and I are staying at their house. We came out today with his father. By the way, Ricardo, you haven't met my mommy yet. Let me introduce you, she's really beautiful. With that, Pearl slid down from his arms and grabbed Gwendolyn's hand. Aminami, let me introduce you to an Ricardo I met outside. Isn't he very handsome? He's also very kind and gentle to me. I've always wanted to introduce him to you but never had the chance until now. Bohan, isn't my mommy beautiful? Not only is she beautiful, but she's also very smart and capable. Stop. Stop. What is she saying? Why does she sound like a little matchmaker? Sienna interrupted irritably, what are you doing, Pearl? Why are you praising him so much? Trying to introduce Mommy to him? Do you want him to be your daddy? Don't you want my dad to marry your mommy? My dad is better looking than him, and he's rich. Our family. Oh dear, how can she say these things in front of the handsome Ricardo? Pearl urgently pulled Sienna aside to whisper to her. Gwendolyn exchanged a puzzled glance with Jorge and asked him, how do you know my daughter? How long have you known each other? Jorge almost wanted to ask her the same thing. So Pearl is her daughter. What does it mean for her to stay at Dustin's house? Planning to marry him? So opportunistic. He had thought she wasn't materialistic. Before either of them could elaborate further, Dustin and Bohan Brantley turned their attention towards them after greeting each other. Dustin extended his hand to Jorge. Didn't expect to meet you again so soon. Just now, I heard Pearl call you Ricardo. It turns out that President Mohammed and Gwendolyn are friends too. Truly coincidental today. Friends too. Those 4 words irked Jorge for some inexplicable reason. His expression remained indifferent, but it felt like a thunderbolt struck Gwendolyn's ears. What did you just call him? President Mohammed? He addressed Thornton before her as President Mohammed? Dustin referred to this male model from DL Club as President Mohammed? Seeing her puzzled look, Dustin repeated himself. I called him President Mohammed. He's Mr. Jorge, president of Mohammed Corporation. Don't tell me you two don't know each other. Then how? Gwendolyn felt completely bewildered. He is the president of Mohammed Corporation? But they had signed a marriage certificate which clearly stated his name as Cyan. While Gwendolyn was processing this information, Jorge casually responded to Dustin. Just by coincidence, I've interacted with the little girl a few times. Shaw seems to have a great interest in hobbies. I saw you writing earlier. Dustin smiled. Mr. Mohammed is being modest. Every day I'm so busy I don't even have time to spend with my child. It sounds embarrassing, but this is the first time I've taken him out. We happen to bump into you. We're planning to visit the village for observation. It's still early. Are you and Bohan Brantley heading back? It wasn't proper for Jorge to answer for Bohan Brantley, so everyone turned their gaze towards Bohan Brantley. Bohan Brantley laughed. Since it's sunny today and my two favorite nephews rarely get to meet, we might as well stay a bit longer. I heard they have a monthly beef feast in their village this time, with exquisite taste. If you don't mind, why don't both of you join me? Usually meeting him required specifically going to Shangcheng, extremely difficult. Given the rare opportunity today, the two were delighted to accept. Everyone started walking towards the village. Upon seeing Jorge, Pearl forgot everything else and ran to hold his hand. Bohan, are you unhappy today? Why don't you talk to me? Jorge looked down at her sunburned little face. Honestly, he was pretty annoyed. The little girl whom he had cherished secretly suddenly found a support, even a competitor of his. Most importantly, her Viviana had also turned to Dustin for support. It felt like someone had stolen his harvest, making him exceptionally irritable. However, he couldn't bear to ignore Pearl, just didn't know what to say. Can you hug me? You're too tall, it hurts my neck when I talk to you like this. Pearl raised her small arms towards him. Despite feeling irritated, facing Pearl's coquettish behavior, Jorge instinctively lifted her up. Brant little brat, always bullying me. What do you want to say? Go ahead. A few steps behind them, Bohan Brantley watched Jorge holding the little girl, heads close together, resembling a warm father-daughter moment, and couldn't help but laugh. Don't you think this little girl is rather cute? She suits both of you. When you were carrying her on the horse earlier, I thought she was your daughter. Now in Jorge's arms, she looks like his daughter. Interesting. Both of you should resolve your personal issues, you're not young anymore. He didn't realize until he said it aloud that Gwendolyn noticed how Pearl and Jorge shared similar features. Especially from this angle, they both wore smiles with the same eye arcs. After Bohan Brantley finished speaking, Dustin struggled to respond and planned to laugh it off. But Sienna voiced. I think Daddy should find a mom for me, Philippe Brantley. What do you think about Caitlin Chu? I like her very much and love having Pearl as my sister. Shall Daddy start pursuing Caitlin Chu from now on? Chapter 57, watching her show affection with someone else. Ha 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 ha, of course it's fine. But this matter isn't up to Philippe Brantley, it depends on your father and Caitlin Chu. Yuechen, it seems you and Miss Chu get along well, and the children like each other too. Is something good about to happen? If it really does, don't forget to invite me when the time comes. Your mom and I have been friends for half our lives, being able to witness your happiness again would also be fulfilling a wish for her. Gwendolyn. Dustin couldn't help but glance at her. When someone tries to matchmake right in front of you, you can't help but blush. Her cheeks and ears were as red as tomatoes, eyes cast downward, looking incredibly charming. Dustin's heart stirred unexpectedly. Over the years, countless young, beautiful, educated female college students had applied to their family to be nanny teachers for Rachel, but not one met his approval. He always cried and refused to cooperate. The last teacher, Sun Lauscher, whom he had forced Rachel to accept, only stayed for 3 months before making excuses to leave. He hadn't expected that he would immediately take a liking to Gwendolyn. Not only did he want her to be a teacher, but also a Viviana. Now even Bohan Brantley, with his sharp eyes and extensive experience, seemed fond of Gwendolyn after just a brief encounter. He couldn't help but marvel, could Gwendolyn be an angel sent by Yaro from beyond to care for them? Otherwise, why would he feel no aversion to Gwendolyn despite his deep love for Yaro? If fate had brought them together, maybe he should seize this opportunity. Thank you, Bohan. Rest assured, if that day ever comes, you will definitely be honored as a guest of honor. So, Dad has decided to start pursuing Kira? Rachel was excited as if Gwendolyn had already become his Viviana. His big eyes darted from left to right, pushing her closer to Dad. Gwendolyn hadn't expected him to suddenly push her. The uneven dirt path tripped her up on a stone. Dustin quickly reached out to steady her. Be careful. His warm, firm hand grasped her wrist, and the distinctly male strength and pheromones made her face turn even redder. Thank you, Shaw. She hurriedly pulled her hand back. Bohan Brantley watched the subtle interactions between the two and couldn't help but smile warmly, then turned and picked up Rachel. Brant little guy, let Philippe Brantley carry you. Let's chat, shall we? The group split into 3, Jorge walked ahead with Ollie, Bohan Brantley in the middle with Rachel, and Gwendolyn and Dustin lagged behind. Gwendolyn was a bit anxious, she wanted to catch up and ask Jorge about his name and identity, why he seemed so familiar with Ollie, but Dustin walked slowly, and she didn't want to leave him behind. When they arrived at the beef banquet, Jorge looked back and saw Gwendolyn walking side by side with Dustin, both smiling. One tall and handsome, the other gentle and demure, a perfect match. Bohan Brantley, holding Rachel, turned back and joked with Jorge. Don't they make a great pair? About the same age, same looks, one with a son, the other with a daughter. Not bad, quite the match. Yuechen's lifetime matter is almost settled. Cyan, you're not getting any younger either, you'd better hurry. Jorge wished fire could shoot out of his eyes. Fabianching's social circle was small. She slept with him and then took a child to marry someone else. Did she not fear the day Dustin would find out? What did she think of him, Jorge? Such a daring woman. The beef banquet began shortly. Everyone chose the most impressive and cleanest house to sit down. A small dispute arose over where Gwendolyn should sit. Ollie, held by Jorge, climbed onto his lap effortlessly. Then she waved at Gwendolyn. Aminami, come sit next to us. Bohan Brantley sat at the head of the table, Jorge on his left, and Dustin naturally on his right. Only the remaining seat was available for Gwendolyn. Seeing no problem, Gwendolyn was about to go over when Rachel tugged at her hand. Sit next to my dad, Kira. He's starting to pursue you, you need to give him a chance. With that, he pushed Gwendolyn into the chair beside Dustin. Bohan Brantley couldn't help but laugh heartily. Looks like Rachel really likes Miss Chu. He's telling you to pursue her. Yuechin, sons like you who think so much for their parents are rare. You've truly done well raising this child. Gwendolyn. Jorge across from her, humph. After seating Gwendolyn, Rachel obediently climbed onto the chair himself. Ollie, get off him already. So grown up and still asking to be carried all the time, how embarrassing. Besides, you're not even related. That's not true, he's my... Mid-sentence, Ollie used her chubby hands to examine Jorge's face. They indeed weren't related. Okay, Bohan, put me down. I can eat by myself. Both presidents accompanied Bohan Brantley to the meal for a reason. After the server served tea, they discussed local terrain and gradually moved on to the international airport. Bohan Brantley spoke carefully, avoiding favoring either nephew, keeping everything vague and winding. Both listened attentively, while Gwendolyn didn't interrupt or speak recklessly. When the beef came, she picked some soft pieces for the children and ate quietly. Unbeknownst to her, the meat was extremely spicy. It looked harmless, but one bite made her cough uncontrollably. Bohan Brantley was speaking critically, and Gwendolyn, afraid of disturbing him, covered her mouth, trying to suppress her cough. Her movements were subtle, but both Jorge and Dustin noticed. Jorge instinctively reached for his tea to offer her a sip, but before he could say anything, Dustin placed a hand on Gwendolyn's back. He gently patted her, handed her the teacup, and nodded in agreement with Bohan Brantley, as if his concern for Gwendolyn was a natural habit. Jorge, watching the tender scene, couldn't help but wonder, had these two known each other for long? Why did Gwendolyn seek help from him instead of this man? What was this woman thinking? Even Gwendolyn found the food spicy, the children would find it even spicier. Taking a bite, both kids stuck out their tongues. So spicy, it's like my mouth is on fire. Not wanting to interrupt the conversation, Gwendolyn led them outside. I'll bring them something less spicy. You continue chatting. Less than 2 minutes later, Ollie's cries echoed from outside. This translation captures the original tone and style, ensuring the narrative remains coherent and engaging for English-speaking readers. ####Chapter 58, Bohan, Ollie doesn't Marvin to die. Ah. Ollie, what happened? Gwendolyn had brought the two children into the yard and was telling the waiter to add another non-spicy beef dish. Dom complained that his mouth was still too spicy, so Gwendolyn asked the waiter if they had any milk. She wanted 2 bottles for the kids to relieve the spiciness. She had only stepped away for a moment, but when she came back, Ollie's forehead was bleeding profusely from a collision with the stone steps. Her face and body were covered in blood, making her look like a bloody figure. Gwendolyn let out a shout and almost fainted. Inside, Dustin, Jorge, and Bohan Brantley heard the commotion and rushed out. Seeing Ollie like this, all of them were startled. Jorge ran the fastest, dashing over to lift Ollie into his arms. What happened? How did this happen? Dom, beside them, was pale and at a loss. I didn't mean to. We were playing chase, and I accidentally pushed her down. But I really didn't mean to. Waiter. Bring a clean towel to stop the bleeding. Is there a doctor? Quickly. The blood flow was too heavy, and they couldn't see the wound. No one knew how deep or large it was, but it was evident the situation was serious. Jorge shouted fiercely at the waiter. This was the first time the waiter encountered such a scene, trembling with fear. There isn't any. The towels are used for wiping tables, not clean ones. If they didn't stop the bleeding immediately, she could go into shock at this rate. In a panic, Jorge looked around frantically until he saw Gwendolyn's skirt. Over here. Gwendolyn steadied her shaking legs and rushed over, intending to take Ollie, but Jorge suddenly crouched, grabbing the hem of her skirt. Gwendolyn felt a cool sensation on her leg as Jorge lifted half of her skirt. He bent down, biting the fabric, tearing it swiftly to create a long strip. Gwendolyn hurriedly crouched down to help him bandage Ollie. Ollie, be good. Don't cry. There's nothing wrong, Mommy will take you to the hospital right away. Be brave. Actually, it wasn't that painful, Ollie was just scared. With Bohan and Aminami there, Ollie soon stopped crying, but she was still frightened. Bohan, don't leave. Don't go away. Ollie is scared, Ollie doesn't want to die. To Jorge, Ollie was now as precious as a night pearl, fragile and delicate. Don't worry. Bohan is here. Ollie will be fine. I promise. After dressing the wound, Jorge stood up sternly and apologized to Bohan Brantley. Bohan Brantley, I have to take the child to the hospital. Go ahead, don't rush too much. Drive safely. With that, Jorge dashed out carrying Ollie. Gwendolyn quickly apologized to Dustin and Dom, wanting to follow. How could Dustin ignore Gwendolyn and Ollie, especially since they were staying at his place? Don't worry, I'll go with you. By the time they reached the car, Robert had already driven off with Jorge. Dustin followed close behind with Gwendolyn to Mohammed Investment Stable Hospital. The head surgeon was waiting outside and quickly placed Ollie on a stretcher, pushing her towards the emergency room while asking questions. What's the child's blood type? How old is she? Height? Weight? Any allergies or medical history? Luckily, Gwendolyn rushed over in time. Her blood type is very rare, RB negative. She's 3 years and 4 months old. No allergies, but recently, the doctors said her platelet count was extremely low, and they diagnosed her with leukemia. Leukemia? And RB negative blood? The doctor's expression turned grim, but seeing Jorge looking even worse, he had no choice but to say. The situation is complicated, we'll do our best. Please wait outside. They hadn't expected Ollie, so young, would suffer from such a terrifying disease. As Ollie was wheeled in, everyone stood solemnly in the hallway, none of them in the mood to speak. About 10 minutes later, a nurse ran out. The wound isn't big or deep, it's just a simple external injury. However, due to her poor clotting ability, she lost quite a bit of blood and needs a transfusion. Happily, there's an RB-negative patient from a car accident today. Our hospital's blood supply is running low, so we need to urgently transfer blood from another hospital, which will take some time. Anyone here with RB-negative blood? Can you donate some blood first? Gwendolyn certainly couldn't do it. Biological parents can't donate blood to their children, and someone with this rare blood type was unlikely to be present. Upon hearing this, Gwendolyn became even more anxious, her legs gave way, nearly falling to her knees. Fortunately, Jorge stepped forward. I have that blood type. I'll donate. There was no time for polite gratitude as Jorge was led by the nurse to the blood donation room. Watching Gwendolyn shiver and turn pale, Dustin felt guilty. If it weren't for his impromptu decision to take them horseback riding, Ollie wouldn't have gotten hurt. If something were to happen to Ollie. He went over to support Gwendolyn. Sit down. Take it easy. With me here, everything will be alright. When was Ollie diagnosed with leukemia? Have you confirmed it at other hospitals? Don't scare yourself. Once she heals from this injury, I'll take her to multiple hospitals for further checks. Gwendolyn hoped it was a misdiagnosis, but after today's incident, she had little hope left. There's no need. I checked her at the specialist hospital in Shangcheng and confirmed the diagnosis. Looking at her pale and frail profile, Dustin couldn't help but think of Deborah, his beloved, before her passing. Gwendolyn looked so much like her now. Back then, he hadn't managed to save Deborah, regretting it for life. Now. Moved by these thoughts, he embraced Gwendolyn's weak shoulders, gently pressing her head to his chest. Don't be afraid. Leukemia isn't incurable, especially with today's advanced medical technology. Ollie will get better. I'll find a suitable bone marrow match for her tomorrow, and I'll cover all medical expenses. Treat it like any other surgery. You must stay positive and cheerful for her, being a good example. Otherwise, if she sees you disheartened, she won't have confidence either. Remember? Gwendolyn felt his voice like a gentle breeze clearing the fog in front of her, brightening the path ahead. He wanted to find bone marrow for Ollie and pay the medical bills. For a single Viviana like her, without money or influence, this seemed impossibly far-fetched, yet it was suddenly within reach. What? Are you serious, Shaw? Seeing her surprised and grateful expression, Dustin nodded warmly and firmly at Gwendolyn. Yes. You and Ollie are my family now. Helping her is my responsibility. No need to be so emotional. In the future, let me handle everything. Focus on taking care of the children and staying happy. Got it? Chapter 59, Is Ollie Mohammed C. Ainsworth's daughter? Mohammed C. Ainsworth, for the first time in his life, went to donate blood. Boldly, he declared he would donate 1,000 cubic centimeters, but the nurse was hesitant and only took 600 cubic centimeters. As he pressed a cotton swab to the site, agitated, he stepped outside. To his dismay, he saw Gwendolyn leaning against Dustin's shoulder, being comforted gently by him. Suddenly, he felt incredibly foolish and out of place. Ollie wasn't as destitute and alone as he imagined. She had a capable Viviana who managed to find a strong figure as a stepfather. And here he was, showing off his kindness. How pathetic was that? Never had he felt so redundant or ashamed. He threw the cotton swab into the bin and hastily left. I have some things to take care of, I'll go first. Gwendolyn was deeply moved by Mohammed C. Ainsworth's efforts today, taking Ollie to the hospital and donating blood for her, and she was grateful. She also wanted to ask him a few questions, so she quickly stood up from where she was with Dustin. Sorry, you've been through a lot today. Let me see you off. Looking at her pale yet serene face, one might mistake her for an honest and gentle woman if they didn't know better. Unfortunately, Mohammed C. Ainsworth saw through her now. Acting like this in front of Dustin, it wasn't just laughable, it was despicable. No need. We're not exactly close. With a cold glance at Gwendolyn, he strode away from the hospital. The nurse administered the blood transfusion to Ollie, who had already had her wound stitched up, and allowed family members to visit her. Gwendolyn hovered beside the bed, gently brushing her daughter's messy hair. Does it hurt? Don't be afraid, Ollie. You'll get better soon. Amina will be here with you. If it hurts, tell me. Ollie's face was flushed, her breathing labored. Her words were muddled as she looked at her Viviana hazily. Amina, my head hurts. I feel like throwing up. It's so nasty. Why was this happening? Dustin rushed to bring a trash can over while Gwendolyn helped her sit up. Go ahead and vomit. After that, if anything else is wrong, tell Amina. Ollie suffered through a bout of intense vomiting. After Gwendolyn helped her rinse her mouth, she prepared to lay Ollie back down, but her daughter protested in agony. My legs feel numb. I can't lie down. My back hurts too. Am I going to die, Amina? Headache, nausea, vomiting. Now leg numbness and back pain too. Gwendolyn instantly recalled the medical condition known as hemolytic reaction. Could this be? If it truly was a hemolytic reaction, the damage could spread to vital organs, and Ollie might not survive. In haste, Gwendolyn pulled out the transfusion needle and called for a doctor frantically. Ollie was rushed back into the emergency room. Dustin, unaware of what was happening, assumed the doctors had worsened her condition. With a stern look, he said to Gwendolyn, let's transfer her. The chief at the People's Hospital is my good friend, he'll ensure Ollie gets the best treatment. I'll call him right away. Gwendolyn's mind buzzed. Hemolytic reactions can occur for various reasons, one of which is incompatible blood between parents and child. Was the blood given really Mohammed C. Ainsworth's? Why would this happen? Gwendolyn couldn't help thinking back to that absurd night 4 years ago. No, it can't be Mohammed C. Ainsworth. That night, Thornton who dragged her smelled strongly of medicine, and she heard he was gravely ill. She came to deliver medication. Mohammed C. Ainsworth was robust and fit, the president of the illustrious Mohammed Corporation, not to mention he has Kenzie. Why would he do something like that? There must be another reason. These past years, Gwendolyn raised her daughter alone, enduring endless hardships. Her daughter was her entire world. She couldn't bear to think that some man might suddenly claim to be the biological father and demand half custody. That couldn't be the case. Soon, the People's Hospital sent over an ambulance and medical staff. Ollie was loaded into the ambulance after further resuscitation. Without hesitation, Dustin grabbed Gwendolyn to join them, but she hesitated. Whatever the case, the doctors saved Ollie's life. I need to thank them. You go ahead, I'll catch up after thanking them. She hurried to the attending physician, handing over all the cash she had prepared beforehand. Thank you very much for saving my daughter. If anyone asks about Thornton who donated blood, just tell them we decided the facilities weren't adequate here, so we transferred. Absolutely don't mention the hemolytic reaction. Please. Who's Thornton who donated blood? This woman is quite amusing. He'd never heard someone refer to President Mohammed this way before. Wait a minute. Don't mention the hemolytic reaction? What did she mean by that? Hemolytic reactions could occur for many reasons. During the rescue, he speculated if it might be an issue with the child's red blood cells. But seeing the Viviana's reaction now made him suspect. The reaction happened after receiving blood from President Mohammed. Could Mohammed be the child's biological father? Wow. Wouldn't becoming Mohammed's daughter be wonderful news? Why not? Glancing at Dustin in the ambulance, he understood. Brant likely, she had an affair with Mohammed before marriage and then married her current husband while pregnant. Given her husband's respectable appearance, she didn't dare let him know. What a complicated love affair, what juicy gossip. But even doctors couldn't handle rumors lightly. Everyone in Mohammed Corporation knew President Mohammed's temper and his high standards. His own flesh and blood nearly died under his watch. Wouldn't confessing make him seem incompetent? Even without Gwendolyn's request, he wouldn't disclose it. Got it, I understand. Saving lives is most important. Go ahead. Seeing he accepted the money and agreed so readily, Gwendolyn finally felt relieved and boarded the ambulance. At the People's Hospital, Ollie was taken into the emergency room again. The hospital director greeted Dustin personally while he chatted with him. Gwendolyn anxiously waited outside the ER with Dom. At the nurses' station, several nurses were whispering excitedly. Who is the director talking to? Look, that man over there is so handsome. Yes, tall, chiseled features. Passing me just now, I almost mistook him for a celebrity, unbelievably handsome. You two stop drooling. He already has a wife and kid. I just heard a child call him dad. That lady is surely his wife. They're a perfect match. Just admire from afar. Alas, sad. Why do these handsome men marry so young? Can't they play around longer, leaving some opportunities for us? Just as they gossiped, Kenzie passed by, glancing at them. Shouldn't you be working instead of chatting idly? The nurses hurriedly pulled her into their gossip. Dr. Ariel, isn't that man over there incredibly handsome? Sadly, he has a wife and kid. We can only admire from afar. Alas. Chapter 60, Dead Woman, You Really Gave Birth? Ophelia followed their gazes toward the emergency room and indeed saw a tall, elegant man standing in front of the chief doctor. Though his body was sideways, hiding most of his face, just the side profile combined with his excellent physique made him look incredibly outstanding. If it weren't for Jorge, Ophelia would definitely have fallen for this type. Unfortunately, she had met the ultimate Jorge, and ordinary men couldn't catch her attention anymore. That's all? Look at you getting so excited. I thought he was something special. The nurse was surprised by her high standards but quickly understood. You're right. Dr. Ariel studied abroad. What handsome foreign guys hasn't she seen? She must think this guy is pretty ordinary. I really envy you, Dr. Ariel. I heard you have a boyfriend. With such high standards, your boyfriend must be very handsome too. Of course, Ophelia said smugly, running her fingers through her hair. Alright, the dean is right there. Be careful not to get caught slacking off. I'm going to patrol the wards. We'll talk later. She happily walked towards the ward but stopped after 2 steps, noticing a familiar figure. Isn't that Gwendolyn? It's been a while. Why is she outside the emergency room? Did something happen at home? Who is this little boy? Her son? Well done, having such a big son. Is he possibly Jorge's? This dead woman doesn't even know her own situation, poor as can be yet still has children and raises them up. If it really is Jorge's. Last time, Gwendolyn embarrassed her greatly in front of Jorge, and Ophelia had always remembered that. She wanted to take revenge. Unfortunately, she had just returned from abroad and hadn't secured a job yet. She didn't want to give Jorge a bad impression, so she held back. But now, Gwendolyn came looking for her. Pretending to have forgotten something, Ophelia sternly returned to the nurse station. What patient did the emergency room send over? Let me see the registration records. A few nurses who had dispersed saw her return and gathered around again. He hasn't registered yet. It seems he's a critically ill patient transferred from another hospital. Joseph personally went to receive him and sent him straight in. That handsome man brought him over. Seeing that Joseph and the dean were involved, this handsome man must be someone important. Why would Gwendolyn be outside the emergency room if this handsome man brought the patient? Do you mean she's his wife? She whispered, pointing at Gwendolyn's back. The nurses nodded. Yes, they came together. We saw clearly how Annabelle seemed quite shaken and unstable on her feet. The man was gentle and supportive, always helping her. Ophelia's expression darkened. This handsome man who caused such a stir was actually accompanying Gwendolyn. This dead woman, what does she deserve? Just an uneducated, jobless single Viviana. Why does she never lack good men around her? Ophelia hated hearing praise for Gwendolyn. Just because a man and a woman stand together, you immediately assume they are married? What outrageous things haven't we seen in a hospital? Maybe this man is a driver who hit her family member and just brought her here out of duty? There was some truth to that, as it wasn't uncommon in hospitals. But they match perfectly. The man is tall and handsome, Annabelle is beautiful and gentle, like a perfect couple. Plus, I heard that little boy call him daddy, so they must be a couple. Calling him daddy? Undeniably, Gwendolyn had some skills in winning men over. Ophelia hated her even more, gnashing her teeth. However, now wasn't the best time to deal with her. She'd have to endure for now. After more than an hour, Ollie was finally out of danger and moved to the VIP ward. Dustin comforted Gwendolyn. I've told the dean about Ollie's condition. He said leukemia isn't the incurable disease it used to be. He will quickly organize an expert team and come up with a treatment plan. Don't worry too much. Worst case scenario, if we can't treat her domestically, we can go abroad. I will also consult foreign experts to ensure no opportunity to save Ollie is missed. Just a minor bump sent her daughter into the emergency room twice, leaving Gwendolyn's heart trembling. But Dustin was already being so comforting and supportive, she didn't want to look sad and make him worry. Thank you, Shaw. If Ollie recovers, you will be her savior. I don't know how to express my gratitude. Why are you saying such things? Dustin frowned. Gwendolyn, do you feel our acquaintance is too short, making it hard for you to accept my words? Or do you just not want to? Honestly, Gwendolyn didn't want to. The incident during university and living with her sister-in-law over the years gave her a deep understanding of human nature. She dared not depend on anyone or believe anyone could be depended on, especially since she had only known Dustin for less than 20 days. But he was rich, powerful, young, handsome, and didn't mind her poverty and incompetence, even accepting her daughter. Gwendolyn knew meeting someone like Dustin was a miracle. If she didn't trust and rely on him, there was no hope for Ollie's illness. For Ollie, marrying Dustin was nothing compared to dedicating her life to serving him. She wanted to agree immediately but couldn't suppress certain physical reactions controlled by her mind. Forgive me, Shaw. Please give me some more time. So, does this mean she is willing to accept him? Dustin felt reassured, reaching out to gently pat her shoulder. I understand, completely. No pressure at all. Just remember, I'm here, so you don't need to be afraid or worried. Alright, you haven't eaten lunch today and have been running around so much. You must be exhausted. I'll have someone bring some food for you. He looked so frail with his leg issues, worrying about her like this made her nose tingle. You and Dom must be tired too. Yes, so we should eat together and stay here with Ollie. Ensure she wakes up without feeling lonely. The VIP ward was spacious and luxurious like a hotel suite, complete with a TV, sofa, coffee table, bathroom, and kitchen. They ate a meal, unsure if it was lunch or dinner, while Ollie remained unconscious. Dustin received a call, with an urgent matter at the company. He needed to leave temporarily. Gwendolyn held Dom's hand. Dom is fine with me. You can go handle your business. Dustin left the ward. Not far away, Ophelia revealed a malicious smile under her mask. Chapter 61, Obtain the child's hair. Have you registered the patient's information? Ophelia returned to the office with a handful of expensive chocolates to distribute among the nurses, casually standing before them again. Everyone's eyes lit up at the sight of her premium chocolates, and as they enjoyed them, they handed her the medical records. It's done. Why is Dr. Ariel so idle today? Why are you so concerned about this patient? Ophelia did not immediately take the file but replied calmly. How could I be idle? There's an exam at the end of the month. I just want to review more cases and gain a deeper understanding of patients' conditions to enrich my knowledge. Do you think it's annoying for me to look through cases? Then I won't disturb you. How could they think that? Dr. Ariel was young and beautiful, generous, and rumored to have come in because of strong connections, likely soon to be promoted. Everyone couldn't wait to curry favor with her. No, it's just casual talk. We love chatting with Dr. Ariel, please go ahead. Only then did Ophelia take the medical record. Upon reading it, she was stunned. Why was the admitted patient a 3-year-old girl? Gwendolyn Tion? Gwendolyn's daughter? She actually has a son and a daughter? Could this woman be this lucky? This dead woman actually gave Jorge a set of twins? However, this child's condition was leukemia. This single line of information made Ophelia instantly conflicted. She was delighted that Gwendolyn had secretly given birth to a severely ill daughter who might soon be gone, thus posing no threat to Ophelia's future. But she was also worried that this powerful man might try his hardest to cure his daughter. No use thinking too much now. The top priority was to confirm if this child was really related to Jorge. If not, who cares if she lived or died? But if it were Jorge's own? Dom had run around for half a day, feeling exhausted. After eating, he started to feel sleepy. Gwendolyn helped him wash up and he went to sleep on the bed beside Ollie. Just as she watched him fall asleep, the door to the ward opened. A doctor dressed head to toe in protective gear, white coat, mask, goggles, gloves, walked in. Gwendolyn thought it was just a routine checkup and stepped aside to let her through. Through the goggles, Ophelia glanced sideways at Gwendolyn and approached Ollie's bed. With one glance, she saw the little girl was fair and tender. Even with bandages on her forehead, closed eyes revealed her pretty features, bearing an eightfold resemblance to Gwendolyn, making her a natural beauty from a young age. Inwardly, Ophelia grumbled resentfully, that dead woman Gwendolyn can really give birth. Pretending to examine Ollie, she reviewed all the instrument readings and affectionately touched Ollie's hair, seemingly caring deeply for the little girl. After stroking her hair several times, she turned to look at Dom beside her. The little boy looked similar in age to Ollie, fair and tender, with striking features. However, he didn't resemble Gwendolyn much. Staring at him for a while, Ophelia lovingly touched his hair as well. Although Gwendolyn found the doctor's behavior strange, both children were indeed very cute, often receiving compliments on the street, so she didn't think much of it. Watching Ophelia gently stroke Dom's hair again, she quietly left the ward. With both children's hair in hand, Ophelia rushed back to the office, labeled the hair samples, and messaged Jorge. Damien Sion, my job is stable now. I've just signed the permanent employment contract, thank you for your help. Let's celebrate tonight over dinner. I'll treat you. Her message went unanswered for a long time. Usually, she understood Jorge's busy schedule, but today she was desperate to find out if these two kids were related to him and needed to see him urgently. Summoning courage, she directly headed to Mohammed Corporation. At the president's office of Mohammed Corporation, Jorge was hitting the punching bag, unable to vent his anger after returning from the hospital. He had spent the past 2 hours intensely working out, running, lifting weights, boxing. Beads of sweat rolled down from his short, stiff hair, tracing his prominent nose and determined jawline, seeping into his high-quality shirt. His shirt was already soaked, clinging tightly to his chest and back, clearly outlining his chiseled muscles. Earlier in the morning, things seemed fine when watching horseback riding, yet Robert could not figure out why Jorge suddenly had such a huge temper. Unwilling to interrupt, Robert hesitated but finally knocked on the door. Mr. Mohammed, Miss Ophelia is here. Jorge continued pounding the punching bag, ignoring Robert's words. If you don't want to see her, should I ask her to leave? Robert ventured cautiously. Bang! A fierce punch hit the bag. Jorge stepped back, letting the bag swing wildly, looking coldly at Robert. What time is it? It's already 4 in the afternoon. Why isn't she at work at this hour? What does she want? Robert wasn't sure but suspected nothing good. Miss Ariel said she has urgent matters to discuss with you. Jorge shared the same thoughts as Robert. What urgent matters? Brand likely something involving her family needing his help again. He was thoroughly annoyed by her endless demands. Tell her I won't see her. Inform security downstairs not to let her in anymore. Robert wanted to follow orders, but some things might need you to say it yourself. Miss Ariel, when the receptionist wouldn't let her up, she started yelling at the lobby that she's your girlfriend. What audacity. Claiming herself to be his girlfriend? Frustrated, Jorge removed his gloves and threw them on the floor. Let her up. Soon, high heels clicked on the floor. Ophelia ran towards him with a smile. Damien Sion, I finally see you. Your company's rules are too strict. If I hadn't claimed to be your girlfriend, they wouldn't let me upstairs. I had no choice. Did you get mad at me for not informing you beforehand? Actually, she had been testing him with those words for a long time but never dared. If not for today's stimulation by Gwendolyn, she might never dare to do so. But since the words were out, she observed Jorge's expression, noticing his shirt was drenched. What happened? Why are you sweating so much? Feeling unwell? Let me check. His wet shirt clung tantalizingly to his lean body. As Ophelia moved to touch him, Jorge's cold glare made her freeze. Damien Sion. I'm not unwell. No need for you to check. Stay away from me. Ophelia was speechless. Jorge's coldness made him seem like a stranger. Speak your mind. You shouldn't be here instead of working. Why did you come? Chapter 62, Goosebumps when she touched him. How long had it been since she last saw him? Though Jorge never explicitly acknowledged their romantic relationship, he did a lot for Betsy and the Ariel family. He arranged for her schooling and sent her abroad for studies, providing her with monthly living expenses. After returning to the country, he even arranged for her to work at the People's Hospital. One thing after another, all done with care and consideration, Betsy genuinely fell in love with him, hoping to marry him, and every day she was crazily thinking about him. But now that she finally got to see him. This time, she had seen him 3 times since coming back, and each encounter was colder than the last. Betsy didn't know what went wrong, and it hurt her deeply. She couldn't help but question him with a sobbing voice. Damien Sion, why do you speak to me like this? Don't you want to see me anymore? I miss you so much, every day I'm driven mad by thinking of you. I finally mustered up the courage to come find you, yet you. Being nagged by a woman's tearful plea when annoyed was infuriating. Jorge had no mood to hear her emotional outpouring. Annoyed, he opened his office drawer, pulled out a pack of cigarettes, and lit one right in front of her. So, you specially came here just to say these things? Betsy wanted to act cute and throw a tantrum, but she couldn't bring herself to be angry. Jorge was too handsome. Whether he was gentle, cold, or even arrogantly cool, he always looked breathtakingly attractive. The room seemed filled with his overwhelming masculine aura, and Betsy was captivated by his face. Watching his lips exhale smoke sensually, she quickly stifled her grievance again. Note, I replaced grievance with the English word to ensure the sentence reads naturally while maintaining the original meaning. Is that not allowed? You've been so good to me, doing so much for my family. Isn't it normal that I miss you? We've known each other for so many years. My heart and mind are all about you, you know that. Jorge was looking at Betsy too. While her appearance, figure, and skin were indeed impressive, her personality wasn't something he liked. After that night of impulse, despite all his efforts over the years, he simply couldn't accept her. And having compensated her so much already, it was time to say goodbye. You're right, Betsy. I've treated you well and your family too. Just one night, after so many years, surely the compensation is enough. So don't come find me anymore. Marry if you want, date whomever you please. It's up to you, there's no need to keep me on your mind. What? Betsy felt as if struck by lightning. Jorge telling her not to come find him again, to go date someone else? Was he trying to draw a line between them? Why? Her heart ached, tears uncontrollably streaming down her face. Her voice quivered. Did I mishear? Damien Sion, what are you saying? Why can't I come see you anymore? Why should I go to someone else? Are you breaking up with me? Did I do something wrong? Sorry, sometimes to get your attention, I might have gone too far, but please believe me, I didn't mean to. I just wanted you to look at me more. Please don't be mad at me. I'll change. I know I'm wrong. As long as you let me stay by your side, I'll do anything. Initially, while Jorge found her somewhat spoiled, he also saw her as straightforward and normal. But now, with her crying and pleading, completely devoid of dignity, he found her even more detestable. He truly didn't want to see her anymore. Pulling a chair and sitting down, he flicked the ash from his cigarette. After knowing each other for so long, Betsy, you still don't understand me. If I hadn't thought through something carefully, I wouldn't have made any decision. Once decided, it won't change. Crying has no effect on me, it only makes me look down on you. Betsy hurriedly stopped crying, startled. Something was off with Jorge today, he exuded an aura of deep concern. Clearly, she used the wrong approach, she shouldn't use tears when he was in such a foul mood. Men would agree to anything when in a good mood, otherwise, better wait until he feels better. After finally getting close to him, her family had already accepted her as the future Minerva. There was no way Betsy could easily let him go. Composing herself, she walked closer to him. It's just because I care too much and couldn't control my tears. Okay, if you don't like it, I won't cry. Damien Sion, aren't you under a lot of work pressure lately? You look very tired. I know massaging certain acupoints can refresh and relax you. Let me give you a massage. He told her to stay away, yet she kept inching closer. Impatiently preparing to ask her to leave, Jorge was surprised when Betsy already reached him, placing her hands on his head. Don't be angry. Just a few minutes. Close your eyes, lie down and rest. I won't say a word, I'll leave after massaging you for a few minutes. Damien Sion, please. You've done so much for me, and I can't repay you. Let me do this little bit for you. As she spoke, her delicate fingers dove into his hair, rubbing softly. Jorge felt his scalp tingle, his whole body covered in goosebumps, his stomach churning. He stood up abruptly. Robert. Robert rushed into the office. President Mohammed. Show her out. And without my order, Ms. Ariel is not allowed in the company. Yes, President Mohammed. Robert had waited for this command for a long time. The moment Jorge spoke, he expressionlessly held out his hand to Betsy. Ms. Ariel, please. Tightly holding a strand of Jorge's hair between her fingers, Betsy watched his ruthless demeanor, feeling an unbearable pain before running out of the executive office. Robert followed behind, closing the door for Jorge. As soon as he turned around, Betsy blocked his path. Mr. Cheen, what's wrong with President Mohammed today? Why is he so angry? I'm so upset. Robert continued his poker face. I have no idea what the president is thinking. You're his assistant. Aren't you supposed to be taking care of him every day? How could you not know? Robert disliked how Betsy often assumed the role of Mrs. President and treated him poorly as if she was born superior. Unlike Miss Chu, who thanked him profusely even for passing water. Yes. I don't know. So, what does Ms. Ariel plan to do? Fire me? You. He knew very well she had no power, and saying this was purely to provoke her. Truly, once a tiger falls into adversity, even dogs dare to bark. When Jorge was nice to her, this lowly assistant dared defy her? Even before they officially broke up, he already spoke to her like this? Just wait, someday she would become Minerva, and the first person she'd fire would be him. Betsy stormed off in high heels. Her first action upon entering the car was to call an old classmate working at a private hospital. Give me a DNA test. Quickly. Translation completed as requested. Chapter 63, reciting Jorge's phone number. Finally, it was time to clock out. The Grand Executive Office, now almost empty, only had Robert waiting outside. Jorge hadn't come out yet. His girlfriend had sent him several messages asking if he was coming home for dinner. Having no choice, Robert reluctantly knocked on the door. After a shower and change into clean clothes, Jorge sat behind his desk looking as neat and elegant as ever, though his expression remained grim. Mr. Mohammed, are you heading home tonight? Jorge didn't know where he would go. He owned numerous properties, but none gave him a sense of belonging. Usually, he just returned somewhere to sleep. Today, however, affected by Ollie's situation, he couldn't even muster the desire to sleep. He wanted to know how Ollie was doing but despised himself for this concern. She was just a child unrelated to him. Her Viviana, the capable man who was about to become her stepfather, should be more than sufficient without his worry. Yet, despite this, he could not help but worry about Ollie. I still have some matters to handle. You can leave first. Robert left, leaving Jorge standing alone in front of the wide window, gazing toward the hospital direction, feeling frustrated. Suddenly, his phone rang. Turning his head, he saw Gwendolyn's name on the screen. Gwendolyn? Why would she call? His rationality told him not to answer, but she was Ollie's Viviana. Answering her might bring news about Ollie. Ultimately, Jorge weakly answered the call. As soon as he connected, before he could speak, a familiar soft voice came from the other end. Bohan. It was Ollie calling him. His mood, which had been down all afternoon, improved immediately. Jorge unconsciously softened his tone. Yes, it's me, Ollie. Are you okay? How do you feel now? Amina said the doctor gave me a blood transfusion. I slept for a long time, just woke up, and I still feel a bit uncomfortable. I miss you so much. Amina told me not to disturb you, but I couldn't resist. Are you busy, Bohan? I really, really miss you, and I want you to hug me. Her voice sounded weak and trembling, perhaps trying hard to suppress crying. Jorge's heart tightened. Didn't they say it was just a minor injury? After a good sleep, why wasn't she better? Leukemia? Could this child really have leukemia? Just finished work, Bohan is getting ready to leave. Since you miss me, I'll come see you. Has Ollie eaten? Are you hungry? What do you want? I'll bring you something yummy. Ollie had just woken up. Upon opening her eyes and not seeing Jorge in the room, she cried loudly. Gwendolyn spent a long time comforting her, explaining that Bohan had work to do and couldn't stay with her constantly. But Ollie couldn't control herself. For the first time, she was so stubborn and insistent on seeing Bohan, saying that even hearing his voice would be enough. Gwendolyn had to give in. Surrounded by various medical devices, Ollie looked like a delicate porcelain doll that could shatter at any moment. Gwendolyn was worried about hurting her daughter. But Gwendolyn had already deleted Jorge's number, so she was considering asking Dustin for it when she found out Ollie could recite Jorge's phone number. This child, having no blood relation, loved Jorge so much. If he married someone else in a few months. Gwendolyn sometimes felt it wasn't necessarily good for children to be too smart. Ollie understood her Viviana's gaze, knowing that requesting his visit and asking for favors was inappropriate. Still, she gently said, "I don't want anything. Just having Bohan come to see me is enough. Have you eaten, Bohan? If not, eat first before coming. Don't starve yourself." Amina said, "I've changed hospitals and am now at the People's Hospital. I'll ask her to send you the address." Why was she transferred to the People's Hospital? As men, Jorge quickly understood. Since Dustin and Gwendolyn were now dating, if she needed help, he naturally wanted to show off his connections to them. Changing hospitals highlighted his capability and also minimized contact between him and Ollie. It was typical of him. How envious. To suddenly gain such a beautiful and obedient daughter. After hanging up, Jorge called the staff at Uehai Park to send a patient meal to the People's Hospital. Then he personally drove over. In the ward, Dom and Ollie were chatting. Gwendolyn went aside to answer Dustin's call. Turning back, she saw the door open, and Jorge walked in. "C." The words, "Mr. C," stopped at her lips. Gwendolyn hesitated, unsure how to address him now. She hadn't figured out his true identity yet. With rare free time now, she thought about questioning him carefully. But before she could approach, Jorge directly rushed to Ollie. Seeing the tall, handsome Ricardo, Ollie got excited, immediately lifting her head and opening her arms. "Bohan, you came finally, you're here." Jorge bent down beside the bed, giving Ollie a gentle hug and patting her cheek before making her lie back down. "That's enough. Don't move around. Be careful not to hurt yourself. Is Bohan here now? Are you happy?" "Yes, Bohan is the best, and Ollie loves Bohan the most." Ollie nodded happily on the pillow. Though she'd been smiling since he entered, her complexion had visibly worsened compared to earlier. Thinking of leukemia, Jorge couldn't help but tighten his grip again. Such an intelligent and adorable little girl, if taken away by illness. He tenderly scratched her nose. "Brant, little silly. Didn't you say you're still feeling unwell? Where does it hurt? I'm good friends with the hospital president here. Tell me, I'll have him check on you again." Ollie looked up at him admiringly. Bohan is amazing, just like Dom's dad. They're both good friends with the hospital president. But Mom said the president has already examined me and arranged very experienced experts to see me. I'll get better soon. Don't worry about me, Bohan. So Dustin had arranged things to this extent for her illness. Dustin was well known as a smiling tiger in their circle, never letting anyone benefit from him. Gwendolyn must have some skills. Glancing meaningfully at Gwendolyn, Jorge felt self-deprecating for this unnecessary visit. "In that case, you should thank Bohan Gu instead of me. With Bohan Gu taking care of you in the future, I can rest assured. Stop saying you love me the most, Bohan Gu might get sad. Think more about Bohan Gu from now on." Chapter 64, Utmost Gentleness to Ollie. Ollie could hear the underlying meaning in his words. Thinking he was jealous, the little girl cleverly replied. "I like Bohan Gu and am grateful to him, but my affection for him is different from how I feel about you, and it's not conflicting. I'll tell him, but I also need to tell you. I just like you, Bohan. No one can replace you, and I'll always like you." Who wouldn't be touched by such a candid confession from this adorable little angel? Jorge felt warmth in his heart at her sweetness, yet he also knew clearly that he and Ollie were not related. If they kept up this strange connection, it might cause trouble for Dustin. After all, Ollie would eventually become his stepdaughter. Who would be happy if their stepfather was less dear than a stranger? Ollie was young and innocent in many ways, but he couldn't afford to be naive. "You are still young. In the future, you will meet many kind people, and you will fall in love with many more. How could you possibly only like me forever? Don't always talk about me, Ollie. When I find someone suitable in the future, I'll get married." The unspoken implication was that when he had his own children, he wouldn't like Ollie anymore. Ollie's face fell immediately. Bohan doesn't like Ollie anymore? Is it because Ollie is always sick and causes so much trouble, making you feel annoyed and not wanting to see Ollie anymore? Jorge knew Ollie was still fragile at this moment. Discussing too much might be inappropriate now. But the words had already slipped out. Ollie will have a dad in the future. Your dad will be the best person in the world for you, and he should be your favorite. Ollie is so smart, why would you misunderstand me? So his meaning was that she could only like Bohan Gu in the future and shouldn't talk to him as freely as now? Ollie understood his intentions. She also knew that if her mom married Bohan Gu, she should act that way. But it made her heart hurt deeply. She really hoped the handsome Ricardo would marry her mom. However, Bohan Gu met her mom first and has been good to them too. The thought of not being able to be close to him anymore made Ollie sad, and tears welled up uncontrollably. For the first time in his life, Jorge caused a 3-year-old girl to cry, leaving him at a loss. "Why are you crying?" Ollie, did Bohan speak too harshly? After all, she was just a little girl. No matter how intelligent, there was only so much she could handle. The reason he decided to distance himself from her was partly due to transferring his resentment towards Gwendolyn to the child. Realizing he had hurt her, Jorge quickly hugged her tightly, patting her shoulder. Don't cry, sorry, maybe Bohan overthought the situation. If you don't want to separate, we won't, alright? Seeing the tender interaction between them, Dom and Gwendolyn didn't know what to say. Despite nothing happening, these two acted like they were in a romantic drama every time they met. Fortunately, a timely delivery disrupted the scene. Yuehai Garden sent nourishing soup, porridge, and light dishes. Ollie's condition didn't affect her appetite, and after fasting for a day, she must be hungry. Gwendolyn took the food and thanked Jorge. You've worked hard all day and must be tired. You can't keep getting distracted by Ollie. Go home, I'll walk you out. Not wanting to speak with her, Jorge wiped Ollie's tears and asked if she was hungry. Ollie said she was. Do you want to eat on your own or do you want Bohan to feed you? Bohan feeds me. Alright, Bohan will feed you. Watching the gentle and intimate interaction between the tall, muscular man and Ollie, Gwendolyn felt even more conflicted about Jorge. It must be said, Kenzie has excellent taste in men. Wealthy, handsome, and patient with children, if he and Kenzie ever end up together, he'd probably be the most successful among their classmates. Clearly, bad deeds leading to bad consequences wasn't applicable here. Given what Kenzie had done to her in the past, fate should have prevented their relationship earlier. After feeding Ollie, Jorge was ready to leave. Ollie, be good, go to sleep early. Bohan is leaving but will come back tomorrow. Ollie held onto his hand reluctantly. You promised, don't break it. Ollie will be sad if you don't come. Seeing her cry pained his heart, Jorge didn't want to upset her again. I promise. Finally waiting for him to leave, Gwendolyn tucked Ollie in bed, told Dom not to wander off, and followed Jorge out of the ward. She had many questions for him and many things to say. But just outside the door, before she could voice anything, Jorge dialed someone else. Caesar, are you there? I need to talk to you. Okay, I'm coming over now. See. Gwendolyn tried calling him, following closely behind. Jorge saw her clearly from the corner of his eye but ignored her, walking away swiftly. Gwendolyn's courage to confess the truth vanished in an instant. They say men can be utterly heartless. Their affection for those they like can be overwhelming, while for others, they don't even spare a second glance, just as proven by Jorge. Although he liked Ollie very much, regarding her, Jorge sought out Caesar to discuss Ollie's treatment. Seeing both Keaton and CEO Mohammed come to care for the child alarmed Caesar, who summoned experts overnight. We will hold an expert consultation tomorrow to formulate a plan. Mr. Mohammed, perhaps you should attend the meeting? Since he had promised to visit Ollie the next day, it made sense to listen to the experts' opinions. The next day, Jorge and Dustin arrived at the VIP area one after another. Kenzie was chatting with some nurses when suddenly the nurses began whispering and winking. Heavens, that man walking behind is incredibly handsome. What's happening in our ward? 2 hot guys in the morning. Oh my gosh, look at his figure. His skin is better than mine. Dr. Ariel, look at him, he's killing me. Ah. He looks familiar. Didn't I see him yesterday? Am I the only one who saw him? Could there be some unspoken connection between us? Stop dreaming, I saw him yesterday too and even caught his eye. Maybe he and I have a special connection. And me. Why should only you two have connections? Let's compete fairly. They were already excited when Dustin arrived. Who else came? Could they be so handsome? Pfft, Kenzie wasn't very convinced and turned away disdainfully. Damien Sion? Chapter 65, Bah. What qualities does she have? His expression was just like yesterday when he had sent her away, resolute and cold. Jorge maintained a stern face, not even sparing Ophelia a glance as he walked right past her. Damien Sion. Seeing that he was blatantly ignoring her, moving further away, Ophelia's face turned deathly pale with anger. The nurses, however, looked at her with surprise. Do you know him, Dr. Ariel? Why isn't he responding to you? Did he not hear? Who is he? To know such an incredibly handsome guy, you're really amazing, Dr. Ariel. Amazing? Ophelia felt like she was going to die from anger. What had happened for him to be so cold towards her? Back then, he had practically spoiled her beyond belief. Just as she was fuming, the nurses noticed the dean leading a group of people over and quickly straightened up to greet them. Hello, Fernando, hello everyone. Ophelia also hurriedly turned around to call out to Fernando, simultaneously surprised to see her former college teacher, Bradford, among the crowd. Bradford was in his early 40s, already a renowned oncology expert domestically. He had been especially handsome and talented in his youth, making him very popular at the medical college. Ophelia had adored him during her school days, but unfortunately, Bradford's attitude towards her had always been lukewarm. He only gave special attention to Gwendolyn. Even when Gwendolyn was exposed for being pregnant and stealing, resulting in potential expulsion, he had publicly expressed regret on her behalf. Since Bradford did not work at the People's Hospital, what was he doing here? Bradford, it's been a long time. How come you have time to come today? Bradford didn't recognize Ophelia at first but politely replied nonetheless. I'm here for a meeting. And you are? I'm Ophelia, your student from class of 2020. I was in the same year as Marvin Ruefeng and Gwendolyn. Don't you remember? Gwendolyn? Bradford remembered, the one who used to follow Gwendolyn around must be Ophelia. Oh, it's you. It's been a long time, I didn't recognize you at first. Are you working here now? Ophelia knew that the more influential people you knew in this industry, the better it was for your career, so she tried to engage her teacher in conversation. Yes, I've recently returned from abroad. Thanks to Fernando, I've been made permanent staff. It's so nice to see you, Bradford. The classmates still miss you, they were talking about organizing a visit to see you. Despite being over 40, Bradford maintained a good physique and appearance, embodying a scholarly elegance that could rival famous actors playing domineering CEOs in TV dramas. Ophelia took pride in having such a teacher, but unfortunately, Bradford's response was rather indifferent. I've been very busy lately and can't spare the time. Please tell my students that I appreciate their sentiments. My time is limited, you should focus on your work. I need to get going. As the group continued forward, Ophelia, who had finally met him after all these years, hurriedly chased after them. The others love Bradford's wife too. If you're too busy, we can go see her instead. Bradford, why are you here today? Fernando answered for Bradford. There's a leukemia patient needing a treatment plan. Your Bradford is indeed very busy. Now, you should focus on your work. The best way to repay your teachers is by excelling in your duties. The experts headed towards the conference room on that floor. Back at the nursing station, Ophelia overheard the nurses chatting. They must be here to discuss the young girl who was admitted yesterday. Though she has leukemia at such a young age, she's quite fortunate. Having such a handsome father, and now with so many experts here to discuss her treatment plan, she will surely recover. Who knows which family's precious daughter she is? Honestly, if I could be born into such a family, I'd be willing to fall ill myself. Idle talkers speak without thought, while listeners take it to heart. Ophelia's jealousy flared up again. Are they here for Gwendolyn's daughter? Bah! What qualities does she have? Bringing two illegitimate children and yet managing to latch onto such a handsome man while keeping things ambiguous with Jorge, and now even getting Fernando to personally lead a team to treat her daughter. And Bradford. He liked her so much back then, knowing her child is ill, wouldn't he pity her even more? If they reconnect, he might do everything to save her daughter. Connect? An idea suddenly struck Ophelia. She called her old classmate from the office. Have the results come out? Classmate, oh wow, you're driving me crazy with your impatience. I stayed up all night and did the tests personally, just got the results. Tell me, whose DNA did you test? Spill the tea, this result could cause a scandal. Boy shares no blood relation with either Thornton or woman. The girl, however, is definitely their biological child. How is that? Could Annabelle not have given birth to a boy and fearing Thornton's disapproval, bought or stole one to pass off as a twin? Here, I'll send you the results, you better keep me updated, I'm dying to know. Ophelia was both shocked and relieved. No wonder the boy didn't look like Gwendolyn or Jorge at all, it wasn't their child. Could it belong to that handsome man? It makes sense now. A man so handsome and capable, choosing Gwendolyn, a single Viviana? Turns out he was divorced with a child too. Gwendolyn merely bore Jorge a sick daughter. No need to send the results to me. Give me an address, send it there via express delivery. I'll transfer you the money. After hanging up, Ophelia sent her classmate an address. Classmate was also shocked, isn't this Bradford's address? Is this appropriate? Yesterday, teacher's wife contacted me privately to handle this discreetly. Take this 10,000 as a thank you, delete all chat records immediately. Alida's condition improved significantly that day, she didn't need injections or intravenous fluids, and played quietly with Rachel with building blocks in the ward. With nothing else to do, Gwendolyn sat beside them reading a book, enjoying the moment. Suddenly, the door to the ward was forcefully pushed open, and a woman stormed in yelling. Where is that shameless woman? Show yourself. I want to see which shameless temptress is rushing to bear a child for some old man. Where are they? Two nurses followed behind, asking her to lower her voice since this was a hospital where patients needed peace. Is this place for healing or a cover-up for immoral acts? Only someone like Otto would think to put his mistress here. How shameful. All my life, I've devoted myself wholeheartedly to him, and this is how he repays me? I won't stop until this couple's shame is publicized. Come out. The woman rushed into the ward and quickly found Gwendolyn with her children on the sofa area. Chapter 66, Come out, you despicable pair. Though years had passed since they last met, Gwendolyn was still deeply familiar with Bradford's wife because of their past connection. She had eaten dinner at Bradford's home and thus recognized her instantly. She exclaimed in pleasant surprise, Carly? How come you're here? The Viviana-in-law also immediately recognized Gwendolyn. She had always been obsessed with love, loving their old Kong earnestly and devotedly all her life. Due to a congenital ailment that prevented her from bearing children, combined with a leisurely job, she often visited the school just to see and wait for Old Kong to strengthen their relationship. Thus, she got to know many of his students over time. But after all these years, Gwendolyn remained the most memorable. Gwendolyn was not only academically excellent, obedient, and diligent but also beautiful despite her humble background. As Bradford put it, Gwendolyn was like a young female version of him. Seeing Gwendolyn often reminded him of his university days. He admired her learning attitude and felt sympathetic towards her. Loving one by association, Bradford's wife pitted the younger self of Old Kong and, in turn, became more compassionate towards Gwendolyn, inviting her home for dinner on several occasions. However, later on, when she heard that Gwendolyn had dropped out of school, she asked Old Kong about it. Old Kong said he did not know. Finding it strange that a teacher could be unaware of why his favorite student dropped out, she let it go after Old Kong insisted it was none of her business. Looking at Gwendolyn now. Gwendolyn had shed the naivety and poverty from her student days. Although still young, her attire and overall demeanor exuded more maturity and elegance. She even wore a Chanel dress. Though extremely simple in design, it was precisely what Old Kong liked. Her son and daughter beside her were so adorable, just like the kids she had dreamed of countless times. Shaking uncontrollably, she almost lost her balance. In disbelief, she stared at the two children. How old are they? Gwendolyn hadn't expected to encounter her here and didn't understand why Carly came straight to her hospital room. Thinking she knew about her pregnancy and dropping out back then, Gwendolyn felt ashamed. After all, Carly had always treated her well. She felt more like a Misty or a cousin. When the news of her pregnancy and stealing broke, Gwendolyn felt guilty for disappointing Bradford and Carly first, rather than losing her education. Just a bit over 3. Over 3? Calculating the timeline, Carly concluded it matched perfectly. So, at that time, Gwendolyn was already seeing Old Kong, and his illegitimate child was this big now. She had given everything to them wholeheartedly, yet they betrayed her trust behind her back. Slap. Enraged, she slapped Gwendolyn across the face. Bitch. Animal. Are you human? After all I've done for you, this is your gratitude? Huh. You're simply inhuman. So you raised this illegitimate child all these years behind my back. Truly impressive, Gwendolyn. Are all men in this world dead? Why did you seduce a married man? And you even quit school for him, utterly shameful. He must treat you very well, doesn't he? Aren't you always praising him? To be slept with and maintained by someone you idolize, aren't you delighted? Gwendolyn hadn't expected such rage and violence from Carly, enduring a solid slap that made half her face and ear sting. But what mattered most was what she was saying. What did she mean by seducing a married man? By being slept with by someone she adored? Carly? What are you talking about? Did you misunderstand something? Misunderstanding? You've raised this bastard child. The evidence is right before my eyes, and you still accuse me of misunderstanding? If you can do it, can't you admit it? Do you think I'm stupid enough never to find out your wrongdoing? I just don't get it. What's so great about Otto? Other than giving lectures, what else can he do? Without me and my father, could he teach at the university? Could he work at the cancer hospital? Pa. Harming me ends your good days. After dealing with you, watch me handle him. Call Otto. Make him explain clearly in front of these bastards today. Call him quickly. Gwendolyn was speechless. She hadn't seen her mentor or Carly for years due to a busy life, and this whole misunderstanding seemed absurd. Who had such a wild imagination to claim these two kids were hers and Bradford's? Ridiculous. Enduring the pain on her cheek, Gwendolyn tried to calm Carly. Not that I won't call, but I don't have Bradford's number anymore. We haven't been in contact for years. Carly, did someone tell you something? You might not believe me, but you should believe Bradford. Is he facing some crucial moment where someone is trying to harm him? Don't fall for it. Without a DNA report clearly stating her and Otto's names, Carly might have doubted. But now, holding the authoritative lab report in hand, she was fuming. If you won't call, I will. Let's confront it face to face and see if you dare to deny it. We'll see how you lie once he arrives. I'm calling now. Dialing Bradford's number in front of Gwendolyn, the phone was off as he was in a meeting. Thinking he was avoiding the issue, Carly grew angrier. Throwing her phone on the ground and grabbing Gwendolyn's collar, she prepared to strike again. This makes me furious. Following that bastard for over 20 years, giving him the best years of my life. Just because I couldn't bear him a child, he treats me like this? Aren't you delighted? He refuses to see me, aren't you thrilled? Bitch, you've destroyed my happiness, I'll beat you to death. Beat you to death. The two children, terrified at first by the aggressive woman, eventually realized she was hurting Gwendolyn and rushed to pull her off. Let her go, let my mom go. What are you doing? No hitting. Let go. Amina. Kira. Are you okay? Someone, please help my mom. A commotion erupted as 4 people struggled, and the nurse, noticing the chaos, hurried to inform the director and knocked on the conference room door. Jorge, Dustin, and several medical experts were having a meeting. The nurse saw Joseph and approached him. Director, could you step out for a moment? Opening the door, snippets of loud shrieks filtered through. Joseph frowned. What's happening? Who's causing such noise outside? In room 6602, a woman claiming to be Carly says Gwendolyn has her husband's child and wants to beat her. We can't stop her. What? Room 6602. Carly? Gwendolyn? Jorge, Dustin, and Bradford stood up simultaneously. Chapter 67, Apologize to Her. The group marched in grand fashion to room 6602. Inside the ward, 2 children were clinging to Cora's legs while she grabbed Gwendolyn's collar, still demanding an explanation. Bradford stormed in first and, seeing his wife quarreling with a former student, lost his usual elegance for the first time in anger. Precious, who let you come here? What are you doing? Hearing her husband's voice, Cora finally stopped, instantly redirecting her fury towards Bradford. She released Gwendolyn and forcefully pushed the 2 children away before storming angrily towards Bradford, ready to strike him. Fortunately, Jorge anticipated her move and caught her wrist midair. Cora gritted her teeth. So quickly you heard I hit her? So quickly you came to save her? Otto, you really are quite Thornton. If I hadn't come today, how long did you plan to hide like a turtle in its shell? Until our son grows up and gets married? Until I die? You dare have someone bear your children but can't acknowledge it publicly? Afraid I'll expose you and jeopardize your work and reputation? You're of considerable age now, old enough to be a father yet engaging in such despicable acts. If you aren't ashamed, why do you fear humiliation? Since everyone is here today, all being Old Kang's students or colleagues, right? Let everyone see. See this woman and these children. She wrestled her hand free from Jorge's grip and pointed agitatedly at Gwendolyn and the 2 children. These are Old Kang's mistress and illegitimate children. This shameless woman had them behind my back, behind everyone's backs. Come on, everyone, take a look. Not only did those in the meeting room rush over, but nurses from the nursing station also gathered around. As Cora finished speaking, murmurs erupted from the crowd. What? These kids belong to this woman? I thought, impressive, with so many handsome men circling her, young and old alike, truly amazing. Who knows which one is her real man? Why do so many men obsess over her? Jealous. Why should I be jealous? With a husband, she still went ahead and bore someone else's child. If you want that, you won't lack for men. Lane, who had dealt with Bradford for half his life, never imagined something as shocking would happen to him. Seeing her serious accusations, even Lane was stunned. Old Kong, you. Too absurd. Bradford's hair almost stood on end with rage. He had spent his entire life teaching, saving lives, being honest and diligent, only to have his hard-earned reputation ruined by his own wife. Precious, are you crazy? Do you know what you're saying? Cora replied firmly, of course I do. Without concrete evidence, how could I have caught you red-handed? She then pulled out the DNA test report and threw it in front of Lane. Look at what your good friend has done. It's all written clearly in black and white. Trying to deny it in front of everyone? Lane's hands shook as he tried to grab the report, but it was snatched away by Bradford. With a quick glance, what nonsense is this? Did you conduct this test? How could there be a match? Ridiculous. He slapped the report into Lane's hand and sternly looked at Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn, why are you here? What relation are these 2 children to you? Tell me what happened. At this point, Gwendolyn understood everything. Cora must have been manipulated by someone. Instead of responding to Bradford, Gwendolyn patted Rachel on the shoulder, asking him to find Dustin. Rachel, angered that he couldn't help his Misty when she was beaten by this crazy woman, rushed to open his arms to his father. Dustin picked him up. With righteous indignation, Rachel said to Dustin, Dad, you're finally here. This woman is insane. She says I'm the bastard child of Caitlin Chu and her husband, insisting on beating her. No matter how I tried, I couldn't stop her. It made me furious. Father? Cora glanced confusingly at Rachel and Dustin. What did you call him? Rachel loudly shouted, Dad. He's my dad. Brantley stood clearly, crazy lady, I'm Dustin's son, and you've wronged a good person. You. Cora paused momentarily but quickly recovered. So, Gwendolyn, very impressive indeed. 2 children with 2 fathers. You play well. Can't find a woman to have a child with? Is she the only woman in the world who can give birth? You both share a woman for Vivianahood? Disgusting. Gwendolyn thought that if Rachel called Dustin Dad, the misunderstanding would clear up. But not according to Cora's twisted logic. Bradford was almost driven mad. Nonsense. Your accusations become more ridiculous. You are utterly unreasonable. Enough of this disgraceful show, go home now. We'll talk later. Bradford tried to grab his wife's hand to take her home. But having gone this far, how could Cora possibly back down? No. Not until I get my answers today. One of us has to die here. Otto, even if the son isn't yours, what about the daughter? Dare you say she isn't yours either? Then what about this DNA report? Explain yourself. How was Bradford supposed to explain the DNA report? Stumped by his wife's barrage of questions and with so many people watching, leaving without explanation would invite endless gossip. He turned to Gwendolyn again. Gwendolyn, please explain. Whose child is this? Let the biological father step forward. As your teacher, we haven't been in contact for years. Isn't spreading such farce a joke? The doorway was packed with people, all eyes fixed on Gwendolyn. Clearly the children were hers, yet suddenly she had to explain to so many people. Now, unable to claim ignorance about the father's identity, nor reveal it outright. Speechless for a moment, she prepared to say it was her own affair, suggesting a new test if Cora didn't believe her. After all, it had nothing to do with Bradford. Before she could speak, Dustin holding Rachel walked toward her. He squatted, using his other hand to lift Ollie, standing shoulder to shoulder with Gwendolyn. Ahil, no offense, but your wife seems to have some mental issues. Since the son is mine with Gwendolyn, the daughter is obviously ours too. Why would it have anything to do with your husband? I don't care if someone is inciting trouble or if you're experiencing delusions. By defaming my wife's honor and harming her physically in front of so many people, you must immediately apologize to her. Chapter 68, cornered in the bathroom. Roxanne was struck by Dustin's words, feeling both shocked and embarrassed. She scrutinized them once more, incredulously asking, "Are you sure these two kids are yours? Then how come that test report?" Dustin had no trust in any institution that could be bribed into issuing a report, and he coldly said, "Do you really think a piece of white paper stamped with your husband's name carries any authority? Maybe someone who covets Ahil's position wanted to bring him down but couldn't find a proper excuse, so they came up with this malicious scheme. You're amusing yourself by being used as a tool instead of helping to guard against those who wish to harm your husband." Roxanne. Dustin turned to Lane and continued, "Lane, please check which institution issued this report and call the police immediately. It looks like they don't want to keep their job if they're playing jokes with gene testing. Ahil, you don't have to thank me too much. We'll know who wants to harm you after we report it to the police." Instantly, murmurs spread through the crowd. Ahil has always been an upright person, there's no way he would do such things. His wife is really something, why on earth would she publicly accuse her own husband? Realizing her mistake, Roxanne felt utterly ashamed and covered her face, crying as she ran out of the crowd. After sharing half a lifetime together, Ahil knew her straightforwardness made her easy to manipulate. Afraid she might do something rash later, he decided to follow her. "Gwendolyn, once your teacher Viviana calms down, I will bring her to apologize personally. You were wrong today." "Sorry, old Huang, I need to go first." Lane saw the large number of onlookers and sternly told everyone to disperse. Without Ahil, the meeting was temporarily cancelled, and he took the others to his office. Only then did Dustin put down the two children and lift Gwendolyn's chin. "Why were you so foolish? Didn't you know to hide? Look at your face, does it hurt?" Gwendolyn's skin was pale, and Roxanne's blows left red marks and clear fingerprints on her cheeks. Dustin's concern was evident. Honestly, it hurt, a burning pain. But Gwendolyn wasn't used to such solicitous attention and quickly turned away. "It's fine. It doesn't hurt. Don't lie. I'll call a doctor for you." Dustin started to leave to call a doctor, but Gwendolyn pulled him back. "How delicate can I be? Teacher Viviana is frail, not as strong as you imagine. Honestly, it doesn't hurt. Ahil and his wife treated me very well during my studies. She just lost control in anger today, it's all right." At this point, she was still defending someone who had publicly humiliated her. Dustin was exasperated. "You still say she's good even though she beat and insulted you in public?" Once everyone dispersed, only Jorge remained at the hospital room door. He had seen Gwendolyn's awkward situation in her red face, yet he didn't have the right to approach her. Watching Dustin naturally show concern for her while she shyly responded made Jorge feel foolish again. Dustin called her his lady and accepted her daughter. What was he doing here? With a grim expression, he turned to leave, but Ollie hugged him. "Bohan." Jorge looked down. Thankfully, Ollie's face was clean without any signs of being hit. "Bohan is fulfilling yesterday's promise to visit you. Were you hit?" "No." Ollie shook her head, trying to climb onto his lap. Jorge picked her up. "That's good. Stay here obediently. Bohan will visit you in a few days." Worried about Gwendolyn's safety, Ollie clung to his neck pitifully. "I don't want you to leave. Can you stay? I'm scared that more bad people will trouble Mom because she always gets into trouble. I must be a curse." Surprised by her self-blame, Jorge gently scolded her. "Nonsense. Who taught you to say such things? Never speak like that again. Not everyone is evil. Don't worry, if there are any bad people, Bohan will chase them away. Just focus on getting better and don't think too much." "Really? Will Bohan chase all the bad guys away?" "Of course. Have I ever lied to you?" Ollie finally smiled, her beautiful eyes twinkling. "Having an Ricardo like you makes me so happy. You can get back to work, but before you leave, can you help me with something?" She pulled out 5 yuan from her pocket. "Dom worked hard staying with me, and I want to buy him some candy. Can you take me to buy some, Bohan?" Watching Jorge leave with Ollie, Kenzie seethed. She had planned to use fake DNA to embarrass Gwendolyn in front of Jorge, Dustin, and other big shots, but she had never seen Dustin act so love-struck. Despite his excellent conditions and handsome appearance, he was so devoted to Gwendolyn, even accepting her daughter. Looks like she needed to escalate things further. Dustin still didn't understand her enough to stop liking her. And Jorge. Even after acknowledging the child was from another man, he still acted so affectionately toward her. If he wanted a baby so badly, why not choose her? She would happily bear 10 or 8 children. After consoling Gwendolyn and the kids, Dustin left the ward to investigate the test report. A piece of skin behind Gwendolyn's ear had been scratched, causing a bit of bleeding. She went to the nursing station for a bandage. Just around the corner, she spotted a familiar figure standing at the nurse's desk. Kenzie. Though she wore a white coat and faced sideways, Gwendolyn recognized her easily by her posture and demeanor. Hearing her name, Kenzie froze and quickly turned away. If Gwendolyn knew she worked at this hospital, future plans would be harder to execute. Masking her face, she hurriedly left. Gwendolyn followed closely. No wonder there were rumors today about her and Ahil. Who else knew about their former teacher-student relationship? Clearly, Kenzie was working here. Without concrete evidence, Gwendolyn intuitively knew Kenzie was behind it. She chased her to the women's bathroom. Panicked, Kenzie entered, thinking Gwendolyn wouldn't pursue her inside. But Gwendolyn followed and blocked the door. Why run when you see me if you've done nothing wrong? We haven't seen each other in ages. Today, I must catch up with you. Kenzie, you can stay inside forever if you have the guts. ####Chapter 69, Expelling the White Lotus. Kenzie never expected her to be this crazy. This was in a hospital, yet she actually ran into the restroom to yell at her. She didn't originally intend to confront Gwendolyn head-on, but since Gwendolyn had seen her, Kenzie could only pretend she had just used the toilet and then walked out after flushing. Gwendolyn? Long time no see. What are you doing here? Her act was quite convincing. Gwendolyn couldn't be bothered with her performance and gave a cold laugh. If I hadn't come to the hospital, how would you have the opportunity to accuse me and Bradford? And how would your desire to become a director be fulfilled? Kenzie, I don't understand what I did wrong to you. Back in school, you repeatedly betrayed my trust. Now that you've succeeded and are living much better than me, why do you still hold on to me, even dragging Bradford down? What's your motive? What motive? I can't follow what you're saying. Who betrayed who? Kenzie knew that Gwendolyn had no concrete evidence to prove her actions, so she responded nonchalantly. I said before, I'm already successful and faring much better than you. I'm so busy, why would I waste time on you? Are you under too much pressure, leading to mental issues? For mental issues, please turn left as you exit and go see a psychiatrist. Stop defaming me here, I don't have time for you. As she spoke, she turned to leave, but Gwendolyn grabbed her arm. That year, I decided to keep the baby, so it's my fault for telling everyone about my pregnancy. I have no right to blame you. The accusations of theft were years ago, and I don't care about them anymore. But framing Bradford is unacceptable. Bradford has been honorable all his life, why should he suffer because of you? We won't leave this place until we resolve this matter. Gwendolyn looked frail, but having done heavy work over the years, she had strength. Kenzie struggled several times but couldn't break free from her grip, infuriating her. The more you say I'm crazy, the crazier you sound. Framing Bradford? I don't know what you're talking about. His integrity has nothing to do with me. Why would I talk to you? Let go. Gwendolyn didn't let go, pretending to be dense. Kenzie? People are already investigating the lab reports. It won't be long before we have results, and you can't escape. To beg for mercy now, maybe I can let you off considering our old friendship. But if you continue to be stubborn. Kenzie's expression changed. Frankly, she was a bit scared. But she thought about it, her helper knew the consequences of being caught and wouldn't be foolish enough to leave any clues. Gwendolyn was bluffing, and she shouldn't fall for it. Since an investigation is ongoing, let's wait for the police results. Why are you ranting? I have nothing to hide, stop threatening me. She has nothing to hide? She has done plenty of vile things. The recent illness of Pearl had made Gwendolyn anxious. Combined with today's humiliation of Bradford in public, she suddenly felt the need to vent her frustrations. Grabbing Kenzie's hair and pushing her against the cold wall, Gwendolyn said fiercely. Do you think I can't do anything because you refuse to admit it? I'll show you that I, Gwendolyn, am not someone to be bullied easily. Kenzie, I've wanted to hit you for a long time. You leave me no choice. As she spoke, she slammed Kenzie's head into the wall. Kenzie screamed in pain. Crazy woman. You're mad. Let me go. This is a hospital. Gwendolyn, I'll report you to the police. Gwendolyn sneered. I locked the bathroom door. As you said, without evidence, no one can touch me. Even if I hurt you severely today, what can they do? Suddenly, she kicked Kenzie's shin, causing her to kneel down. Speak. Was it you who tampered with the lab report? Why frame me and Bradford? Speak. Kenzie refused to speak, struggling desperately. Let me go, you insane hag. Trying to extract a confession through violence, you're beyond the law. Screams echoed from the bathroom, and the nurses rushed over, worried. What's happening? Who's inside screaming? It seems like Dr. Ariel. The Viviana of the leukemia patient went in with her. Are they fighting? Are they acquainted? Her daughter wasn't diagnosed by Dr. Ariel. Why fight with her? How would I know? Open the door quickly. The door was locked and couldn't be pushed open, so they turned to call security. Just then, they saw Jorge, tall and handsome, carrying Pearl approaching. Although they didn't know his relationship with Gwendolyn, he must be acquainted. They took the chance to speak with the handsome man. Sir, are you friends with Gwendolyn Tion's mom? Persuade her. She's fighting with Dr. Ariel. If it continues, something serious might happen. Jorge frowned. Gwendolyn Tion's mom fighting with Dr. Ariel? These two women. Pearl also panicked. Bohan, save my mom. How can there be so many bad people? Why does everyone bully my mom? They gathered around Jorge and reached the bathroom door. He pushed the door with one hand holding Pearl but couldn't open it. Inside, there were loud crashes and women screaming. Jorge, unable to determine who was winning, kicked the door in frustration. Gwendolyn, are you inside? What's going on? Open the door. Hearing his voice, Kenzie, grabbing her last hope, broke free from Gwendolyn and ran towards the door. Damien Sion. Is that you? Finally, you're here. Save me. Gwendolyn is crazy. Her hands trembled as she opened the door, which took a few attempts due to nervousness and pain. People flooded in. Kenzie's hair was disheveled, and her white coat was dirty and torn. But apart from her messy appearance, she seemed fine. Not so for Gwendolyn. Her skirt was ripped at the hem, her collar askew, revealing almost bare shoulders, and her hair was tousled. Most importantly, her face was flushed red, as if slapped multiple times. Jorge only knew they didn't get along, not expecting it to escalate to this level. In broad daylight, Kenzie beat her up like this? He shouldn't have helped arrange her visit to the hospital. Kenzie, if you don't want to be a doctor, just say so. Must you disgrace me like this? Kenzie didn't know why Gwendolyn looked like this while opening the door. She was clearly the victim, yet now. For the first time, she tasted the bitterness of being framed, speechless, eyes welling up with tears. It's not like that, Damien Sion. Clearly, it was Gwendolyn. With the evidence in front of you, you still want to lie? ####, to be continued. Chapter 70, seeing through her, yet still helping her. Not only was Kenzie an excellent actress, but Gwendolyn's scheming and acting surpassed her even more. Jorge's rebuke silenced Kenzie. She smoothed out her disheveled hair, tearfully stepping forward in a helpless manner. With tears streaming down her face, she looked at the nurses beseechingly. I just wanted to ask Dr. Ariel about my child's treatment, but who knew that, if I had known your hospital would be so unreasonable, I wouldn't have come here. I want to lodge a complaint. I want to report her unethical behavior to the relevant authorities. You're all witnesses, please help me testify. Everyone exchanged glances, speechless. They couldn't believe that such an incident could come from Dr. Ariel, who usually appeared so cheerful and positive. Kenzie felt infuriated by Gwendolyn's manipulation. If she didn't explain herself now, she'd lose her chance with Jorge completely. Gwendolyn, do you have no shame? It was clearly you who. Before she could finish, a low and authoritative male voice interrupted from the bathroom entrance. What's going on? Aren't you supposed to be working? Why are you all standing around here? It was Caesar who emerged, and the nurses immediately turned to him. Caesar, Dr. Ariel. The crowd parted to let him through. Upon seeing Jorge inside with two disheveled women, he asked sharply. Dr. Ariel, what are you doing here during working hours? Just as Kenzie was about to explain, Gwendolyn burst into tears again. Caesar, I must file a formal complaint. Dr. Ariel has shown no medical ethics. All I did was ask her about my child's condition, but she demanded a huge bribe. When I said I couldn't afford it, she laughed at me for not being able to pay such a small amount and suggested I should just take my child to die. She even hit me, saying my clothes were probably stolen, sniff, sniff. Such ridiculous allegations left Caesar stunned. Yet he knew that Jorge had recommended Kenzie to join the hospital, and Jorge hadn't spoken up. Instinctively, he glanced at Jorge. Fortunately, Jorge understood the situation and kept the dean from losing face in public. Caesar will handle this fairly. Just state the facts, stop crying. Caesar caught the hint and immediately put on a stern face. Dr. Ariel, we are Fabianshing First People's Hospital. As a mere intern, how dare you tarnish our reputation? Suspension of duties. No further discussion, your return date will be determined later. Kenzie felt deeply wronged, about to protest. No, that's not it, Dean, please listen to me. Wasn't this embarrassing enough? Jorge realized that Caesar was giving him face by suspending Kenzie instead of firing her outright. Kenzie truly was too dense to realize this. Leaving such a person in the hospital would eventually cause trouble, which Jorge definitely didn't want. Such severe misconduct and yet not fired? Who would dare come to this hospital in the future? Caesar, fire her immediately. As everyone dispersed, Ollie rushed to hug Gwendolyn's legs. Aminami, are you okay? Are you hurt? Sorry, Ollie couldn't protect you, wah. Gwendolyn lifted her daughter, feeling remorseful for putting her through so much turmoil twice in one day. It's okay, Ollie. Aminami is fine, don't cry. Look, there is still justice in the world. Even though she hit me, she got punished, right? As she spoke, she glanced at Jorge, feeling a bit embarrassed afterward. Though she and Kenzie had their conflicts, Jorge had genuinely helped her, and Ollie, causing his girlfriend to lose her job in front of him. Having been fired, perhaps this finally resolved the hatred between them, Ms. Actress? Jorge handed Ollie a lollipop from his pocket, glancing meaningfully at Gwendolyn. Bohan is leaving. Stay in the ward and behave well. Don't start fights easily, okay? Gwendolyn knew the last part was directed at her, making her feel somewhat ashamed. Yet she couldn't resist asking. Where are you going? I have something I need to talk to you about. In fact, I've long wanted to tell you, Kenzie isn't fit for you. She's not a good person. If you plan to marry her, please think carefully. Jorge hadn't intended to engage with Gwendolyn further, but her words instantly annoyed him. Unfit for him? Not a good person? So, who then was fit for him? Who was a good person? Gwendolyn hesitated for 2 seconds. I don't know. I still don't know what you do or even your full name. But my intuition tells me you're a good person and deserve better. Believe me, Kenzie isn't right for you. Which part of him gave off the impression that he wanted to marry Kenzie? Thinking he liked getting married, was everyone like her? Jorge left the hospital, feeling irked and frustrated for the rest of the afternoon. The idea of receiving a nice guy card. After flirting and sleeping with him, she treated him like nothing happened and casually gave him a good man tag. Feeling suffocated, everything seemed unpleasant. Rarely taking initiative, Jorge called Kian. Let's have drinks tonight. Kian thought he was hallucinating, Jorge suggesting they have drinks. What's up, old Mohammed? What's gotten into you today? Your tone doesn't sound right, did you break up? Jorge wasn't in the mood for jokes. Drink or not? Drink, drink, drink. Rarely do you invite me. If you call, I'll come regardless of anything. I'm ready anytime. After work, Jorge personally drove to the DL club. Meanwhile, back at the hospital, Gwendolyn received a call from Violet. Why haven't you been coming to the shop recently? I went to your place yesterday noon, but you weren't there. What have you been doing? Brantlyston, Gwendolyn, I met someone important. Tonight I have a big deal to discuss. Due to Ollie's issues, Violet had also been quite worried. Knowing that Violet was at a crucial point in her business, Gwendolyn hadn't told her about Ollie's illness. Violet wouldn't be able to help financially or logistically anyway. What kind of important person did you meet? How big is the deal? That's wonderful, I knew your talent wouldn't go to waste. Tell me more. Excitedly, Violet recounted meeting the big Akil and how he appreciated her products, but then expressed concerns. Though he seems calm and trustworthy despite his age, he's still a man. We can't let our guard down. If I don't contact you by 9 tonight, call me immediately. Initially thinking it was a great opportunity, Gwendolyn began to worry after Violet's remarks. She couldn't refuse this rare chance but felt uneasy about potential risks. Remember, I'll call you exactly at 9. Be careful. If anything goes wrong, call me right away. Chapter 71, Have a Child for Jorge. Bitch. Why doesn't she just die? Don't let me see her again, or I'll definitely kill her. At the DL club, Mary Beth was drinking with Ophelia who looked extremely gloomy. After several drinks, Ophelia cursed all 8 generations of Gwendolyn's ancestors. I've worked so hard for so many years studying and living abroad to get a decent job. But in an instant, she destroyed all my efforts. You didn't see how shameless she was today. Every time I think about it, I want to curse her. Mary Beth swirled her wine glass and listened to her rant, equally indignant. I told you long ago that she's no good. You're right, after working so hard for years, she ruined everything you had. She can't be let off easily. Ophelia ranted on, but if she were really to take revenge on Gwendolyn, she wasn't sure what to do. My mind isn't clear because I'm so angry. Wei, you're the smartest, help me think of a way to deal with her. Mary Beth pondered for a moment. You said she is now associated with a high-status man who is handsome and capable. Do you have photos? I didn't take any. But the nurses definitely did. What are you thinking? Big sister, here's what I mean. You said 2 men are protecting her now. If we can win over these 2 men. Ophelia's eyes lit up. You mean? But then her excitement dimmed quickly. She wanted to win over Jorge, but there was no chance. The dog of a man valued his body more than women and wouldn't let anyone touch him. She used to occasionally call and flirt with him, but now, he made the company stop her from coming close and even personally asked Lane to fire her. She couldn't tell Mary Beth about these humiliations, so she just drank. Tell me your plan in detail. Mary Beth smiled and leaned on her shoulder. There's nothing much to say. Big sister, I ask you one thing, do you know why Gwendolyn knows how to handle men better than you? Thinking about this, Ophelia really didn't know. She didn't look worse than Gwendolyn, in fact, she considered herself better dressed and with a superior figure. The more she thought about it, the more unfair it seemed. Why? Because of the child, Mary Beth smirked seductively. After all these years, you should have a child for General Mohammed. Men love children as they grow older, especially adorable daughters. In one sentence, Ophelia saw through the fog. Right. She had been worried about Jorge knowing Gwendolyn gave birth to his daughter, but never thought of having one herself. Regardless of boy or girl, giving birth would create a direct link to the Mohammed family. Then, she wouldn't worry about not being able to talk to Jorge. Mary Beth was indeed clever. A plan identical to the one from 4 years ago quickly formed in Ophelia's mind. Suddenly losing her job didn't seem like such a big deal. They happily began discussing Dustin based on the photos taken by nurses. After finding out Dustin's identity online, Mary Beth was excited and eager to act tonight. That's it. It seems your mood has improved. I have some business back at home, so I won't keep you company anymore. Big sister, I'm leaving first. Ophelia also couldn't wait to find Jorge. They exchanged fake pleasantries and bid goodbye. After Mary Beth left, Ophelia called a server to save her drinks and paid the bill. As she walked out of the private room, she spotted a familiar figure. Damien Sion? He seemed to have come out to make a phone call and was just putting his phone in his pocket and turning around. Despite the dim corridor light, his tall and robust build unmistakably belonged to him. She was worrying about where to find him when she ran into him here. Ophelia was about to rush forward but stopped suddenly, reconsidering her approach. A server passed by with a small cart, and she grabbed the person, pointing to the private room ahead with her chin. I'm looking for CEO Mohammed. Is he in that private room? Ophelia was dressed boldly due to her sour mood, smoky makeup, big waves, a black tight strapless top, a red tight leather skirt, and black thigh-high boots. Though her figure was perfect, the overall aura. The server thought she was going in to serve, yes. CEO Mohammed has been sitting there for quite some time. Why did you only arrive now? From the tone, the server was delivering drinks to their private room. Ophelia smiled and pulled the cart over. I got delayed. I'll deliver them. Thank you for your hard work, you can take a break. She once worked as a server at the DL Club and knew everyone worked tirelessly, longing for a chance to slack off. Sure enough, this server had the same thought. Since Ophelia wanted to serve inside, he let her push the cart and went to the restroom. Ophelia watched him walk away, quickly pushed the cart back to the private room she had just left. There were drugs in her bag, mixed together and poured into a bottle of wine. She shook it thoroughly until fully mixed before knocking on Jorge's door. Inside the room, it was quiet without much entertainment. A clear male voice echoed, "Come in." She entered. The ambient lights weren't on, making the room brightly white. 3 sofas held 3 young men, including Jorge. So quiet, were they discussing something? With a pounding heart, Ophelia pushed the cart to the coffee table. Setting down the bottles of wine, Dakari cast a puzzled glance. Why the change? Well, little sister, you have a nice figure. Bronson Marvin does indeed know how to treat people. Jorge was in a foul mood and hadn't said much after calling them out, just smoking one cigarette after another and drinking alone. His brothers stayed with him for over 2 hours, feeling utterly bored. Finally seeing Dakari make a joke, Carlo chuckled. Did they bring this little sister to honor you as the Akil or as the great CEO? Truly considerate. Ah, showing loyalty to those with more influence in critical moments. Pity someone like me. Though Ophelia's figure was good, Dakari was very picky and showed no interest in her type. Don't blame Bronson Marvin, he knows you well, so he specially called a little sister for you. This one's for you, old war, and I have no other thoughts. Go sit next to Damien Godwin, pour him a drink, and comfort him. Ophelia froze, not expecting such a misunderstanding. She dressed like Damien Sion. Facing Jorge, she dared not flirt with other men. She softly called out to him. Dakari and Carlo raised their eyebrows. Damien Sion? Jorge, leaning back on the sofa as if asleep, slowly opened his eyes. Seeing Ophelia dressed like that, his expression darkened. Who sent you? Are you trying to earn money this way? Chapter 72, Old Warrior, I didn't expect you to have such heavy tastes. Kenzie's face turned red all at once. Before she could say anything, Dakari burst into laughter. Damn, Old Warrior, it turns out you came for you? No wonder. Why would someone suddenly appear? Ha ha ha, Old Warrior, no wonder you weren't acting right today. So, who is this girl? Your taste. Carlo didn't expect that Jorge, who barely associated with women throughout the year, would have a type like this. He really doesn't follow conventional paths. Seeing everyone misinterpret and assume she was that kind of worker, Kenzie felt even more embarrassed and hurriedly walked over to Jorge. Damien Sion, what are you talking about? I'm not. In short, I came here to apologize to you. I've been clumsy lately and upset you, I'm sorry. Usually, she wasn't dressed like this, just being close to Jorge made him uncomfortable, not to mention now. The usually laid-back Jorge got up in 2 steps and sat at the other end of Carlo's sofa. You came to apologize? How did you know I was here? Tonight, only these 2 old friends knew where he was, even Robert didn't know. Did Kenzie follow him? You followed me? Kenzie, you've got guts. Kenzie froze and instinctively wanted to explain herself, but Jorge's brows furrowed deeply as he spoke in a serious tone. Stay still. Say what you need to from there. Didn't I make myself clear? Can't you understand? To lose face in front of his friends, Kenzie felt so embarrassed she wished to find a hole to crawl into. But the drug had already been put into the alcohol. She couldn't miss this opportunity tonight. Her nose stung, and tears fell, making her look pitifully vulnerable. I can understand, but I just can't let go. I love you, Damien Sion. You can't imagine how much I love you, always thinking of you. I also want to be better, not caring about you, not worrying about you, but I can't control myself. From childhood to now, besides my father, you're Thornton who has been the best to me. I've given you my person, my heart, everything. I long ago saw myself as yours. Dakari and Carlo exchanged looks, again struggling to hide their amusement. Does this woman really have something going on with Jorge? They thought Jorge had such self-control, managing not to touch any women for an entire year, but it turns out this woman clearly wouldn't be easy to deal with. Ignoring all those pretty and innocent girls, picking her, old warrior, your tastes are truly disappointing. Whether it was the alcohol or Kenzie's straightforward words, Jorge's stomach started to churn. Rubbing his temple, he closed his eyes irritably. Stop rambling, Kenzie. It's just a dream. After so many years, it's more than compensated for. If you start fantasizing about anything else, it loses its meaning. Why don't you ask these two gentlemen how many women they've slept with by this age? If everyone were like you, would they even be alive? Why bring them into this? The two, who were enjoying the show, quickly stopped laughing and supported Jorge. That's true. Men prefer sensible women. Damien Godwin has probably been with 80 if not 100 women. If everyone were like you, he'd be driven crazy long ago. Carlo punched Dakari on the shoulder. Hey, as if you have fewer than me. If I had 100, you'd have 200. Anyway, sister, President Mohammed has treated you well. Take what you got and move on. Don't overthink it, it won't do anyone any good. So Jorge was completely planning to cut ties with her? Saying this in front of his brothers, Kenzie felt immense pain. Yet, she looked at that bottle of alcohol. No matter what others think, you're the only one I have, and I will always continue to love you. Damien Sion, even if you don't want to acknowledge me anymore, give me some formality. I'll toast you 2 glasses of wine for the past few years. Tears began to fall again. It was the first time they had seen a woman confront Jorge over emotional debts like this, crying so hard, yet not intending to cause trouble. The two watching couldn't help but speak up. If the lady wants to get it over with, just drink the 2 glasses. This was your doing. Carlo even considerately pushed Jorge's cup towards Kenzie. Jorge didn't expect Kenzie to use this tactic, tracking him to the club, dressing provocatively, and wanting to pour him drinks. Speechless. But if it could help him finally break away from her and draw a line under his blindness from the past, it might be worth it. He grabbed the glass and downed it in one go. True to her word, Kenzie poured 2 glasses for him and 2 for herself, finishing the entire bottle of wine. Damien Sion, dressed like this and having drunk so much, it's unsafe for me to go home alone. Could you please send me home one last time? Before Jorge could respond, Dakari, impatient on his behalf, said. Your Damien Sion is too drunk to take you. Haven't seen such a troublesome person. Go on, I'll have someone take you. Never come back. Or else, if I see you. He stood up, grabbing Kenzie's arm and dragging her towards the door. I'm done with you, aren't you ashamed? Grow up a little. I warn you, before I get angry, leave now, or I don't care whether you're male or female. Tall and imposing like Jorge, Dakari carried an underlying toughness from years in the entertainment business. When he flared up, Kenzie was instantly intimidated. Holding on to the last bit of hope, she looked at Jorge, but unfortunately, he lay on the couch with his eyes shut, paying no attention to her. Tonight's efforts went to waste. Infuriated, Kenzie stomped her foot and ran out. The room grew quiet again. Dakari and Carlo exchanged glances, recalling Kenzie's antics and couldn't help but laugh. Not trying to pry, but this girl is just too funny. Old warrior, where did you meet her? If you need women, just tell us. We have plenty under our belt, you know how this works. The two laughed harder, doubling over with laughter. Losing face, Jorge kicked out at them. Nobody treats you like a mute unless you act mute. Get out. Carlo, you lack experience and picked wrong. It's normal. It's fine, we won't laugh at you. Can't understand, huh? Get out. Seeing Jorge's embarrassment turning into anger, the two kept laughing while backing out. Alright, we're leaving. But will you be safe alone? Should we find a few people to guard outside? Just in case another pure-hearted girl comes after you. Enough. Jorge grabbed a glass and threw it at them. Ha ha ha, the two laughed as they ran out of the room. The room returned to silence. #### Chapter 73, The Feeling from 4 years ago. It was already 8:50, and Violet still hadn't called. Gwendolyn felt uneasy, worried something might have happened to her. She tried messaging Violet on WeChat but only received a reply after several minutes. As expected, she was in trouble. After dinner, he insisted on bringing me here to the club. I'm at DL now. He also invited a few other men, and I've had way too much to drink. Gwendolyn, please come over quickly. If it's really bad, call the police for me. This was unacceptable. That old man clearly didn't have good intentions. Gwendolyn hurriedly discussed with Dustin, can you take care of the children for a bit? I need to go out. A friend has had too much to drink, and I need to pick her up. Dustin was worried about Gwendolyn going alone. Give me your friend's location and phone number. I'll send someone to pick her up. But Gwendolyn didn't want to trouble him too much. No need, I'll be back soon. Thank you for your trouble. She hailed a taxi and rushed to the DL club, easily finding the room Violet had mentioned. Standing outside the door, she called Violet, but despite trying multiple times, there was no answer. With no other choice, she pushed the door open. The room was a mess, dimly lit, and completely empty. Strange, Violet said she was here. Could she have drunk too much and gotten the room number wrong? Worried, Gwendolyn began searching each room. After checking several without success, she pretended to enter another room by mistake. Inside, unlike the noisy scenes elsewhere, this room was brightly lit, clean, and quiet, with only one tall man reclining on the sofa. His shirt buttons were all undone, revealing a muscular chest. His sharp features glowed under the light, giving off an unusual flush. He seemed unbearably hot and uncomfortable, running his hands through his hair in frustration, kicking the coffee table away. Gwendolyn froze. Wasn't this C. Ainsworth? To run into him here again. What on earth was going on? She instinctively stepped in, immediately detecting a strong smell of alcohol. Concerned for his well-being, she tried calling out to him, C. Ainsworth, Mr. C., what's wrong with you? Are you? Jorge's mind was foggy, his body burning as if it was on fire. He desperately wanted someone to help him to a warm shower but couldn't find his voice. Waves of heat surged through him uncontrollably. Just then, a soft and melodious voice reached his ears. Jorge opened his eyes dazedly. It was her. Seeing his heavy breathing and agitated state, Gwendolyn thought he might be sick. Not only was his face flushed, but even his neck and chest were red. She moved closer. What's wrong? Are you feeling ill or having an allergic reaction? Why is your skin so red? Before she could finish speaking, Jorge grabbed her wrist and pulled her into his arms. He was incredibly rough. Gwendolyn was instantly pressed against him. Soft, cool, and fragrant, she offered some relief to his burning skin. Burrowing his face into her hair, he finally murmured, don't move. Gwendolyn felt the weight of his large hand, heavy and unyielding, making her bones ache. She didn't know what was happening, only that being kneeled like this wasn't appropriate, especially in that position. She needed to get up. But the more she struggled, the tighter Jorge held her, eventually flipping her onto the sofa beneath him. Instantly, Gwendolyn remembered the night 4 years ago. In this same club, in a dimly lit room, that night had changed her life forever. Now, Ollie was sick, Violet was missing, and Dustin waited for her at the hospital. She couldn't make another mistake. Gwendolyn pushed at Jorge's shoulders. Mr. C., you're drunk. Let me go. I'll get you some medicine. But before she could finish, Jorge grabbed her wrists and pinned them above her head, kissing her forcefully. The softness and coolness reminded him of the taste he had missed for 4 years. 4 years? Images from that fateful night 4 years ago suddenly flooded back into Jorge's mind, making his body feel even less controllable. Brant like a ravenous tiger, Gwendolyn stood no chance against him. Her struggles and cries were futile. After an agonizing amount of time, Gwendolyn stumbled out of the room in a disheveled dress. Even in this state, she still worried about Violet. While running, she fixed her clothes and continued calling Violet. Fortunately, this time it connected quickly. Violet, where were you? You didn't answer my calls and scared me to death. Are you okay? Violet sounded calm, I'm fine, someone else saved me. It's hard to explain now, and I can't talk freely. Let's discuss it tomorrow. Where are you now? If there's nothing else, you should head back. As long as she was safe, Gwendolyn hung up and went to the bathroom. Looking at her swollen lips, messy hair, and the various marks on her neck, Gwendolyn felt unbearable pain. If the first 2 incidents were accidents, this. C. Ainsworth, you're such a bastard. How could she face Dustin again? Originally, she planned to tutor Dom while helping Dustin with his rehabilitation to save enough for Ollie's medical expenses, but now. Ashamed to return to the hospital or see Dustin, she sent a message saying her friend was very drunk and not safe alone, so she would stay overnight and return the next day. Dustin understood and instructed her to stay safe and rest early. Sitting alone on the street, watching the city lights flicker, Gwendolyn felt even more despondent. Without Dustin's help, Ollie would have no treatment fees. Without power, status, education, or any marketable skills, how could she save her daughter? Sitting until dawn, Gwendolyn bought emergency contraception and headed to Violet's house. Just waking up, Violet opened the door and nearly thought she was dreaming when she saw Gwendolyn's state. I'm so sorry, it's all my fault. I'm sorry. Gwendolyn, hit me. Gwendolyn, having calmed down after thinking all night, replied. It's my own mistake. Why should I hit you? Perhaps our karmic ties are just too deep, maybe I owe him from a past life. But those things don't matter now. I only worry about one thing, Ollie's medical fees. Violet, can you help take care of Ollie at the hospital in the future? I need to find a job. Chapter 74, Faceless. Violet's big project had fallen through, and her studio wasn't showing any signs of improvement. She decided it was time to throw in the towel for now. She planned on participating in a young fashion designer competition and starting her business after securing a good ranking. Thus, she could take full care of Ollie for now. But what should Gwendolyn do? Ollie's medical bills were enormous. If no other way works, I can return to sales. I'll contact my previous colleagues today and see what they say. You can go back to the hospital tomorrow. Gwendolyn showered and changed clothes at Violet's place, using foundation to cover up the marks on her body before heading back to the hospital. In the ward, the elegant and refined Dustin was feeding the two kids breakfast. Seeing the children dressed neatly, sitting side by side, waiting obediently for Dustin to feed them, Gwendolyn almost cried from the fatherly love radiating from his face. Clearly, she was unworthy of this man who is so good. The door clicked shut, drawing the attention of the three inside. The two kids ran towards her simultaneously. Aminami. Kira. You're finally back. Where were you last night? We missed you so much. Kira, you smell so nice. I really like your scent. Gwendolyn squatted down, hugging the two kids tightly and comforting them before letting go. The kids then returned to their meal as she looked at Dustin apologetically. Shaw, have you had breakfast? I have. Why are you calling me Shaw again? Dustin fed the last few bites to the children, then stood up, gently looking at Gwendolyn. Were you exhausted last night? I see you have dark circles. Is your friend okay? She's fine. Embarrassed, Gwendolyn hesitated but eventually made up her mind to talk things over with him. Shaw, if you're not in a rush to work, can we talk? Dustin noticed Gwendolyn was troubled the moment she entered. Understandingly, he accompanied her to the door, where Gwendolyn blushed profusely even before starting to speak. I'm sorry to you and Dom. Please don't hate me, Shaw. Lowering her head, tears brimmed her long lashes while her hands clung together like a student caught in wrongdoing. Her helpless appearance stirred Dustin's heart. He instinctively reached out to comfort her, but Gwendolyn dodged. Dustin remained gentle. What happened? Why are you apologizing? Just tell me directly, we'll solve it together. Don't cry. Feeling more guilty with his kindness, Gwendolyn couldn't hold back her tears anymore. I can't accept your kindness anymore. You're a wonderful person, an exceptional one. But Dom should return to school. Please don't bring him over in the future. I'm sorry. Dustin frowned. What do you mean? What kindness can't you accept? And why shouldn't I bring him over? What exactly happened? Wasn't everything fine last night? Speak up and stop crying. Seeing his distress, Gwendolyn tried to control her emotions and fabricated a story. Ollie's dad found us. He's willing to pay for her treatment and said he will take care of both of us. Dustin's expression turned stern, his gaze dimming. So that was it. Although he already had feelings for Gwendolyn, especially since Dom held such strong feelings for her. After a long pause, he exhaled softly. I understand. There's nothing to apologize for. As long as he treats you well and Ollie well, since he is her biological father. I'll take Dom home now. If you need help in the future, call me anytime. To hurt him like this and still ask him to be available whenever needed? Gwendolyn felt like a despicable person. She wished she could slap herself. But what could she do? Blame fate for playing tricks on her. DL Club. Jorge finally woke up after a long nap, only to find Kian and Carlo still around. Noticing he was awake, the two approached with mischievous grins. Old Mohammed, you're awake. You slept for quite a while. How are you feeling? All good? Why were they here? Jorge remembered. Could last night have been a dream? Ignoring them, Jorge sat up using one arm. Only then did he realize he was completely exposed under a blanket someone must have placed on him. No wonder these two were laughing. My clothes? Without that question, they might have contained their laughter, but now Kian and Carlo laughed uncontrollably. Clothes, clothes. Old Mohammed, your alcohol tolerance is getting worse. Last night you got rid of one woman, then ended up with another. We told you to have someone guard the door, but you refused. In this day and age, there are too many women trying to get close. Who knows if last night's was clean? Should we call a doctor for you, Old Mohammed? So last night was real. Jorge's face darkened menacingly. Kian, you let such incidents happen on your premises repeatedly. You failed in management and still dare laugh? If that woman last night wasn't there for his looks but to harm him. Kian suddenly stopped laughing. Sorry, Old Mohammed. I'll focus more on security. As a man, you didn't lose anything. Don't waste words. Get the surveillance footage, I want to see who dared act like that. He vaguely remembered it being Gwendolyn, hence his lapse in judgment. Surely, he didn't make a mistake, right? Seeing Jorge upset, Kian quickly retrieved the footage. Soon, Jorge saw the video. It was indeed Gwendolyn. Why did she come here late at night? That wasn't his main concern right now, his primary issue was Well, Jorge suddenly didn't know what to make of it. Their first encounter left him thinking it was deliberate, leading him to believe she'd approach him afterward. But then she became involved with Dustin. Last night, they met again in confusion, yet she quietly slipped away. This woman was truly... Jorge vowed that understanding a woman's heart was the hardest puzzle in the world, no doubt about it. Though Annabelle in the video was beautiful and had a pure aura, he wasn't sure if she was trustworthy. Kian watched Jorge's reaction. I'll have someone investigate her and bring her here as soon as possible. Before that, old Mohammed, perhaps a doctor should check you first. Jorge seemed lost in thought, leaning back against the sofa. Kian. Yes? If a woman plans to marry someone else but ends up accidentally having relations with you, what would you do? Chapter 75, Stop comparing her with all sorts of women. Kian, don't tell me you knew Annabelle from last night. Engaging with one woman and then you, with whom? Damn, you're associating with brothers' wives in the circle, whatever this is. Anyway, old Mohammed, if a woman can do this to her husband, she's definitely not good news. You can't keep her. Jorge felt he was overthinking it. Could Gwendolyn be compared with those women he knew? Even though her actions weren't much better, he couldn't stand Kian lumping her together with those other women. Bring me my clothes. Kian had already prepared a set of clean clothes for him and respectfully handed them over. Jorge dressed in front of him, letting Kian take in his excellent physique. While looking, he couldn't help but sigh. You have looks, a great figure, and a solid family background. Why can't you just find yourself a good wife? If your circle is too narrow, I'll introduce someone to you. Our Fabiancheng has plenty of suitable heiresses. I'll introduce someone who matches you. Don't demean yourself. Jorge paused in his movements, suddenly thinking of something. Really? Would Kian lie about this? His cousin Scolari had long harbored admiration for Jorge, always wanting him to put in a good word. Because of Jorge's temperament, Kian never dared to bring it up easily. But now the opportunity presented itself. As long as you say the word, it's no problem at all. Then arrange it. Jorge finished dressing and picked up his phone. Let me know when it's ready. Scolari did indeed seem destined for wealth. She never thought Jorge would act on it so quickly. Kian hurriedly began making arrangements. Jorge freshened up in Kian's office, left the DL club, and drove to the hospital. Good, Dustin wasn't there today, just Ollie and Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn was busy looking at job advertisements on her computer when Ollie called out, Bohan, instinctively turning around. Seeing Jorge, her expression immediately became awkward. Why was he back? What did he want? Was it because of last night? Jorge walked in, glanced at Gwendolyn, and lifted Ollie into his arms. Your Ricardo is here to see you. How are you feeling today? Ollie, I feel much better. It's just a bit boring. Kira Dom went to school with Bohan Gu. Only mommy is here with me. Don't worry, there's still Bohan here. Look what I brought you. He bought her a small educational gaming device without an electronic screen. It kept Ollie entertained without harming her eyesight. Ollie was delighted, kissed him on the cheek, and ran off to show Gwendolyn. Aminami, look. I got a present. Bohan bought me a game console. I love it. Ollie, how can you ask Bohan for presents again? Don't do that. After speaking to her daughter, Gwendolyn stood up uncomfortably. You came? She rarely wore makeup, and Jorge could count on one hand the times he'd seen her with cosmetics. But today, she seemed to have applied quite a lot of foundation, with a faint pink streak near the collar of her white shirt. Jorge remembered his crazed behavior last night. Under the bright light, even with thick foundation, bruise marks were visible on her neck. That fire in him flared up again. He didn't know why, but whenever he saw Gwendolyn. Ollie, go try out the game console. He redirected Ollie, leaving only them. Gwendolyn, feeling awkward, didn't know where to look, while Jorge stared at her insistently. Where were you last night? Of course, it was about last night. With all he drank, surely he wouldn't remember anything? Gwendolyn rolled her eyes. Nowhere, of course, I was in the hospital. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? She denied it. Having intimate relations with him repeatedly, why deny it afterward? Jorge was truly angry. Is there anything you want to say to me? Gwendolyn wasn't sure what he meant by this. But she definitely didn't want to establish any ties with Jorge, especially not revealing that he was Ollie's father. Feigning ignorance, she said, actually, I do have a question. Are you really the CEO of Mohammed Group? Then why? She understood that as the respectable CEO of Mohammed Group, it was natural he would be wary of her sudden request to marry after years of no contact. Pretending to go through the motions was already generous. She was foolish enough to think he was a male model. As soon as the question came out, Gwendolyn realized it was redundant, but Jorge answered her seriously. Regardless of the marriage registration, the hukou, household registration, for Ollie is genuine. Is there anything else you need to ask? Nothing more. Her goal in seeking registration was for Ollie's hukou. With that resolved, she asked for nothing more. Gwendolyn shook her head, looking at the floor, which only made Jorge angrier. What was she playing at? Was this kind of manipulation fun for her? Just as they were in a deadlock, Jorge's phone rang. Checking it, it was from Kian. Old Mohammed, I've made the arrangements. When are you free? So fast. Looking at Gwendolyn, Jorge found her increasingly irritating. Now. I'll send you the location, have her come over directly. Hanging up, Jorge asked Gwendolyn. Borrow your room for a date, okay? A date? Gwendolyn lifted her head in surprise. Did you break up with Betsy? Sort of. Jorge gauged her reaction but didn't directly answer her. Do you mind? Gwendolyn didn't mind, but she was curious why the meeting needed to happen in her room. You. Thinking he might mind, Jorge added, if you mind, don't have her come. No, that's not what Gwendolyn meant. She wanted to ask why it had to be in the ward but, seeing his sensitivity, hesitated to speak. I don't mind. You can use it freely. Should I prepare something? Jorge visibly showed his disappointment and frustration. Prepare what? Maybe some fruit or snacks. It's their first meeting, shouldn't you make a good impression on her? She was thoughtful. Not only did she not mind, but she also wanted to leave a good impression. Sure, go ahead. Jorge gritted his teeth. Gwendolyn indeed went. Take care of Ollie for a moment. I'll be right back. Fearing she would delay his plans, she moved quickly. She spent money on several kinds of fresh fruits outside the hospital, hurriedly washed and cut them, arranged them beautifully, and wiped the coffee table clean. How does it look? Should Ollie and I leave? Ollie, absorbed in her game on Jorge's lap, looked at the thoughtful Gwendolyn as she prepared everything meticulously. No need. You're very service-oriented. Help out when she arrives. Gwendolyn's diligence and thoughtfulness only made Jorge grit his teeth harder. Chapter 76, Matchmaking in front of her. Scolari was prompt, barely had her words faded when the hospital room door sounded. Gwendolyn, seeing that Jorge was holding Ollie and couldn't move easily, hurried to open the door. Their eyes met, and Scolari paused for a moment upon seeing a young, beautiful woman. I'm looking for Mr. Mohammed. He's here. Please come in. Scolari was quite renowned in Fabianching's high society, with fair skin, beauty, and an aristocratic demeanor. She entered the ward with grace, her head turning halfway to see Jorge sitting by the balcony, cradling a little girl. After an initial shock, she masked her surprise and called out sweetly. Cyan Gidge. Jorge was a good friend of her cousin Kian, so it was natural for her to address him as brother. Without standing up, Jorge glanced at her and nodded slightly, still holding Ollie. Sit down. Scolari didn't sit immediately. Kian had told her not to bring gifts, but now she saw a little girl who seemed close to Jorge. Placing her bag on the coffee table, she approached with a forced smile. This little girl is very pretty. What does she call you, Cyan Gidge? I didn't know there was a child here, I should have brought a gift. That was impolite of me. She reached out to play with Ollie, but Jorge suddenly stood up with Ollie in his arms. Ollie, Bohan has something to do. Go play over there. Ollie noticed the newcomer and blinked her big eyes. Who is she, Bohan? Gwendolyn quickly came over to take Ollie away. She's Bohan's friend. He needs to talk to this Misty. Don't cling to Bohan. Gwendolyn took Ollie to the bedside, while Scolari stood straight, gazing at Jorge. She calls you Bohan. Is she your friend's child or? So many words. Are you thirsty? Go get some water. Jorge bypassed her and sat down on the sofa. Scolari's attempts at conversation were ignored twice, making her face fall. But recalling her cousin's instructions, she quickly adjusted herself. I'm fine. Not too thirsty. Cyan Gidge, what would you like to drink? I can make coffee or tea. Scolari was impeccably dressed, perfectly made up, and exquisitely coiffed. Unfortunately, all this meticulous effort looked too generic to Jorge, like another mass-produced beauty. Moreover, her scent was too strong for him to bear. He scratched his nose unconsciously with his right index finger. You know a lot. But we don't have coffee or tea here. Scolari fell silent again. After settling Ollie, Gwendolyn glanced over and saw Jorge sprawled out on the sofa like a king, while Scolari stood beside him, smiling. It felt more like an interview than a matchmaking meeting, which seemed ridiculous. How could someone who once fancied Betsy be treating Scolari, who was clearly superior, this way? Feeling sympathetic toward Scolari, Gwendolyn stepped forward. Please sit and have some fruit. Would you like water? I'll pour you a glass. This hospital room is simple, so there's no tea, only plain water. Her polite interruption made Scolari feel more comfortable as she sat next to Jorge. Thank you. No need, I'm not thirsty. How should I address you? Before Gwendolyn could introduce herself, Jorge leaned forward, grabbed a grape from the fruit platter, and said, I'm thirsty. Get me a glass of water. Gwendolyn. Considering how good he was with Ollie and today being important to him, she decided to give him the benefit of the doubt. You two chat. I'll go get the water. Scolari, trying to start a conversation again, asked about his recent activities. What are you busy with lately? I heard Mohammed Corporation. I don't like talking business outside of work. My cousin mentioned you studied finance in M country. Funny coincidence, I graduated from there too, just 2 years behind you. What's so coincidental? Plenty of students graduate from there every year, especially 2 years behind me. Do you like grapes, Cyan Gidge? I have a friend who runs an estate dedicated to growing them. Jorge, after eating several grapes, picked up a strawberry instead. I'm just thirsty. The conversation had hit a dead end. Despite her crush on him and desire to marry him, Scolari found herself utterly embarrassed at their first meeting. Never having faced such treatment, she felt tears welling up. Cyan Gidge, if you're in a bad mood today, we can reschedule. At this point, surely Jorge would notice her discomfort. But he remained unaffected, picking another strawberry. Sure. Scolari almost rolled her eyes, grabbing her bag and standing up. Just then, Gwendolyn came back with 2 cups of tea, seeing Scolari's stance. You're leaving already? To give Jorge face, Scolari forced a smile at Gwendolyn. Cyan Gidge has matters to attend to and seems to be in a bit of a mood today. Let's chat another day. What matters did he have? Ollie needed him. Setting down the cup, Gwendolyn responded. The doctor has finished with the child. There's nothing else to do here. Why don't you leave together, Mr. Mohammed? It's so hot outside, perhaps you should escort. Not knowing Scolari's name, she introduced herself. Miss Yao went out of her way to see you. Sending her off without proper manners isn't right. Finally, someone reasonable. Scolari didn't rush to leave, hopeful as she looked at Jorge. After finishing the strawberry, he wiped his mouth slowly with a tissue, leaned back on the sofa, and looked at Gwendolyn. You seem to like her. Why don't you escort her? I have unfinished business with Ollie, so I can't leave now. Gwendolyn, Scolari. Seeing such clear rejection, staying further would be undignified. No, thank you. I'll leave on my own. You both continue your business. Scolari left the ward swiftly. Watching her disheartened back, Gwendolyn thought Jorge was overly rude. How could you treat a lady like this? She came all the way here to meet you, yet this is your attitude? Ha! Was she really amnesic? Did she forget they had been intimate twice, mere hours before? So eager to matchmake him with another woman, afraid he'd hinder her relationship with Dustin? Such behavior left much to be desired. Chapter 77, Struggling Financially. Jorge left the hospital, enraged by Gwendolyn. No sooner had he departed than a nurse arrived to collect the medical fees. Hello, Ms. Chu. The 10,000 yuan we pre-deposited for medical expenses has been used up as of today. What would you like to do? Gwendolyn was taken aback. Could this ward be so expensive? They've only stayed here for a few days, 10,000 yuan already? The nurse handed her a stack of receipts. All the payments are listed here. Please take a look. Gwendolyn examined them closely. The room cost nearly 10,000 yuan per day, and with the 2 imported medicines that Ollie needed daily, it amounted to around 20,000 yuan per day. Had she known the ward was so expensive, she wouldn't have checked in from the start. Thankfully, she still had some money to cover a few more days. She moved Ollie to a regular ward. Afterward, Gwendolyn frantically submitted job applications online to secure funds for the ongoing medical bills. By 3 in the afternoon, Gwendolyn was refreshing job pages when someone knocked on the ward door and asked the neighboring patient's family amidst chattering voices, "Is the little girl who transferred here today staying in this room?" Gwendolyn recognized the voice. Turning her head, she saw it was Miss Yao, whom she met earlier at Jorge's arranged meeting. Their eyes met, and Scolari smiled, walking over while carrying several large gift bags. Gwendolyn was surprised. Miss Yao, why are you here? Earlier, after leaving the hospital, Scolari had complained to her cousin Fabian Butchwan about feeling embarrassed. Fabian Butchwan didn't take it seriously. Old Mohammed is just like that, he doesn't like small talk, and he can be sharp-tongued. He treats everyone this way, including us. He's a typical tough guy. If you're expecting him to sweet-talk you, forget it. Just being able to have a conversation without dropping words on the floor is quite an achievement. In any case, if you want to continue, you can try. If not, I won't force you. Scolari felt reassured by her cousin's words, despite her initial uncertainty. He didn't say anything bad about me, did he? Fabian Butchwan replied, of course not. You have everything going for you, looks, figure, education, and family background. Why would he criticize you? Besides, would a man badmouth a woman behind her back? Scolari was reinvigorated by her cousin's words. After all, Jorge was the dream boyfriend that every woman in Fabiansheng wished to marry. If he were all sweetness and light, charming every woman he saw, how many girlfriends would he have? It's his cold demeanor that makes him trustworthy after marriage. What was she thinking? Regretting leaving after just a couple of minutes without even adding Jorge on WeChat, Scolari couldn't directly ask Fabian Butchwan for Jorge's contact but couldn't think of a good excuse to meet him again. Finally, she thought of Ollie. To her surprise, they had changed rooms in just a few hours, making it hard for Scolari to find them. In the crowded ward, Scolari carefully navigated past other patients' families while approaching Gwendolyn with a smile. Miss Chu, I finally found you. Why did you change rooms? It took me forever to find you. I didn't know your child was sick this morning, so I didn't bring any gifts, which felt improper, so. Gwendolyn wasn't the least bit uncomfortable. She and Scolari were barely acquaintances, not to mention knowing each other's names. Why would she need a visit? Miss Yao, you're too kind. She tried pushing Scolari's hands away, feeling embarrassed to accept the gifts, but Scolari insisted on placing them on Ollie's bed. It's not for you but for the child. Don't be so formal. Miss Chu, I felt an immediate connection with you this morning. If you don't mind, let's become friends. Gwendolyn was speechless. Why would she want to be friends with her? But she couldn't kick her out either, so she invited her to sit down. Through conversation, Scolari learned Gwendolyn's situation, a single Viviana with a gravely ill daughter, having no significant connection to Jorge except for their acquaintance due to Ollie. Realizing Jorge was compassionate, Scolari figured he'd appreciate a similarly caring partner. She decided to play up her kindness angle. Gwendolyn, not meaning to judge, but switching wards isn't a good idea. VIP wards may be pricier, but they provide a better environment for your child's health. Look at this place. The new ward was under 50 square meters, filled with 4 beds. Each bed had at least one caregiver, plus frequent visitors crowding the limited space. With hot weather and poor ventilation, it was unbearable. After just a few minutes, Scolari smelled the unpleasantness and felt mortified. So did Gwendolyn, who knew this was unhealthy for Ollie. But, thank you for your concern, Miss Yao. I'll work hard to provide a better living environment for my child. But currently what? Financial issues? Determined to secure her future happiness, Scolari offered to help despite sacrificing a luxury bag. Tell me if you're struggling. No matter how tough it is, we mustn't let it affect the child. Now that you're fully focused on caregiving without income, your savings won't last long. Don't worry, I'll support you. How about 20,000 yuan? Take it. As Scolari pulled out a card, Gwendolyn felt even more humiliated. Miss Yao, I can't accept this money. It's not like we're completely broke. Even if we were, I can't take your money without paying it back. Please stop. I can't rely on others' charity forever. Independence and self-reliance are important. Thank you very much. Seeing Gwendolyn's firm refusal, Scolari put the card away. Then, what do you plan to do next? Gwendolyn said, my friend will arrive tomorrow to help look after Ollie. Then I can search for a job. Search for a job? What job? Did you find one? Gwendolyn replied honestly, not yet. But I'm open and confident I'll find something soon. Scolari had an idea. What did you do before? Have you ever worked in sales? Are you interested? Sales? Miss Yao, what do you mean? Scolari explained, we have a jewelry counter in Marvinshing Mall, and we're short on salespeople. Someone young and attractive like you would be perfect for selling jewelry. It's respectable, has high commission, and isn't exhausting. Since you need a job, why not come work for us? #### Chapter 78, Envy. Scolari gave off such a warm and genuine vibe, and she was so beautiful that Gwendolyn couldn't imagine any reason why she would try to undermine her. She quickly trusted Scolari. Really, Miss Yao? Thank you so much. But, I don't have any experience in jewelry at all. Experience is something that accumulates over time, no one is born with it. You're so beautiful and smart, you'll get the hang of it soon. I believe in you. So, come by first thing tomorrow morning. I'll wait for you at the entrance of Marvinmouth City and personally guide you in. With the job settled, Gwendolyn called Violet. The next morning, Violet arrived at the hospital. Gwendolyn put on makeup, changed into her old professional attire, and rushed to the entrance of Marvinmouth City. Sure enough, Scolari was waiting for her. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Scolari led her to a counter in the jewelry section. Bronson Marvin, come over here. Everyone, come over for a moment, let me introduce you to a new colleague. This is my friend, Gwendolyn. She starts working with us today. Please take good care of her. Everyone knew that Scolari was the Achilles' daughter, but she rarely came around. Occasionally passing by, she barely acknowledged them. It was unexpected that she showed up so early today. They hurriedly responded, and Scolari had Gwendolyn stand behind the counter while she also went in, giving her a brief introduction to the jewelry products. Then she said kindly, this outfit doesn't quite fit the environment here. Bronson Marvin, please take her to change clothes. Bronson Marvin did not dare to slack off, leading Gwendolyn to the lounge. When Gwendolyn came out in her new attire, her figure, aura, and appearance immediately made her the standout in the store, catching everyone's eye and causing some mixed feelings. Where there are many women, there will be jealousy. Who wouldn't want to be the most beautiful, the best dressed, and the youngest among their peers? Originally, everyone was more or less on the same level, but with Gwendolyn's arrival, they felt like they had become the supporting cast. Furthermore, being introduced by the young mistress herself, failing to meet monthly targets would be embarrassing, and who knew if future regular customers might be given to her. The seasoned saleswomen looked at her with complicated expressions. Just as they were quietly gossiping about her, Scolari really brought over a wealthy woman. Caitlin Ian, you look younger every day. I remember what you looked like when I was a child, and now how old am I? Yet you still look so youthful. People say loving someone is like nurturing a flower. Clearly, Bohan has spoiled you so well, it's enviable. Caitlin Ian beamed, oh, dear, your Viviana said you went abroad to study, haven't seen you in years. Didn't expect you to grow up so much and become such a sweet talker. Kira admires you too. No matter how well I maintain myself, I can't compare to young girls like you. Not at all, you're a veteran beauty. We can never match up to you. Scolari continued to flatter her. I heard from my mom that your 30th wedding anniversary is coming up soon. I had the designer specially create a ring based on your image and personality, hoping that anyone who buys this ring can enjoy a blissful life like yours. Would you like to see it? Caitlin Ian was surprised. Is that so? You had a ring designed based on my image and personality? I didn't know about this. Scolari pulled her arm affectionately. I borrowed your story and wanted to inform you earlier, but things have been busy lately. I saw you just now and hurriedly stopped you. Caitlin Ian, are you mad at me? Of course not. Not only was she not angry, but since the ring was designed based on her image, she had to take a look. Scolari pointed to a diamond ring in the showcase with an especially large and dazzling stone, having Gwendolyn bring it out. She continued to embellish. See this diamond? It's like you, graceful and splendid. These 4 prongs represent Bohan, the 2 brothers, and younger sister Rome. They surround you like stars surrounding the moon, bringing you happiness forever. Doesn't it fit your image perfectly? To be honest, all diamond rings had similar designs, with the only differences being the size of the diamonds and slight variations in style. This ring wasn't particularly outstanding either, but Scolari praised it so convincingly. Caitlin Ian couldn't say it didn't suit her and smiled as she put the ring on. Anlin, you're such a sweet talker. So clever, whoever gets you as a daughter-in-law will be lucky. Anlin, interested in our family? Both your brothers are still single, and Kira has a good temper, guaranteed to be a great Viviana-in-law. Scolari pretended to be shy. Oh, Kira, I've only been back for a short while, and I still feel young. Saying this feels awkward. Haha, amid laughter and chat, Gwendolyn seized the opportunity to join in. Mrs. Ian has skin like congealed jade and a regal demeanor. Wearing this ring truly highlights your beauty. I've never understood what it means to be unmatched in beauty until now. It's truly a worthy purchase. Miss Yao, I think whenever the designer hits a creative block, you should bring him to meet Mrs. Ian. Guaranteed inspiration. Both Scolari and Gwendolyn were praising her, and with her already feeling pleased with herself, Mrs. Ian felt she was floating on cloud 9. Looking at the ring again, it became even more appealing. Look at how sweet both of you are. Since this ring suits me so well, I'll buy it. 30 years of hard work for this family, it's time to give myself a big gift. Scolari added, absolutely. Bohan loves you so much, he will support you. Gwendolyn, help Caitlin Ian place the order. Unexpectedly, Gwendolyn managed to close her first deal within minutes of starting. She hurried to the computer to process the sale. In no time, a ring worth 4.6 million sold. They politely and warmly saw Mrs. Ian off. Turning back, Scolari patted Gwendolyn on the shoulder. I told you you'd be perfect for this. Your timing was impeccable. You deserved this sale. With a 1% commission, that's 46,000 for you. Congratulations. Gwendolyn knew it was only because Scolari wanted to help her that she got this commission. Otherwise, handing over the customer to the other seasoned saleswomen, she wouldn't have had the chance to interject. Miss Yao, I don't know how to thank you. Just do your best, that's the best return for me. Scolari patted her again. All right, I have other matters to attend to, so I can't stay longer. Good luck. Watching Scolari leave, Gwendolyn returned to the counter, resolved to familiarize herself with all the products as soon as possible, remember their meanings, and actively promote them to customers to help Ollie get a better room. She needed to keep going. Beside her, the seasoned saleswomen glared with envy at the obvious favoritism from the young mistress. Chapter 79, General Mohammed's toughness never owes a Brantleaf. Gwendolyn had an incredibly lucky first day at work. In the afternoon, she sold a diamond ring to a man planning to propose to his wife, earning her a commission of 50,000 yuan in just one day. Earning 50,000 in one day was unimaginable to her before, but it happened today. If this continued, it would not be a problem for Ollie's hospitalization expenses. Suddenly feeling that life held new hope, she was the first one at the mall the next day. Next door, some workers were busy upgrading the shop sign, and fine dust occasionally drifted over the counter. Gwendolyn swept the floor and carefully wiped the counter again. The manager saw how young, beautiful, and dedicated to her work she was and couldn't help praising her. Truly capable, as expected from someone personally recommended by a miss. Keep it up, our brand's performance is pretty good. As long as you work hard, you will definitely earn money. Gwendolyn happily agreed, and after bidding farewell to Thorntonager, she turned around to see 3 senior employees coming to work together. They heard Thorntonager praise her and their faces darkened one by one. Who would have thought after so many years of harmonious coexistence, a show-off would come out of nowhere? Those who know think she's desperate for money, while those who don't would assume she has a cheap bone and likes to fawn on others. Look at how capable she pretends to be. That's true, most annoying are such low-life women. Naturally, Gwendolyn noticed their unfriendly looks, but being new, she figured she should be polite. She still greeted them politely. They responded indifferently and found seats. On Scolari's side, having arranged Gwendolyn's job, she felt she now had the means to meet Jorge again, so she messaged Kian. Damien, do you have time tonight? Let's get dinner with Damien Sion. I'll treat you both. Speaking of which, I haven't treated you to a meal since returning home. Kian knew Scolari had other intentions. Forget it. Why would I join in when you two are having dinner? You're my brother, why would it be joining in? If you're willing to grace us, I can book a restaurant right now. Kian, even if I'm free, your Damien Sion may not be. If you really want to invite him to dinner, ask him directly. As for me, there's nothing special between us. Don't worry about me. Drinking isn't bad though. Once you finally land old Mohammed, I'll drink a few more cups at your wedding. Scolari couldn't help laughing at the thought of her wedding. I wish I could ask him directly, but yesterday I didn't get his phone or WeChat because of my temper. It's not convenient. Kian, so through this, you need to understand a principle, Anlin, impulse is the devil. An adult's maturity comes from controlling their temper. Otherwise, look. Yes, brother, you're right. So how do I invite Damien Sion? Kian thought for a moment. Don't bother getting his WeChat or phone number, after all, you left on bad terms. It'd look unseemly to pursue him now. Wait, let me check his whereabouts. Have a chance encounter with him, wouldn't that be romantic and face-saving? Indeed, as a blood-related cousin, Kian understood his sister very well. Scolari sent a loving emoji and obediently waited. Kian directly called Jorge. Early in the morning, Jorge just arrived at the company, his tone cold. What's up? Kian, can't I call you if nothing's up? Old Mohammed, I'm not in a good mood today. You come drink with me. In a bad mood at 8 in the morning? Jorge said coldly, did a woman kick you out of bed? Did Saint Kian ever slip up? Hey. Even he makes jokes like that? Kian laughed. Stop teasing me, just say if you're coming. No. Jorge refused straightforwardly, I'm not idle today. My schedule is packed. Ask Carlo. If I could find him, why call you? Why are you always so busy? Where are you heading today? To discuss cooperation with Oceanic Technology. 9 o'clock. Not much time left. So Nico, I have to hang up. Afterward, Jorge hung up. Kian was speechless for a couple of seconds and texted Scolari, 9 o'clock, Oceanic Technology. At 8:50, Jorge's car arrived at the entrance of Oceanic Technology. Robert had just helped open the car door and a clear female voice came from behind. Damien Sion. What a coincidence, you're here too. Jorge slightly turned his head to see a professionally dressed woman with a smiling face. Big eyes, high nose bridge, small mouth, V-shaped face, all too perfect. Who was she? Scolari ran a few steps closer to him. I came here to meet a friend. Didn't expect to bump into you. Are you also here for Oceanic Technology? Truly a coincidence. Jorge remembered, wasn't she the one he met at the hospital yesterday? What was her name? Seeing his puzzled expression, Scolari smiled. Do you not remember me? Sure, the great CEO must forget a lot. I'm Scolari, Kian's cousin. We met at Ollie's ward yesterday. Indeed, it was her. Jorge nodded. Speaking of yesterday, Scolari gave a shy smile. Sorry for yesterday, I got upset and said unpleasant things. I felt regretful afterward. Damien Sion, you're not mad, are you? Not mad. Because Jorge hadn't taken her seriously. Scolari sighed in relief. Good. But I still feel sorry. Give me a chance to apologize. When you're free, let me treat you to dinner. Jorge didn't want to have dinner with her and disliked her familiarity. He glanced at his watch. My meeting starts in 2 minutes. He was indeed difficult to deal with, always dodging conversations. Scolari pulled out her phone and smiled. Then go ahead, I won't disturb you. We can contact later. Add me on WeChat, Damien Sion. Message me when you're done. Jorge glanced at her polished nails. My accounts are managed by assistants, I hardly use them. So, did he refuse her? She specially came here just to add his WeChat? Scolari felt embarrassed but tried to control her expression. It's okay as long as we can contact you. Contacting through assistants works. I plan to visit Ollie at the hospital this afternoon, unsure what food she likes. After our meal, you can send something based on Ollie's preference. Chapter 80 Unexplained Possessiveness. The mention of Alida successfully caught Jorge's attention. Yesterday, she didn't even know who Alida was, and today she was already calling her by name and planning to visit the hospital. Was this woman too friendly too quickly? Jorge felt an inexplicable sense of possessiveness towards Alida. Why do you want to see Alida? Because Xiao Gwendolyn is my friend. Alida is so adorable, yet she suffers from such a severe illness. I feel so heartbroken for her, isn't it natural to go and visit her? Had she become friends with Gwendolyn so quickly? Did Gwendolyn lack friends that much? Although Jorge was irritated by her sudden involvement, he had no right to hinder her actions. After hearing Scolari finish speaking, he started to leave, but Scolari took another step forward. We haven't added each other on WeChat yet. Damien Sion, what kind of food do you like? I can order a restaurant according to your taste. And as for Alida, since you're closer to her, what does she like to eat? I can arrange it in advance. Jorge, aren't you friends with Gwendolyn? She understands her daughter better than me. Gwendolyn? She's working at my jewelry store now and probably can't play with her phone easily. Jorge paused in his steps. Gwendolyn went to work. Seeing that she had caught his attention again, Scolari felt more confident about her approach. She proudly recounted how she arranged Gwendolyn's job yesterday, changed Elida's ward, and described Elida's pitiful condition to Jorge. I did it out of sympathy for them. Elida is so young and has suffered so much. I had no other intentions. Damien Sion, you won't blame me for meddling, will you? Jorge thought she indeed meddled too much. Gwendolyn was supposed to marry Dustin, and Dustin had arranged everything from bone marrow matching to hospitalization for Elida. Why suddenly change Gwendolyn's ward? Could it be that she and Dustin had an argument? Robert, give her your WeChat. Jorge entered the building first, while Scolari added Robert on WeChat and happily went home to change into a delicate dress. At 11 a.m., before she could send him a message, Jorge unexpectedly messaged her first. Where are you? Scolari hurriedly replied, at home. Waiting for your message. Where should we go for lunch? Jorge seemed not to notice her question. Where is Gwendolyn working? What did he mean? Was he planning to find Gwendolyn at this hour? Or did he want her to join him for lunch? Didn't Gwendolyn say they had nothing to do with each other? Why did he seem so concerned about her? Marvin Mouse City. Damien Sion, are you thinking? Let's eat at Marvin Mouse City. I'm on my way. Marvin Mouse City mostly had fast food places, not high-end restaurants. Was he really that down-to-earth? Scolari was stunned for a moment but quickly set off. As long as she could have a meal with him, anywhere was fine. When she parked her car and rushed to the entrance of Marvin Mouse City, Jorge and Robert were just entering. Scolari greeted them. You guys are pretty quick. Damien Sion, what would you like to eat? First, show me around your family's store. Scolari was thrilled. Although their family's business couldn't compare with the Mohammed family, it was still quite well known in Fabiancheng. Did Jorge starting to investigate her family's business mean he considered her as a potential fiancé? If her employees and other brand staff knew she was at this stage with Jorge, wouldn't all of Fabiancheng's elites know soon? The thought of other women envying her filled her with joy. She happily led Jorge to the jewelry section. But before they approached, she saw two women standing at their counter, shouting at someone inside. They were Mary Beth and Ophelia. Since Ophelia told Mary Beth about the single wealthy man named Dustin accompanying Gwendolyn, Mary Beth had been plotting ways to get close to him. After researching for a whole day, she finally found out about Dustin's whereabouts and intentionally caused a rear-end collision with his car this morning, dressed beautifully. Thinking she would finally speak with Dustin, Mary Beth was disappointed when he didn't even look at her, leaving the accident scene to his assistant. Feeling defeated and angry, Mary Beth asked the unemployed Ophelia to shop with her to pass the time. Coincidentally, while shopping, they spotted Gwendolyn. Wasn't Gwendolyn supposed to be doing great with two powerful men supporting her? How did she end up working again? Driven by curiosity, the two women approached the counter, coldly mocking Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn knew they were deliberately causing trouble and couldn't let them walk away easily. So, she announced to her colleagues. Do you all know this Miss Ma? She's no ordinary person. Not only is she young and beautiful, but her family is wealthy, with countless admirers chasing after her in Fabiancheng. A simple bracelet means nothing to her, buying our entire store wouldn't be an issue. It's rare for Miss Ma to grace us with her presence. Everyone, come greet her. The luxury goods salespeople were keen observers. Anyone rich or poor could be identified from their attire. They hadn't expected that this average-looking woman was so wealthy. To avoid missing a golden opportunity, they gathered around to serve Mary Beth, making her feel incredibly special and letting her try on every bracelet style in the store. Finally, Mary Beth had no choice but to pick a bracelet worth over 100,000 yuan. I'm not saying I don't buy. Your styles are too ordinary, not quite to my taste. Contact me when you have new arrivals. But considering how enthusiastic you've been, I'll buy this one. Huh, broke and acting like she had money. After over an hour of hassle, she ended up buying the cheapest one. Everyone saw through her act and walked away disdainfully, handing back the customer service to Gwendolyn. Even small gains matter. Gwendolyn processed the transaction and prepared to see Mary Beth off when Annabelle suddenly shouted. Gwendolyn, how dare you? You kept boasting about your brand strength and genuine materials, but look, the diamond fell off before I left the counter. Do you take me for a fool? Impossible. Gwendolyn examined the bracelet and realized it wasn't the one she sold. The one sold was still hanging on its tag, while this one showed signs of daily wear, with faint scratches. Before she could explain, Mary Beth started slamming the table. Deceiving consumers publicly, do you want to stay in business? Call your manager out. Note, the translation maintains the original paragraph structure and tone, keeping character names in pinyin format as requested. Chapter 81, Impoverished to the point of resorting to fraud? When Scolari and company arrived, Thorntonager had just come out to calm Mary Beth down. Miss, please calm down. If this is our fault, we will certainly handle it for you. Let's keep our voices down so as not to disturb other customers. Sit down, and let's discuss this properly. What do you mean, if it's your fault? The item was bought from your counter. If it's not your fault, then whose is it? Mary Beth arrogantly pointed at the jewelry counters on either side, refusing to back down. You brag about how reputable your brand is, how the quality is top-notch, and that you'll compensate tenfold for any fakes. But now it seems like mere boasting. It hasn't even been long since I got it, and the diamonds have already fallen off. What am I supposed to do if I take it home? Forget it, tell me what you're going to do now. The manager, with years of experience in the industry, had never encountered such a situation before. It wasn't impossible for their diamonds to fall off, but this seemed too casual and unreasonable. Miss, please don't get upset. Let me check this item for authenticity. If it's not damaged by misuse, we will replace it immediately. Replace it? With the quality you provide, should I dare accept another one? Did I spend over $100,000 for trash? You boldly promised tenfold compensation if it's fake. Can you live up to that claim? The other colleagues couldn't help but laugh. Gwendolyn had said she was some noble miss with a wealthy background, but it turned out she was just a poor person trying to extort money, demanding $1 million in compensation. Truly ridiculous. Even Thorntonager looked at Gwendolyn speechlessly. Gwendolyn handed the bracelet to Thorntonager, saying, "This bracelet isn't the one I sold recently. Look, there's fine dust and slight scratches on the clasp. It has clearly been worn for some time." The manager carefully examined it and found it true. While the design matched theirs, it was definitely not new. Coincidentally, the adjacent shops were under renovation, and to prevent short circuits, the power to this row had been cut off, rendering surveillance useless. But they couldn't let her continue causing a scene and damaging the brand's image. Such responsibility would be unaffordable. Did anyone see anything unusual when Gwendolyn was ringing up the receipt? "This bracelet doesn't seem to be from our store," Thorntonager asked. Several employees, hoping for Gwendolyn to make a mistake and not return tomorrow, all shook their heads. No. The manager could only ask Mary Beth again, "Miss, do you possibly have two identical bracelets and accidentally picked up the wrong one? Do you think I'm stupid? If I already had an identical one, why would I spend over $100,000 on another? Just to boost your sales figures? Don't tell me you don't question a customer's character. Don't waste my time. Just say if you're compensating or not. If not, I'll call everyone over to see how you treat customers unfairly and engage in open fraud." She shouted so loudly that employees from neighboring stores started watching. Because of the competition, many secretly took out their phones to record. Once posted online, the losses would be incalculable. Gwendolyn knew Mary Beth was targeting her. Not wanting to involve everyone, she coldly told Mary Beth, "If you continue making a scene, I'll call the police. Don't think no surveillance means you can escape unpunished." Mary Beth, lying is still lying. Over 100,000 means jail time. Don't cry then. Threatening me? Selling me these substandard fakes, yet you threaten me? Everyone, come look. See how they run their business, openly defrauding people. Seeing the surveillance was down, Mary Beth acted even more recklessly. "I'm not afraid of the police. Call them if you dare. Let's see who ends up in jail for those 100,000. Seeing her audacity, Gwendolyn realized something. She and Betsy had conspired and hidden the real bracelet. This was personal between her and Mary Beth. Once the police came, they'd only check Mary Beth's bag. Without evidence or surveillance, and with the receipt I wrote, I would be held responsible for selling substandard goods. What did I do to offend this woman to make her go this far?" Many passers-by were attracted by Mary Beth's shouting, quickly gathering around the counter. Scolari was furious. They had been in business for years without encountering such disgrace. She started walking over, but Jorge pulled her back. "Stay. Another annoying woman, why was Gwendolyn still dealing with her? Wasn't she known for being tough, unrelenting against Betsy? Why couldn't she handle this one?" Jorge wanted to see how Gwendolyn would handle this. With the crowd gathered, Mary Beth started making false claims. Betsy stood nearby, enjoying the show. Gwendolyn, looking at Mary Beth's smug face, suddenly grabbed Betsy's bag when she wasn't paying attention and dumped everything on the counter. People gasped as Gwendolyn displayed the items. "Gwendolyn, you. Betsy tried to grab the bag back, but it was too late. Brand lipsticks, phones, tissues, and the shiny, brand new bracelet lay scattered. Gwendolyn lifted the bracelet for everyone to see. "Miss Ma, you accused me of selling you defective goods and said you didn't have two identical bracelets. So, what's this?" Mary Beth's face turned red and white, glaring at Betsy and Gwendolyn. She lunged forward, grabbing items and angrily yelling. "Why did you snatch my bag? Who do you think you are? Have you no manners?" Gwendolyn sneered, "Is it lack of manners, or you two driven mad by poverty? Your bracelet is in her bag. Are you stealing from each other or working together to defraud? Regardless, everyone see their faces. Be careful if you shop here." Unexpectedly, public opinion shifted quickly. The crowd started gossiping about Mary Beth and Betsy. Embarrassed, they stopped asking for tenfold compensation, snatched the bracelet, shoved it in their pockets, and tried to run, but Thorntonager blocked their path. "Running? Stop them. Defaming our reputation and brand, I've called the police." Some helpful citizens blocked the two, who were utterly embarrassed. Betsy desperately looked around, wishing to disappear into a hole. Suddenly, she saw Jorge in the crowd. "Damien Sion? Help us, Damien Sion. Note asterisk names are transliterated according to opinion and context. Chapter 82, Who told you to come out to work? Elder Damien C. Ainsworth. This woman actually knew Jorge too. Initially, Scolari was delighted by the sudden turn of events and wore an expression of satisfaction. But upon seeing Ophelia waving her hand to appeal for help from Jorge, her face darkened again. Do you know each other? Elder Damien C. Ainsworth, you. I don't. Jorge's expression remained unchanged as he left Scolari and walked toward the counter, pulling Gwendolyn out from behind it under everyone's gaze. Elder Damien C. Ainsworth, Elder Damien C. Ainsworth? It's me, Ophelia. Look at me. It's all a misunderstanding, we were framed by Gwendolyn. I don't want to go to the police station. Elder Damien C. Ainsworth, please say a word for me. Jorge ignored Ophelia's cries for help and continued to drag Gwendolyn past the crowd. Scolari looked bewildered. What are you doing? Without stopping, Jorge said, I'll treat you to a meal another day. I'm taking her away first. As for those two, handle them however you like. Gwendolyn was pulled into the car, stuffed into the back seat, and had the door slammed shut before she could struggle. What are you doing? I'm at work. Not even saying goodbye before leaving, my manager will be upset. It's only my second day here. Please don't make me lose my job. Being a luxury goods salesperson, her hair was neatly combed, her makeup carefully done, her clothes impeccable, and she even wore a stylish scarf around her neck like a business-class flight attendant. She was not only beautiful but dressed beautifully, and every move she made was graceful. Gwendolyn slightly frowned, pursing her lips in dissatisfaction, just like Ollie. Jorge watched her, momentarily dazed. It wasn't until Gwendolyn tried to open the door again that he snapped out of it and held her back. I heard you moved Ollie to a different ward. What happened? How can you come to work leaving her there? You wouldn't have left her alone in the ward, right? That place is crowded with all sorts of people. Aren't you afraid someone might take her away? Heard? Heard from whom? Definitely from Scolari. Why was he suddenly so caring about Ollie? Embarrassed by being seen in this predicament again, Gwendolyn pulled her hand away. Why does Miss Yao tell you everything? Jorge stared at her, didn't you and Dustin? Are you two having a falling out? Has he refused to pay Ollie's medical expenses? Do you need money? I'm asking you questions. Why did you come out to work? What about Ollie? His questions seemed like they came from someone very close to her who felt entitled to explanations. Gwendolyn didn't want to take advantage of Dustin or him, Mr. Big CEO. She liked this job very much and found it satisfying. I've always been just a simple employer and employee relationship with Shaw. Now that the child is sick, I can't work for him anymore, and naturally, this relationship ends. Why would he continue to pay for the medical expenses? Ollie has her god Viviana watching over her. Don't worry. Once I earn enough money, I'll move her back to the VIP ward. Can I return now? Just an employer and employee relationship? Didn't it seem like something more a few days ago? Jorge understood that for a woman with no income and a sick daughter, marrying a cunning old fox like Dustin wouldn't be easy. Clearly, Gu was tired of her, broke up with her, and no longer wanted to take care of them. Gwendolyn must have felt embarrassed to admit it. Suddenly, his mood improved. He didn't press on Gwendolyn's lie. Where should we go? To the hospital. Let me see Ollie. Jorge had never seen such a filthy, chaotic ward before. It completely shattered his previous impression of hospitals. Wards were meant for patients to recuperate, but this one was packed, overcrowded, and filled with foul air. Would Ollie not get infected by some other diseases here? At the door, he saw the chaotic scene inside. Some people were smoking, coughing, serving patients, changing bandages, chatting loudly. Jorge couldn't move forward. With his severe OCD, he couldn't enter such an environment and couldn't imagine how Ollie, such a lovely child, could survive here. Seeing his disdainful look, Gwendolyn understood. If you find it dirty, don't come in. I'll let Ollie talk to you outside. She squeezed through the crowd and soon, Ollie peeked out with Violet's hand. Bohan. She ran outside and was picked up by Jorge. Was it psychological or real? But after only a day, Jorge thought she looked thinner, paler, and almost pitiful. Missed me? Yes. Ollie hugged his neck, her big eyes blinking at him. Aminami said our VIP ward lease expired, so we had to move here. I thought if you couldn't find us, we'd never meet again. Yesterday, I cried secretly, thinking I'd never see you again. I'm so happy to see you today. She thought she'd never see him again and cried in secret. Jorge felt a warm ache in his heart. Silly girl. If the ward lease expired, why didn't you tell Bohan? I could have extended it. This place is too dirty and unsuitable for you to live. Let's go back. Ollie knew that room was bigger and brighter, far better than this one. But Amina said they had to be self-reliant and not spend others' money. No need, Bohan. This place is fine. Amina says there are many people, which makes it lively, and everyone likes me. I feel very happy living here. But Jorge frowned, determined. No way. Look at that person, he definitely has lung disease. And that one keeps smoking. If you stay long, you'll be infected. As he spoke, he glanced into the ward. Inside, Violet had been sizing him up for a while. As a professional fashion designer, how could she not recognize the quality of Jorge's suit and his excellent figure? Her eyes nearly popped out. Gwendolyn, who is this man? Damn, what a good body. Is this suit handmade? The craftsmanship is incredible. When did you start dating such a rich and handsome man? Tell me quickly. Gwendolyn was speechless for a moment. He's someone Ollie met on the street. I don't know what he does. Met on the street? Violet sized up Jorge again and nodded. Although it's a bit unbelievable, it sounds like something your daughter would do. This kid is quite social and lovable. She's been praised endlessly by everyone here. He's looking at us, calling you. Gwendolyn pulled Violet to the ward entrance. Up close, Violet thought, damn, such perfect skin and defined features. She felt like fainting from Jorge's handsomeness. Chapter 83, a man who doesn't look Brant like he's short of money. Hello, handsome. Not knowing how to address him and unable to stay silent, Violet greeted him with a cliched line. Jorge glanced at her without replying, instead turning to Gwendolyn. Pack up and follow me. Gwendolyn knew he wanted to change Ollie's ward and stood rooted to the spot. No need to change it. I've started earning money. In a few days, I can afford to move her back. There's nothing to pack then. Let's go. Jorge paid no heed to her refusal, turning to carry Ollie away. Gwendolyn was speechless. Violet didn't understand what they were talking about. Where did he ask you to go with him? He wants to move Ollie back to a VIP ward. That's great. He clearly doesn't look like someone short on money. If he wants to transfer her, let him. Gwendolyn couldn't believe those words came from Violet. I'm not related to him, why would he do this for us? Violet paused for 2 seconds before laughing suddenly. Does he fancy you? Gwendolyn, don't be silly. What does it matter? If he doesn't fancy you and just wants to do a good deed, let him. People like him have endless money. To them, money is just numbers. If not spent on you, it'll be wasted on other nonsense. Why waste an opportunity? If he fancies you, Gwendolyn, consider yourself lucky. Getting a tall, handsome, rich husband for free sounds pretty good, doesn't it? You're not losing out, so why hesitate? Gwendolyn was speechless again. All right, Violet, who liked Jorge, hurriedly urged her. Don't just stand there. Go after him, or you won't know where he's taking your daughter. Following Jorge, they ended up in the hospital director's office. Jorge inquired about Ollie's transplant matching progress over the past few days. The director checked the records. The bone marrow matching has just begun and hasn't found a suitable match yet. Ollie's current health indicators are normal. Actually, she doesn't need to stay in the hospital. I can ask Joseph to prescribe some medication for her to recuperate at home. That would save a lot on hospital fees, so Gwendolyn agreed. Jorge returned Ollie to Gwendolyn and personally collected half a month's worth of medication for Ollie. Where do you live? I'll take you both back. Gwendolyn intended to say she could take a taxi, but seeing his firm gaze, she kept quiet. She mentioned the name of their residential area. Jorge first dropped off Violet at her place, then arrived at Gwendolyn's neighborhood with them. Gwendolyn rented a very old apartment building because it was cheap. It had no elevator, and the surrounding facilities were dilapidated. As soon as the car stopped, Jorge frowned. You live here? What was wrong with this place? Gwendolyn disliked his expression. Many people lived here. They only needed a place to sleep and eat. Who cares about these details? Thanks for driving us back. You must be busy, so we won't invite you in. Goodbye. How rude, not even offering him a drink. Ignoring her rudeness, Jorge noticed there wasn't much nutritious food at home and saw a small supermarket near the entrance. He said, Okay, you go ahead. Ollie said goodbye to Jorge and Robert before entering the building with Gwendolyn. Jorge told Robert to wait in the car, went to the supermarket alone, bought 2 boxes of milk and some nutritious snacks for kids, and entered the neighborhood. Unexpectedly, he saw Gwendolyn and Ollie being stopped by someone. The opposing person was loudly arguing, indicating a conflict. An elderly lady holding a boy around Ollie's age shouted. This crystal ball was specially brought back from North City by my son. It's a collaboration between top brands, costing thousands. You want to compensate with $10? Dream on. I don't care. Give me $5,000 or you're not going anywhere today. Pay up now. The boy held a shiny crystal ball with faint cracks, caused by rolling towards Gwendolyn's feet while playing on the ground. Gwendolyn almost tripped over it but said nothing. The elderly lady, however, was furious. She tried not to argue with the elder and suppressed her temper. Kira, if you want to accuse someone falsely, at least make it plausible. These crystal balls sell for $10 each at our neighborhood store. I accidentally stepped on it and offered $10 just to comfort the child. Why are you asking for such an exorbitant amount? Requesting $5,000 is enough for fraud charges. If you insist on blocking me, I'll call the police. Hearing this, the elderly lady's face turned even more aggressive. Falsely accusing me? I'm an elderly woman who has lived honestly all my life. Now you say I'm scamming you after stepping on our belongings? Don't think I'll back down just because you're young. Quickly pay up, or I'll call my son. He won't spare you either. Gwendolyn wouldn't pay. Forget calling anyone. This ball isn't worth $5,000. We can call the police if necessary. Plop. The elderly lady suddenly laid on the ground with her grandson, rolling around dramatically. Help. Someone is beating me. This woman broke something and attacked us. Is there no justice? Help. Her shouting drew the attention of nearby parents and grandparents. Adhering to the principle that the older one is always right, everyone criticized Gwendolyn. What's wrong with you? Are you uncivilized, bullying an elderly child? Don't you respect the elderly? Pick her up. Young people nowadays lack manners. Yeah, living in the same neighborhood and still acting so rudely. Gwendolyn was at a loss. Was it her unlucky day? Why keep meeting blackmailers? Ollie, seeing her mom being blamed, became red-faced with anger. My mom didn't hit her or scold her. That grandma fell down herself. How can you be unreasonable? Don't talk about my mom like that. TSK, like Viviana, like daughter. So fierce at such a young age. Looks like you're raising a future social menace. Yeah, Tia, quickly call your son and daughter-in-law. Sighing inwardly, Gwendolyn thought about these unscrupulous elders. Marventing to get Ollie back to rest, she had to deal with this mess again. Suddenly, a strong hand rested on her shoulder, and Jorge's familiar voice spoke. I recorded everything on my phone. Fraud plus extortion, indeed, we should call your family. You might end up in jail. Chapter 84, Moving. What? When the elderly woman heard that everything that just happened had been recorded, her wailing instantly stopped. Who are you trying to fool? She hit me and pushed me down. Even if it was recorded, I'm not afraid. Extortion? Fraud? You're just trying to get out of paying. Everyone, please bear witness, this woman is so disrespectful. Jorge ignored her and tapped on his phone screen. The footage of their argument began to play. People craned their necks to see. When they saw that the elderly woman had lain down by herself, no one spoke up. Jorge put away his phone. We'll let the police decide the truth. I've already called them. If you don't mind getting cold, feel free to continue lying there. Hearing that he had indeed recorded the scene and called the police, the elderly woman's face changed. She picked up her grandson and stood up. I am too mature to bother with such pettiness. Humph. Better never let me see you again, wicked woman, or else I will insult you every time I see you. With that, she hugged her grandson and tried to leave. Jorge stepped forward to block her, but Gwendolyn pulled back his arm. Forget it. We live in the same neighborhood. Plus, she's old. Let's not make a fuss over this. Still holding to the notion that age equals reason, the bystanders agreed. Exactly. She's old, doesn't understand much, and raising a child is tough for her. Don't argue with her. Young people, go on with your business. Jorge really couldn't stand these disorderly small-town folk. He looked at Ollie, only to find her also shaking her head. Bohan, let it be. We won't quarrel with elders. For Ollie's sake, Jorge allowed the elderly woman to leave. Only then did Gwendolyn notice the pile of items he carried. Why did you buy so much? For Ollie to eat. Which floor do you live on? I'll help carry them up. Gwendolyn really didn't want to take advantage of him any further, but since he had already bought them, asking him to return the items seemed petty. She led him upstairs. The old residential area had no elevator or property management. The stairs were always dirty and dark, rarely touched by sunlight. Gwendolyn kicked the floor once, and the motion sensor light in the hallway flickered. Just be careful where you step. The staircase hasn't been cleaned for who knows how long, it's very dirty. As soon as Jorge entered, he smelled mold. Each step felt sticky, making him want to turn around immediately. How did you find such a place? How much rent does it cost? Gwendolyn didn't want to answer. The rent wouldn't even cover one of his meals. But for someone like her, potentially renting all her life, those pennies added up and could crush her. Pretending not to hear, Gwendolyn pulled Ollie up the stairs and opened the door. Though the house was small, it was meticulously clean and warmly decorated, a stark contrast to the outside, which made Jorge feel slightly more comfortable. Do you have slippers? He asked, standing by the door. Of course not. Only Gwendolyn and Ollie lived there, and no men ever visited. Why would she have men's slippers? It's fine, come right in. I'll give the place a thorough cleaning later. Unable to tolerate dirty shoes on her clean floor, Jorge glanced at the shoe rack and grabbed a pink pair of slippers meant for bathing, squeezing his feet into them. He placed the items on the coffee table and began surveying the house. It was still sweltering outside, it was mid-afternoon, bright and sunny. Yet no sunlight penetrated the house. When renting, didn't you consider lighting? Does your room never get any sun? Gwendolyn didn't want to talk about anything related to the house. She washed a kettle at the sink. Thirsty? I can boil some water for you. There was no water purifier in the kitchen, and no bottled water in the house. Jorge frowned. Do you drink tap water regularly? Gwendolyn felt humiliated. She was unable to provide a better living condition for Ollie, and she knew it. But this was the environment she had grown up in. I won't renew the lease this month and will find a brighter place. Wait until the end of the month? Jorge couldn't bear the thought of Ollie living in this environment for another minute. Pack your things now and follow me. He took the kettle from her hand. They stood mere inches apart. Gwendolyn could see the gloomy expression on his face and feel his intense anger. Where were they going? This was her home, where else should they go? Jorge glanced outside where Ollie was curiously unpacking the items he bought. He lowered his voice. Ollie is sick. She doesn't understand anything. Are you pretending to be clueless too? If she continues living here, when will she recover? Saving a little money now might only worsen her illness. Do you know how to calculate costs? Gwendolyn was speechless. Are you still standing there? Go pack your things. Fine. Gwendolyn admitted that Ollie shouldn't live here. If they were to move, so be it. But she couldn't go with Jorge. Understood. We'll move tomorrow. I'll find a new place tonight. Jorge didn't believe she'd move tomorrow. People who clung to money would do anything. You can stay here if you want, but Ollie must go with me now. Gwendolyn, even as an outsider, I can't bear seeing her live like this. What are you thinking as a Viviana? As for those neighbors, they're vile and crude. Raising her in such an environment, don't you fear? In ancient times, Velma Meng moved 3 times to provide a good living environment for her son. As a Viviana, she spared no effort. But what about her? To save money, she had placed her daughter in such conditions. Feeling guilty, Gwendolyn wanted to find a hole to hide in after hearing Jorge's words. Reflecting on how much she already owed him, for Ollie's sake, what harm was adding one more debt? Where are we going? Just as Jorge was about to answer, his phone rang. He looked at it grimly. It was his grandfather. Wait, I need to take this call. Chuck. His grandfather's voice was booming and full of indignation. Do you still remember who I am? That you would even answer my call? I thought the busy CEO had forgotten about this old man. Do you remember what day it is today? Jorge checked his calendar. Today was his grandfather's 80th birthday, which he had completely forgotten. Your 88th birthday. Rest assured, I remember. I will certainly come back to wish you a happy birthday this evening. Humph. By 5:30 at the latest. A second late, and I'll disown you. Chapter 85, quickly, call Bohan. After hanging up the phone, Jorge shook his phone at Gwendolyn. Did you hear everything? Come with me to the mall. Jorge's father passed away due to a serious illness when he was 12. His Viviana had a strong personality and their relationship wasn't particularly close before his father's death. Thus, they only had Jorge. After his father's death, the relationship between Jorge and his domineering Viviana became even more strained. Feeling uninterested in staying with the Mohammed family, his Viviana moved abroad alone. He grew up under the care of his grandfather. Pitying him for having no parents, his grandfather doted on Jorge and was particularly concerned about his marriage. However, Jorge didn't have much luck with women and couldn't find someone he liked. He kept dodging marriage, which upset the old man. Since his father's passing, his grandfather placed extra emphasis on family ties. Over the years, his second Misty and Ricardo, as well as third Misty and Ricardo, lived together with the old man. Unwilling to listen to his grandfather nagging or endure sarcastic remarks from his Misties, Jorge often used his busy work schedule as an excuse not to return home. Initially, he remembered to go back every weekend. But since arguing with his second Misty earlier this year, he hadn't visited for months. If it weren't for his grandfather's call, he wouldn't have thought about the 80th birthday celebration at all. Feeling guilty yet unsure what gift to buy, Jorge took Gwendolyn and Ollie to the mall. Gwendolyn also had little connection with her relatives. Her parents both passed away due to illness during her middle school years, leaving her dependent on her brother. Never having given gifts to elders before, she was clueless. Buy him a suit? After browsing for a few minutes without Jorge showing any interest, Gwendolyn suggested. Jorge shook his head. He doesn't like store-bought clothes. He wears custom-made outfits and doesn't lack clothing. What about some food? What does he like best? The household has chefs specializing in Cantonese, Sichuan, Hunan, and Anhui cuisine. Johnny probably wouldn't appreciate outside food. Seeing nothing worked, Gwendolyn decided to keep quiet. Jorge led Ollie ahead, thinking of buying some antiques for his grandfather since that was his main hobby. While contemplating a change of location, a woman's voice called out. Gwendolyn, Ollie, how did you end up here too? Gwendolyn turned to see her sister-in-law. Her nephew, who should have been at school today, was brought along. Eliana. By now, the sister-in-law had already arrived with her son. Why aren't you working today? Why isn't Ollie at school? You two are. She then noticed Jorge holding Ollie's hand, and her expression changed. Is this, my brother-in-law? She had seen Gwendolyn's marriage certificate and remembered the handsome young face on it. Expecting someone ordinary who would be attracted to an unmarried Viviana, she was surprised by his tall and commanding presence. Even Gwendolyn seemed more elevated standing next to him. Eliana always judged people by their appearance. Seeing Gwendolyn with such a distinguished man changed her attitude. You've been married for so long. Gwendolyn always said you were busy. I never thought we'd meet here. Damien-in-law, are you off today? Ian, quickly call Bohan. Gwendolyn knew there was nothing left between her and Jorge, but her sister-in-law didn't. She felt awkward and looked at Jorge's reaction. Fortunately, Jorge played along with a gentle smile. Hello. Apologies, I've been quite busy recently and couldn't find time to visit. It was my fault. Please don't be upset, sister-in-law. Seeing his polite manner, her sister-in-law was delighted. Don't mention it, we're family. Work is important. Ian, why haven't you called Bohan yet? She pushed Ian forward. The little boy, sucking on a lollipop, obediently called Jorge Bohan. Jorge crouched down, stroking Ian's head. Hi, what's your name? Encouraged by his kind demeanor, Ian introduced himself and extended his chubby hand. Bohan, give me a red envelope. Amina said after calling elders, I can ask for one. So, Bohan must give me a big one. Gwendolyn was speechless while Jorge glanced at her. As she hurried to take cash from her pocket, Jorge reached for his wallet first. Your mom is right. But I didn't prepare in advance, so this is all I have. Take it for now. When we meet again, I'll give you a bigger one, okay? He handed over all the cash from his wallet, around 1 or 2,000 yuan. Ian eagerly accepted it, and Gwendolyn blushed from embarrassment. Her sister-in-law smiled brightly. How about this? Didn't expect to bump into Bohan at the mall. Thank you for the gift. Let's come to our house for dinner tonight, and I'll cook something delicious. She took the money from Ian and put it in her pocket. Jorge stood up, calmly replying. Sorry, I have plans tonight. We'll visit another day. Let us prepare properly. There are always plans. Well, I understand. We'll visit another time. Gwendolyn, let me know in advance so I can prepare a good meal. Gwendolyn could only agree politely. The sister-in-law then feigned warmth with Ollie. Ollie, do you miss Kira? This little girl, I watched her grow up. Whenever she stayed at our place, she was very close to me. I really miss her. Ollie, why don't you call Kira? Call Kira and I'll buy you candy. Trying to hold Ollie's hand, Ollie instinctively hid behind Jorge. The sister-in-law tugged but missed, then half-joked. Why? Just days apart, and you don't recognize Kira? How heartless. Don't forget how Kira comforted you when your mom was busy. This reminded Jorge of Ollie's pitiful state when he first met her. This Misty forgot so quickly how she treated Ollie. Truly anything goes. Chapter 86, Great Chuck. Gwendolyn helped Ollie out of the awkward situation. Ollie isn't feeling well today, and she's in a bit of a mood. Eliana, please don't mind. We were planning to go shopping ahead, would you like to join us? The sister-in-law didn't look at Gwendolyn but smiled warmly at Jorge. We should. We just got here. Ian wasn't feeling well either today, crying incessantly at home, so I brought him out. This child usually doesn't ask for toys, so I planned to buy a few to make it up to him. Gwendolyn, how long has it been since we've shopped together? Today is really fun. Saying this, the sister-in-law affectionately looped her arm with Gwendolyn's. Gwendolyn was truly impressed by her act. They had never actually shopped together before. Gwendolyn would always be told what was needed at home, then go and purchase it. It would be a waste not to give this sister-in-law an Oscar for Best Actress. Since they weren't leaving, there was no reason to rush them, so the five of them continued shopping together. At every stall, the sister-in-law would stop to ask Ian if he liked something, and Ian, who rarely came to upscale malls with his Viviana, naturally loved everything. Each time, the sister-in-law pretended to buy something for him, only for Jorge to end up paying the bill. Half an hour later, the sister-in-law and Ian were laden with bags. Gwendolyn checked the time. The gift for the Jamie was still unaddressed, and if Jorge didn't get home on time, he would be scolded. So she pulled the sister-in-law aside. Eliana, we have an appointment with friends soon, so we'll have to take our leave first. Are you heading back now with Ian? Let me call a car for you. The sister-in-law had clearly had a great day, spending over 20,000 yuan from Jorge happily. Seeing that they were leaving, she lost interest in further shopping. Yes, you think of everything. It's indeed inconvenient for me to carry all these things while taking care of my nephew. Thank you for calling the car. A ride-sharing car picked them up quickly, and the five waved goodbye. A middle-aged man accompanied by a young, pretty girl walked down from the elevator, catching the scene. Bohan. Kira. Ollie, see you again. Gwendolyn, brother-in-law, we're off then. Remember, when you're free, come back for dinner. Eliana will cook delicious food for you, don't forget. Huh. Isn't that Jorge? When did he get married? And he already has such a big daughter. The man, shocked and confused, hesitated to ask Jorge directly, so he recorded a video and sent it to the Jamie. Mr. Mohammed, when did Ainsworth get married? The kid's already this big, and I didn't even know. Why didn't you tell me? At least let me drink some wedding wine at the celebration. If not for today, I might never have known about Ainsworth's marriage. Downstairs, the two daughters-in-law were busily preparing for the Jamie's birthday banquet. Finding it too noisy, the Jamie practiced calligraphy alone in his study. He saw this message and was taken aback. Ainsworth got married? With a child this big? Impossible. But watching the video repeatedly, it was indeed him. What did this brat do behind my back? How could I, as a grandfather, not know anything about it? Where did you record this video? West Haddang Street, Marvinga Mall, 5th floor. Mr. Mohammed, I wouldn't have known if Ainsworth had good news. Since I do, I need to offer congratulations. When are you free? I'd like to visit. This joyous occasion mustn't be missed. Joyous occasion? This rascal. Why hide it from the family? Jamie threw his brush and called for the steward. Finally sending the sister-in-law off, Jorge took Gwendolyn to the antique counter. After carefully selecting items, he bought an inkstone and a seal for the Jamie. Just as they were about to leave, Jorge turned around and faced the angry Jamie. Chuck. He glanced behind the Jamie, seeing only the steward with him. What brings you here? Despite being over 80, the Jamie remained robust, his eyes sharp like an eagle's, standing tall. His neatly trimmed silver hair and booming voice commanded respect, exuding an aura of authority. Had I not come here, how long would you have hidden this from me? Until I died? Jorge, you knew I wanted you to marry and have children. You always said you hadn't found the right one, not wanting to marry. But what is this? You have a child this big and didn't bring her home or tell me. What are you trying to do? Rebel? Or do you not want to be part of the Mohammed family anymore? Am I not worthy to know your affairs? This. Clearly, the Jamie misunderstood their relationship. Seeing the Jamie's stern demeanor, Gwendolyn thought he would punish Jorge and hurried forward to explain. But before she could speak, Jorge pulled her back. Who told you? When did you find out? Did you come here just to catch me? Don't talk nonsense. I'm asking you questions, and you're turning it around on me? How old is the child? When was she born? Why haven't you brought her home? What are you up to, you scoundrel? Looking at the furious Jamie, Jorge showed no fear, even smiling faintly under his barrage of questions. I didn't mean to hide it. I wanted to surprise you and bring her home tonight. Since you found out early, let's get this over with. Her name is Ollie, she's 3 years old, and this is her Viviana, Gwendolyn. Ollie, go greet your great Chuck. Ollie, not knowing what happened, felt inexplicably drawn to the Jamie because of his white hair and resemblance to her handsome Ricardo. She released Jorge's hand and obediently ran to him. Great Chuck. The little one was incredibly adorable, with large round eyes and a cherry-like mouth revealing perfect small teeth. Her sweet, melodic voice melted the Jamie's heart instantly. Oh, my little darling, I'm sorry I didn't see you sooner. Come here, let Great Chuck hug you. He squatted down, arms open wide. Ollie immediately snuggled into his neck. Holding this soft, fragrant bundle in his arms, the Jamie's stern demeanor vanished, replaced by a warm smile. Oh, how cute, how beautiful. Just like Ainsworth was as a child. Great Chuck loves you so much. Give me a kiss. Ollie cupped his face, smack, pecking both cheeks. Even the steward couldn't help but laugh. She's indeed beautiful, just like the young master was as a child. Who knew the young master had such a surprise up his sleeve? Sir, you're blessed. That's right. My old Mohammed family line wouldn't produce anything less. Ha 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 ha. The Jamie stood up holding Ollie and finally took a closer look at Gwendolyn. Seeing her slender yet upright figure and clear features, matching well with Jorge, he nodded lightly. What are you waiting for? Call Chuck. Chapter 87, Whose face are we slapping anyway? Gwendolyn was stunned, unsure of what Jorge was thinking or how she should act. Instinctively, she looked at Jorge. He gently grabbed her hand, pretending they were intimate, and softly said to Gwendolyn. Why are you just standing there? Chuck asked you to call him, aren't you going to? Gwendolyn found it hard to speak. It was too sudden for her to address the founder of the Mohammed group as grandfather. She felt unworthy. Seeing her difficulty, Jorge did not force her. Chuck, she's a bit shy and this is all very sudden. Let's wait until tomorrow. Give her some time to prepare, you can also prepare a red envelope. I'll have her serve you tea formally then. Johnny lowered his head to look at the adorable Ollie again and didn't blame Gwendolyn. Alright, let's go home first. With Ollie in his arms, the old man walked ahead. Jorge led Gwendolyn behind him, and her heart pounded as if a band were playing drums inside her chest. What's going on? What do you really want to do? Let's talk once we're back in the car. Johnny got into his car with Ollie while Gwendolyn and Jorge sat together separately. Closing the car door, Jorge finally let her go. As you can see, my grandfather adores children. He has been urging me to marry and have kids for a long time, causing no end of arguments between us. Since he saw her today, let's make him happy. Did that mean he wanted Ollie to recognize the old man as great-grandfather and join the Mohammed family? No way. Gwendolyn shook her head urgently. Hiding the truth from him won't work forever. Eventually, your grandfather will find out you've deceived him and be even angrier. Besides, you can't avoid getting married forever. Think about how awkward it would be for Ollie. Let's hide it as long as we can, Jorge insisted strongly. My grandfather isn't in good health. He underwent major surgery at the beginning of this year. I don't plan on marrying now and I can't upset him anymore. Seeing Gwendolyn's reluctance, he added. Just consider it as helping me. I won't treat you unfairly. From now on, I'll take responsibility for finding Ollie's bone marrow match and cover her medical expenses. Although taking care of Ollie's illness was indeed troublesome, and the medical bills were difficult to gather quickly, using such a method seemed exploitative. Gwendolyn shook her head again. No, Mr. Mohammed. My grandfather's legs aren't good either. Aren't you trained in therapy? Consider it employment. Once you cure his legs, you can leave with Ollie. How does that sound? If Dustin can agree, why can't you? With those words, what could Gwendolyn say? She just thought it was absurd. Recently, everything seemed unreal. Soon, they arrived at the Mohammed family residence. Johnny entered the hall first with Ollie in his arms, followed closely by Jorge pulling Gwendolyn. Their entrance caught everyone's attention immediately. Father, where have you been? Why did you bring a child back so suddenly? Where did you find this child? Johnny, full of excitement, sat down on the sofa and placed Ollie on his lap. Where did I find her? Of course, she's from our Mohammed family. Doesn't she resemble young Sion? Come, everyone, meet her. Her name is Ollie, and she's 3 years old. Ollie, this is your second Grand Viviana and third Grand Viviana. Call them. Under the old man's favor, Ollie had confidence. She obediently called the two elegantly dressed women. The eyes of the second and third Misties almost popped out. Sion's child? Already 3 years old? Impossible. They turned to look at Jorge. He wore an open expression, holding a young and plain-looking woman. The two women exchanged glances. Sion, what's going on? When did you have a child, and why only now? Jorge replied calmly, I'm an adult. I have the right to manage my private life. When and what I say is my freedom. My Viviana never interfered. Does it seem like you're not happy, Joyce and third Caitlin? The two Misties indeed weren't happy. Since childhood, the old man doted on Jorge, personally raising him, teaching him everything he knew, and entrusting him with the company's power. Lately, with his declining health, everyone was calculating their share of benefits. What they feared most was Jorge getting married and having children, making the old man overly happy. Yet, what they feared came true. Someone who often proclaimed he wouldn't marry and avoided matchmaking invitations brought back a child. But they couldn't show displeasure openly. Joyce sneered. How can we not be happy? The Mohammed family suddenly gets a genuine descendant, already grown up. It's like hitting the jackpot. But this was too sudden. Could he guarantee the child was truly from the Mohammed family? Modern girls do anything to climb high. If the Viviana wasn't honest, it would embarrass the Mohammed family. So, Jorge stared at Joyce. Speak your mind. Joyce dared not speak directly. Johnny adored the child. If she pointed out doubts now, wouldn't she displease the old man? Nothing, I'm saying the child suffered being outside for so many years. You must treat her well from now on. And you haven't introduced your girlfriend yet. Where is she from? What's her name? How old is she? Jorge told them Gwendolyn's name. While they knew little else about her, hearing her surname made them secretly relieved. She wasn't part of Fabianching's elite. Given Jorge's formidable temper and methods, they feared most his alliance with Fabianching's influential families, which would overshadow all. No matter what, this woman indirectly helped them. Gwendolyn? So beautiful, and so young to be a Viviana. Child, does your family know about you and Sion? Hasn't he given you any status? Did your family scold you? Gwendolyn. Both the second and third Kira were too shrewd, both in appearance and demeanor. Gwendolyn feared speaking wrongly and becoming a handle against her, so she turned to Jorge softly. Jorge pulled her closer. We'll sort our issues out ourselves. There's no need for you to worry, Joyce, third Caitlin. Vanessa, go clean up my room. The maid following behind the two Misties, seeing the Gary return with a girlfriend and a child, felt a mix of surprise and joy. The master has always expected you to return, asking me to keep your room tidy daily. Gary, seeing you with a child makes me so happy. Vanessa had watched Jorge grow up, spending more time with him than his own Viviana. Her happiness mirrored the old man's sincere emotion. Jorge nodded at her and said to Gwendolyn. This is Vanessa, who raised me since childhood. Apart from Chuck, she is the closest to me. Call her Vanessa. Gwendolyn couldn't resist the warmth and kindness in this middle-aged woman and quickly greeted Vanessa. On the side, the two Misties rolled their eyes. Even before calling their own relatives, he went straight to a maid. Whose face are we slapping anyway? Translation completed, maintaining paragraph structure and line breaks as requested. Chapter 88, Cinderella entered the aristocratic family. After calling Vanessa, Gwendolyn knew she still had to greet her second and third Misties. Not doing so would be impolite. She obediently greeted them. The second and third Misties gave fake smiles in response as Philippe asked Vanessa to take Ollie for something to eat. Ollie walked away, leaving Philippe to ask the second and third Misties, are they coming back tonight? They obviously referred to the children of the second and third Misties. They hurriedly replied, of course, which day don't they come back? Aren't they always by your side? This morning, the kids were clamoring to celebrate your birthday grandly. They have all gone to prepare gifts for you. With such filial grandchildren, father, you must live a long life. Philippe, who heard flattery daily and knew they lacked other skills besides sweet talk, didn't comment. If there's anything left to do, continue. I'll go check on Ollie. Ollie's soft and adorable voice kept echoing from the kitchen, tugging at Philippe's heartstrings, making him want to talk to her again. Once Philippe walked away, Jorge put his arm around Gwendolyn's shoulder. Let's change our clothes. Second and third Caitlins, we're taking our leave. Jorge lived in the largest, most spacious, clean, and comfortable room on the top floor. Yet, Gwendolyn felt very awkward here. There was only one bed, surely, she and Ollie wouldn't be staying with him? Mr. Mohammed. Still calling me Mr. Mohammed? Jorge watched her turn around the room, hands in his pockets leaning against the door frame. Didn't my explanations fall on deaf ears? Don't you want this job? Do you really dislike me that much? Gwendolyn was speechless. What qualifications did she have to dislike Jorge, but? Don't worry, we won't be living here permanently. After tonight, I will arrange another place for you. The second and third Misties are tough to handle, but just ignore them. I'm sorry you have to pretend tonight. You can call me Ian or Cyan, it's not too difficult, is it? Feeling uneasy under his gaze, Gwendolyn thought it would be unethical to say no after agreeing. All right. Jorge stood up contentedly. Your current outfit isn't suitable for tonight. I'll get someone to bring over an evening gown. You should go freshen up. Gwendolyn couldn't understand how families like this worked, why changing into formal wear for a birthday party was necessary, but since Jorge said. When she emerged from the bathroom wearing a bathrobe, the evening gown had already arrived. A tall, slender man with long hair, somewhat model-like in appearance, was talking to Jorge. Hearing footsteps, he turned around. Seeing Gwendolyn, his eyes lit up. So this is her, indeed pretty. All right, I admit I lost the bet, but I'm still upset. Ian, you unfeeling man, what am I supposed to do now? Jorge lounged on the sofa casually. Compared to any woman, you lose in my books. Do you think Philippe will let you enter the Mohammed family? Or can you bear my children? Enough chatter, start styling her. The man stomped his foot dramatically and grabbed his makeup kit, gesturing for Gwendolyn to sit down. Gwendolyn sat opposite Jorge, listening to their conversation while he did her makeup. She learned this was Jorge's childhood friend, Ebert, whose family was in the cosmetics business. Ebert spoke absent-mindedly while applying makeup to Gwendolyn. Surprisingly, when done, she looked stunning in the evening gown, a beauty fit for a leading role, ethereal and elegant. It seemed Ebert had magical hands. Standing beside Gwendolyn, he observed her reflection. Though he prided himself on having feminine features and graceful movements more than many women, compared to Gwendolyn. Fox lady. You truly have a face men adore, annoying. Never stand next to me again. Pretending to be furious, Ebert pummeled Gwendolyn's shoulder a few times before storming off, grumbling about not being asked to do her makeup again, as it was too vexing. Jorge teased, knowing his temper. My second Ricardo's daughter nearly died loving you, imagine if she knew you're actually sisters. To hell with her. Who cares for her love? If you don't want me, plenty of others will. But I mean, I came tonight because I couldn't avoid it. If they try to bother me later, save me. As Gwendolyn emerged in the evening gown, Jorge forgot everything he was about to say. Though he saw her being made up right before his eyes, the thick bathrobe had obscured the effect. Now, in the strapless gown revealing her pale skin, delicate shoulders, and long neck, Jorge stared in awe. No wonder Ebert was upset, nature had favored Gwendolyn tremendously. Ebert noticed the silence and glanced up to see Jorge staring unabashedly at Gwendolyn, growling angrily, Can you have some backbone, Jorge? You've already had a child with her and slept together countless times. Must you make this face, offending everyone? Are you trying to upset us single dogs? What kind of words were these? Gwendolyn and Jorge. They dawdled for over 2 hours until the maid called them downstairs. Ebert had paired Gwendolyn with 10-centimeter heels. Although Gwendolyn used to wear heels to work, they were never higher than 3 centimeters. Wearing such high heels for the first time, especially with the long dress. Jorge offered his arm supportively. This physical contact worried Gwendolyn, and Ebert's watchful eyes added pressure. She stubbornly held her skirt. No need. I'll adapt as I walk. But as soon as she took a step, Jorge firmly placed her hand into the crook of his arm. It's basic social etiquette. Get used to it. Hold on. Ebert snickered. Gwendolyn found him amusing and looped her arm around his too. Let's walk together. Ebert, if you feel uncomfortable, tell me, and I'll stay with you. Oh, so she, a maiden entering the lion's den, had to help Ebert? Ebert laughed. You promised. The three rode the elevator down. The doors opened, revealing a hall filled with numerous men and women. Before Gwendolyn could observe properly, they all turned their heads in unison to look at them. Chapter 89, the brightest star in the crowd. Everyone's eyes turned towards them. In the elevator stood Jorge, dressed entirely in black, his usual regal and distant demeanor on full display, with a fair-skinned, tall woman hanging onto his arm. The woman had almond-shaped eyes and crimson lips, delicate willow eyebrows, and an upturned nose, her features intricately sculpted by nature. She contrasted beautifully with Jorge, one cold, one warm, they were quite the match. On her left was another striking figure, Ebert, similarly noble and detached, wearing all white with disheveled dark hair cascading over his shoulders. He looked like a rebellious rock star or a painter brimming with artistic flair. Any one of them would have been a crowd-drawing presence. Together, they exuded a visual impact that felt like witnessing the leads from an artsy film. A wave of commotion swept through the crowd, followed by an uneasy silence. Jorge, Gwendolyn, and Ebert slowly stepped out as the elevator doors closed, leaving someone to break the silence. Eldest Damien, so this is Brenna friend you've been hiding outside? She's beautiful, why did you only bring her back today? Chuck worried you didn't want to marry. Ebert, why are you here too? You knew about my brother's girlfriend? Speaking was Kira Too's daughter, also the Mohammed family's elder granddaughter, Keisha. Arranged by her grandfathers, she had a long-standing engagement to Ebert. She reached out to link arms with him, but he deftly avoided her touch. Do I need permission for my own romantic life? Do I have to report everything to you? His previous effeminate manner had disappeared. Now, he sounded no different from any other man. Pretending to release Gwendolyn accidentally, he picked up a glass of wine and scanned the table lazily. The feast is ready. Looks like it's time to eat. Chuck Mohammed, if I recall, you never cared for fancy ceremonies, so shall we just start? The crowd came alive again. Present tonight were all family members and their friends, people who had visited countless times before. Chuck didn't mince words. Sure, let's eat. Once I finish, I'll go rest while you young ones enjoy yourselves. Following Chuck's lead, all the elegantly dressed guests seated themselves at the dining table. A total of 16 people filled every seat around the expansive Mohammed family table. Chuck took his seat at the head of the table, flanked by Bohan 2 and Kira 2, Bohan 3 and Kira 3, and Jorge on both sides. Gwendolyn sat next to Jorge, Ebert beside her, while Hannah Hart was cradled in Chuck's arms. Not only is it my birthday today, but it's also the day your eldest brother adds to the family. I'm happy. Let's toast. I hope you all follow his example and bless our family with more grandchildren. Everyone raised their glasses with Chuck but without genuine joy. Learning from Jorge? What was there to learn? As the first grandson of the Mohammed family, getting married and having a child should be a grand occasion celebrated in Fabiancheng, but instead, it seemed like he hid away, tarnishing the family name. Of course, no one dared express such thoughts in front of Chuck. For over an hour, everyone pretended to enjoy the meal until Chuck grew tired. Party's over, I should retire. You young ones can enjoy the rest of the night. Hannah Hart, do you want to go upstairs with Great Philippe to read or stay here with Mommy and Daddy? Hannah Hart felt like she was dreaming. Since meeting the handsome Ricardo, her biggest wish was for him to become her father, creating a warm family where her Viviana would be loved and cherished, relieving her of burdens. Recent events made her lose hope, but today, her Viviana hadn't said a word to stop her, gave no hint, and the Ricardo even called her great-grandpa, bringing them home for dinner. Could it be that the Ricardo and Viviana had already secretly started something? Hannah Hart was delighted, hoping her Ricardo and Viviana could truly be together forever. She understood they needed space to cultivate their feelings without her meddling. I want to play with Great Philippe. Great Philippe likes me, and I like him too. Ha 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 ha. Chuck's spirits soared thanks to this clever and adorable little girl. Well done, Hannah Hart. It's worth all the love I give you. You're the best gift anyone has ever given me. Today, I'm truly happy. Come, let's go upstairs. While others watched gifts pile up on the table, Chuck didn't bother opening them, deeming Hannah Hart the best gift. As the old and young held hands and chatted warmly, entering the elevator and closing the door behind them, everyone sighed in relief. People stretched and loosened their ties. Damien, nice move. Almost threw us off guard. Chuck may not say anything yet, but the pressure to get married will surely land on me now. You're really my great eldest brother. Speaking was Kira Too's son, Mohammed Sicheng, after Jorge, the second oldest, now 26 and a designer at Mohammed Group's property company after returning from studying abroad. Influenced by Western ideologies, he valued freedom and didn't want to marry so soon. Thinking his brother would buy him time, he hadn't expected the sudden pressure. Jorge leaned back in his chair, sipping his wine, glancing at him casually. If you really don't want to get married, does Chuck need to hold a knife to your throat? Stop putting all the blame on me. It made sense, leaving Mohammed Sicheng speechless. Sister Keisha, looking at her dashing fiancé, seized the moment. What's wrong with marriage? Falling in love, spending each day together, having adorable children, what's so bad about being sweet and happy? Really, why make it sound so terrifying? Though she didn't outright say she wanted to marry, the hint was clear. Mohammed Sicheng glanced at her, then at Ebert. You guys hurry up. With your long engagement and Chuck's love for kids, have a bunch more, including mine. Everyone laughed. Keisha showed no shyness, gazing triumphantly at Ebert, who acted like he didn't understand, serving food to Gwendolyn. You're too thin, eat more. People usually gain weight after giving birth. How come you show no signs? Are you eating enough? No worries, Amina has secrets to maintaining shape. I'll get you recipes to ensure you stay healthy and slender. From sitting down, he hadn't spoken to her but fawned over his brother's partner. Was he sucking up to his brother? Even he bowed down to the eldest brother, irritating Keisha. Chapter 90, Fame Attracts Envy. Not only was she displeased, but also her second Bohan and Joyce, third Bohan and third Caitlin were all unhappy. Jorge's sudden appearance drew all of the old man's attention. Originally, everyone had put a lot of effort into preparing gifts to please the old man and take the opportunity to make some requests. Now it all came to naught. Cyan, you're usually very courteous. But tonight, your Ricardo has no choice but to criticize you for not doing things properly. I didn't say anything when you brought her back at first. But since you've already brought her here, why haven't you officially introduced her to us? It's as if you don't think we matter anymore. Your second Bohan and third Bohan are not that old. If it weren't for the old man being present, second Bohan would have confronted Jorge long ago. How could Jorge not know his thoughts? Yet the more he cared about something, the less he wanted to satisfy him with it. Second Bohan had a mistress on the side. For that woman and child, he actually misappropriated company funds and had the accountant falsify records. If it weren't for Jorge's meticulous audit, the company might have been ruined by these parasites. He didn't think second Bohan deserved to be part of the Mohammed family. The rudeness has been going on for over 3 years now, so it's nothing new. Even Chuck hasn't said anything. Bohan, please don't mind it. I've never been one for perfect manners, I often act impulsively without much thought. Please bear with me. With second Bohan saying this much, he still wouldn't ask Gwendolyn to greet them or toast them, which seemed utterly disrespectful. Second Bohan's eyebrows knitted, anger rising, wanting to vent but holding back due to the presence of outsiders. In an annoyed voice, he said, looks like we really are getting old and useless. If so, then I'll leave you all to enjoy yourselves. Seeing her husband lose face, Joyce angrily left the table as well. Though third Bohan and third Caitlin didn't say much, they too felt affronted by Jorge's apparent disrespect. After sitting for a while, they too got up and left. Finally, only a group of young people remained in the room, making the atmosphere noticeably livelier. It's rare for everyone to gather today, and it's also eldest Damien's special day. Just chatting like this is boring. Shall we sing? Or dance? Mohammed Sicheng, heartless as ever, proposed enthusiastically despite his parents having stormed off. You won't believe me if I tell you, but I've never seen Elder Damien sing or dance before. Why don't we get him to perform for us? Everyone applauded. Not only he, but no one had ever seen Jorge sing or dance publicly. Elder Damien, give us a performance. Elder Damien, give us a performance. Jorge wasn't a stiff person who refused to sing or dance in public at all costs. In fact, he danced beautifully. As someone went to turn on the sound system and played melodious music, Jorge pushed his chair aside, stood up, and stretched his long limbs. Since you all want to see so badly, let me show you. He extended his hand to Gwendolyn. Can you grace me with this dance? Gwendolyn had never danced before in front of a crowd. Indeed, she had never danced at all. Dancing with Jorge under everyone's watchful eyes made her blush just thinking about it. It was just for fun. Seeing her blushing cheeks and evasive gaze, Jorge found himself suddenly moved and picked her up from her chair directly. He walked a few steps to the center of the living room and set her down. Holding one of her hands and wrapping his other arm around her waist, he guided her arms around his waist and shoulder and whispered softly in her ear. Don't be nervous. Close your eyes and don't look at anyone. Just follow my lead. Whether you're good or not depends on what I say, they won't dare criticize you. Elder Damien openly showing affection by picking up elder sister and hugging her excited everyone, who rushed over screaming in delight. Clapping and cheering, Jorge gently swayed Gwendolyn in his arms. Gwendolyn's face was red, unsure how to move, but fortunately, Jorge held her firmly, almost lifting her off the ground, guiding her through every step. Brant like a puppet controlled by him, she managed to avoid any mishaps. Watching the couple dancing gracefully together, everyone grew eager to join in. Inviting partners, they started joining the dance. Now no one was paying attention to them. Jorge told Gwendolyn to open her eyes. Don't be nervous. No one is looking at us. You have a good sense of rhythm, keep it up. You're doing great. His warm breath near her ear, coupled with his encouraging words, filled her with renewed confidence. Gwendolyn opened her eyes and saw the engrossed audience, feeling less out of place. Smiling gently at her, Jorge's expression was soft and loving. Gwendolyn felt a bit dazed. He was truly handsome, gentle and earnest, as if stars twinkled in his eyes. Being looked at like this made her feel like she was the best person in the world. This feeling was overwhelming. Gwendolyn felt her intertwined fingers tingling. Seeing her Hanson and sister-in-law staring lovingly at each other, Keisha envied them immensely. She shook Ebert's arm. Let's go dance. Everyone else is dancing. Look at how into it Elder Damien and sister are. Ebert would never like her or any woman. Each of Keisha's advances added immense pressure on him. Frustrated by this unbreakable tension, Ebert withdrew his arm lightly. You know I don't like dancing. Oh come on, just for fun. Once in a while can't hurt. Everyone is dancing except us. People will talk. Won't you accompany me? Ebert couldn't. After years of keeping her at arm's length, she still clung to him like a sticky burr. If he showed her kindness now, wouldn't she demand marriage the next day? My leg hurts. Can't dance today, maybe another time. Keisha didn't believe him. Leg hurts? How did it suddenly start hurting? Not just the leg, my head and whole body ache. If not for your sake, I wouldn't have come today. Okay, find someone else to dance with. I need to rest. With that, he brushed past Keisha and left. In the dance floor, everyone danced in pairs except for her, pushed away by her fiancé. Embarrassed and heartbroken, Keisha felt tears streaming down her face. Through blurry tear-filled eyes, she saw Gwendolyn in the middle of the crowd and hated her. Keisha, the eldest miss of the Mohammed family, was always the center of attention until tonight. And this woman appeared tonight. Her Hanson, in his 30-odd years, had never been so close or tender with anyone. Not only tender, but he even had a child with her. Oh, how infuriating. Translation ends here. Let me know if you need further assistance. ##### Chapter 91, Sleeping with Amina and Dad. Jorge was in an exceptionally good mood that evening. Not only did he dance, but when everyone urged him to sing, he obliged. He chose an English folk song, singing it with perfect pronunciation and a deep, magnetic tone. Combined with his strikingly handsome face, it felt like being at a live concert. He was mesmerizing. Cheers echoed from downstairs, and Philippe couldn't be happier. Since Jorge was 8 years old, he hadn't been this lively and cheerful. For a while, Philippe thought that his grandson had matured too early and would never regain the carefree nature of his childhood. But then, seeing Savannah's calm and serene face and the intelligent and adorable Ollie, he had to admire Jorge's choice of partner. Although it took several years for them to experience domestic bliss, they were experiencing it now, weren't they? There were still many good days ahead, and to enjoy family happiness more, he needed to stay healthy. After playing wildly for over an hour, noticing some fatigue on Savannah's face, Jorge called it a night. It's getting late. If we carry on, we might disturb Philippe's rest. Thank you all for coming today. This concludes our gathering. I'll have someone see you out. Everyone left courteously, and Jorge looked at Savannah with a happy smile. Let's rest. Although this wasn't their first time being alone together, tonight they were at his home, and she had been called sister-in-law all evening. She felt somewhat embarrassed. Do we share a room? Jorge laughed at her awkwardness. What else? You've already called me Dad. Would it not look strange if we didn't share a room? Moreover, they had slept together twice before. Was there any need to feel awkward? Yes, there was. Savannah still felt uncomfortable. Back in the room, she showered and changed into the pajamas prepared by the nanny. Her first priority was finding Ollie. It's too late. We're disturbing Philippe's rest. Let's bring her back quickly. Dressed like this, how could she go fetch Ollie? Jorge went to Philippe's room. Ollie and Great Philippe were cutting paper decorations at the desk, both still energetic. Bohan, Dad, you're back. Jorge adored this clever little girl. He tousled her hair and kissed her forehead. Did you have fun with Great Philippe? Yes. He's so interesting. I love him so much. Philippe beamed. Great Philippe loves Ollie too. How about living here together from now on, and I'll play with you every day? Okay. Apart from her mom and the handsome Ricardo, no one had ever been so kind and patient with her. Ollie felt incredibly happy and really hoped to live with Great Philippe every day. That's settled then. We'll make a pinky promise, and neither of us can break it. With a solemn handshake, Ollie was carried back to the room by Jorge. Seeing her Viviana in beautiful pajamas sitting comfortably on the soft sofa, Ollie was thrilled. Amina, Bohan's house is so pretty and cozy. I love it here so much. I've promised Great Philippe that I'll play with him every day. Can we live here every day? Savannah hesitated. It's late now. Let's talk about this another time. Ollie, go wash up and sleep. We can discuss it tomorrow, okay? Ollie nodded. Okay. One last thing, Amina. Since I called Bohan Dad, does that mean you two will get married? Are we going to sleep together tonight? I've never slept with Dad before. Finally, I can sleep with my parents just like in cartoons. I'm so happy today. Looking at her daughter lost in sweet dreams, Savannah hesitated to shatter her fantasy. But this happiness wasn't meant for them. After giving Ollie a bath, changing her pajamas, and drying her hair, Savannah returned to the bedroom where Jorge was already ready and waiting on the bed. Ollie climbed onto the bed and nestled into his arms. Should I sleep in the middle, or should Amina? Do you hug me or Amina tonight? Though sleeping together was becoming a reality, Jorge hadn't considered how exactly they would arrange it. Caught off guard by Ollie's straightforward question, he felt a bit embarrassed. How would you like to sleep, Ollie? In cartoons, kids always sleep in the middle. Once they fall asleep, Dad moves them aside and hugs Mom. Can we do that too? Such clever little things she picked up from cartoons. Jorge tickled her nose. If the young lady insists. Who am I to refuse? Ah. Dad is the best. I love Dad so much. Ollie gave Jorge a kiss on the cheek before lying down, resting her head on his arm. Amina, come over. Sleep here. I want to hear stories from both of you. Savannah was impressed by this shameless little girl. Turning off the light, she lay down beside Ollie, gently patting her leg. What story do you want? I've listened to your stories for years. Today, I want Dad to tell me a story. Can you tell me about Snow White? The term Dad made Jorge feel as if his bones were melting. Though he couldn't recount Snow White, he had other stories. I can tell you about Ultraman fighting monsters. How about that? Yes. That sounds great. Go ahead. Using his faint memories and adding a few imaginative twists, Jorge recounted a story. By the time he finished too, Ollie was still excited. Can I hear one more? Savannah intervened. Ollie, it's very late. Bohan is tired from work. Don't you think it's time to let him rest? Keep quiet or you won't be behaving well. Ollie immediately complied. Okay. Then I'll go to sleep. But you still haven't answered my question. Amina, are we going to sleep with Dad every day? I love sleeping with both of you. Will you promise me? Savannah hesitated. This family was too big and complicated. She sensed she wasn't welcomed. Planning to leave after waking up tomorrow, she tried to evade the question. Sleep now. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Ollie, being sensitive, sensed her Viviana's evasion. Turning to Jorge, she asked. Is this all pretend? Will everything return to normal once I wake up? Why pretend? Why can't you really marry Amina? Is it because of me? I'm a burden, an illegitimate child, a nuisance. I eat, I study, I buy things, I cost a lot of money. You both think I'm a liability, don't you? Just moments ago, she was brimming with happiness, but now she spoke harshly about herself, causing Jorge's heart to ache. Don't say such things. Never speak of yourself that way again. I have never disliked you. To me, you're smart, cute, and very lovable. I wish to be with you forever. No nonsense. Note asterisk the translation maintains the original structure and style, ensuring coherence and fluency while adhering strictly to English. Chapter 92, Eldest Grandson's Wife. Moved by such firm acknowledgement, Ollie was deeply touched, and tears involuntarily streamed down her face. I will study hard, eat well, grow up quickly, and earn money to repay you. I promise I won't be a burden. Bohan, please marry my mom. She is really a very good person, and marrying her would make you very happy. Why did she have to put herself in such a position? Begging someone to marry her own Viviana? At such a young age, showing such humility. Gwendolyn wanted to stop Ollie, but Jorge held her hand down under the blanket. You are absolutely right, your Viviana is indeed a very good person, and marrying her would bring happiness. So, I will seriously consider your words. Don't cry anymore, go to sleep. If you can't find me when you wake up tomorrow, tell Great Philippe to call the police. Ollie, both laughing and crying, was truly exhausted and soon fell asleep under Jorge's gentle patting. Bathed in the dim light from the yard outside the window, watching her calm and adorable little face, Jorge felt himself completely enveloped by paternal love. Though not biologically his child, he really wanted to take care of Ollie. He thought about chatting with Gwendolyn but found her eyes tightly shut, her face as serene as Ollie's, seemingly fast asleep. Fine, she must be tired too. Let her rest early. The three of them slept soundly together. The next morning, when they woke up, the nanny had already prepared breakfast, and the Ismail was already seated at the dining table. After getting off the elevator, Ollie happily rushed towards the Ismail, and the two began doting on each other. Gwendolyn, seeing this scene, felt her head start to ache. Ollie clearly didn't want to leave, and it seemed the Ismail genuinely liked her. How was she going to broach this topic? After the dishes were served, everyone started eating. The Ismail fed Ollie a few bites before suddenly looking at Gwendolyn. Yesterday you refused to call me grandfather. Could it be because Ainsworth was impolite and hasn't given you a proper status all these years, leaving you harboring resentment? He lost his father at a young age, and his Viviana has been abroad for many years. Ainsworth was raised entirely by me. If there's any lack of etiquette, it's due to my failure to teach him properly. I apologize to you. Since we're family now, I'll arrange his wedding with you as soon as possible. Gwendolyn, shouldn't you call me grandfather now? Gwendolyn nearly dropped her chopsticks in shock. The founder of Mohammed Corporation, the renowned businessman of Fabiancheng, was apologizing to her? Wasn't that shortening her lifespan? No, Chuck. I didn't call you out of respect. I mean, there was no ill intention. Please don't misunderstand. Seeing her apprehensive and sincere demeanor, the Ismail smiled. I meant nothing by it either. I just really like Ollie and you. I genuinely want to hear you call me grandfather. No need to be nervous. You've just arrived and might still feel uncomfortable. If you can't call me immediately, it's fine, we can wait. The Ismail's attitude made Gwendolyn feel utterly humbled. She realized she was being overly sensitive, calling him grandfather wouldn't diminish her. Why had she hesitated? My parents also passed away when I was young, and I don't understand much about propriety. Please forgive me if I've done anything wrong. Oh. Your parents also passed away young? Who else is in your family? Where are you from? Gwendolyn explained briefly about her parents' situation and her brother's condition. The Ismail felt great sympathy for her. Poor child, you've suffered. Suddenly, his eyebrows furrowed, and he looked sternly at Jorge. Could it be because her parents are gone and her brother isn't capable that you bullied her, delaying bringing her back home for so many years? Jorge, don't mess with someone unless you're ready to take responsibility. Our Mohammed men have principles and integrity. You're disgracing us. Although the grandfather misjudged him, Jorge felt oddly satisfied being scolded over Gwendolyn. He acknowledged the mistake humbly. You're right. It was my fault. I apologize and will make up for it in the future. The Ismail added, Gwendolyn, you shouldn't be too accommodating either. If I hadn't met you yesterday, who knows what this dog might have done. He grew increasingly agitated. Today, Grandpa will settle this for you. After breakfast, I'll have someone calculate an auspicious date for you two to get married and have the ceremony soon. What? Marry right after breakfast and set the date? Gwendolyn was visibly flustered. This was far beyond her wildest dreams. Jorge had just ended things with Kenzie and wasn't interested in her. It couldn't be forced. Chuck. What? You don't want to marry him? Is this old man meddling too much? Jorge saw Gwendolyn avoiding his gaze, feeling slightly uneasy. A few days ago in the hospital, she didn't react this way when Dustin called himself her man. But respecting the elder's presence. Chuck, I hurt her feelings by making mistakes in the past and haven't earned her forgiveness yet. Give me time to make it up to her. Ultimately, it's my fault. The Ismail glared at him again, dissatisfied. Then he thought and suddenly told the nanny. Bring me the item. The nanny quickly came downstairs and handed over a box. The Ismail opened it and pushed it towards Gwendolyn. This bracelet belonged to my Viviana while she was alive. It's not valuable, but it carries her affection. I hope the Mohammed family's descendants can pass it down. His grand Viviana wore it, and his Viviana wore it too. Since you are the eldest grandson's wife, it should be passed on to you. Accept it. Gwendolyn glanced inside and saw a milk-white bracelet with a streak of blood red running through it, the red and white contrasting beautifully. Clearly, it was top-grade nephrite jade. Yet, the Ismail said it wasn't valuable. Such a precious piece would belong to her now. Chuck. This belongs to you. There's no reason to refuse. Few words. Take it. Ainsworth, put it on her. Jorge remembered his Viviana wearing this bracelet when he was young, and every wealthy matron admired it. He didn't expect her to leave it behind. Holding it up, he offered it to Gwendolyn. Chuck wants you to wear it, do as he says, don't upset him. Gwendolyn, stuck between a rock and a hard place, reluctantly allowed Jorge to slip the bracelet onto her wrist. It was truly beautiful, making her hand look regal and elegant instantly. The Ismail, observing, seemed pleased. Wearing the bracelet makes you officially part of the Mohammed family. Now that you've addressed me as grandfather, I can't be stingy. As he spoke, Vanessa handed over another box. It was a large Lywood chest, several layers deep, intricately carved with floral designs and exuding a faint fragrance. Gwendolyn could barely imagine what treasures lay inside. During our trip to Shenzhen, a friend specializes in gold and had this jewelry set made to encourage Ainsworth to marry. It weighs 5 kilograms. Not particularly valuable, but it comes from my heart. See if you like it. If not, we can modify it to suit your taste. Translation ends here. Please provide more text for translation or let me know if any adjustments are needed. Chapter 93, Lavish Wealth. Gwendolyn almost couldn't believe her ears. 5,000 grams of gold? At the current market price of 500 yuan per gram, that box would be worth 2.5 million yuan. All she had to do was call him Grandpa and get a bracelet, and now 2.5 million yuan? This. She hesitated to accept it. The nanny noticed her hesitation and smiled warmly. Hannah, this is a custom. As the eldest daughter-in-law of the Mohammed family, you should accept the gift from the elders. Refusing would go against etiquette. Just take it. Don't worry about the value. It's Mr. Mohammed's heartfelt gesture. If you really feel uncomfortable, just spend more time with Mr. Mohammed, take care of him more, and have a few more children for him to play with in the future. Gwendolyn was speechless. Jorge helped hand her the box. Refusing any further would make her seem too ungracious, so Gwendolyn could only say thank you to Philippe. Open it. Jorge placed the box in front of her. The box had 3 layers, divided into 2 drawers. Opening the first drawer, a pair of golden bracelets and a longevity lock necklace gleamed brilliantly. The bracelets were 3 centimeters thick and 25 centimeters wide, intricately carved with vivid phoenixes, extremely luxurious. The longevity lock was delicate and elegant, with an adjustable chain length, both fashionable and meaningful. Clearly, Philippe had put a lot of thought into it. Apart from TV shows, Gwendolyn had never seen such lavish gold jewelry up close before, and she couldn't help but stare in awe. The second drawer contained several sets of small earrings. There were lantern-shaped, phoenix-shaped, fireworks-shaped, and double happiness-shaped ones, each set beautiful and symbolizing good fortune. The third layer was the main attraction. Upon touching it, she immediately felt its weight. Opening the drawer, she was stunned. It was a golden crown with a spreading phoenix carved at the center, holding a sparkling emerald stone in its beak. It felt like she was being treated like a queen. Tears welled up in Gwendolyn's eyes as she looked at it. He accepted her without confirming her background, didn't mind her family's lack of power or influence, and bestowed upon her such lavish gifts. What had she done to deserve this? Philippe. Being only 23, Gwendolyn felt helpless and wanted to pout. She didn't know how to express her gratitude, so she pushed her chair aside, ran over, and hugged Philippe. Thank you, really, thank you. She wasn't thanking him for the wealth, but for his sincere recognition. Aside from getting good grades in school, she had never felt so acknowledged by anyone. Seeing her like this, Philippe patted her hand gently. It's alright, it's nothing special. As long as you and Ainsworth are happy and have more children in the future, the Mohammed family will belong to you. Now, let's finish eating before the food gets cold. Just as they were enjoying this warm moment, Kira's 2 and 3 walked in. Why is dinner so late today? Are we still eating? Dad, we came to clean up yesterday's mess because we didn't want you to see it, but didn't expect you'd still be eating. What's going on? What are you doing? Why is Gwendolyn crying? They were dressed elegantly in fancy dresses, hairstyles, and makeup, confidently approaching the dining table. Seeing Gwendolyn with red-rimmed eyes, they paused, then spotted the wooden box on the table. Kira too walked towards the box. I thought Ainsworth upset someone and made them cry this morning, but it turns out it's from joy. You're already giving gifts before finishing dinner? Dad, did you give this? When they first married, when the matriarch was still alive, they had also received many gifts from Philippe and Aaron, but that was over 20 years ago, and the Mohammed family back then couldn't compare to today. Hence, their gifts couldn't match what Gwendolyn received either. Seeing so much gold, the two naturally felt uneasy. You're so thoughtful, even at 80, you still care so much for your grandchildren. Ainsworth is the first, but there's also Elio, Zen, Amiao, and Amang to consider. Can you manage all these gifts? Philippe knew they were listing their children's names to ensure he wouldn't forget them later. Glancing at the 2 daughters-in-law, he said, calmly. As long as I live, I'll treat all my grandchildren equally. It's not about effort but wishing for a large and harmonious family. Hearing this, the two felt slightly better but couldn't resist examining Gwendolyn's jewelry. How long has it been since we've seen so much gold jewelry? Eldest daughter-in-law, we hope you don't mind if we take a look. Dad, you're truly thoughtful. When did you prepare these beautiful pieces? Seeing them come in, Gwendolyn didn't feel right staying close to Philippe anymore. She wiped her tears and returned to her seat. While they said they were looking at the jewelry, they were actually memorizing the quantity and weight. Since Philippe promised to give similar gifts to their children in the future, they needed to remember everything precisely to avoid any discrepancy later. After checking, they pushed the drawers back, closed the box, and placed it in the middle of the table. Kira 3 then noticed the bracelet on Gwendolyn's wrist. Oh, it's been so long since I've seen this piece. I thought the eldest daughter-in-law took it away. She lifted Gwendolyn's wrist for closer inspection. Kira 2 looked down and saw it clearly. This bracelet was rumored to have belonged to a Qing dynasty imperial concubine and eventually ended up with Philippe's Viviana. A connoisseur once offered 3 million yuan to exchange for it 50 years ago, but Aaron refused. That was 3 million yuan 50 years ago, unimaginable in value now. Back when the elder daughter-in-law was around, they had no chance to compete for it and could only watch enviously. They thought after her passing, this would return to the Mohammed family, and whoever pleased Philippe the most would receive it. Yet, here it was on Gwendolyn. Even though they had stayed home raising children since marriage, they had once been prominent ladies of Fabiansheng, brought into the Mohammed family with grand ceremonies. After so many years of service, seeing this prize go to an unknown person infuriated them. Kira's 2 and 3 exchanged looks, their anger visible. Worried they might provoke Philippe with jealous remarks, Nanny Marvin hurriedly spoke up. Mr. Mohammed said this bracelet is an ancestral heirloom passed down to the eldest branch. The eldest daughter-in-law went abroad a few years ago, and now that the eldest son is married, it naturally goes to the eldest daughter-in-law. He already told her to keep it safe for future generations. Though this bracelet was meant to be passed down through generations, wearing it was an honor. Despite this explanation, Kira's 2 and 3 still felt uneasy. Chapter 94, Prestige and Honor. They were unhappy, but after some grumpy faces, they didn't dare to say anything. After all, their own husbands had let them down. Before the patriarch retired, he put the company under thornmanagement of his second son for a while. Who would have thought he'd be so disappointing? Within a quarter, stocks fell by 0.3%, and there was even a scandal with his assistant. He didn't even last through the first shareholders' meeting before being forced out in disgrace. Johnny, adhering to fairness, then entrusted the company to the third son. The third son wasn't as incompetent but managed only modestly for half a year. Under immense pressure, he developed a serious illness. With no other choice, the old man took charge himself until he was over 70. Only then did Jorge, who had studied abroad, take over. Initially, the second Misty and the third Misty thought that since the group was too large and hard to manage, especially with the old man getting older, it might be better to divide it up. Each could operate independently and bear their own profits and losses, without interfering with one another. Who knew that despite his young age, Jorge was quite capable. Since his return, the business of the group had soared, advancing several levels in just a few short years. Talent commands respect, thus, although he was a junior, everyone had to give him a bit of leeway in this family. Eliana, you are truly fortunate. You married such a good husband like A. Ainsworth and now have the grandfather doting on you. You must have done a lot of good deeds in your previous life. Let me ask you, hasn't Chuck been so kind to you yet you haven't even offered him tea? One should know propriety and gratitude. Your third Caitlin and I have always been respectful to Chuck. We can't allow this decorum to be disrupted by you. Quinlan couldn't continue eating with such heavy criticism hanging over her. She stood up hurriedly. I don't understand the rules, please remind me, Joyce and third Caitlin. Chuck, what tea do you prefer? Let me make you a cup after dinner. No rush, don't worry about so many formalities. Finish eating, said the old man, inviting her back to her seat. Jorge served her more food, and everyone continued to eat. Quinlan ate a few more bites. The second Misty and the third Misty pursed their lips and left to clear up yesterday's setup. They finished breakfast leisurely, and then Quinlan asked Vanessa about the proper etiquette for offering tea and moved over to the sofa beside. After brewing the tea, the old man called the two Misties over. You two come over here and sit next to me. Aren't you complaining about a lack of decorum? Today we will set things right and you'll receive tea from her as well. This was rightfully theirs, so the two sat next to the old man respectively. Quinlan offered tea to each of them, and the old man sipped twice. Since someone has offered me tea, I should give my gifts as an elder. Don't let her go empty-handed, right? They hadn't even held a wedding, and she wanted to offer tea and needed red envelopes? The two exchanged glances, somewhat unwilling, but they couldn't defy the old man's wishes. We came suddenly and didn't prepare any red envelopes. Johnny replied, can't you send them via phone? Etiquette is more important than formality. Jorge, leaning against the sofa arm, found their expressions amusing. Speechless for a moment, they pulled out their phones. Now we're one big family, add us on WeChat. If you need help with anything, feel free to message us, they told Quinlan. Quinlan added both to WeChat and received 2 transfers, not a huge sum but definitely not negligible, each 8,888.8 yuan. Knowing it was proper etiquette, she had no choice but to accept it. Thank you, Joyce. Thank you, third Caitlin. Don't think it's little. This is just the small red envelope for our first encounter. Once you and A. Ainsworth hold your wedding and officially become part of the Mohammed family, we'll give you a bigger one. Having earned so much early in the day, Quinlan felt she couldn't face saying goodbye with the kindly-looking old man. After staying for a bit longer, the second and third Misties made excuses and left. As Amy showed interest in the garden outside, the old man accompanied her to play in the yard. Finally, Quinlan got the chance to speak with Jorge. Are you going to the company today? Jorge had planned to go but now changed his mind. Quinlan had just arrived, and there was a lot she didn't understand. Plus, Amy wasn't well. He wanted to stay with them to help them adapt. I'm not going. What's wrong? Didn't we plan to move somewhere else? Before coming home, Jorge indeed thought of that, but now, with how fond Grandpa was of Amy, he couldn't bring himself to say it. Surprisingly, Quinlan still thought of leaving. He genuinely likes you and Amy, can't you see that? Jorge said. Quinlan hesitated. I know, and I can feel it, but... Jorge responded, he hasn't been this happy for many years due to his health. Quinlan was speechless, sighed, and said, then I won't work anymore. I'll stay home every day to keep Grandpa company. Of course, you will work. Your job is to make him happy and provide physical therapy for his legs. I'll pay you 500,000 yuan a month. Quinlan. Just then, her phone rang. It was her brother calling. Jenna, your sister-in-law told me you met us at the mall yesterday, and even saw your brother-in-law. He seemed nice, really? You've been married for so long, and I haven't met him. Even though I can't help much, as your brother, I worry. Can you come back for dinner today? I want to meet him and chat a bit, okay? Her brother had very good features. When she was younger, and their father took them out together, people always praised her brother, saying he would have no trouble finding a wife when he grew up. But after their father passed away and he hurt his leg, her brother became depressed and introverted for many years, growing increasingly insecure. Quinlan had always felt deeply sorry for her brother during the years she stayed with him. Her sister-in-law thought she had honored him by marrying him and giving birth to his son. So, she frequently belittled and criticized him. Quinlan tried to help her brother as much as possible, but her resources were limited. Lately, she had neglected her brother because of her own matters. Returning home was not something she could decide alone. Quinlan looked at Jorge. Let me discuss it with him, and I'll get back to you, okay? After hanging up, Jorge sized up her expression. What happened? Something wrong? It's my brother. My sister-in-law told him about bumping into us yesterday. He wants me to bring you back for dinner. Indeed, they should return. Since their sham marriage, her only relative hadn't met him. It was unreasonable to delay further. Then we'll go. Lunch or dinner? You choose. Quinlan didn't expect him to agree so readily and hesitated. My brother's place isn't decorated. They live in a bare apartment, and the area isn't great either. How much worse could it be than her rental? Jorge raised an eyebrow. So? I notice you're quite particular about cleanliness. I'm worried you won't be able to eat. Jorge chuckled. Indeed, sometimes he lost his appetite easily, but it depended on who he was with. If you can't eat, I'll feed you. Let's go for lunch. I'll tell Philippe. Chapter 95, Return to the Hometown. Jorge went to the garden and told his grandfather that he and Gwendolyn were going to visit her brother's house. Chuck immediately brought Ollie back. Good, you should go home. Take some things for your brother. I have 2 top-quality ginseng roots, some white truffles, and matai. Does your brother smoke? This year, my health isn't great, and the kids don't let me smoke either. There are a few cartons of Zhonghua cigarettes, take them all. Gwendolyn felt embarrassed, thinking that just buying some supplements for her brother would suffice. There was no need for so many things. No, Chuck, we can buy them ourselves. All in the family, why be so formal? He is your only relative. You must bring something nice back. Quick, shall Marvin, pack everything up for them. Vanessa packed a mountain of gifts from Chuck's collection, and Chuck personally sent them off to the car. Gwendolyn felt completely flustered, having received such expensive gifts in the morning and now taking so many things. Jorge reacted rather calmly. If you're asked to take it, then take it. It's my first time visiting, so I shouldn't appear too frugal. Jorge drove the car himself, and the 3 of them went to her brother's place. Gwendolyn had already sent a message earlier, so her brother was waiting at the entrance of the residential complex. Seeing a Maybach stop, he was momentarily stunned. Then, seeing Gwendolyn and Ollie get out, he was startled. Is this your car? Before Gwendolyn could reply, Jorge also stepped out. Tall with long legs, dressed elegantly, and exuding an extraordinary aura, he contrasted sharply with Gwendolyn's brother, who was limping and looked weathered. Damien, hello. I'm Jorge. Sorry for coming back to see you so late. Jorge extended his hand. His palm was broad and clean, fingers distinctly knuckled. The brother felt a sense of familiarity but hesitated when he saw his own rough, dry, and yellow hands. Embarrassed, he pulled back. Hello. I'm Fulton. Welcome to our home. Please come in. Jorge understood his unease and didn't press the issue, withdrawing his hand. All right, you go ahead first. We'll get the stuff. He opened the trunk. Seeing the gifts inside made Gwendolyn's brother even more embarrassed. Matai, Zhonghua cigarettes, and some high-end gift packaging he couldn't name. In front of Jorge, he couldn't ask Gwendolyn where she had met such a wealthy person, so they all went upstairs together. At the door, the brother greeted Jorge sheepishly. Our house is under renovation. Since we have a house, we haven't rented elsewhere. It's quite messy inside. Don't mind. Jorge was prepared for this and didn't mind. Opening the door, his sister-in-law was preparing food in the kitchen. Hearing voices, she rushed out smiling. Jenna is back? And her husband too? No need to bring anything. Come in, sit down. Let me make tea. Tired? Rest quickly while I prepare some good food. Knowing you were coming, I bought a lot of vegetables and meats. Today, we'll have a big meal together. The house was recently finished with water and electricity work, and tiles and paint were scattered in the corners. A dining table sat on exposed wires in the living room, surrounded by plastic stools. Originally, they thought Gwendolyn had married an ordinary worker, so no one would laugh at their situation. But her husband turned out to be quite wealthy. Looking at the cluttered house, Gwendolyn's brother spoke softly. Look at this mess, not even a spot to stand without dirtying your shoes. How about we eat out? Rarely do Jenna and company come back. The sister-in-law disagreed, having already bought the ingredients. Since you're here, the dirtiness is already seen. It's just family. Next time he visits, the house will be done. Just wait it out, he won't mind. She efficiently brewed tea and added smoothly, isn't that right, brother-in-law? You're not the type who discriminates against the poor, right? Honestly, Gwendolyn's brother was too introverted and lacked confidence. They indeed needed someone like this wife to boost morale. Jorge cooperated, your sister-in-law is right. We're all family, brother. No need to be too formal. Had she known how messy the house would be, Gwendolyn would have splurged on a restaurant. Jorge had a severe cleanliness obsession. It was uncertain if he could endure the meal. She took some tissues and wiped the chair thoroughly. I'll help wash the vegetables. Sit down. Outside, the brothers chatted, while Gwendolyn went to the kitchen. Her sister-in-law welcomed her warmly as long as she brought gifts. Don't worry, rest. I can handle it alone. Married women don't do this kind of work anymore, the sister-in-law said, pushing her out. Gwendolyn used to do kitchen chores, but she had never been so considerate. Okay, I can do it. Enough. Go supervise him. Your brother is bad at chatting, don't let him say the wrong thing. Reluctantly, Gwendolyn returned to the living room. Ollie and Taj were playing with sand on the floor. She washed their hands and gave them snacks before returning. Seeing her brother struggling to maintain conversation with Jorge, staring at each other blankly, she joined them. Damien, are you renovating yourself or hiring a company? What style are you aiming for? Gwendolyn chose a topic, and her brother responded eagerly. We're doing it ourselves. My wife says it saves money. Hiring small laborers lets her oversee. As for the final look, whatever she likes. But aren't you living while renovating? Won't the formaldehyde levels be harmful to Taj? It should be fine. My wife says with windows open, the high temperature helps release it faster. Still concerned, Gwendolyn suggested, maybe temporarily move somewhere else until the formaldehyde dissipates. If you find rent too expensive, I can cover it for a few months. No. You just got married, and you have expenses. It's fine. If necessary, we can rent. It's only a few months' rent. Her brother was honest and straightforward, not hiding anything from Gwendolyn. He was sincere in his words. Given his response, Gwendolyn stopped insisting. Unexpectedly, once the dishes were served, her sister-in-law contradicted the brother entirely. Chapter 96 Damien-in-law, eat quickly. Sigh. Damien-in-law, I'm really sorry that you're eating in this messy environment on your first visit. If we had a little more capability and some extra money, we would have rented a house outside and wouldn't have to let you two suffer along with us. The current prices make it hard for commoners to live. Everything is high-priced, the labor costs are ridiculously high too. Just at the start, we've already spent tens of thousands of dollars, and there are still so many things left, furniture to buy, etc. By the time the house is renovated, it'll be almost New Year. Your brother's health is not good, and at the end of the year, we need to buy insurance for him and Zongyang. Sigh. Now every household has a car. They take their kids out for play, visit parents-in-law, or whatever, all driving cars with a happy family of 3. We are still squeezing into buses and subways. It's okay when the weather is good, but when it rains or the temperature drops, it's too much for Zongyang. I don't know when our lives will improve, when we can buy a car. She said a lot, but the main point was, short of money, she really lacks money, and wants a car. 8 out of 10 chances were that she saw Jorge's decent clothes and generous spending, and hoped to get something from him. Gwendolyn just pretended not to understand and didn't respond. Her brother kicked her foot under the table. Eat. You still talk even while eating. Everyone builds a better life bit by bit, who can achieve it all at once? Why tell them these things? Her sister-in-law raised her eyebrows. All our family, my own sister and brother-in-law. What's wrong with chatting? Others would want to hear even if I don't tell them. Damien-in-law, what do you think? Men his age, who doesn't have a car? He hasn't progressed in 10 years of work. I think he will stay like this forever. As the child grows older and spends more money, and as my parents get older. Usually when no one is around, she could grumble about herself at home. But why say such things in front of her brother-in-law today? Her brother felt embarrassed but dared not argue with her. If he dared to contradict her, Gwendolyn would leave, and she could stir up a storm afterward. Heartbroken, her brother could only drink. Jorge clearly understood his sister-in-law's psychology and his brother's bitterness. He smiled. That's not certain. Many great people achieve late success. As long as the brother works hard, everything will be better in the future. Eliana, I hope so. If your brother could speak 1/10 as well as you, he wouldn't be so depressed. Eat. She used the same chopsticks she used for her food to serve Jorge, after talking so much. Better drink tea. Seeing he didn't eat for a long time, her sister-in-law asked, what? Is the food unpalatable? Or do you look down on it? Why not eat? Jorge, no. I woke up too late this morning, not hungry. Not hungry but must eat. All made for you, what will happen if you don't eat? As she spoke, she served him a full serving of dishes.